This part just sucked. So we had been going for a while solidly, and right when I'm bringing in one of my riskier pulls of the night, mobs hit the camp and the tank along with his healer go ninja AFK. I'm getting crunched by these mobs. Our other healer, our backup healer, is struggling to keep me alive, but I can't face tank these, so I try to kite them around, run them around a bit. But then the healer rips aggro from how many heals he's thrown onto me. He takes a dirt nap. We don't have any heals anymore. I find the spot where I can kite the adds a bit while the rest of the group DPSs one mob down at a time, and the ninja AFK tank and his healer combo, they come back, but now is better than never. We're getting closer to finishing this fight, and the most broken pathing I've ever seen happens. 20 mobs are chasing me around the house, and then I get this message, I get this tell, yo, I love your videos, please stop trolling the damn zone.
I have to watch some suit. Oh, murder.
Oh, get owned.
If the Necro got their butt to camp, if one person just let me die, none of this would have happened. I am screaming mad. I want to get 2% more experience and then log the hell off so I can sleep. Is that so much to ask? I'm done. Power leveling, ruined TOP servers. I've canceled my account. Daybreak, this is the end. This footage I'm about to show you is from 5 years ago. I've never released it for good reason. It could get me banned. When you hear MMO RPG, you think World of Warcraft, right? The king of the MMO genre. WoW. And WoW's immense success led to many copycats trying to recreate its formula. But nobody tells you this. World of Warcraft is a copycat too. It copied a formula. Without a pioneer game, there is no World of Warcraft. Before WoW, EverQuest. The most important game you've likely never heard of. Act 1. Norrath, the Foundation. 2 brand new servers are releasing today, and I'm desperate to log into one of them. Teek. I tried a strategy for getting in early. I was told that when it's 5 minutes from the server opening, you repeatedly press the play button and click OK. 4 minutes, press play, OK. 3 minutes, press play, click OK. 2 minutes. 1 minute, no success. Server goes live right on time. I'm pressing connect every 1 to 2 seconds. Bam! Instantly thrown into a queue. People were that fast. I was having withdrawals. I was jonesing for a fix, but I couldn't play. My wife said I should throw my computer out the window like addicts do. Maybe. Not yet. Got in 8 minutes later. Actually, not that bad. And thank God for name reservations. I would have lost it like last time on a previous server. The server unlocked shortly after the official time, and people were quick to click in. I was too slow and got put into a queue. So I finally get in, and I start to create my Bard Ayonic, and it's gone. Name's taken.
Character name. All right, well, I'll just go with Asmongold. There's your clip, guys. All right, let's go with Asmon. You guys, oh, all right. Zachrar. You guys. Oh, you guys. Oh, you guys. All right, ask Mongor. Man.
So what's my goal here? What's the point of this video? I want to show the first 4 expansions of this game, often called the golden years of EverQuest, the forgotten game that World of Warcraft copied to become the most successful MMORPG ever. This Teek server was packed. It's like 12 people trying to cram into a 2-seater clown car. People were struggling to get in all day. And to top it all off, the prophecies foretold by forum keyboard warriors came true. Like I said, 2 servers released this day. Tormax, an old school one, much more limited loot. And this one, Teek, the one I want, the Loot Pinata server. Who could have seen this coming? The server with less loot? No one's playing it! Oh no! People were screaming in the forums at the game studio that the limited loot, the Tormax server, was DOA, dead on arrival. It was a stupid idea. Game company releases a server anyways, and they got served a big fat I told you so. Now, I don't blame the company for releasing this server, Tormax. They were making a copy of their second most popular rule set ever. You know, the corporate stats said, hey, this could be a good idea. Those numbers were true. It was a copy of the second most popular rule set ever. But context matters, guys. What was it copying? It was copying a server released in 2020. Something was going on around then where, I don't know, nobody could go outside? And secondly, nobody knew better. This was before the Loot Pinata rule set had even existed. It hadn't even been tried yet. I think that was next year. That was 2021. And when that rule set was tried out in 2021, it changed everything. So GG guys, good luck for the 3 people playing on Tormax server. At least there's no wait to log in. But I'm really concerned. The queues are horrendous to log into the Teek server. I don't think it's going to get much better. So the first Loot Pinata server, Mischief, it was so populated that it had an auto kick. If you were logged in and you didn't do anything for 20 minutes, you were AFK for 20 minutes, kicked off.
So what 20 minutes? That's not that bad. Oh, honey, I forgot to mention something. It lasted 2 years. 2 years before the AFK auto kick was turned off. And even worse, that server had an overflow. There were 2 Loot Pinata servers released the same day. 2 servers to spread out the massive population trying to get in. But not this time around. No. People have been foaming at the mouth for 3 long years to get another shot at this kind of server, another shot at this rule set, waiting for another fresh copy of the Loot Pinata. It's finally here, and we only get 1 server to do it on, and thousands of people are trying to log into it right now. So I get level 2, level 3, and level 4 in the Freeport Newbie Yard. There's this perfect spot where a skeleton spawns 5 to 10 seconds after you kill the one that's up. I farmed a lot of rusty weapons and got some cloth armor. I then took all the profit I made and got myself a full set of cloth armor, so now a little bit more survivable. Bought some sharpening stones, and I turned those rusty weapons into tarnished ones. I'm doing this because it'll upgrade my poop weapons a little bit, and it will level up my blacksmithing skill a bit. I need 100-ish blacksmithing skill
to make some decent armor, and this will get me to 25 skill for relatively cheap. After I sold all the tarnished weapons, I bought all the instruments I would need, because I'm playing the Bard class, a musician. Then I logged off and tried coming back in a few hours later. Immediately put into a 2-hour queue. I gave up for the day. Level 4 Bard, LFG for EverQ. Day 2. Surprisingly no queue at 8 a.m. I guess lazy gamers sleeping in. I have 3 goals today. Let's do them. I killed a few random mobs in the common lands in North Row to get Ding level 5. This is the first goal. After that, I ran back to my home city, turned some more rusty weapons into tarnished, bought a leather tunic, and some shurikens, some throwing weapons. Took all my money. Now let's go to the continent of Fadewar. Level 5 was the goal because it's when bards get their run speed buff, Sebilis. I could have done this run earlier, but it would have taken a lot longer with the base run speed. Let's show my favorite spot from level 4 to 8 to 9-ish, Orc Hill. This is in the same zone as the treehouse city of Kelethin, where the Wood Elves live. North of Kelethin is an orc stronghold. They have a little foray into the forest to harass the locals nearby. I was lucky to find an open camp, and I made my own group. Goal number 2, first group. Only took like 5 minutes to make. This group would last a long time. We had a cleric for heals, a warrior for tanking, druid, monk, rogue, and myself. The shurikens were really useful. Bards have a special command called melody, so you have the option to manually play your songs 1 button press at a time, pressing the same 4 buttons over and over until you log off. You know, congratulations, you just earned carpal tunnel. So that's where the melody command comes in. 1 single button press and melody will automatically cycle your songs for you forever, so you don't have to screw up your wrist. But the problem with melody is my job is to pull mobs. Traditionally, you have to end your melody every single time, cast a different song to get aggro on the mob, to tag it, and then you can restart your melody over again. This is so many button presses to do over and over and over. It gets really tedious if you're playing for hours on end. So I found out that if I pull with a throwing weapon instead of a song, if I use those shurikens, I don't ever have to break melody. So I get to be lazy and press less buttons. My sanity is saved. This group was really solid. The warrior was doing their best job to hold aggro off of me, but the bard songs generate a lot of aggro in these low levels, and tanks struggle to rip it off. Cleric was on the ball with healing, the DPS were mowing through mobs, and I was just trying my best as a puller to always keep a mob in camp. That's how you maximize experience gain. The group should always be fighting, no breaks. These orcs also like to run at low health, they like to flee, which makes it difficult. You have to run after it and beat it down, and you never know where it's going to go. So I found out that if I brought another orc in before it got to that low health where it wanted to flee, it wouldn't flee, because it thought that it got help. It's a pain to chase down runners. Had a little excitement here. The first one, we had 5 mobs attacking us at once. That's usually a wipe, and many of them higher level than me. First mob goes down, and then everything starts beating on me. The bard songs can't shake aggro. The healers burn all their mana keeping me alive. 2 mobs left, and the healers are on empty. But the DPS powers through, and we survive solidly. Not long later, we had another close call. The healers again run out of mana. Everyone is getting low on health, and several mobs in camp. I pull one of them off the cleric and start kiting it in circles. I start running around in circles with it chasing me so that we take less damage. And DPS pulls through again. killing quick enough that the healing isn't even necessary. After a few hours, I get from level 5 to 9. One of the levels happening to be very important as a bard. We were starting to outlevel or kill, so the group took a break to sell real quick in Kelethin and then regroup in a better spot. I've never seen an area that was so buggy and broken.
Clan Crushbone is home to a colony of orcs settled directly north of the treehouse city of Kelethin. The orcs pose a constant threat to the elves of Fador. This camp is called Wall. It's right outside the castle with the chief of the orcs. Much higher level mobs here, and geez, the pathing was terrible. When the orcs would run, they would glitch into the wall so you couldn't hit them at all, and it only got worse as time went on. But not long later, ding, level 9. I killed my first legit named, called the Orc Warlord. It dropped some sweet bracers with strength and dexterity, and we killed them twice with this group. Then this part just sucked. So we had been going for a while solidly, and right when I'm bringing in one of my riskier pulls of the night, mobs hit the camp, and the tank along with his healer go ninja AFK. I'm getting crunched by these mobs. Our other healer, our backup healer, is struggling to keep me alive, but I can't face tank these, so I try to kite them around, run them around a bit. But then the healer rips aggro from how many heals he's thrown onto me. He takes a dirt nap. We don't have any heals anymore. I find the spot where I can kite the adds a bit while the rest of the group DPSs one mob down at a time, and the ninja AFK tank and his healer combo, they come back, but now is better than never. We're getting closer to finishing this fight, and the most broken pathing I've ever seen happens. The Oracle gets low health and flees directly into the wall, glitches inside, and then starts to fly in the air above the wall. This zone is known for bad pathing, but dang, I have never seen a flying orc before. Everyone survives except for that cleric. I'm sorry, bud. Ding level 10. Group goes for 30-ish more minutes, and the tank needs to call it. Group folds. I ran to the dwarf city of Caladim and did a little quest. I turned in 22 Crushbone belts, and they gave me about 0.5% of EXP per belt, so almost level 11 now. And as I was wrapping up for the day, this person named Varanthus gave me some banded chest and legs. That's what I was saving up for that 100 blacksmithing skill for, but thank you so much, man. It'll definitely boost my survivability. I took a break for a few hours and tried getting back in around late night. Hour and a half queue, the level 10 bard, LFG for EverQ. I thought that was it for the day, but I got in later, joined this group formed by a rogue at Wall again. Good idea on his part. If you play an unpopular class, a non-meta class like Wizard, Necro, Druid, or the least popular of them all, aka Rogue, make your own groups, because Lord knows no one's going to invite you. This part got a little exciting. So someone running out of the castle threw a level 19 named caster onto us, and we were no higher than level 11 to 12. We first took down the Legionnaire because it was easier to kill, and we got 2 more adds. Better to kill the easier mobs first, then move to the hardest, unless it's an extremely dangerous one. This one wasn't that bad except for the fact that it was max hitting our tank. Every swing was going for maximum damage. The tank eventually went down as the healers burned out, everyone was out of mana, our tank was dead, and we had 2 high con mobs attacking us. Crap. Now they're gonna kill me. DPS burned down the last ad, and I was gonna try a strategy. We have no mana right now, but if I can prolong the fight, we could get some mana back and then re-engage. So I run a little back and start trying to run in circles to kite the mob around, and the pathing is really bad here, so it works all right. And all I have to do is give the healers some time to get mana back. It'll be hard though, because this mob can cast on me. I can't just run away and avoid all the damage. It doesn't have to hit me to kill me. Except the druid says fight! Okay, that's what you want. Let's do it. And I guess I was beefier than the tank we had, the ranger. Those 2 pieces of banded armor matter that Viranthus gave me. And somehow the healers were able to manage on empty. We got the mob to flee at low health, and the fight was almost over. We just had to kill it before it fleed into its friends. I lulled the mobs ahead. At level 8, I got a song that allows me to lull. It allows me to lower the aggro radius. So I lulled the mobs ahead of us, just in case this fleeing mob runs into them, but it ran the opposite way, fortunately. And we killed it. So I was talking about bad pathing. This zone gets hilarious. We got overrun by ads and had to train out. Trains are EQ language for when people get so overwhelmed by mobs and they run away with this huge pack in tow behind them. It just creates absolute chaos for everyone in the way. Anyone who zones into Crushbone right here will just get instantly smoked. We got a few levels and tried to move to the highest camp of the zone, TR, or Throne Room. The first time we tried, we were careless. We kept pulling too many mobs at once. The problem is that it's really easy to pull the whole room at once by aggroing just one mob. Surprisingly, we cleared the room okay, and then now it's for the hardest part. Behind the throne is the highest level mobs of the zone, and I didn't realize how dangerous this would be. I slowly creep my way up. Bam! Orc pops out of nowhere. I jerk the mouse in fear. Jump scare. I found out a real guard spawns here and it's invisible half the time. You can't see it. No big deal though, we kill it. Now the top of the castle, Emperor Crush. I don't understand all 3 mobs right up there aggro me even though they shouldn't have been able to see me. I pull it back and it does not go well. We could have handled the 3 that came, but we cleared the room too slowly. So as we were doing this fight, we got a bunch of high-level repops in the room at the worst possible time. Healers burnt out of mana, and then we had to run. Train to zone in. This zone is terrible for trains because there's only one way in and one way out. So when you bring level 15 to level 20 mobs to a zone line with level 5 just prancing about, they get curb stomped. Sorry, guys. Attempt number 2. Throne Room, TR. Can we handle it? We clear the room, no problem. Now it's for the back room. I learned from my mistake not to rush back. I got the invisible royal guard, but when he attacks me, it accidentally aggroes everyone else in the top. So we have 5 high-level mobs coming at us. And nope, we can't do that. I just had to run. Throne Room is the 3rd try, the charm. This time we're doing it different. I have the group set up shop farther back because I don't want the high-level repops aggroing us if we're too slow, like what happened the first time around. This was the last goal I had for the day. So when I got level 8, I got the biggest tool in the Bard pulling kit. Kellen's Lugubrious Lament, lol. If I were to run up in this room, all 7 to 8 mobs would come after me because all of them have full awareness of what's going on. But when you cast lull on them, it lowers their awareness, their aggro radius. That way, I can safely pull just 1 to 2 mobs at a time. It's not foolproof though. If lull critically resists,
it will aggro. It will aggro everything in the room. So just cross your fingers, hope it doesn't. But the Bard Lol, as opposed to other classes with Lol, the Bard Lol has 2 sweet perks. It's mana free, unlike the other classes who can't. They have limited mana, and Lol can be cast around corners. I do not need direct line of sight of the mob to cast Lol on it. So slowly but surely, we clear the room 1 mob at a time. When I went to the top, I got lucky. I only aggroed 2 this time. The Invisible Guard and the hardest mob of the entire zone, Ambassador Divin. This guy is supposedly working on an alliance with the Orcs and the Dark Elves to take down Kelith and take down the Treehouse City. We took down Divin first because he hits like a truck. Then the Royal Guard was easy in comparison. Unfortunately, no special loot on him. So 3rd time was the charm. And not much later, we killed the other hardest mob in the zone, Emperor Crush. Crushbone was crushed. So what the heck is going on in this world? Where do we fit in? In the beginning, all that existed was void. But within the void existed an entity called the Nameless. It sent itself out and searched for anything different. Success. It found a pocket of space with the flow of time therein. When the Nameless stepped into this area, chaos ensued. Energies formed and collided. Planets, stars, and galaxies started to fill the vast emptiness. But this chaos needed order. So the Nameless created the gods of power, beings in control of the principal elements: earth, water, air, and fire. They would bring order to the energies of creation and destruction. But something was missing. The Nameless felt sorrow. So much had been made, but there was nothing to experience it. And so the gods of power were tasked once again. Lesser gods were born of them to control the subtleties of life, like nature, war, love, and hate. All in an effort to keep balance in the universe. Not long later, a lifeless planet was discovered by the goddess of dragons, Veeshan. She named it Norrath, as it would be a great foundation to watch over all that was in the universe. She scratched a deep scar into Norrath, depositing her brood in the icy lands of the south. And for years, the dragons ruled unopposed until other gods became aware of Norrath. A pact was created. The planet would be divided up between the lesser gods for the express purpose of keeping the Worm Queen Veeshan and her children in check. Each god would create a race of beings to keep a vigilant eye on the schemes of dragonkind, and thus new creatures populated the world. They matured. Villages evolved into cities. Cities engaged in war and conquest. Alliances formed and lost. And now is the age of turmoil. Elder races are reclaiming their lost former glory, and young races have matured enough to enter the fray. This is where our journey begins. Day 3. The server was taken down early in the morning, and when I tried logging in, the queue was gone. The company added more resources to the server. I've never seen that before. I did not know the population cap can go higher, so thank God. So, if you watched my last real video about EverQuest 2, the Kunark expansion, you heard at the very end that I didn't want to play anymore. I wanted to quit EverQuest. But I didn't share all the reasons why. I quit previous servers because it wasn't fun to be bullied by other players. So I contacted their guild leader to let them know that their member was trashing their reputation. They were being a jerk. You should kick them out. And the leader said, yeah, we know what they're doing. In fact, we want our members to bully people. I quit because someone in my own guild was bullying one of my friends. And when I challenged the bully, I got kicked from the guild for causing a ruckus. No lie though, I was pretty mean about it. I did earn that guild kick. I quit because the endgame was inaccessible. I don't want to stay up to 4 a.m. for 4 years to get my class's defining weapon, especially when I can get it in 2 to 3 weeks on a server that actually respects my time. I quit because the only way to get things done was to play by myself 99% of the time in a social MMO. It was boring. And after all this, I was about to quit for good. No more EQ. Then I grew up with this guy.
No, not pay to win.
Mr.
There's
Pay
nothing
to Win.
paid. There's nothing pay to win about anything that I have here.
Mr. Pay to Win Variety Void. He spent $630 just to buy the gear he's wearing here, and it'll be obsolete in a month. This is one of his only hobbies, so he splurges on the game. I get that. But he might as well have his wallet equipped as his primary weapon. Before this server, before Teek, I checked out his stream on Twitch. At the time, Variety Void was consistently one of the biggest EverQuest streamers, and for good reason. He's very responsive to chat. Most streamers I've checked out have selective attention for chat, or they'll never respond at all. You feel like you're getting ignored. And Variety, is different because he responds to nearly everything. It's great, and actually a curse for him because sometimes he'll read things he's not supposed to and get in trouble. But anyways, he's built this whole community of people that he plays with, and I got to team up with him one day, and it was exactly what I wanted out of this game. So when Teek swung around and we were thinking about playing there, hey, it's why I'm back. I want that experience, and that's why this Teek series exists. Variety Void.
There's nothing pay to win about anything that I have here. Pay to win, pay to win, pay to win.
Pay to win about it.
If you comment my promo code pay to win, you will get 25% off my course, Foundations of 13th Century Underwater Basket Weaving. Buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now. Comment pay to win.
Pay to win, 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 pay to win.
I have a video fully going into the lore of this zone. It will be linked in the description, but here it is in brief.
Centuries ago, Nicadius and his pregnant wife Jessa left Eredin to make a new life in Fadewar. During the journey, tragedy struck. Jessa had complications. She delivered a healthy baby girl, but died shortly after. Nicadius, in happiness and grief, named his daughter Jessa after his late wife. Nicadius finally made it to Fadewar. He established their home in the remote southern mountain range of the Butcher Block, known as Dagnor's Cauldron. He made a grave for his wife, and a gazebo was later built upon it. Nicadius named his home the Estate of Rest, home for the weary traveler. Years pass, and Jessa grows up to be a beautiful young woman, and she marries a dwarf from Caladim, Keel Ruxif. Their marriage was happy, and she soon became with child. All was going well except for one thing. Keel's brother, Garanal, hated his own brother and wanted Jessa for his own. One night when Keel was away, Garanal in envy murdered everyone in the mansion. The god Quellius, angered by this crime, cursed Garanal to forever haunt this mansion and killed him on the spot.
Which direction? Oh, here we go.
Right, towards the east.
Go through the maze.
East wall.
Yeah.
We find an open spot to set up camp at called Gazebo. This is a great spot for the low teens. You pull the yard trash. The group was a bunch of V Varieties friends, 2 bards, 1 monk, 2 druids, and an enchanter. A very optimal group. We had some issues with people on the other side of the yard pulling our mobs. We'd run out and have nothing to beat up on. So I did my best to make sure it wouldn't happen. I pulled everything in the yard and started to kite it around in circles so they couldn't take it. If they tagged off of me, they would train themselves. Our group would just tag 1 mob at a time off and beat it up. Peak pulling. You want to always keep a mob in camp. After doing this for like 20 minutes, something really bad happens. A pack breaks off and smacks V. Too many mobs. Fortunately, I was able to rip it back, but I screw up at one point and let the pack get too close. A ghoul in the back roots me, and then now I can't run away. So I take a dirt nap. I die. Then the group gets aggro by proxy on everything. They run for their lives. I get back in the zone. I run back. And not long later, a huge train happens. I get caught in it. I grab aggro, and 20 mobs are chasing me around the house. And then I get this message. I get this tell. Yo, I love your videos. Please stop trolling the damn zone. My bad, bro. I'm not trying to. I get to level 15 and it's huge. I can mez now. Mezzing is where you can perma-stun a mob so it can't attack. So you can take nightmare pulls of 5 or more mobs, mez the extras, and just worry about fighting 1 at a time. I excel at 2 things on Bard. I am great at pulling and I'm great at crowd control, and this is crowd control. A little later, I ding level 17, and I can now dual wield weapons and kick. I can use a weapon in both hands and kick them with my foot. We outleveled the yard mobs, so we desperately needed to move. We went inside the house to MR, main room. We found one that was semi-open, but a group tried to rush in and take it from us. They screwed up. So in rushing in, they trained themselves with too many mobs, and they had no means of crowd control. Too many mobs beating on them, healers run out of mana, they run, and it's our camp now. This happens a lot in open raids. One guild will rush in before they're ready and wipe, and the second guild just comes in and cleans up the trash. We cleaned up this room. Not long later, we would get cleaned up. One of the side rooms has a named ghost called Torklar Battlemaster. He hits really hard for our level. And right next to him was a red con skeleton, much higher level than us too. I tried to lull the skeleton, and it worked, but the skeleton was so close to Torklar that it didn't matter. Both of the hard-hitting mobs came when I aggroed them. But if it was just those 2 mobs, it would have been fine. We got 4 mobs coming. The skeleton picked up some buddies by running the wrong way, so we have 4 mobs in camp. I get shredded quick. I get everything locked down in a mez, but not for long. One of the mobs kept resisting mez after mez, and it was beating us up. The healers ran out of mana. V died. We tried to run when it was too late. So we run back, we're rushing to get back to the room before someone takes it from us, and just never-ending streams of mobs. We struggle to get past the front door. I keep 3 mezzed while the group beat them down one by one, and I use lull to safely break open the room. Not long later, we reclaimed the camp, but not without problems. We saw this guy running through our camp, and what do you know, pulling spawns that were ours. We want to pull our mobs, it's not going to be without a fight, and it turns into a straight DPS race. In this game, whoever does 51% of the damage gets the credit. They get the EXP and they get the loot. We win, but They were persistent. They saw the name Torklar and tried to pull it themselves. Torklar passed through our camp and we got aggro by proxy. So I decided to zone out to clear my aggro. And when I zoned back in, I got a huge smile on my face. Torklar brought a bunch of his buddies and trained the Killstealer group.
We're about to watch some suit. Oh, murder.
Get owned. This is what happens when
Yeah.
you kill steal from people.
Here, let me pull up my tiny violin real quick. I'm a bard.
And to add insult to injury, they almost killed Torklar, but we finished him off and got the loot. Boy, were they persistent. They tried even harder to take our mobs. I saw them poking around too much, and I had enough. They looked like they were going to pull a huge pack and train it on us. So let's talk about the rules. The game company doesn't recognize any camps, any spots like we're at right now. And it doesn't recognize kill stealing. You can take other people's mobs, it's fine. Whoever does more damage, they just win. No one gets in trouble. But it is bad manners in EverQuest. Doesn't get you in trouble with the company, but bad manners. But what will get you banned is intentionally training other people to kill them. Gave them a little warning and it got a bit heated in chat, telling me, okay, mom. It was just stupid. There's no need to fight other people for spawns in a 25-year-old video game. When zones get overcrowded and empty clone spawns that you can move into, they're called picks. You just go to another pick that's less populated, dude. Fortunately, they took my advice and left. In retrospect, I'm not mad. All the picks had high competition. They found a spot to camp near us, but it didn't have enough spawns to keep their EXP going. So they tried pulling stuff near us out of necessity. But I get it, but it's rude not to respect camps. And funnily enough, our morals would be tested the next day. Would we act like scumbags too? But not much more drama on day 3. We got our first legit named called the Lesser Blade Fiend. It's a really cool model. Dropped a pinata of loot like the server advertised. I ended the night hitting level 20 and buying a full set of chain banded armor. Oh, I forgot to mention that bonus experience started at this time, Memorial Day weekend. 50% more experience and 50% extra chance of rare spawns. We would see how awesome that is in action tomorrow. This is a secret call out. If you are still watching this far, this long, please comment the time. I really appreciate you sticking around for this long. You are a real fan. Day 4. We outleveled the main room camp and it was time to move. This group was extremely unoptimal. 2 bards, 3 druids, and an enchanter. It's really bad. One of the druids, though, is a recurring character, Wolfdar. He always seems to show up in whatever server I'm playing on. I always see the guy. I appreciate, though, that he's really good at his class. So we moved to the next floor up in the haunted house. This camp is called FP, or Fireplace. It took a good hour or 2 to find an open spot. Before this, there was one Fireplace camp that appeared to be open, but the group quickly came back. So we were thinking about bullying them out of the spot. We chose not to. We're not scumbags like those other guys. We respect camps. It would have been hard to. One of them was like, "Is that you, Iron Blaze? Oh my god, I'm a big fan. It's so cool to see you." And here I go, "Yeah, it's me. Now do me a favor, kid. Get out of the camp because I'm taking it." I can't do that to my fans. I'm not that evil. Anyways, we found a Fireplace camp that was open, and this was amazing experience. I went from level 20 to 29 so fast. And even better, the server bonuses from Memorial Day This camp has 4 spots where a named mob can spawn, and the names spawn almost every single time. First one we saw was the Ghoul Magus. It's a really easy room to split open. The next room is the most difficult to pull. It's called Bar Room. Like 6 to 7 mobs that spawn here. I got a critical lull resist and everything aggroed. 6 mobs coming after me. So as a bard, I can play 4 songs at a time. I can keep 4 songs rolling all at once. I was able to mez 4 of the 6 mobs, and then the group handled the other 2. You really need crowd control in this zone, or you will not make it. And thanks to Bearded, who was playing Enchanter, and myself, we easily handled the ads.
Okay, now I can do it.
Here's the third name mob we saw. It's at the very top of the mansion. This is a really cool trick that bards can do while pulling, something nobody else can really do. So I said earlier that lull works without line of sight. It's a cool quirk about that spell. But what about actually pulling the mob? So I start casting one of my damaging songs. So I do need line of sight to start casting it, but I don't need line of sight to finish casting it. So I hit this named with a damaging song while I'm safely around the corner. And this is really important because caster mobs will try to root you in place if they can see you. If they can't see you, they can't cast root on you. And getting rooted is what caused one of my deaths yesterday. It's no joke. So we took down this mob and it actually dropped the Pegasus cloak. It's a clicky levitate cloak that normally drops in South Corona, completely on the other side of the world. This random and bonus loot rule set the Teek has is just amazing. This was the last name that could spawn, the reanimated hand. It's a really cool model. Semi-hard room to pull, but not as bad as Bar Room. And by the time we left here, most of us got 4 to 5 pieces of gear upgraded. Just unheard of on traditional rule servers. You never get that much loot.
I would print so much. I wonder if we're going to have some of the same problems.
Here with the living.
The experience really slowed down in the late 20s, so we had to move again. I didn't want to go here. Castle Mistmoore is the stronghold of an ancient dark elf vampire, Mayong Mistmoore, and his throngs of followers. The castle itself has vast, maze-like corridors and secret areas hidden away from prying eyes. This zone scares the crap out of me. Easily one of the most dangerous places to pull ever. The mobs hit real hard, and they have huge aggro radii, so adds are plentiful. Each pull is like 3-4 mobs consistently. It's very easy for that to happen. And worst of all, some of the mobs can even mez and charm you. A bunch of casters here. Very dangerous place for a puller. We work our way up to the castle entrance camp. I think it's called CE. Now time to pull inside the castle. So there's 2 right inside, so I use lull to split them apart. I'm really milking that ability for bards to pull around corners. And this is exactly why.
Kyle said there's 221 in Tormax General. Damn, that's a lot of people. 221, okay, so let's minus the 100 for the Chinese.
I pull a Necromancer, and the first thing it does is cast a mez on me, so I'm unable to do anything. It fears Variety Void, and then it fears me. So we run like a bat out of hell away from the camp, right into an area where 5 to 6 hard-hitting mobs spawn. But thankfully, the spawns were down and we had an Enchanter. Enchanters are the MVP class of classic EverQuest. They can charm mobs to use as their own pet. Generally speaking, mobs hit harder than players do, and they have way more hit points than players do. And that makes charm pets the beefiest tanks and the best DPS in the entire game at this point.
Anyways, we came here for loot. We wanted name mobs and hadn't seen any. We moved into the castle entrance to see if we could get some. In the process, I get to level 32. It's a very big level because of Mana Song. Helps casters regenerate mana faster, so less downtime between pulls. Also, I forgot to mention this, but a few levels back, I got Charm for bards. I got a Charm Song and used it to great effect here. Took one of these hard-hitting mobs and used it to smack back at these Dark Elves. So Enchanter Charm lasts for like 10 to 20 minutes, and Bard Charm only lasts for 20-ish seconds. Not something you can really rely upon. It's just another option for crowd control. If you pull too many, you can use the extra mob as DPS instead of just keeping it mezzed. It's more efficient. You pull 2 at a time and charm one of them to help fight. This is exactly why I fear this zone. I breathe a little too close to a door and everything aggroes. I was able to get rezzed. I'm back in the fight. Bonus of bards is you don't use mana for almost all your abilities. So I immediately start mezzing the ads. The Enchanter Charm Pet dies from the beatdown. But somehow we come out of this fight okay. And this is another pull that just went nuts. 6 mobs in camp. Mezzes keep getting resisted. Too many mobs hitting on V. He purple clubs it. When you get so low on health, your health bar turns purple and you're one good hit away from dying. But again, we come out of it fine. Just close calls. After these groups with Variety Void and friends, I realized what this game does best. In an era where people are lonelier than ever, more isolated than ever, this game goes all in with forcing you to play with other people. And I love it. EverQuest is all about teaming up with others. It's all about the drama that happens when you got to work and talk with 5 other people to get something done. It scratches that loneliness itch a little. In its raw form, EverQuest is a mediocre game, but it becomes amazing when you play it with other people. But because EverQuest forced you to play with others, it was a double-edged sword. Amazing when you can play with others, but nigh unplayable when you can't. So WoW comes along 5 years later in 2004. It copied the best aspects of EQ, how fun it can be to play with others, but WoW fixed how bad EQ is to play alone. WoW was vastly more accessible than EQ for solo play. And I think that's why WoW became so much more successful in the long run. But over time, WoW and later MMOs leaned too much into that single player experience. So much so that the multiplayer aspect became a second thought, just tacked on. MMOs lost their soul, what separated them from every other genre. And players felt something was lost. I think a lot of people moved on because of that. MMOs forgot what made them so special. They're not supposed to be single player games that just happen to be online. It's supposed to be the other way around. So people still love and play EQ to this day because it's one of the only true MMOs left that goes all in on that amazing multiplayer experience. And we forget this now, but EverQuest was revolutionary at the time, 1999. It was one of the first Dungeons and Dragons type games that wasn't just text-based or done on pen and paper, all in your imagination, I'm saying. EQ was the first 3D D&D world that you could actually see. It was social media before social media. Being able to real-time chat with random people all over the world, yeah, that wasn't a thing really at the time.
So EQ offering that, it was just amazing. EQ was revolutionary, but it was rough around the edges. No one had ever made a game like this. So in many ways, WoW was just a more refined version of EQ. But let's get back to the game. Mistmoore wasn't giving us the name we wanted, and it was just too risky, so we decided to move, or I decided to move, and they came with me. An ancient ruined city located off of Inithul Swamp. Legend has it that Guck was once home to the trolls. The upper part of the city is fairly intact and home to numerous froglocks now. The lower section of the city is where the most ancient ruins can be found. Rumors persist of an undead legion of froglocks being built in the depths of the ruins. Lower Guck, home of the undead froglocks. Named galore here. We find an open camp and start tearing it up, except we were actually underleveled. Stuff hits even harder here than Mistmoore. It was unexpected, but much less casters, which is convenient. And in the process, I hit level 35.
Kunark, 2 stars only for 1 month. Yeah.
I get a new ability called tracking. I get a list of all the mobs that are up around me, and I can track them down where they are and get them. It was really late in the night though, so we didn't stay long, and we called it a night. Before I camped out, this other bard in the guild I will be joining was nice, and he gave me an upgrade at drum and guitar. I zoom around much faster now with that Selos bard speed, so thank you so much, Hayes. For days 5 and 6, I wasn't able to play much. I had a lot of real life responsibilities, but I got some stuff. Bare Necessities, who runs a channel largely about EQ2, was also trying out the server, and he was getting a bunch of loot in his own, and he threw me a bone. An upgrade at weapon, wrists, an illusion mask, and a nice pair of plate legs. Thank you so much, Bear. I had some time, so I leveled a bunch of low skills. I leveled my safe fall so I don't take as damage when I fell from heights. I leveled up sneak, hide, tracking, and swimming. Day 7. It has been exactly a week since Teek has launched. All the raid mobs have been killed. There's many people that are max level now, level 60, and I'm still level 35. It's time to make up for lost ground. This is the last day of bonus experience. I pick up again in Lower Guck. Pickup group, pug group, this time, that a druid formed, full of random people I don't know. And it's usually a crap show, but let's see how it turns out. We first grind out a bit at the lowest level camp called Bedroom. We were just waiting for everyone to show up. It was an enchanter, cleric, druid, paladin, myself as bard, and mage. Really solid makeup, actually. Once the last group member arrived, it was time to find a good camp. So we start clearing our way to lower areas. And I love dungeon crawls. We clear the bedroom and then move to the skellies. I'm generally pretty quick, so I threw out the first mez, and then the enchanter took over from that point on and threw out longer duration mezes. Great teamwork so far. For those who aren't familiar with EverQuest, enchanter and bards basically do the same role. They're both crowd control classes, they both charm, they both can mez, they both have mana regeneration buffs. The trade-off is that enchanters have longer duration versions of those spells, and bards have shorter duration, but it costs no mana. But it is a beautiful thing to watch when a bard and an enchanter in the same group and they are on the same page. It is a beautiful thing to play. Now time to take a shortcut. I throw on a levitate song and everyone safely falls down. It goes all well until a 1 bajillion extra mobs add on. We can handle that. Then a second bajillion adds. Come on. We cannot handle that. They're coming right at us, and we got to get the hell out of here. The paladin and I see it and scream, evac, evac, evacuate, get us out. And right in the nick of time, good job on the druid, casts evacuate, and gets us out of there, saves the wipe. Group got a little flustered, but I tried to reassure them. It's all fine. We already cleared the way, stuff's down, we just need to safely drop down. And the second try it worked. Whole group dropped down in the same spot and adds were kept minimal. We cleared the last trash in the way and made it to a spot called Safe Hall. This is a spot in the zone where there's no pathers that patrol through, there's no pathing mobs, so it's generally safe to sit here. We are almost at our final camp. I work on clearing the last part of the path. Some rough pulls here and there though. It's been a while since I've been in Guk. I've forgotten all the spawn locations, I've forgotten all the pulls, but I relearn quickly. And actually, that monster pull cleared the way. We made it to the final camp called Frenzy. Like I said, it was rough at first. The level discrepancy meant that I got more resists than usual, especially resists on my lulls and mezzes, but as I got levels, it got easier and easier. When you're under leveled compared to a mob, it's harder to land spells on them. And I started to remember how to pull this area well. This zone is like a giant maze with hidden walls everywhere, and it makes it hard to see what's on the other side. And it also doesn't help that all these frogs can proc a root when they melee hit you. Makes it kind of dangerous as a puller. But one of my group members, I swear they were magic. We hadn't seen a name mob at all in like an hour of being here. And not more than 5 seconds after they complain about it, bam, name mob spawns. I say, ask and ye shall receive. I pull the mob and ding, level 38. Had some fun moments, like this monster pull, 6 mobs in camp, and we're desperately trying to keep them mezzed. Go smooth though, that enchanter is on the ball. It's like watching a symphony when a bard and enchanter perfectly team up for crowd control. It's very unusual for pickup groups to handle stuff like this with ease. You never know who you get. And not long after, I had some bad luck. The named Frenzy Ghoul was up, and it went terribly wrong. Went to split the room with Lul, and it critically resisted. Everything aggroes and warps across the room before I could react. I get rooted and game over. Group was too far away to save me. I tried to mez, but I kept getting interrupted by bashes, and I took a dirt nap. But thankfully, we had a cleric in the group that could res me back. So we had 2 named Frenzy spawn, and both dropped bad loot, unfortunately. My death wasn't rewarded. After a while longer, ding, level 40. I am only 20 levels from being max. So close, but so far. The group was just chugging along smoothly. After maybe 3 hours, the group at Hamlord Camp was leaving, so we went to take the spot. It's the highest level camp in Guk, some of the best loot, and we made it there without any trouble. But the moment we get there, the group folds, and we had to reform. And still went okay with the new cast. So this camp is called Hamlord. It's called that because it's a combination of 3 names. The M in Hamlord is from the Ghoul Archmagus. It's behind this hidden wall, but near the camp. And across from the camp is this water tunnel you have to swim up. And there's the reanimated hands, so the HA in Hamlord. And then lastly, the Ghoul Lord, the end boss of the zone on his throne in the very back. I charmed one of his buddies to help DPS him down. The guy hits like a truck and had hit points like a truck too. I finished up the night getting level 42. Basically every mob here turned light and dark blue. It was time to start thinking about the next zone. started with everything being much higher level than me, being all redcon, and now I'm nearly out leveled in just a few hours later. And to cap off the night, the Memorial Day bonus experience ended while I was here. It's going to take a lot longer to get to level 60 now, but it's okay. EverQuest is best experienced as you're doing the journey to endgame. Endgame isn't all that great. The journey to endgame, that's EverQuest at its best. And boy, it was hard to find someone to replace me at midnight. Act 2. The Ruins of Kunark. Day 10. I only got so many more days off of work, and I need to power levels out. We're going to a new continent, the first expansion ever released for EverQuest. While Veeshan's dragon spawn were maturing in the icy south, the god of fear, Khazak-Thul, sought to create a dominion of his own on Norrath. The Shishar and the Ixar, Khazak-Thul deposited 2 races of intelligent serpents on the continent of Kunark, a vast land of varied climates and hostile beasts. The Shishar were the stronger of the 2. They dominated Kunark with an iron fist. They enslaved the Ixar along with other native life forms, using them for workers and even some cases, food. The Shishar were masters of warfare and masters of conquest, but they took a unique approach. Once an empire conquers continent, naturally they would sail the seas to conquer far-off lands, but not the Shishar. Instead, the Shishar discovered teleportation magics. This allowed them to create portals to divine planes wherein gods reside, invading those mystical realms. And one day, the Shishar simply vanished. In their absence, a huge power vacuum was left on Kunark. Over the next several centuries, the freed Ixar slaves migrated across the continent and formed many independent tribal states, but it wouldn't stay this way for long. Veneral Sathir was a young man of great ambition, a member of the Kunzar tribe from the jungles. Somehow, Veneral discovered necromancy from the long-gone Shishar, then used it to raise a huge army of undead. One by one, Veneral conquered all 5 Ixar tribes. He was later crowned as the first king of the Sebilisian Empire. The namesake Sebilis being the capital city deep within his home, the Kunzar jungle. The Ixar now dominated Kunark, just like their prior masters, the Shishar. Much time passed, and as Veneral neared old age, he got desperate to cheat death. He scoured for tomes on necromancy, made deals with evil gods, and as luck or misfortune would have it, he found a way. A ritual commenced that would make Veneral immortal, but before it could be completed, Ryle Sathir showed up, Veneral's son. Ryle could never be emperor if his father would never die, so Ryle thwarted the ritual and his father's soul got trapped away inside an amulet. Ryle promptly took over as the new emperor and resumed his father's conquest of Kunark to great success. After Ryle, there was nothing but a small cohort of dragons left, calling themselves the Ring of Scale. The Ixar were sure to finish them off soon, so the Ring of Scale dragons held an emergency meeting. They argued what should be done. A senior dragon known as Trakenon advocated for swift and violent action, but it was voted down by the timid majority. Despite this rejection, Trakenon foresaw the inevitable. Trakenon, along with a number of younger dragons, disobeyed. They took it upon themselves to solve the imminent Ixar invasion. They conjured a storm at sea that destroyed an Ixar fleet along with Emperor Ryle while he was still aboard his capital ship. This sparked a war that lasted decades. Ixar versus the Ring of Scale dragons. Ryle's son, Atrabe Sathir, took over as emperor, but unlike his father,
he was more interested in magics than sword. Atreib's experiments were critical to the war effort. He joined Dragon with an Ixar, creating the Sarnak, a race of intelligent foot soldiers. He also joined Dragon with Froglock, creating flying mounts for his armies, the Sokakar. These new abominations were effective. Fewer and fewer of Dragonkind survived Ixar onslaughts. In one last bout of desperation, the dragons threw everything they had at the Ixar, an aerial duel to the death. The Ixar Emperor on his flying Sokakar engaged Jalidar, the leader of the Ring of Scale. Both were incinerated by magic and fire. A field of bone was left in the wake, a graveyard that young Ixar visit to this very day. There was no clear victor. As the dragons retreated home, they saw an opportunity. They attacked the unguarded Imperial Palace, and all of the Emperor's hatchlings were destroyed. With no clear successor, the 5 Ixar tribes, once united, now broke apart in civil war. The various creatures that the Ixar enslaved now revolted in the cities. And the final blow came as Trakenon turned the surviving Ixar cities into ashes and ruins. The dragons, the Ring of Scale, had won. We arrived long after these events. The dragons are now reclusive in their home called Veeshan's Peak. The weakened Ixar are rebuilding from the ruins, and the other indigenous species of Kunark quarrel over their own patches of dirt. Kunark has just been discovered by exploring sailors. Outposts have formed, and adventurers from all over arrive, searching for wealth and power hidden within the ruins of Kunark. I start out with a pickup group in Carnor's Castle, once a major military establishment for the Ixar, but now home of an eternal Ixar vampire and his minions. Rimgruk invited me and then threw me the lead so I'd handle loot. He's this ogre shadow knight. Rimgruk reminds me a little of this guy called Rimmerock. He was this person I played with that loved to roleplay as an ogre. We cleared our way to LCY, Left Courtyard, the most popular camp of Carnor's Castle. This group kicked butt, mainly because this gnome, Rusty. He is the best enchanter I've played with so far. Guy was on the ball with mezzes. He was paying excellent attention to mez stuff fast and then refreshing the mezzes before they broke. I'm usually the best mezzer in 99% of my groups. This guy owned me, and he was doing all this while maintaining buffs and keeping up a beefy charm pet the whole time. The guy was busy. I helped him out by mezzing his pet when it broke so he wouldn't get insta-smoked. It's really hard to cast charm again to recharm your pet when you're getting smacked in the face as a robe wearer. This camp was loaded with name mobs. We were getting so much loot from the Pinata rule set. Some items were completely unexpected, like a nearly best in slot monk weapon called the Adamantite Club, 2 pieces for the monk epic that are horribly rare drops on normal servers. I got a piece for the bard epic that's probably tied for being the worst part to get, along with killing a certain raid boss. This rule set rocks. Makes epics so much more attainable for casuals. I'll get into that later. And this is one of the coolest named, Hangnail. Drops so much stuff. And this is why I prefer being the group leader, because it allows me to handle the loot differently. I prefer to give out loot as needed first and then greed. But it would actually cause a problem in the next group I'd have with Rimgruk. Despite how great this group was, unfortunate things happened too. When I'd run out of mobs in left courtyard, I would pull mobs from up the stairs and right courtyard too. A lot of doors in right courtyard. On this one pull, I got too close to one of the doors and aggroed the wrong mob. A caster landed root on me, I couldn't mez or charm to save my life, and 3 smoked me outside. Thankfully, I got a res.
Like I said, there's a lot of named here, a lot of loot up for grabs. That hangnail was hidden behind 3 mobs in a camp called Handroom upstairs. It's a popular spot to camp at, but if no one's there, then left courtyard has claim to it. I run back there and I see this guy trying to pull it. Good luck to him. I gotta rip aggro somehow, so I cast Mez on one of the hands. Mez should do it. Landed, but it didn't matter. The mobs had to path through our camp to get to him, so we scooped up all the mobs. But the guy tries his best to rip them back to his camp. Unfortunately for him, we got 2 crowd controllers, Bard and Enchanter. We can lock down anything in our camp. So I charm one so he can't take it, and Rusty mezzes the other. We got all 3. The guy tries to DPS race us, but you're not beating a monk and 2 charm pets. Sorry, too much DPS. So he tries to rip the one Rusty mezzed. He uses a ranger aggro spell, but then we swap what we're attacking to keep that mob too. The guy keeps looking at the mobs, but nothing he can do to steal him. He runs off in defeat. I'm not mad about it at all. He was a puller for a group that just moved into right courtyard next to us, and the reason people don't like that camp is there's only like 5 mobs to pull. The puller had to run around to find something, so I don't blame him. He didn't break any rules. So I left the group right around when I got level 45, right as we finish a named mob. Unfortunately, I would soon have to pay for how good this group was. I take a break for a while and log on later. The guild I signed up for before launch had a entrance requirement, level 45 minimum. I finally joined them. Faceless is one of the most notorious guilds in all of EverQuest. The leader, Zaid, you either hate him or you love him. He really likes to be the first at everything. Very competitive. First to max level, first to clear expansions. His guild had the first level 60s by day 3 or 4. Mind you, we're on day 10 now, and they had cleared all the raid mobs not long after. Rumor is that they can be pretty ruthless about it. I want to see if Faceless are as ruthless, if they are as evil as they're made out to be by the EQ community. But here I am, day 10, still level 45. I still got a ways to go to raid. I reserve face cams for very serious subjects. So no spoilers are intended, but this needs to be said now and not hours later when it's too late. Faceless was an awesome guild. I enjoyed most of my time there. It's a guild you might even consider joining after this movie, if you play EQ or want to play EQ, that is. But before you think about joining Faceless, you need to know that I found very inappropriate things being done by 2 members of that guild's senior leadership. Things so disturbing that I cannot talk about them in this movie because I want to keep it family friendly. So there will be a follow-up video and addendum to this movie that discusses what went so wrong that I chose to give a serious warning about it on a face cam. I don't do this. So sorry for the intermission, sorry for ruining the vibes. Let's get back to the movie. So the next grouping zone after Carnor's castle, I would need to get a key for. That was my mission. Fortunately, I didn't have to kill the mobs. You need a medallion from a Froglock Forager and Hunter. They're always up in the zone, and they drop a medallion every time. People were already killing those mobs outside, and I got a guildie to give me the spares he looted. Thank you, Sia. I ran to the bottom of the zone, turned in the 2 medallions, and I got the key. Not long after, I got an invite to the place that needed the key. It's hidden in this abandoned city deep in the jungle. You go underground in this tunnel and click on this red orb with your Trakanon's idol. Sebilis was the ancient capital of the Ixar Empire, founded long ago by Veneral Sathir. But after the late final battle in the Field of Bone, Trakanon destroyed the capital city and has since made it his home to revel in his victory. Now the city lies beneath its ruins in deep jungle. I zone in and meet up with my group. In this Kunark expansion, the grouping zones, they double down with the danger. All the level 50 zones, like this one, Sebilis, they zone you into a spot that has no way to immediately get out. You have to fight your way through tough mobs to exit. So you have to be really careful because it's easy to get trapped. We clear our way to a camp deep in the dungeon. We hit this locked door and our rogue picks us through. Bards can also pick locks too, but my skill isn't high enough to be able to do it yet. I'm trying to be as careful as I can pulling here. I'm very underleveled. Critical low resist and 2 frogs come. Both harm touch me. A Shadow Knight ability, a mega nuke. 43% of my health left. 2 hits. Damn. It goes fine though. We make it to the camp. It's called Crypt. Now, our first real challenge, the 2 Crypt Guardians. These are especially difficult because they're linked. One of the only mobs in early EQ where you can't split them apart. You pull one and the other will always come no matter what. Which is not that big of a deal, except they got a lot of health and they can heal it very good. They're both clerics that can use complete heal. So if you don't mez the friend, he'll constantly heal his buddy up to full every time. But we did mez the friend and took them both down. We move down and claim our spot. So why is this camp called Crypt? It's got 4 crypts to Ixar noblemen, 4 named, that can give great loot if they happen to spawn, like Baron Yosig. Drops so much good stuff. Remember how I said I'd have to pay for how good the Carnor's group was? It's now. Our DPS is so slow. We're getting terrible EXP here because we're just not killing fast enough. We're taking down 5 mobs in 30 minutes. And Carnor's, we were doing 30 in 30 minutes. But what's strange is there's no good reason why. This group shouldn't suck. We have an enchanter. Charm pets are the best DPS ever. It's broken. Rusty was like 80% of our DPS in Carnor's, but this enchanter isn't Rusty. Somehow in 40 plus levels of playing enchanter, this person didn't have a clue of how to play enchanter. You should never, ever, 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 ever melee as an enchanter. You're either casting something or you're sitting to get mana to cast something. They think they're helping by meleeing, but they're just hurting us. I'm the worst DPS in the group, and they're doing even worse than me. If they just charmed a mob, they'd easily be number 1 DPS. We'd be plowing through this camp. And secondly, by meleeing, this enchanter is not regenerating enough mana to do their number 1 job. Crowd control. You need to keep your mana high to mez, or the group risks wiping. The enchanter was one problem, but not the only problem. The shaman healer was the second issue. Generally, I keep pulling as long as the healer has mana, but since the shaman was consistently empty, I couldn't pull. No EXP. But why were they always low mana? Every other healer I'd been with had been fine. So there wasn't enough DPS going on, which was forcing the shaman to heal more. Not their fault. But they also didn't know how to play their role. As a healer, you need to be stingy with mana. The biggest issue is that they wasted mana by fully buffing everyone instead of just prioritizing buffs to only the most important ones. The shaman gave me 6 buffs that I don't need. And I'm just one group member. How much mana was wasted on everyone else? You're the healer. Save your mana so I can pull, or there'll be no EXP. Now, why am I making a point of all this? Is it to call these players out? No, absolutely not. Because I couldn't play Bard worth crap for the first 20 years of the game. I'm no better. I sucked worse than these people. We all have to start somewhere, you know, and it's sucking at the game. It's fine. But no, I'm calling this out for an important reason. You need to learn your class, or no one will ever want to group with you. This game gives you plenty of time. If you're clueless at level 20, it's fine. You're figuring it out. But if you've gotten to level 45, if you've been playing your class for at minimum 20 hours at this point, there's no excuse. And I say all this because it's not fun to play a powerful class impotently. Why would you? Spend 5 minutes to read how to play your class and you'll dominate. It's way more fun, I promise you. Like if this shaman looked up how to canny dance, it takes 2 minutes to figure it out. They would never run out of mana. Every class has quirks in this game that are really powerful. They're really fun once you learn how to abuse it. The time looking it up is definitely worth it. Alrighty, so the group went on longer than it should have, but it eventually did end. To wrap up the night, I went back to Carnor's and got a new group. Much better. Another shaman as a solo healer, but this guy knew how to play his class well. I had a little more pressure put on me because there was no enchanter, so I have to mez everything or we'll die, but I love it. We had 4 mobs in camp and I'm keeping 3 mez. We kill one and then get another ad. I decide to charm it. You know, we need the extra DPS, but I have to be stingy with charm because it's one of the few abilities bards have that cost mana. Bard mana regen is so bad, it takes like 6 minutes to get enough mana to just charm once. The charm broke early though, so I gave up. Fortunately, the DPS cleared out the rest quick. I ended the night getting to level 47, but it wouldn't be Carnor's without showing a train. This place is just as notorious for trains as Crushbone is. I think the group in the right courtyard got overwhelmed, and all I see are these huge Strollvargs running back and forth chasing them. I casted Bind Sight on one of them so I could see what was going on, and somehow they came out of it fine. I think they rooted the mobs in place as a form of crowd control. It works fine if you don't got Mez. Mez isn't the only form of crowd control in EverQuest. Roots and snares can work too. Not as good, but they work in a pinch. Day 11. You know when you cut your hair and it gets to that in-between growth period where it just looks terrible? That's what day 11 felt like to me. I logged in the afternoon and got invited to join a Sebilis group. I used my group invisibility song to sneak us to a camp called ABC. It's not as difficult as Crypt. It seems simple too. Like this first area is just 2 mobs. The tank was showing me the ropes of pulling this camp. I've never really pulled here. Fortunately, we had a good enchanter this time. But my luck would turn here. I ran out to this corridor on the left side, lulled one, tried to lull the second, and it resisted. Critical resist. Aggroed everything in the room. I open the door and get stunned before I can move. I run farther down, stunned again. Somehow make it back to camp, but I'm low health. Too fast for the healer to react. And worst part of it all, no res. I had to run all the way back. I don't know what it is, but finding a cleric or paladin is impossible. The only classes that have the ability to res right now. And I never see any looking for a group. I generally die to some stupid crap when I'm pulling an area for the first time, and there's never a reser in the group. Now, fortunately, there was a group nearby that had a cleric, but they wiped. So I got a res when they were recovering back to their spot. So the tank had enough of me and just said, screw it, I'm going to pull because you're too squishy. And that's what they did. The laziest I've gotten to be in a long time was a vacation. The pulls had no finesse because what can a warrior do? They have no abilities. But it didn't matter because the enchanter was pretty good on mezzing. I was getting really frustrated though with mez. So like I said, that in between hair growth period, I'm in this hell period for Bard.
The Mez song that I have only works on mobs that are up to level 45, and everything I've been fighting is higher level than 45. And so what? It's not that bad. Oh, but it is. You see, mezzing is the reason I'm brought into groups for, and I can't do it. I keep going to camps where I'm useless, and when it does get fixed, level 53, I am 6 levels away from getting a mez that I need right now. I am hating this period. It just sucks. I can't play my class. And Bard is not the only class this happens to. A lot of these design issues with classes, they don't get resolved until 2 expansions later. Doesn't help me now, though. So why is this camp called ABC? Name mobs. There's 4 named that can spawn here. We never saw the Froglock Armor, but the first pop was the Froglock Bartender. Armorer, Bartender, and lastly Chef. ABC. Not bad loot, though. The 4th named is Froggy, but the camp is not named after him. ABCF is not catchy. It's just not as good. Just ABC. After that first death I had, the warrior taking over pulls, it went alright. Ended up getting to level 48. And the group ended after the warrior got too tired. Later in the day, I decided to level up some skills. I went to Solisec's Eye, this lower level dungeon with goblins and gnomes, and I saw a power level crew unabashedly monopolizing the zone. Nice. I went to this area that has a trap. I equipped my lockpick and I spammed clicking on it. Leveled up my disarm trap skill. I don't need the skill yet, though. Then I finished up my night by skilling up my lockpicking skill. Got to 200 skill so I could pick all the doors in Sebilis. Day 12. This is the highest level dungeon of Kunark. During the reign of the Ixar on Kunark, the Sarnak were created by mixing part Ixar and part dragon to create a shock troop for the Empire. But after the Ixar's defeat, the enslaved Sarnak were freed. They formed a stronghold deep within the burning woods. Their power now rivals that of their creators. I got invited to this group at the entrance to Chardock. I had to sneak my way there, but it went okay. Grouping with Rimgruk again. He's a pretty good tank. No enchanter, so all crowd control was on me. Still in that suck period. Let's try to get to 53 as fast as we can. Game is going to get its stripes in, though, before I get the new mez. We were killing a caster, but went too slow. It fears the tank, and then it gated. It teleported itself back to its spawn point. Tank ran by 2-3 mobs when feared, and has to pull them back to camp. The caster regen back to 33% health, then it pulls a buddy on its way back. No big deal, though, because I choose to charm it, and the ads were low enough level to mez. That was the story of the night, trying to make it through with our wits' end. Not long later, ding 49. Our tank Rimgruk got upset about something though. We got this really nice earring to drop, and when I grouped with him in Carnor's, I think he got this expectation that all groups, this is what they do, that all groups, they distribute loot by need first. That's how I prefer to do it, but that's not the norm.
Most pickup groups do not care if you need something. They just greed roll everything. They do not care if it's an upgrade for you. Rimgruk got upset that he didn't get the earring upgrade and wanted to leave. He made a big fuss. Fortunately, he stayed longer than the threats he made. I get the frustration, but it's just how it is, man. Because this group, I didn't make it because I got invited in, it's their rules. You gotta make the group yourself or play with friends if you want to handle loot differently than the norm. Rimgruk left and some other people too, but we continued on. It was an unusual setup though. So druids at this point, they can animal charm and necros can charm undead. So we had 2 druids and 1 necro. We had 3 charm pets. One of the charm pets was constantly dropping, breaking early, but 3 pets nonetheless. And at one point it was 4. I pull 1 mob, but a repop spawns, so 2 come. I can't mez the other one, so I charm it. And we had 4 charm pets beating on 1 mob all at the same time. It got curb stomped. But my charm only lasts 1 minute, so I wasn't enjoyed very long. And a while later, this happened. Ding, level 50. 10 more levels to go to max level. 3 away from getting the new mez. I stayed to get a little bit into 50, but that was it for the night. Got an enchanter to replace me. Day 13. Now that I'm level 50, it is time to do a quest really quick. I ran to the Over There outpost, the outpost for Evil Alliance on Kunark, and there's this skeleton foreman. Simple quest in theory. All you do is you hand it a jade, something that costs 3 plats, pretty cheap, and the foreman will give you a hammer that all classes can equip. And the hammer is very nice. It procs a teleport to the boats nearby. It's a very quick way to get to Kunark. Very nice for classes that have no means of fast travel. But it's not that simple. The guy requires a specific faction. You have to be very high in the specific faction. We've been killing a lot of mobs on that faction in Carnor's castle. So I didn't have the faction to do the turn-in. So what I did instead is I charmed him. A charm pet has high faction towards its owner, and with that I was able to hand over the jade and he gave me the hammer. Charm broke shortly after and I skedaddled out before I got wrecked. Because of the mezzing issues, I wanted to find a group again at the Chardock entrance camp. At least there I can kind of mez, you know? Ran over there and got invited to a group. Actually had 3 guildies in it. Everyone played really well. I took over pulling from the monk. No objections, of course. People don't like to pull an EQ because it's the most effort job in the group, but I love it. The power you have. You are responsible for all the EXP people get. You set the pace. Thankfully, this group had both an enchanter and a reser. The tank was one of those rare paladins with the ability to res. If I die, someone can bring me back, and if I can't mez something, the enchanter can. Solves all my problems. Not long after getting here, I saw the first named ever at this camp. Watch Sergeant Riz. I charmed the Chokodai to help out DPS while the enchanter kept the ad mezzed. We took it down, and it dropped a lot of junk loot. Next spawn cycle, we had another named, Captain Dizu, Captain Diuz, I don't even know how to say it. I had some really bad luck with it low. Right as I go to pull it, someone trains all this crap right near him. There's nothing I can do to save this. I can't mez this crap. Can't lull it before they see the captain and add on. We're screwed. 4 ads and the named are coming. The enchanter throws out an AoE mez, but it's very short lasting. He needs to land a long mez on everything to lock it down fully. As we're dealing with the nightmare here, there's more mobs at the door, desperate to jump in. And worst of all, the enchanter's pet breaks right now.
he's getting trashed by his hasted pet that I can't mez. He gets his pet under control while the swarm of ads are about to break free of the AoE mez in 5 seconds, and there's little I can do to help. So I decide to charm one. That's the only thing I can do right now because of the level 51 cap on it. I send it at the named to help kill it quicker. Then it's basically over. The healer runs out of mana and the enchanter runs out of mana. No heals, no mez, we're done for. As I'm trying to flee, I got dotted several times and die just short of the exit. Man, trains are so dangerous, but thankfully there was res. Not long later was another person training through our area. Could have pulled 5-6 mobs on us. It just sucks when people are careless like this. You have to go through our camp, but please don't screw us over like that. After that, the rest of the night was smooth sailing, fortunately. In fact, one of the funnest groups I've had in a while. I get to 51, 2 levels away from the new mez, and this level is nice because I get a new song. It's Bard Speed combined with Invisibility and Levitate all in one. So it's going to be a lot faster and safer to get around the world. Now the fun part. I did some recon ahead and found an open spot. The group wanted to go farther for higher level mobs, better EXP, and the enchanter said they can mez it, so dungeon crawl time. I love dungeon crawls, but I have to be really careful though. These mobs are going to hit harder and harder the farther we go. I need to be on point with splitting pulls with Lul. We get through the front door and hold here while I pull along the way. I get a little overzealous pulling this first bridge. I didn't see one of the Chokodai dogs and ended up pulling 3. Fortunately, the enchanter took care of it. We moved a little further and started clearing the bridge. Really easy to split these apart. One of the reasons I love that we got a shaman in this group is shrink. After I'm shrunk 2 times, I can run up to a wall and kind of see what's on the other side. Wall hacks, if you will. By default, the gnome race is so small that it has this ability. Completely legit feature of EQ. We clear the 4 mobs on the bridge and move up to another tunnel. This part I had to be really on guard. First redcon of the night. Could pull 3 here if I'm not careful, but it goes all well though. The redcon was really chunking our tank's health, but the shaman did a great job on getting us through. After several mobs later in the tunnel, we reach a major crossroads point of the zone, a major bridge. I do some recon and see there's a named patrolling it. Let's go get the named. I split these 2 spawns, we take them out quick, and now the named. This eyeball thing, I bought this clicky singing steel helm that summons the eyeballs, and I can use them to do some quick recon without grabbing aggro. I'm going to use it to get targets that I can safely lull from a distance without direct line of sight around the corner. The Bard toolkit is just amazing. We take one out and now there's just the named and a trash mob. I charm the ad and I use it to help beat down the named, the bridge keeper. And what do you know, the enchanter charm breaks right on cue. We got a lower level pet so I can mez it when needed though, much better. The named though was super beefy and was chunking the tank's health. It took a lot of mana to get him down.
After these mobs, we basically made it to the camp, but unfortunately everyone had to leave soon, so we decided to just grind it out until time is up. The shaman screwed up and fell into the pit below, and it got real fun. Accidentally aggroed another named, and these are all high level. So I charmed one out to help DPS, but unfortunately the enchanter lost their pet, died from taking too much damage. So we lost a lot of DPS, but the monks we had somewhat made up for it. Took down the named, and it dropped some okay loot. We killed a few mobs after that, but that was basically it for the night. It was a lot of fun to traverse this dungeon. Chardock is one of the best zones for dungeon crawls. To wrap up the night, a guildie called Avalon, he had some spare raid gear that dropped for him, and he sent it to me. A nice pair of pants and a helm. So thank you so much, Avalon. I love how plentiful loot is here on Teek. The next few days I didn't play, just real life responsibility, and I got heat exhaustion from mowing during the summer. Day 18. I wasn't able to group this day, so I was going to knock out some other tasks. I ran myself to Kesora. Very underused zone. Nobody goes here. And there's a reason why. Man, this zone is dangerous. You follow your way down, level by level, step by step. And as you go deeper down, there's a bunch of undead. My invisibility song won't work on undead, so I had to be super careful not to aggro them. I almost got into a lot of trouble right here. I couldn't back up any further, and this guy should have aggroed me, but I landed Lul just in time. Lowered his aggro radius. I get to the last drop down, and thankfully there's a guy there. I think there's like 4 to 5 mobs that spawn down here where I want to drop, and it would have been a nightmare to get past it. Once down, I team up with his paladin. We're going to camp a rare spawn. This room can be a little dangerous. There's this high elf enchanter that repops every 5 minutes-ish. She'll charm you if you're not careful. Huge aggro radius too. Right as we're taking her out, the placeholder for the name spawns. We take it out, and now to wait. Second pop, second chance, and Zalgaz pops, the name we want. Very lucky. This guy can take a long time to pop. It's this Sarnak Necromancer with a unique model. Wasn't too bad. I played some magic resist to limit its damage, help us resist some of its spells. We took it out, and it dropped 6 fangs. I picked up 1. That was part 1 of the quest. I actually expected it to be the worst part, but I was wrong. This was. I run to the Lake of Ill Omen and get myself into the Sarnak port. I team up with this Ixar shaman trying to spawn the same name mob as me. We're just killing every Sarnak we see. It used to be that this name would only spawn on the throne, but fortunately devs patched it so that the name can pop off any Sarnak killed here. It only took about 30 minutes for Zalgaz to spawn. This named 3 to 4 hours. Oh. It was so long that the shaman gave up. He got exhausted. And what really sucked? The name popped 2 to 3 minutes after he left. I see him up on track. My heart starts racing. I rush to get him. Crap! I see a box crew. One guy playing multiple characters himself. The guy's trying to beat me there. Run, 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 run. I have waited hours for him. I am not losing it now. Fortunately, the boxer runs the other way. I start the fight despite the ad present. I throw every dot I got on it, but it replies in force. It loads up 2 heavy dots on me, and I'm losing health faster than it. I gotta figure out something fast. I charm the named and throw it on the ad, the recruit. I need to handle this extra.
I'm getting real low on health now. I try to run away up the stairs, but I get another 2 ads accidentally. I gotta run or I'll die. Crap, the box crew is right outside watching me. If I fail, they're definitely gonna mop this up. The hours I've spent will be wasted. So I try a trick. I run as far as I can. Maybe if I get far enough away, I can leash the ads. Not gonna work, so I run back. I refresh charm. I cannot let the boxers win. I got 1 minute on charm. Time to run. The boxer smells blood in the water and tries to strike, but it can't take the name while I have it charmed. I gotta fight far away or they could easily beat me in a DPS race. Charm breaks early. Crap. I change up songs to melee fight it. Now, fortunately, I don't think anyone could rip aggro off of me because I got low health. Mobs preferentially attack people with low health to finish them off. It chased me all the way here. I get so lucky. I resist a dot that would have finished me off. I mez the named and then recharm it. I can't fight it here or someone will swoop in and beat me. So I still gotta run. I finally get far enough away. I don't have to worry about competition. I can take this fight at my own pace. I play the 2 hit point regen songs I have while I keep the mob incapacitated with charm. Shoot! A 3-boxer just found me. Nowhere you can frickin' go without attracting attention. I think they knew me though. They said hi and fortunately ran away. So I decide to run even farther away. Surely there's somewhere in the zone where no one will bother me. Maybe? I'm gonna try a different strategy now. This guy's a caster. It ate me alive with the dots that he put on me. I'm not gonna win this in a toe-to-toe fight. So I load up Snare, that'll slow its run speed. I load Fear, Hit Point Regen, and Haste. An old bard trick for fighting casters. Charm breaks, it's go time. Snare lands, Fear lands, and it's over. Now it's slowly running away. I can beat it up, and it can't attack me back. This is where Bard songbook knowledge pays off. Casters in this game are extremely dangerous, much more dangerous than even the melee mobs. But if they're running away in fear, they can't cast on you. As long as I got room for it to run, nothing should go wrong. This doesn't work well in dense indoor zones, but it's very effective in sparse outdoor zones. Much, much safer. Not long after, I get my prize. The spear. The Jade Chokodai prod. Okay, so I got the 2 necessary pieces. The Zalgoz Fang and the Jade Chokodai prod. I run to the Swamp of No Hope. There's this cool froglock city above the swamp water. I find this named frog called Dugraz. I hail him. He tells me he doesn't want to go back. He was the Dugraz, the head slave for an Ixar necromancer. Right before he was about to be sacrificed, he made a move. He had more freedom of movement as a head slave, and he waited for one of his masters to sleep, stole their keys, and made an escape. Made his way here while still holding on to a key. He asked for a favor. He's taken up learning necromancy like his master and needs the 2 weapons I acquired to craft a spell. I hand them over and he gives me a key for one of my favorite grouping zones. It's called the Howling Stones within the crevasse of the over there. Unfortunately, I never got the opportunity to use the zone because it requires a key that's kind of difficult to get. Many people don't even bother. Now that I got that out of the way, I still couldn't group, so I figured I would try to camp an item I need. I ran back to the Lake of Ill Omen, and I started killing specific placeholders in this field. The named I want can spawn if you kill any 4 or 5 of the regular mobs roaming here. So I got him to spawn several times, but he didn't drop the item I wanted. Trying to get the Sarnak Courier. This guy drops a ring that's a clicky animal-only invisibility. It's a really weird clicky. but it's worth 10 Chrono right now. So what is Chrono, by the way? It's something we haven't gotten to this point yet. It's a very important thing you know about. Chrono is this game's way of trading real money for game money. Chrono costs about $18 a pop. You can redeem the coin for 30 days of playtime or trade it to other players for in-game money. So one of these rings goes for 10 Chrono, like $180 of real world money. Almost nothing is sold for more money than this ring right now. So why does it cost so much? One, it's a pain to get this name to spawn. You gotta constantly run around and farm all these placeholders. And reason number two, it's an extremely rare drop. But it's really, really sought after by bards and enchanters. I got to have it. I ended the day with drama and no luck. I got a courier to spawn, and I get there right as another bard sees it too. Time to make enemies. We DPS race. I beat him, and he's not happy. You know I got that one. That was rude. No, you're rude. I've spent hours running around killing droves of placeholders to get this one name to spawn. I'm not letting you steal it from me. I don't care if your feelings are hurt. If you want this item so bad, you should farm it yourself. It's not fun. Day 19. It felt like I shouldn't have played this day. I started the day by getting invited to an entrance group in Chardock. Decent players. We get a named to spawn really early. It drops some alright stuff. Not long after, a huge train happens. You have to go through our camp to get to deeper parts of the dungeon, and a lot of people will just rush on by with a huge pack of mobs in tow. There's a bunch of mobs you have to clear before you even get to us. So if any of us in the group just get a tiny bit too close to the train, everything will aggro us. This camp is a lot more dangerous than I originally knew about. I mez the first two coming, but everything else starts running over. I can't mez at all. Fortunately, we had an enchanter. They have AoE mez, unlike bards. So he locked down this mess. I charmed something to help kill quicker too. And we get through it fine. Someone just wanted us to have some extra EXP. It's one way to look at it. If the group could handle that, I mean, we were strong enough to fight the harder mobs deeper in. Better EXP. So I start leading them the way through the dungeon. Another dungeon crawl. I love these. Got some named along the way. The Observer Act 2's Rough Pull. I charmed the dark blue, sent it on the named, and mez the light blue. It went fine. Then this was the second named, the Bridgekeeper. Guy hits like a truck. Nothing super noteworthy on loot or I'd call it out. Most of the group had to leave very soon after this name mob, so we just kept dungeon crawling until it was time. The end got hectic for sure though. We had two higher level mobs that the enchanter was struggling to mez, and at the worst time, his charm pet that was hasted broke. Enchanter is dying quick. I charm his pet to stop it from beating on him, but it's too late. Low hit point aggro, everything starts attacking him, and the enchanter takes a dirt nap. We got 4 mobs that I can't mez. One of them roaming free, hitting everyone. I asked for someone to root it. Shaman does. If you can't mez, Root is the next best thing. Now we only have to worry about one. And after that, we mop it up, our cleric reses the enchanter back, and that was the end of this group. I log out for a few hours and come back later in the night. I formed this group myself, and it goes terrible. I didn't record what started this train, but I can tell you what started this train. It was a troll. The enchanter I invited into the group runs 20 minutes to get to us in Chardock. Shortly after, someone running through ran by us with a huge train in tow. The mobs all bunched up at the door, which, no big deal. We didn't have aggro until Mr. Enchanter finally shows up. First thing he decides to do is charm a mob right in the middle of the train. So of course it aggroes everything. He wipes himself and then half of the group. Then he quits out. Runs 20 minutes to kill the group and then leaves. It's been a while since I've seen something that stupid. Oh, and the hard knocks keep coming. There was a huge train hiding on the other side of the door, unbeknownst to me. I go to pull, and an even bigger train aggroes onto us. 20 plus mobs. I didn't think the group had any aggro, so I just ran into the train to take a death. It's better I sacrifice myself than the whole group wipes. And fortunately, it worked. None of them had aggro. So I get res back and almost get smoked immediately. Low hit point aggro, but the monks do a good job of ripping the aggro off of me. You see the Skelly has a shield, some rare drop, so they really want it, but how badly do they want it? I look around and it's bad. The cleric is tapped after rezzing me, and 2 unmezzable Skellies are walking right near us. I tried to lull one, but it resists. It didn't matter. The Skellies got too close and aggro us, and we have to run again. So 3 trains so far. You know what else? The lag was real bad the whole time. The 2 times I zoned out, I crashed, along with half the group. This is the game frozen when I'm trying to log back in. Chat servers were really delayed too. A good minute before what you typed out got sent. But after an hour or 2 of this fiasco, the group finally gets its legs. We have Dread on Cleric. He's one of the guys in Variety Void's community, and he does a great job. We get a good enchanter too, Diamante, fan of the channel. They make what we're about to do possible. I get to level 52 at the entrance, and we decide to move for harder mobs. Bring back the dungeon crawl. The group smoothly moves down the tunnels, clearing mob by mob. These guys were coordinating very, very well for a pickup group, and we end up killing 2 named before we call it for a night. Day 20. This was the best group I've had so far in Chardock. I start a group late at night, and these guys just crush it like I haven't seen before. The monk and mage we had in this group were doing double damage my group last night just did. The enchanter charm pet we had was just icing on the cake. Almost didn't need it. I could tell quickly this group had that it factor. So we immediately started to dungeon crawl to higher level mobs, the better EXP. We go all the way to the deepest depths of Chardock. This is where you go to power out those last few levels in Kunark. The best EXP is here. Very difficult though, because this is the limits of what even an enchanter can mez. Enchanters have higher caps than bards do, and this stresses them. This name was too high level, so the group swaps target onto the name, we focus on it. Enchanter mezzes the Skelly, we take down the named, and it drops a crazy 15 plus charisma piercer. I've never seen that much of a stat on an item from this era of EverQuest. I win it, and I make it my new primary weapon. I think the charisma stat makes lulls more likely to land,
and maybe it makes charms last longer. I don't know. They might have changed the stats, but it's definitely a good stat for a bard or an enchanter to have. Anyways, we were killing at a perfect pace for the repops, so we just stayed in this area for the whole time. Found out that it's actually a camp. Not sure what it's called though. One guy said Soggy Slave Camp. It's maybe called Foreman because that's the name nearby. I really don't know. You just sit on the other side of this pond. Most mobs will swim through the water to get to you. We got a second named, took it out, and it dropped this cure disease earring that shaman and clerics can use. Pretty cool. This was the silliest pull of the night. I grabbed the skelly and float over the moat back to the camp, and the skelly slowly makes his way and bam, warps from one side of the moat to the other. He did not want to swim. As we kill it, ding, 53. Huge, 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 teeny, huge level. Why? I can finally mez again. Thank God. My new mez works on mobs up to level 55. I have struggled these last 9 days to do my most critical job, and it's finally over. I can now go to any grouping zone and handle it myself. I don't need to beg the one enchanter that exists on the entire server to join my group, or we can't do anything that's medium plus difficulty. I can handle it myself now. And this just reminded me of how critical EverQuest's 4th role is. So every MMO after EverQuest, they simplified the class system. All it is a trinity. A tank, heals, and DPS. That's most MMOs. EverQuest is unique because it has a 4th role, a role I've said many times. Crowd control. It's a very unique spice to EverQuest that is absent from newer MMOs. Very fun, and arguably the most important role out of the 4. More important than a tank, more important than a healer, more important than DPS. I think crowd control is the biggest limiter of groups. DPS are a dime a dozen, healers slightly less so, and tanks can always find 1 or 2. But crowd control, a bard or enchanter who can competently mez, almost none looking for a group. Hardest role to find. A good crowd controller can put the group on their back and carry them the whole way. Backpacks a group. Let's go. Day 21. So yesterday, I can finally mez again. Yay! Yeah, just kidding. I make a Chardock group again, and we go to the highest level camp in the zone. The best EXP spot in Kunark. And this stuff is so high level that the new mez I just got can't mez half the stuff here. I can mez again, yay! Oh, it gets really hairy here. We were racing another group to get to this open camp. Really high competition. It is the best EXP. We rush in and got more than we bargained for. 4 hard-hitting mobs, 2 that I cannot mez. Cleric is burning mana to keep everyone alive. We killed the first unmezable, and now we're in the clear. I can keep the other 2 locked down. We got the camp. And it was perfect timing too. The other group rushing here was just right around the corner. We beat them to the spot. But this camp was just too challenging, to be honest. The repops were quicker than we could handle. The cleric's mana was always low. And the enchanter and I couldn't mez half the mobs. Many of the mobs were level 56. Just 1 level over what we could mez, the cap we have on our mezes. The warrior died here because we got 2 level 56 mobs and we couldn't mez the second. Warrior took too much damage too quickly and the cleric couldn't handle it. So what is this camp called? So this is Overseer Dalgur, and this is Underboss Myliki. This camp is called Over Under. The best EXP camp tied with the nearby Kennels camp for Kunark era. Makes you earn that EXP though. The mobs hit like trucks here, and you need a level 54 enchanter minimum. That's the level enchanters get a new mez that goes for mobs level 56 and up. Bards never get a mez that goes that high for a while. Nothing spectacular dropped off of these names though, but I was hoping for a halfling illusion mask. That's what normally drops off them on regular servers, but on this Loot Pinata server, it could be one of several things. This camp was just so rough. I got a critical lull resist trying to split a bunch of unmezzables. I decided to take a death outside of camp so the group wouldn't wipe. Sometimes that's just what you gotta do as a bard. It's the one big advantage monks have over bards. Monks are the other most common class asked to pull. Monks can drop aggro with feign death. Bards don't have anything like that, so you just have to eat the death. It'll change eventually, but not for a long, long time. This was the worst part of the night. The group ended up folding because of one tiny mistake. We take down the named overseer and go to pull the next mob. Solo mob by itself. Perfect. Right as the next mob gets to camp, charm break. The enchanter's pet is loose. It's no big deal. Both myself and the enchanter can mez it. It is within our caps. I mez it twice, and the charm pet instantly breaks both times. It's hasted, so it swings its weapons faster, does a lot more damage, and smokes the enchanter in 5 seconds flat. Too fast for the cleric to really react. The cleric rips aggro on both mobs, the one in camp that I pulled and the charm pet. He gets smoked in 17 seconds. We're screwed. Enchanter's dead, our healer's dead, and we can't stop a hasted charm pet. Then repops happen. It's over. We're done. I run around, but death is inevitable. I could have survived by running up the tunnel out of here, but by doing that, I would have trained a group camping nearby, and that is bannable if I did that. I tried to position where I would die just to be right outside of their camp, far enough not to train them, but close enough for them to drag my corpse, because I saw that they had a cleric. They could res me back. Unfortunately, despite the wipe, we all get res back not much later. So after action report. What went wrong? It was the cleric's fault. The cleric forgot to do one teeny tiny thing, and it wiped the group. If you ever plan on grouping in Chardock, listen up. This is the most important detail about grouping here. These Chokodai dogs, when the Chokodai dogs hit you, they can proc a little small dot called rabies. It does 1 damage every tick, and it lasts for 2 hours. You get hit with the rabies dot so much that healers generally don't bother to cure it. 1 damage really doesn't matter when you got, 2,000 hit points? Except for when it does. You see, the charm pet, it got hit with the rabies dot while it was fighting dogs. And when I tried to mez the charm pet when it broke, the mez failed multiple times. You see, if you damage a mez mob, instantly breaks every time. The mez kept getting broken because of the 1 point of rabies damage. There is nothing I could have done to stop this wipe. So listen up. If you are playing healer in Chardock, this is not Optional. If the charm pet gets hit with rabies, you have to cure it every single time. Because charm will break, and then nobody can mez the pet. Pet goes loose and it beats everyone up. A teeny tiny mistake that wiped the group. It ended our night. Day 22, didn't play. Day 23. It's like this game punishes you with a bad group one day, and then gives you an amazing group the next. It's like karma. I got invited to a bridge group. I perfected pulling here. So the group would kill one mob, and I'd immediately pull the next. I made a mez melody to be lazy, so while the group would kill one mob, I kept the second perma-mezzed until they were ready. The group never stopped swinging their weapons. Peak pulling is to always keep a mob at camp. This new mez just makes it so easy. I did this over and over. A few minutes later, ding, 54. 54 gives me a really powerful song. It's a AoE slow and snare, slows the run speed of mobs and slows their attack speed. Really nice for power leveling alts if you're into that. This is the only name we saw at this camp, the Bridge Keeper. Seen him several times so far. And he dropped an OP item this round. The Fungi Tunic. The single best twink item in the entire game. It makes a low-level character almost unkillable, but I didn't win it. Normally, this item drops in deep Sebilis, but the random loot, hey, it can drop here in Chardock too. We killed the name 2-3 more times, but nothing remarkable loot-wise. This group went incredibly smooth for an hour or two. I was surprised because druids are typically the least favored healer. You'd prefer a shaman or a cleric over a druid, but druids can do really well in Chardock with their animal charm. The Chokodai dogs do great damage, and the healers were doing fine because there was 3 of them. We had all of it, a cleric, druid, and a shaman. But unfortunately, the group would be cut short after this. We're going along as usual, and then this horde of mobs starts coming across the bridge. 4 extra mobs in camp. I can mez it, but that's my limit. 4 mezzes at once. But then even more come. I tell the druid to evac. We're not going to win this. Druid casts evacuate, gets us out, but not before the tank dies. It's really hard to survive when you're getting hit by 15 mobs all at once. Someone trained us. I didn't see anybody run by. They were probably invis. But looking back at the footage, the mobs were aggroed onto this guy called Benzo. There's not many rules on live EQ, but this is one of them. Zone disruption is bannable. Bringing trains onto groups of players and killing them, not allowed. This literally ended our group and got someone killed who shouldn't have died. Now, will anyone get in trouble? No. Trains happen a lot by accident. Accidents rarely get ban hammers, but if you can prove intentional training, 100%, they will get banned. But training people, it's just a rude thing to do regardless. I could have trained this group yesterday to save my life, but I didn't because it's rude to screw over 6 other people just to save yourself. Don't ruin their night just because you don't want to die. I take a break for a few hours and come back later. Got invited to a new group, and they let me pick the camp. The bridge camp was great, but the mobs could be higher level, so we would get better EXP. Over under is the best EXP, but I can't mez it safely. So I chose the foreman camp. It's perfect. Highest level mobs I can safely mez. I lead the group there, and what do you know? The name was up. We take it out, and it drops another OP item. The Fungi Tunic, and now the Fungi Staff. Drops off the same mob in Deep Sebilis, the Myconid Spore King. The Fungi Staff is a instant clicky buff with a huge HP regen on it. usable by all classes before the post-nerf version comes in, which is limited. I didn't win it either. Sad. This group was smoking mobs. Druid Charm Pet, Enchanter Charm Pet, and then Monk DPS just wrecked this camp. I was safely able to mez everything that came. The only problem we had was mana. Somehow, with Enchanter Clarity and Bard Mana Song, the 2 mana regen buffs you have in the game right now, the 2 healers just couldn't keep their mana up. I don't know how. I had to deliberately slow down pulling because the healing just couldn't keep up. But it was still better EXP than anywhere else we could have gone. I didn't know there was 2 named spawns at this camp. I thought there was just 1. It was really late at night, and the healer had 1 more mob left in him. And what do you know? The second named mob spawns, the Ixar Trustee. I pull it across the moat, and we bury it. Nothing super exceptional in loot, though. Day 24. I formed 2 groups this day, both at the Foreman camp in Chardock. First group in the morning went just okay. I got a bit frustrated at points because the tank was taking too much initiative. They were pulling mobs when I didn't want them to, but fortunately, it never hurt the group. You know, no harm, no foul. I'm just so used to the opposite. Most tanks I've seen, they're too slow to start the fight. A mob will be mezzed and camp for ages, and they're in no rush to attack it. But not this guy, not him. He was looking for a fight. I'm not sure what's better. But anyways, I got to level 55. It's the next biggest level after getting the new mez. Remember that I can only play 4 songs at a time, so 55 is big because it's when bards get their first combined hit point and mana regen song. I used to have to play 2 songs to do that, now it's just 1. So it opens up more options on what to play. So right now I'm usually doing a run speed buff, snare slow song on mobs, HP mana regen, and then a damage shield plus resist song. Anyways, this group ends after a few hours, and I log back in later. Same camp, new players. This was simultaneously one of the better groups I've had and one of the worst groups I've had in a long time of playing EverQuest. Let's break it down. What went good? I finally learned how to make the perfect group for this camp. It's all about the healer you pick. I found out that 1 healer isn't enough. The group puts out good DPS, but we have to take frequent breaks because the healer is always starved of mana. They just can't keep up. EXP slows down. So what about groups with 2 healers? In the morning group, it was a cleric and a shaman. Healing wasn't the problem anymore. They could keep up, but DPS couldn't keep up. We just weren't putting out enough damage. The fights were taking too long. EXP slowed down. This afternoon group, I finally hit jackpot. The perfect composition. I don't like this class, but I had to pick them. Druid. Ugh. So you pick a main healer, whatever, cleric or shaman, and choose a druid healer to back them up. Why? This is one of the best zones ever to play druid in. They can animal charm the Chokodai dogs for amazing DPS. So in this particular group, the 2 healers we had, they never struggled with mana, and with 2 charm pets, the druid and the enchanter were charming. We were killing fast. This was the fastest I pulled this camp. The EXP sped up incredibly. This is the first time in 50 something levels I actually want a druid in my group. heresy. And this group just kicked butt. So what went wrong? So wrong, I called it the worst group in a long time of playing EverQuest. That degree of wrong. I didn't record this part because I didn't think it was important at the time, but this is what happened. Our monk DPSer had to leave, so he got this necromancer to replace him. You know, people leave every hour, and someone comes to replace them. It's no big deal. Except, this camp is not easy to get to. It's deep down, and there's a bunch of live and undead mobs in the way that see through all forms of invisibility. It's just a general nightmare to get to. But if anyone should have been able to make it alone, it should have been a necro. They got both regular and undead invis, and even feign death. Just invis down as far as you can, and worst case, you grab aggro, feign death outside of camp. It'll drop aggro. It's no big deal. But for whatever reason, the necro doesn't do that. A chicken. I have to go get them. So I lull all the stuff in the way, and we get to the hallway right outside of camp. The lull wears off, and I aggro everything in the way. But it's fine. I cleared a path for them to run through. The necro can finally get to the camp. So I train this crap just right outside of our camp, and I tell the group, let me die. I can get rezzed back after all this smorgasbord of mobs clears up. One person doesn't follow my instruction. They cast a spell on the train. Whole group wipes. And to add insult to injury, the path that I cleared for the necro, they run the completely wrong way. I had work early the next day. I wanted to get 8 hours of sleep for once, you know? Asking for so much. I was 5 minutes from the next level and being able to log off content for the night. I'm not going to bed on time now. And I'm now an hour from the next level. If the necro got their butt to camp, if one person just let me die, none of this would have happened. I am screaming mad. This footage is the aftermath. So 30 minutes of running later, everyone finally gets back to Chardock. I want to be done. So I try to push the group through a shortcut. If you fall down this pit, you can just skip past all this trash mobs at the entrance. You don't have to clear it. It's just a short run away from the camp. What do you know? Half the group doesn't follow me down. They get caught in a train and wipe again. The group was over. So this footage is me doing my best to recover the bodies of myself and the tank. I'm 15% from the next level. With the res, I'll go back to 5%. I gotta get the bodies. You know, if I can do this, the necro was being a complete wuss. I get to the hallway outside of camp. I can see my body, but I have to lull these two skellies because they'll see through my invis. I lull them around the corner, grab my body, now to get the tanks. On the way, I grab aggro. Crap. I pick up the tank's body and run for my life. I got a huge strain building behind me. I run around the circle but get lost, and I go the wrong direction. How do I get out of here? I cannot die again. I look at the map. There's a way. I run through the bank and hide up on this ledge. Maybe I'm far enough. They won't chase. It works. Whew. That's one part. Now, how the heck am I supposed to get to the entrance? I run back through the bank, and if I can survive this hallway, I'm home free. And what do you know? There's a cleric waiting up the tunnel. Thank you, practicing. So I got a 90% res for myself and the tank. Done. It's late, but I'm so close to the next level. Some guildies start killing mobs in the zone over, and I join just for a bit. Just 5% more. How much longer could it take? What could happen? While killing one mob, the group lets a wandering redcon worm aggro on. I charm the weaker mob and use it as a charm pet to help. It gets eaten alive by the worm. Fast forward, a second redcom worm is pathing to us. Move! 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 We can handle one of them, but not two. Tank, healer, and I run out of the way. But why isn't the rogue moving? What are you doing, dude? Move! The second he steps away from the computer to help his wife, rogue aggro's the second worm. Rogue comes back right before he gets smoked and brings the second worm to camp and aggro's onto us. Crap. Rogue gets instantly melted. It's go time. And it's a worst case scenario. These mobs summon. The harder mobs in the game will summon you back to them so you can't run away. The rogue, tank, and cleric all die. I run for my life. I can't die after all the crap I've been through. I want to get 2% more experience and then log the hell off so I can sleep. Is that so much to ask? Unfortunately, it was this group that saved my life. I ran too close and they caught aggro. It gave me enough time to run away, but I accidentally wiped them. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry to them if you're watching, but we helped them get res back, so not all that bad. And exactly 2 hours after I should have gotten level 56, I finally get level 56. I'm going to bed. What happened this day is a teachable moment. I'm going to tell you exactly how to go from an average EQ player to an elite one, and how to do that immediately. There is only one difference between the two. It's not how well they play their classes. It's not how fast they can press buttons. It's not how great their gear is. The one thing that separates an average player from an elite one is how well they pay attention. All the difficulty in these past few groups is 100% caused by a failure to pay attention. If the cleric paid attention to keep the charm pet cured of rabies, this wipe wouldn't have happened. If the group today followed my instruction to let me die, don't aggro the train, this wipe wouldn't have happened. If the rogue moved out of the way before the second worm got close, our group and the group I ran by, those wipes wouldn't have happened. EverQuest is not a hard game per se. The basic mechanics aren't that difficult to pick up. Most classes just press 1 to 2 buttons during an entire fight. The real difficulty of EQ is how it doesn't ask, it demands your attention. Too many people go on autopilot playing this game and then start making small mistakes. EverQuest brutally punishes mistakes. If you want to be an elite player, it doesn't take skill. It just takes attention. That's the single biggest difference between a noob and a pro. Do with that what you will. But this is 100% of why I play Bard so good. It's not that I'm skilled or I have some super fast reaction speed. It's not that at all. I'm not even that great. I just pay really good attention to what my group is doing and where the mobs are nearby. That's all I do. That's my secret formula. Steal it and make millions, why don't you? I wish you luck. Day 25. I started off the day by buying a lot of stuff. An upgrade at the arms slot. A second arm slot item. It had a clicky buff for better night vision. And the most expensive of all, I sent 2200 to the guild jewel crafter to get some resist gear for raiding. A lot of raid mobs have nasty AoEs, and these resist jewelry, it helps a lot. I logged on later to join an off-night sky raid, but changed my mind quickly. A guy who gave me some of the gear I'm wearing here, he invited me to group with him in Chardock, Avalon/Sia. I need the EXP bad, so I ditched the raid. I tried to convince him to go to Foreman. We get 90% of the way there to the camp, but I didn't see there was this shrunk down box crew holding it down. And I'm actually glad. The plan B was better. Outside of Bridge, there's also this spot called Korukhrust Court. There's like 5 named mobs that can spawn here versus just the 2 that are in Foreman. I've never tried this spot because it terrified me. There's 13 mobs in this room that are all tightly bunched up. Many of them are over level 55. I can't mez them. I'm just one critical lull resist from pulling everything and wiping the group. Even though I couldn't mez a lot of it, Avalon could on his enchanter. They can mez higher level stuff than a bard can. They also charmed this beast dragoon pet. It was just shredding through mobs. Great EXP. 2.5 hours later, I get to level 57. But anyways, Avalon said something that blew my mind. Avalon was 4-boxing here, playing 4 characters himself. And he told me just how profitable it can be. He was casually telling me that the gear he gave me through the mail, chump change. He told me if a funky tunic dropped here, he would buy me a full set of tower gear. First week or 2 of the server, he levels up quick and starts farming in the Plane of Hate, where he got the gear he sent me. He was selling high value gear from there. I forget the number, but he said he was earning something like 30 Krono a day. 30 Krono a day. For reference, a Krono costs $18 a pop. 30 of them a day, that's $540 a day playing a 25-year-old video game. Here I am with 5 Chrono that took me half a year to earn on EverQuest 2's Farsoon server, but unfortunately we never got a funky tunic to drop, so no free gear for me. Day 26. No enchanters online, so I had to pick a camp I could mez everything. Formed a group and got to Foreman again. Perfect composition. The Druid Charm did so much DPS, and they helped support the main healer, so mana wasn't a limitation. And this time, I learned. I specifically sought out a mage. At level 55, magicians get an ability called Call the Hero, Koth. They can summon people in the same zone to where they're at. I'm not going to risk the group wiping again, because a scaredy cat necro can't get to the camp. So you want 2 healers. One of them needs to be a druid, and you need a Koth mage. I don't think you can improve on this group meta in this spot. This group was killing even faster than past ones. So fast, actually, that we outpaced the respawns. I struggled to find mobs. This is the first group I've made here that's done that. Amazing. But the real MVP of this group was the tank. Their name was Apet. I ranted about how you need to pay attention if you want to be an elite player. This guy was paying attention, and it made a huge difference. So what did he do right? One word: pacing. Some tanks rush pulls when they need to wait. I'm the puller, it's my job. I'll bring the mobs when it's ready, when it's time. If you want to take my job, you're going to wipe the group. Then you get the other side. Tanks who are too slow. The next mob will be in camp, mezzed, 5 feet away, but they got no idea where to find it. And then when they finally do find it, they do their taxes before they break the mez. You're slowing down EXP. Pick up the pace. This tank wasn't rushing pulls, and he wasn't waiting an eternity to break my mez. He started the next fight at the right time, every time. He was playing perfect. And it was all because he was paying attention. And you don't have to be the most skilled tank to be great. This guy was just doing 2 things each fight and rocking it. He casted his aggro spell and turned on auto attack. That's it. And you know what? He got rewarded. This time a name spawned. It dropped the fungi staff. Tank won it. he earned it. But I got 60% into the level and I had to call it a night. Got some people to replace me. Day 27 didn't play. Day 28. I form a group and we head down to Foreman again. The enchanter got on my nerves. They were rushing ahead of me because they were trying to get the best pet possible. But they were doing it kind of carelessly. It risked them pulling a whole bunch of unwanted ads. One bad accidental pull and they could wipe the group. It was annoying at the time, but I tolerated it. Now, this was where I was ready to kick them out of the group. They found this shrunk down dragoon and they grabbed it as a charm pet. One of the best charm pets you can get, actually. There was a problem though. Because it was shrunk, it wouldn't path right. It wouldn't get up on the ledge on the ground. Instead, it would warp underground and nobody could cast mez on it or recharm it when it broke. So after 5 minutes of trying to get this thing above water, I asked the enchanter to just get rid of it, man. The extra DPS is not worth the headache it's causing, and let alone the danger of a bad charm break. They chose not to listen. One last try to get the pet above water, and they aggro 3 mobs I did not want pulled. And our healer was low mana. I am furious at this point. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill us? It was touch and go for a while, but I stepped up big time on mezzes. Healers were able to manage what the ads handled. Fortunately for the enchanter, they got their pet to go above ground right when my patience ended. If they didn't, they're going to be the first person I kicked out of a group in years. But then I found out I made a worse mistake. When I invited the druid we have, I fat fingered the button press. I accidentally invited him to a raid instead of the group. And I thought it was no big deal. I just put him in our group and we should get normal EXP, right? Wrong. Nobody noticed this, including me, until 30 minutes later. We were getting a fourth of the EXP we should have because of one wrong button press. We were a 6-man raid according to the game, not a 6-man group. So I'm the noob now. Ugh. I caught the mistake. We reformed as a group, not a raid, and the EXP went way faster. The game does give you experience for killing stuff in a raid, but it's like a 1/4 to a 1/10 of the EXP. It was a pretty bad mistake. After getting several named with OK loot, I get to level 58. Only 2 more to go. But it was getting late. Before I logged off, the guy who gave me the instruments I'm using also sent me the final jigsaw. He gave me an upgrade at chest slot. So I now have a completed look. This is the planar raid gear set from Plane of Hate. Perfect. So thank you, Hayes. I appreciate that. And I think he changed his name to Echo and then back. I don't know. Day 29 didn't play. Day 30. Teek has been open for a full month now, but a patch came in this day that changed the meta. EverQuest is notorious for having long downtimes between fights. The mana regen takes forever, even with buffs. On modern EQ, the devs implemented a quality of life feature called OOC regen, out of combat regen. If you've been out of combat for a while and you're sitting, you regen all your resources back at an enhanced rate. Without it, it's like 15 minutes to full mana. With it, you can go from 0 to full in like 3 minutes. Normally, this feature isn't enabled, it isn't unlocked until 4 to 5 expansions in the future. It's active now on Teek. That's what the patch did. This makes casters so much better. Generally, you opt for melee DPS because they put out more consistent damage because mana isn't their limitation. This patch might change that. Caster might be as consistent as melee DPS now. Still remains to be seen. So what happened on Teek after 30 days? The guild I'm in, Faceless, are in farm mode. They got the first 5 to 6 groups of players up to max level, and they cleared all the first raid spawns. The next closest guild was Relentless Insomnia, our enemy. They won a few raid fights after Faceless stopped caring around week 3. It was hard for Relentless to win when Faceless has like 700 players on a server with 4,000 to 5,000. No guild is remotely as big as us. But back to the scheduled programming. I couldn't find any Enchanters LFG, so I couldn't go for any of the more challenging camps. I had to play it safe again with the level 55 Mez cap. I started another group of foremen. At first, it was an all-caster group, except for the Paladin tank and I. It was great damage from the mage we had and Druid Charm. I was doing my pro pulling by always keeping a mob in camp. While the group fought one, I brought in another and kept it Mez until the tank swapped over. Got a few named, but nothing great dropped. 2 hours later, ding 59. At this point, though, the Pally tank and Koth mage had to leave. As I tried to get the replacements, I blocked 3 people. I was desperately trying to find another mage who could call the hero. It's really hard to get replacements down here without it. So there were 2 mages who were looking for a group who could replace the guy we had. Perfect. I asked the first mage, "You want to join Great EXP?" And they say, "Sure, I'll be right there." 2 to 3 minutes later, "You know what? Never mind." Okay. Whatever. I'll send a tell to mage number 2. "Hey, do you want to join us in Chardock Foreman?" "Sure, I'm on the way." 2 3 minutes later, "Nah, I don't wanna." And I asked them, "You sure there's few camps better than this one?" "Yeah, I'm sure." What the hell is happening? How am I gonna get people down here? So I see an Enchanter LFG. Not as good, but hey, we could try for a harder camp, right? And I ask, "Hey, do you want to join us at Chardock Foreman?" "Sure, I'll be there." 2 3 minutes later, "I got a better offer. Thanks anyways." I am ticked off now. If you don't want to join the group, just frickin' say so. It wouldn't have bothered me if they just said no at the start. Cool, that's fine. But it's so rude to say, yeah, I'll join you. And then, nah, last minute. You lose like 20 IQ points when you get angry, but I had enough to know this. People who are flaky like this, you can never count on them. I don't want them in any group I make. I blocked all 3. Thankfully, the tank was easy to replace. The mage got someone to come in. An SK replaced the pally, and a monk replaced the mage. Melee focus group now. Was the patch as big of a deal as I made it out to be? I'm not sure. The melee group killed about as fast, if not a little faster than the casters. Maybe it's just skill, because the tank was doing a good job of picking up the pace. He was breaking my mez and starting the next fight at the perfect time every time. EXP went a little faster. And after being here 5 to 6 hours, I'll let this speak for itself. Ding 6-0. Max level, baby. Woo! 30 days after launch. 4 days and 17 hours of play time. Max level. About time. And there's still so much to do. Day 32. I need 2 things minimum to raid. Let's get them today. To get access to the end raid zone of Kunark, I need to get a key. I'm looking for these medallions that drop in various Kunark zones. I already got 2 of them from grouping in Carnors and Chardock, but now to get the last 7. I start out in the swamp of no hope. Around the middle of the zone is an area near the swamp water where a medallion can spawn, a ground spawn. This part sucks. So once every 18-ish minutes, a ground spawn will pop in a random location around here. Only 4 people will get this medallion every hour. High competition. I tried it the previous day, but it was just too many people. I didn't have a chance. But this day, this is early in the morning. There's only 3 or 4 other people trying to get it right now. So you got to start running around early before the timer's up to look for it to pop on the ground. First spawn, I miss out on, but after about 40-ish minutes, bam, got it. 6 medallions left. Next step, I go back to Kesora. This zone is so dangerous. Man, it's hard to get through all these undead, but I find a way. Another ground spawn item. Up on the 2nd floor of this library area, it'll spawn every 20-ish minutes. Fortunately, there was much less competition here. I was the only one here for this particular spawn, but then 2 people moved in right after I was done.
Still a lot better than Swamp of No Hope. 5 medallions left. Next, I went to the Lake of Ill Omen, and I learned just how great it is to play on a random loot server. I swam down to the middle of the lake, near this underwater ruins, and I found these aqua goblin corpses on the ground next to 2 people farming. One of the bodies had a drop I needed, so 4 medallions left. I teamed up with this monk and killed the Bloodgill Marauder. I think it's a 30-ish minute respawn. Drops a ton of medallions. Combed through it, and it had 3 of the 4 medallions I needed. The last one is a trade I can do. I go to Warslick's Woods on the coastline and sneak behind this hostile Ixar. I give him this staff that dropped a bunch in Chardock. Every group I'd see like 5 to 10 of these drop. I forgot to record the hand in, but I got it. 9 out of 9 medallions. So what am I actually doing? And what's so great about this server? I'm working on the Veeshan's Peak key, the end raid zone of Kunark. The medallion is a 3-part quest. If you watched my last EQ2 video, the Ixar tribe names would be familiar. You get the Jarsath, Kailong, and Obulus tribe medallions. Once those 3 medallions are whole, you then combine it with a Fang from a raid boss and you're done. It'll be another day before I can fully complete this quest with that Fang. So what's so great about Teek? Normally, this quest would take 8 to 10 hours on a regular server. You have to kill rare spawn after rare spawn that are on long respawn timers in most zones across the continent. On Teek, with random loot, you're going to get some medallions just as a consequence of grouping in places like Chardock, Carnors, Sebilis, etc. It drops off of trash mobs. You don't need to seek out the rare names that are in far off corners. So that, in itself, is a huge improvement, but it gets even better. The Aqua Goblin in Lake of Ill Omen can drop 7 out of 9 medallions. Normally, you'd have to run to 7 different zones to get all those medallions, but they can all drop off of one mob here because of the special server rule set. And the last 2 medallions are kind of a pain in the butt because they're a ground spawn only. But on a normal server, this quest takes 8 to 10 hours. On Teek, 1 to 2 hours. Huge difference. The next thing I did was sell a bunch of junk that had accumulated in my bank. I made a decent amount of money, but I screwed up so bad here. I calculated that if I sold this rare shaman spell for the going price, I could have bought 3 illusion masks. I hit up some guildies who were looking to buy it, and I give them a discount, of course, but not this much. I meant to sell it for 12,000, not 1,200. But I bet I made this guy's day. Oh well, easy come, easy go. Still one more thing to do before raids. I need an instant clicky item because a lot of the raid mobs dispel. They'll rip off all your important buffs if you don't protect them. I killed some shadowed men until I got a piercer from one of them. Now, fortunately, this ring is a lot easier to get than what happened on P99, where I spent hours.
Kalmic, I hope you're watching,
You did me one of the biggest favors ever, man. The biggest thing he did, there's a few placeholders on this camp, and the most common one is a regular Cyclops, and they're just so beefy. Kalmik was a mage. He brought his DPS to help me kill these Cyclops in like 1 to 2 minutes. So what? If I had to kill them by myself, it would have taken 5 times as long. It would have really dragged out the camp. So Kalmik helping me out was huge. And Kalmik didn't just do this once, he didn't do it twice. 5 hours straight. Kalmik helped me kill the placeholder that spawned every 6 minutes for 5 hours straight. I cannot stress how much of a pain in the it had to be for him to do that. And that was one of the kindest things I've ever experienced playing EverQuest for over a decade. 5 hours later, the Ancient Cyclops finally spawned for me. I got the Ring of the Ancients. Part 1 of the quest. Since it's tradable on Teek and drops off of a lot of level 20 to 30-ish named, it's pretty cheap. I bought it for 1,000 plat and pulled some extra money out of the bank. I headed down to the Rave Mountains. I had to help kill placeholders every 5 minutes to get the named I wanted to spawn, but we had one of the worst pops happen. Brother Zephyl is a monk epic quest mob that takes some serious firepower to take down. A lot of monks will try to farm this guy because you can skip a huge amount of work for their epic quest, but the problem is that if nobody can kill him, if nobody does, he can stay up from anywhere from 4 hours to minimum 35 minutes. That's going to really slow down getting the item I need. Fortunately, there's a 12 boxer who swung by in the zone and took out Zephyl. Now to wait for the next placeholder. 40 minutes later, I'm just killing some hill giants for extra money and to pass the time. Then bam, Haston Bootstrutter spawns. I give him the Shadowman Piercer, the Ancient Cyclops Ring, and 325 plat. Journeyman's Boots, an item that has an instant clicky run speed buff. Just what I need to raid. After killing a few hill giants, I made just enough money to combine with what I had in the bank to get this. I saw a guy selling the Ixar illusion mask for 4,500, which is normally going for 8,000 right now. Half off. Bought it with a discount and everything I had. Heck yeah, I'm ready for raid night. Day 33. Tonight is my first raid on Teek, but before that, we're going to start off the day right. I go back to Lake of Ill Omen. I use my AoEs to kill a huge pack. I got it! Woo! The Goblin Gazugi Ring. Man, it took forever to get this. Unfortunately, I'm max level, so I really won't need to use it yet. I needed it for XPing in a group or soloing, but it's one of the most valuable items for bards and enchanters. It's a way to instantly break charm on command. Let's queue up the counter. How many couriers did it take to kill? Man. I just had to stay for one more courier spawn to see if it's back to back. No luck. Dang. They go for anywhere from 5 to 10 chrono. Very, very profitable. Fast forward to nighttime. This is the turnout. Wow. So this guild, Faceless, is the biggest one on the server. I think there's like 700 members, and the server can now go up to 5,000 players. So many people show up for raids that they have to 5 split it. They separate all these people into 5 separate raids to face the instanced raid content. 5 times the loot. Before I go too far, having all these people rendered on my screen, it caused a lot of lag. So many times I will turn off character models for better performance. But everyone is still there. You can see their names. I'm not by myself, I promise. I'm not that crazy. My very first target was Fadedar. He's this very small water dragon that protects the oceans between the old world and Kunark. He does an AoE fear and fire nuke. You gotta burn him down quick with DPS before the healers run out of mana. This raid night shocked me. These raid fights are going so fast that there's little tension I can build here. It's surgical in precision. I'm not used to this. Fadedar died in 2 minutes flat. Next fight, we go to Skyfire Mountains. Talendor, the red dragon. He also does an AoE fear and fire nuke. Same fight, we kill him even faster. 1 minute flat. These fights are going so fast, I don't even know what to say. They're supposed to be challenging. But anyways, with the random loot, many of the dragons will drop Trachanon teeth. I got one, and that was the last piece I needed to finish the Veeshan's Peak key. Great. Next target, Dreadlands. The white dragon. Gornair. One of the hardest fights of this era. It has an AoE fear, it does an AoE nuke, it's a cleric so it can complete heal itself, you have to interrupt that, and the worst part of Gornair is it has a specific AoE nuke that's a 70% slow for all melee. Melee DPS is basically useless on this fight. It's all about caster DPS. Unfortunately, I didn't have a healer in the group I was in, so all of us wiped to the AoEs. Last fight of the night. I run to Sebilis. Trachanon, the undead dragon that has taken over the ancient Ixar capital. We're going after him. This is a fight everyone remembers from Kunark. Trachanon does a lot of stuff. Fear, life tap on the tank, huge AoE poison dot, and he'll banish you to the specific location. We set up raid at the banish spot, so that wasn't a concern. But the poison AoE is so dangerous that if you get hit once or twice, you're dead. So we timed the AoEs, ran out before they went off. Once we were clear, ran back in to keep fighting. It's called jousting. At the end of the fight, I'm just speechless. We killed 4 hard raid bosses in 65 minutes. And not even the maximum 72-man raid. You can have 72 people in a raid. We only had 45. I've never witnessed such efficiency. After raid, I turned in all the medallion pieces and the Trachanon tooth and got the Veeshan's Peak key. I now have access to the end raid zone of Kunark. And I won the best in slot drums and brass instruments. So much loot, man. This server is so different. The amount of loot we get in 1 week is like what normal servers get in 1 month. It's insane. Day 34. This was raid night number 2. How does it go? First target was Sebilis in the Emerald Jungle. Poison Dragon. He fears and does an AoE nuke. We just beat him down quick, 90 seconds flat. The fear slowed us down. We would have been quicker, but half the melee's running off is what it is. Next target was in Carnor's castle. Veneral Sathir, the undead Ixar leader of the ancient Sebilisian Empire. He was trapped in an amulet until some cultist found it and brought him back into corporeal form. He can proc a huge life tap on anyone that attacks him from the front. You won't be able to kill him with how much healing he'll get. So the tank is the only one that stays in front to hold aggro, of course. And DPS have to make sure that they're all attacking from the rear so they don't get hit with that life tap. Enchanters are big on this fight. They usually put a damage absorb buff on the tank, a rune. It helps out a lot. I want to talk about one thing that makes raiding on the server so amazing. So Teek has the random loot rule set, but it also has the free trade rule. With almost all items being tradable here, it makes raiding so much faster. On normal servers, you'd have to stop after each fight and bid out items. These amazing items normally can't be traded to other players. They're no trade. So you have to distribute them out immediately after each fight. That bidding process after each fight, it really drags out the raid times. But on Teek, you don't have to. Everything is tradable. So officers just pick up all the loot and then bid it all out at the end of the night. This is so much quicker. And with all the loot being tradable, these guys pool 5 raids worth of loot into one huge fire sale at the end of the night. It's nuts. And now for the last spot of the night. Veeshan's Peak, the capital of the Ring of Scale Dragons. The faction of Kunark dragons that warred and defeated the Sebilisian Empire. They wish to subjugate and destroy all mortal races and enemies of dragonkind. This is supposed to be the hardest zone of the entire expansion. So hard that back in the day it came with a disclaimer. GMs, game masters back in the day, if you zoned in, you were on your own. If you died, you were on your own. They will not help you get your body back. First boss we faced was Silverwing. He just does a big AoE nuke and it throws you up in the air. So we put on a levitate buff. It stops it from being dangerous. My number one job on most raid fights is to play resist. Bards can supercharge the group's spell resist, so we all take less damage to AoEs. And with high magic resist, these AoEs were not a concern. Next is the head honcho of the zone, Faradar, the daughter of Jalad-Dar, the dragon corpse left in the field of bone. She has an AoE nuke that stuns you for 12 seconds. And again, I didn't have to do anything special because the 2 magic resist songs I was playing, it got us through the fight unscathed. Hoshkar. This dragon is the nastiest so far. He does a big AoE disease dot combined with a huge melee slow. We could not afford to get hit by this AoE, so we had to time it and joust in and out to avoid the AoEs. It makes the fight go a little longer because you can't just speed DPS 99% of the time, but we handle this also with efficiency and ease. Next is Zygoz. He's one of the easier ones. His only curveball is an AoE silence. So if you're a caster and you get hit by this, you won't be able to cast anything. It's really bad if healers get hit by this AoE. At one point I got silenced and couldn't play any songs. Melee DPS stayed in the whole fight, but casters and bards like me had to joust. Drushk. He does an AoE nuke with a dispel component. The resists I was playing didn't seem to matter all that much. Couldn't resist his AoE. It just seemed to lower the amount of damage we took. I made the decision to stay out of combat because what meager DPS I was bringing wasn't worth the amount of healing I'd require by being in. Just a waste of healer mana on me. I could hit all my group with resist songs from behind this wall. And the very last boss, Veeshan's Peak, Nexona. Also one of the hardest fights in here. It has a nasty AoE, a combined nuke, huge dot, and snare. If you got hit by this AoE, you were dead. It was near unresistible. So this was a mandatory joust fight. We had a little difficulty at the start because our healer got aggro and got one-shotted. We did good though. We recovered. We cleared all Kunark bosses in 3 hours and 5 minutes. Amazing. Afterwards, I won the best in slot stringed instrument. So I got every best instrument except a flute, which really doesn't matter when instrument songs aren't that important. Days 35 through 37. So now that I'm max level, the daily logs need to switch up a bit. A lot of it would be, I did XYZ raid for the 10th time on this day. Yeah, boring. I tended 2 raids every week. As I just started going to the raids, the guild had a bit of drama. Several members left the guild in anger. So all this footage I'm showing is in a private version of the zone, an instanced raid. You're free to go at your own place alone and nobody can come in and grief you. But these raid mobs also spawn in the open world where it's a free-for-all. Anybody can contest it. So this is footage of an open world spawn. Open for other guilds to compete. And boy, does it get nasty. So far, the Faceless guild was on the ball. They got all the first kills on raid mobs and then kept them down exclusively for the first month. But as we hit month 2, right as I start raiding, many members weren't motivated to log in at 2 a.m. to contest bosses. The leadership stopped caring about contested raid fights because we were already full on loot. When you split your raid force 5 to 7 ways to kill 130 raid bosses every week, does one extra boss at 2 a.m. really matter? No, not at all. When third alt characters have best in slot raid gear, one extra boss does not matter. Sleep matters. Burnout matters. But this decision to let off the gas with open world raid mobs, it did ruffle a few people. Some members were extremely hardcore. They expected Faceless to always dominate every contested fight, even when it didn't matter anymore. So when leadership dialed down on the farming, these few hardcore people left the guild for the main competition. Our rivals, called Relentless Insomnia, RI. Funny name, actually. I like it. They mopped up all the open world raid bosses that Faceless just didn't care about anymore. But the leader of Faceless, Zaid, he wasn't concerned at all. He told his members that Relentless Insomnia folded every server prior. They're just going to fold again and get absorbed into our guild like they always do. Zaid said he was more focused on the long haul than winning every contested fight. Attrition is the biggest issue on progression servers like this. It's not losing raid fights. Zaid's main focus was keeping the guild numbers up. He stressed to us not to be mean to players from other guilds because one day they'll probably join us. And I found out that Zaid has a secret recruitment strategy. Just brilliant. On day 38, I set up some extra computers so I could play 4 characters all at once if needed. It's called boxing in EQ. I made a paladin, mage, and druid alts. The reason I did this is because the longer the server goes on, groups are going to be harder and harder to find, and help for quests is going to be non-existent. Long term, many players level up and play several characters themselves so they don't get stonewalled on progress. EQ is not a solo-friendly game at all. But I found it so inconvenient to play 4 PCs all at once that I basically gave up on it shortly after. I spent like, God knows, $200 a pop on each one of those PCs, something like $600. My tax refund wasted. Fast forward to days 43 to 49, and it's the 4th of July week, Independence Week. 76% more bonus experience and 76% more rare spawns. Awesome, right? No. The server went frickin' lawless, and I'm partially to blame. This forum post explains half of it.
I'm done! Power leveling, ruined, TOP servers. I've canceled my account. Daybreak, this is the end!
My favorite comment. Before you go, can I have your stuff? Okay. So, what the hell happened? The bonus experience backfired. For a week, the server was borderline unplayable for many people. Despite the server capacity being boosted, it didn't matter. The servers were slammed, queues, all day, every day, 5-hour waits to log in. Then when you finally did get in, oh boy, some random player logs in. Let's get some EXP, boys. Hell yeah. What the f? The experience bonus caused every cockroach power leveler to come out of the feces pile that their promiscuous mothers gave birth to them in. They were monopolizing every major leveling zone, taking every single mob. The experience was great. If you could kill something. I imagine my fans going, Ion Blaze, I want you to tell off those damn power levelers ruining EverQuest.
I got a confession to make, guys. I bought one.
Click the button! Click the button! Click the button! I dare you! Okay, why did I buy a power level? For the first time ever, by the way. Why did I pay these horrible people that are ruining the game? I'm a terrible person, that's why, obviously. No. Zaid's secret recruitment strategy for Faceless. Special raids. Normally, raids are guild members only. You earn points for being there, and you spend those points on gear. That's it. That's how 99% of EQ guilds handle loot. But that's not the only way to handle loot. GDKP, gold DKP raids, are a different animal. This server is the first time I've ever seen them, and you should join them too. A week ago, Faceless just started doing these special raids where anyone on the server can join. Even the enemy, Relentless Insomnia, they can join. So how are drops handled? It's an auction. Whoever bids the most game money platinum gets the item. Then at the end of the night, all the spent money gets distributed out to everyone who attended. Everyone gets a cut. This is where my motivations come in. you can make enough money from these special raids that you could cover your $15 a month game subscription from it. I'll repeat it again. You could play for free by attending 1 to 2 of these raids a month. Or you could buy any item you've ever dreamed of with money from these raids. You don't have to farm cash to get that shiny you've always wanted. The only problem is I need a second max level character, and I need one fast. So that's my motivation. But why does the guild do this? The idea with these special plat raids is that they're non-committal. When people from other guilds get a taste of what raiding with Faceless is like, it often convinces them to join Faceless at some later point. They see how Faceless kills the same raid bosses 5 times faster and you get 5 times the loot. It's a really smart recruitment strategy. In my previous videos about TLP servers, I talk about how attrition is the biggest enemy on servers like this. The longer any server goes on, the more people leave. Most guilds will hit this critical shortage where they just can't continue on anymore. Faceless leadership knows this, so they use these open raids and several other recruitment strategies to keep their guild going strong in eras where attrition wipes out guilds left and right. Faceless is the only guild I've seen that's really focused on the long term, the long game. Brilliant. So I need to go to these raids, but I can't use my main bard. Once you clear an instance raid zone on an account, you're locked out for 7 days. You gotta wait. So I had to get a second account to max level. I got 4 days before the next raid starts, and bonus experience is on. Power levelers going wild. It's the cheapest buying a 1 to 60 power level will ever be. If I invest a bunch of Chrono now, I could make even more in the future. Screw it. Let's be bad. Let's buy a power level. What's it like? I got my first power level in Lower Guck. My Pally was already level 21, and this guy was selling levels 20 to 40 for 2 Chrono. I gave him the money. I pop a 25% experience potion from the pay-to-win store. First pull comes in, all redcon mobs. 90 seconds later, I'm 2 levels higher, just instantly. What took Ayonic hours to do legit took these power levelers 90 seconds. Seven pulls later, 50-ish minutes, I went from 21 to level 30. So how does this work? The power leveler grabs a bunch of mobs, then they have a few enchanters chain cast AoE stuns so the mobs can't attack. No one can get damaged. And then lastly, they'll use a class with an AoE nuke, like a wizard, to burn it all down. In past servers, it only took something like 2 enchanters chaining AoE stuns, but there was a nerf. A nerf happened to AoE stun spells, and I counted this guy having to use 5 enchanters. That nerf seemingly didn't have much of an effect. After about 2 hours, I went from 21 to 40. The next day, I wrapped it up. I don't show this spot, but I bought a few hours in the hole zone. Got me from 40 to 57. Then I powered out the last levels in Chardock with this power level crew. This guy was nice enough to let you roll on dropped items. A lot of people were getting fungi tunics and staffs because they drop a decent amount here. In like 8-ish hours, I went from 20 to 60. Nuts. It took 30 friggin' days for Ayonic to do it legit. So I do think power leveling isn't good for EverQuest. but is there a way to stop it? So the Enchanter Stun nerf didn't stop it. I think it actually made it worse. What used to take 2 enchanters now takes, 5? It didn't stop power leveling at all. It just kicked out all the small time players. Only the big boys can afford the extra computers it takes to run an operation like this. That is, if they're doing it legit, according to the 1 computer per 1 character rule. They're likely not. So what can be done? Nothing. Power leveling wouldn't exist if people weren't willing to pay for it. I think it's here to stay, for good or for worse. I'm glad that Daybreak is kind of selling it themselves with the new level 50 character boost they've added. I'd rather the game company profit than these power level crews, but that character boost won't be usable until 3 expansions from now. I really think you should level up at least 1 character legit, but after that, I get why you'd pay for a power level. I don't want to grind another 30 days doing all the same zones. I took the loser's way out. Maybe lock the boost behind having 1 max level character. So fast forward a few days, I attend my first plat raid on the Paladin. Before this, I sold a Chrono so I could gear up the Pally. I bought the last illusions I was missing on the Bard. I got J-Boots run speed for all my characters. And I got the Pally all the Kunark keys. Raiding on the Pally was far different than I expected. I first started out meleeing as I do on the Bard, but I found out that's not how to play them. I asked more experienced Pallies and implemented the fixes next raid. In this era, Paladins have flat heals that are just as good, just as strong as a Shaman or Druid. I was told just to heal the main tank in the group and res anyone who dies. A Paladin's DPS is so bad that they're more valuable as a healer on big fights than to be in meleeing. The Paladin resing is real useful in raids because a lot of the times the clerics are too busy main healing the tank to res anyone. So if someone dies on these raids, they're often out until the fight is over, unless a Pally is there. Beyond that, a Pally will tank raid trash, they'll off-tank, but that's the only time they'll truly tank something outside of grouping. So how much money did I make? On these 2 plat raids, I got about half a Chrono worth of platinum each. Not that great actually, but there's a good reason. The expansion had been going on for so long that all the raid loot had largely been devalued, it was worthless, and the tower gear further broke it. I'll talk about tower gear, what that is, later. There's something that needs to be done first. Act 3, The Singing Sword. So I've done all these quests and all this leveling, but there's still one very, very important thing to do. This game is called EverQuest, right? Where are all the quests? The Kunark expansion adds a very special quest for each and every class, and I'm about to do mine, the Bard Epic. In the Dreadlands, there is an ancient city, totally abandoned. It's in the center of a massive set of spires, the biggest spires you will see anywhere on Norrath. I find a small room with a throne of sorts in it, and there's a living person, one of the only living people in this entire area. His name is Baldric Slazaf. I talk to him, and he says, "Hello. Don't you think this would be a wonderful place to perform a symphony?" I'm not sure what he's getting at, but Baldric continues. "It has been my dream for years to perform a symphony that would be remembered for ages to come. I have run into a few minor snags, however." I ask him what problems he's having, and he tells me, "Several years ago, I bought sheets of the most beautiful sounding music from a traveling merchant. The merchant did not know the author of the work. It was just simply signed the maestro. But the melody I played from the sheet music was wondrous and invoked feelings in me I have never felt before. However, as I reached the middle of the music, I discovered it was missing 2 pages. I'm missing pages 24 and 25. I've been searching the whole world for a spot to hold my symphony, and I've finally found it here. But without the music and a new lute crafted by the famous instrument maker Borpar Fizfla, I do not think I can pull it off. I ask him, okay, so if I do this for you, how will you repay me? Baldric Slazaf pulls a fantastic looking sword from its scabbard and says, I might be willing to part with this wonderful thing if I were able to perform this symphony. You'd also gain recognition at the opening of the performance. Baldric sheathes his sword and begins to hum a haunting melody. So I go off into the world and somehow find clues that would lead me on the path to finding what Baldric requested. I ran through the plains of Korana, and at a guard tower, I found this bard called Conia Swiftfoot. She told me she was holding a race, and when I complete it, I might just win this old piece of sheet music. Baldric said he was looking for some sheet music. Maybe this is it. I told Conia that I wanted in. She handed me a torch and said, go to Misty Thicket. Hurry. I start the long run by following the river. I passed through a gypsy camp and then over a bridge. Then I came to a trail leading up into the mountains. The fall would mean certain death. I ran for what seemed a considerable time and reached the summit. It was a small outpost of humans called High Pass. I ran through and came out the other side into a dingy forest. I found a rocky entrance into the halfling city of Rivervale. I pass through and find myself in the Misty Thicket. I followed the trail and found another bard at the guard gate. I handed him the torch and he told me the next location, the Desert of Ro. I ran back through Rivervale and through the dingy forest. I landed on the outskirts of a semi-arid desert and I followed a populated tunnel where people were buying and selling their wares. As I came out the other side, it turned into more desert, dunes. I ran along the coastline, and the deeper I went, the more vegetation I saw. I found a human bard and gave him the torch. He told me to go to Lake Wraithtier. I went further south and encountered swamps and jungles full of froglocks, ogres, and trolls. As I continued even farther, I passed through a hilly and mountainous area and made it to the lake, several islands scattered about. I ran across the water to find a wood elf bard. I handed her the relay torch, and she gave me the ring called the Proof of Speed, and told me to hurry back to Conia and the Karanas. I ran across the lake into the southernmost Karana. I passed a village of anthropomorphic birds called aviacs. I saw spires in the distance, just like the ones Baldric was staying at, but smaller. I'm almost there. I run through the vast plains and made it back to the guard tower. I hand Conia the ring, but for some reason she only gives me the top half of page 24. What the heck? I thought I was supposed to get the full page. She says she decided to keep the other half because it is a wonderful signature. Yeah, it might be valuable. And she tells me it's probably worth as much as an instrument the great Malin used. Malin? Who's Malin? So from here, I don't have a good lead, but during my travels, I encountered something unusual in Unrest. There was this zombie child named Sarah. I talked to it, and it says, "Hello, can you help me? I lost something. and I need it so I can go back home. Yeah, this quest gets dark real quick. I never got my doll for my birthday. Before he could bring it to me, I was hurt by the bad man. I cannot leave without my doll. Will you help me, please? I agree, and she hands me a note. It's a ripped flyer from the Kanos Bard Guild. I go there and talk to one of the guild masters about the ripped flyer. They refer me to a famous bard, the great Baynar Swiftsong. Problem is, he won't talk to me without a letter of introduction, at least as I'm told. 50 platinum pieces, of course. I hand over the money. I find Baynar around a fountain in South Korana. He tells me to leave or he'll make a horrible song about me and play it from the mountains. But I hand him the letter of introduction and he shakes his head in disappointment. They ripped you off, didn't they? He proceeds to tell me a history of Unrest, which I've already explained earlier in the movie. But at one point, Baynar references ghosts there. I've even heard the ghosts of poor children haunting the estate. And I tell him that I saw one, Sarah. He seemed interested. Only the essences of those unjustly wronged, or the vilest of souls, are bound to this realm, and sometimes end up in that accursed place. Only that which binds them to this realm may set them free. Curse those who would harm an innocent child. I knew of one such unfortunate child. I was to bring her a doll for her birthday, but she fell to thieving cutthroats. Baynar's eyes fill with tears. Pardon me. She was like a daughter to me. I loved her as I would my own. And you say you wish to have the doll I was to give to her. Whatever, never mind. I rant like an old woman sometimes. I should let her memory go, but I would stop my heart from beating before I forgot that child. Here, take this invoice. I have no further use for it. Give it to Marfin Binkdurple. I think I remember that guy. He sells the expensive Tinkerer bags. They got 100% weight reduction. I run to a gnome outpost deep within the Lava Storm Mountains. I find Marfin and hand the note to him. This is what he says. About time you got your lazy bones down here. I was beginning to worry about you. Thought you'd never pick the doll up. My kind worked hard and toiled over this thing for days. That Baynar was sure exact in every detail. For a special child, he said. Must be some child. He spent all he had, and some he didn't. Still owes us a show. Anyway, I heard she passed away some time ago. Give the lad my regards. I run my way back to Unrest and give the doll to Sarah. It seems like her memory comes back. She tells me that she can go home now. But before she does, she hands me a note and tells me to give it to her father. Sarah fades away. I run back to Baynar and hand him the note. This is what he says. A note from the child? How can that be? How could she know I was her father? Unless Sierra told her. Forgive me. Sierra was the name of a woman to whom I was betrothed. Unfortunately, her parents forbade her from marrying a lowly bard such as myself. Her father married her off to a young merchant in Kanos named Malagar. She married him only out of respect to her father. Her heart was truly mine. At least, so she always said. When Sarah was born, I visited them both often. She was like no other. So innocent and sweet. In those few years, I watched her grow up to be more and more like her mother, and I saw none of the father in her appearance. I do not like Malagar, but the least we can do is inform him of his child's death. I saw his caravan pass by not more than a day ago, headed to Kanos. I enlisted the help of Zaid for this next part. I don't think Malagar is going to take the news well. I run to a mountainous area of the Karanas and find Malagar traveling with some other people. I hand the note to him and he changes. It's a doppelganger, pretending to be Malagar. He's hostile now. And even worse, he knows how Sarah died. He tells me that he killed her himself, and now he's going to try to silence me. I pull him away from his friends, get him alone, and in one nuke, Zayd drops him down to 50% health. That's wizard for you, a big boom. I mez him in place, and Zayd finishes the doppelganger with one extra shot. I run back and give Baynar the head of Malagar. Baynar responds, "That vile dog. I knew there was something not right about him. The way he stared at everyone with contempt, even his own wife. I curse him. I curse him to stay upon the realm and deny him what he most desires. This is too much. I cannot play or write this day. The sadness overwhelms me. In honor of Sarah, the daughter that was denied to me in spirit, I vow never to play this instrument again. It was her favorite, and she listened to me play it for hours on end. Here, take it. Take it out of my sight. Leave me be with my grief and my loss." I receive Malin's mystical bongos. I take the bongos and hand them to Conia Swiftfoot. She then gives me the bottom half of page 24. And she goes, take it. I couldn't even make out what the signature was anyways. So I now got the full page 24. In my exploration of the nearby area, I found another bard, Kelkim Menkia. I talked to her and she has a problem. She looks at her broken lute and tells me that it was mangled by some damnable gnolls. She needs new strings, but has no idea how to replace them because they were so rare. She only used the best of strings. So what does she need? I first start out in the Wraith Mountains. I pull a bunch of drakes around this tower guarded by evil trolls, and eventually the named drake I want spawns, Blackwing. Wasn't too hard. I meleeed him down. I took his guts. One drake down, 2 more to go. Teek's random loot made this part a bit different. So during my leveling in Carnor's castle, one of the named dropped the Chromodrak guts. That's the second I needed. This is actually one of the worst parts of this quest, and random loot made it infinitely more easy. This is old footage of how it normally goes. Traditionally, this would only drop in Skyfire Mountains. You have to wander this huge zone and keep killing random mobs until you find the right placeholder. Many of the mobs in this zone are too hard to solo, so you need help. So after you've found the right mob, it's easy. The placeholder only spawns in one of 2 spots along the west wall. And eventually the named drake called Eldrig the Old will pop. Take him out, and you get the Chromodrak guts, 2 of 3. The last spot is in Burning Woods. I found this group killing mobs randomly in the woods, and it was for a good reason. They were trying to get a mob to pop for a different epic, but this is also a spot I need. Every minute or so a placeholder will pop. You just keep cycling through them until a named dragon spawns. Verzicon is one of them. Both dragons are wizards and really nasty. They were hitting me too hard, so I had to fear kite them. I threw on a snare so they ran away slowly, and I kept AoE fear on them so they would run away. And as long as they were feared, they couldn't hit me or cast spells on me. And this works as long as I don't run into other mobs, I don't get any ads. We're all good. But I did run into another mob. I charmed it for extra DPS and continued to fear kite Verzicon. 5 minutes later, I finally killed the beast. Didn't drop what I needed. It was late this day and I decided to try another time. A few days later, I was running through the Burning Woods and I saw the other named dragon on track, Nezakazina. The same strategy, I had to fear kite it so it wouldn't melee or wizard nuke me, it'd destroy me. I charmed a wandering pather to add extra DPS. My melee damage is just atrocious. The charm pit helps out so much.
and 8 minutes later, I killed it. I finally got the red worm guts, 3 out of 3. I run back to Kelkamenkia in South Karana and hand her all 3 dragon guts. She restrings her loot so it works again. She's going to go bash some gnolls with her loot. But before that, she hands me Maestro's Symphony, page 25. I now have all the sheet music Baldric asked for. Now all that's left is getting someone to make the instrument Baldric wants. I run to the Steamfont Mountains, just outside the home for the gnomes of this world, and I find Forpar Fizzfla. Supposedly, he makes the best instruments of anybody. I hail him, and he tells me to get lost. How can I get him to talk to me? I find this wood elf bard at the docks in Butcherblock Mountains, Vedica Windwhisper. She tells me as she was using the boat from Freeport to Fadeware, there was a giant cyclops that stole her prized horn. So I used Levitate to run over the ocean, and I find an island inhabited by cyclops. One of them happens to be holding the horn Vedico talked about. There are people here farming money, and they had already killed the guy Quag Maelstrom, the cyclops that had the horn on it. I just looted the rotting corpse and got the horn. This name, he can be soloed on a bard without much problem. He has this mana drain effect, but bard mana is weird. It doesn't affect us. Anyways, I hand Vedico back her horn. She thanks me and hands me a note. She says she's too busy to leave, but asks if I could hand this note to her friend Forpar. Perfect. She says if I'm looking for an instrument to be made, he is the man to ask. I hand Forpar the note, and he tells me if Vedico would vouch for me, then I must be a decent person. I ask for his help in making an instrument. Forpar tells me he only wants to make a magnum opus, the best instrument to ever be made. No one has been up to the task to acquire the parts he needs to make it, but I tell him that I'm up for the challenge. Why not? He gives me a list of 3 items and tells me these parts are just for the head of the instrument, not even the whole thing. Oof. I start out by entering the home of the god called Khazak Thul, the Faceless, where Zaid got his guild name from. This is his realm, the Plane of Fear. The terrain is rough, the sky rains blood, and terrors await to kill all who trespass. Towards the north end of the zone is a pyramid surrounded by a flame wall. The pyramid contains Amygdalin warriors and knights. They drop one of the items that I need, an Amygdalin tendril. I didn't get the piece I needed in this particular raid, but I did get the tendril from a wizard in guild called Vanilla, who had 1 extra on hand. Thank you, Vanilla. 1 down, 2 more pieces to go. The next piece I found rotting in Carnor's castle, the petrified werewolf skull. This is old footage to explain it. Traditionally, you go deep in Carnor's to the warlord's room. You definitely need help for this. It's a hard room to split open, hard hitting mobs. But the good news is you'll often find monks camping this room a lot because they need to kill the same mob for an even rarer drop for their epic. The werewolf skull rots a lot. 2 items down, 1 last to go. The choke point of the Bard Epic. After raid one night, I asked for help, and a guildie answered the call. This warrior that goes by Mandalorian and his box crew of Star Wars themed characters. We went to Kedge Keep, a zone near Unrest, and the twist is it's completely underwater. It requires some form of water breathing or you'll drown to death. It's an ancient fortress to an aquatic race that died out long ago, except for 1 last surviving member, Finnegal Atropos. I use Lull to single out the mobs clearing access to him, then I tag Finny. Perfect pull. No ads. Finny isn't a slouch. He's a classic era raid mob that's extremely dangerous. He's a wizard that will demolish your health bar in seconds with strong nukes. And he likes to also dispel. He'll rip off your buffs, especially your water breathing buff, so you'll drown down here. So the strategy for this fight is for enchanters and bards to drain, to mana tap him dry so he can't cast spells. Then it turns into a simple tank and spank. 4 to 5 minutes later, we finish him. But it doesn't drop the item I need. It's not super common. I'm now locked out of this raid instance for a week. Fast forward next week, Mandalorian offers to help again. Thank you so much, man. I attempt to pull Finny solo, but end up getting 3 ads. Oof. 3 very dangerous ads. They're all clerics that'll complete heal Finny when he gets low health. We gotta handle this right. Mandalorian uses his enchanter to charm one of the ads, an extra DPS. I keep the other 2 mez so they can't heal. As well, I play group water breathing song, and I mana drain Finny to eventually stop him from nuking. It got a bit tense at points because the seahorses are very magic resistant. Enchanter Charm broke a few times. I had to mez the break right before it would heal Finny back to full. A while later, after countless mezzing, we win. It dropped what I needed, the Kedge backbone. On regular EQ servers, not like Teek, this is the biggest bottleneck for this quest. You get 1 chance every week for this to drop. I've heard of bards going 0 for 6. And like I said, lockout timers are a week long, so 6 tries, that's a month and a half of no luck. I was fortunate to get it second try. I run back to Forpar Fizzfla and hand him all 3 items. He gives me the mystical loot head. 1 step closer, but still not done. We need the rest of the instrument, the body of it. He tasked me to get 3 more big items. We gotta kill dragons now. Raid time. To craft the loot body, I need scales from a red and white dragon. Traditionally, this would be going against the true dragons in classic EverQuest, but being the Kunark expansion, there are many more options. On raid night, I took down first one, the red dragon, Talendor, and I get the red dragon scale. Now on to a white dragon, Gornair. Upon her defeat, I get the white dragon scale. With that, I have all that's needed to craft the body of the loot, but I still need one more thing. What about the strings? During that same raid night, we faced Trakenon, the dragon that destroyed the Ixar Empire and made its capital of Sebilis its home. We quickly drop Trakenon, and I get the undead dragon gut strings. Time to return to Forpar. I hand him the dragon scales to make the loot body. Then I hand him the loot head, body, and the strings. Forpar says, "Goodness, I can hardly contain myself. This will be my greatest creation ever." Forpar sits down, slides the loot head into place, and screws it together. After a few minutes, he begins to string the loot with the gut strings of the poison dragon. A wonderful sound fills the air as he strums the loot once and hands it to you. I hope you find a good use for that. I bet you could play it from the mountaintops and the people below would hear you. Thank you, Ayonic, for making my lifelong dream come true. Let's finish it.
give him pages 24 and 25 of the Maestro's Symphony, along with the mystical lute. He is shocked. He tells me he will put on a symphony the likes of which the gods have never seen. Please take this sword as a token of my gratitude. I receive it. The epic weapon of the Bard class, the Singing Short Sword. It can proc a group-wide 55% haste and attack boost that is great for melee DPS, but even more importantly, it is the only item in the game right now that works as all instruments at the same time. It boosts percussion, string, brass, wind, and even singing skill songs. It will be my companion for a long time. It was day 46 of Teek when I completed it. So we have this sword, but not much is known about it. Where is the sword from? Who is the maestro that wrote the sheet music? Who is Baldric? How did he get the sword? Nothing in game explicitly states this information, but there is a secondary source that provides a few answers. Much uncertainty surrounds this artifact, the Singing Short Sword. The one myth has survived the chaos of Norrath's history. Myth is a very important word here. The information I'm about to say doesn't fit very well within the established lore of the game, but let's humor it. Long ago, when the world was new, a human bard by the name of Kimric set out for the knowledge to create the finest weapon he could. His search took him to the very edges of Norrath, and eventually to the new stronghold of Kanos. While traveling through the city, admiring its clear fish pools and pristine buildings, he heard a voice upon the wind unlike any that he had heard before. Following it, he came to a small pond where a maiden sat. She looked longingly into the water, singing a melody so sweet that Kimric was moved to tears. The maiden stopped, fearing that she gained the attention of a traveling stranger. It took no more than a week before the two became inseparable. Ruin, her name, and Kimric made solemn vows to one another, forsaking all others. The rather self-centered young man had found his muse, and her voice, her beauty, and her goodness inspired Kimric to work even harder on his quest. He spent nearly all his waking moments now fashioning a blade, lovingly crafting a short sword until its shine matched that of Ruin's eyes, and its strength matched the loyalty in her heart. No better sword had been crafted in Kanos. Unfortunately, as his obsession with perfection grew, the blade and its self-absorption also grew. The time he spent with Ruin dwindled. She took to walking the streets, speaking with strangers and hearing tales from far-off lands. Perhaps she felt if she gathered enough gossip and foreign news for her love, she could better entertain him. Sadly, Kimric misunderstood her intentions and mistook her street walking as betrayal. He began to follow her through the city, watching her smile and charm the travelers that passed through. Her voice would leave them spellbound, and men would gather to her. Though her heart remained true, Kimric only knew jealousy in his heart. In his mind, her sweet words were dripping with lies, and her eyes spoke of infidelity. She returned home one evening to find Kimric waiting, full of rage. He accused her of betrayal, and without waiting for explanation, buried the gleaming short sword in her chest, watching her slump to the ground in anguished confusion. Some say at this moment, Ruin cried out to the heavens for vengeance, and it was Inaruk, the Prince of Hate himself, who heard her plea. At the moment her spirit left her body, it fused with Kimric's shining blade. In a panic, Kimric disposed of the body and lost himself in wine and debauchery. One evening, as he returned home in a drunken stupor, he drew the sword from its sheath. Into his mind came the song of Ruin, the very tune he had heard upon their first meeting. So horrifying it was now, yet so beautiful still. Day and night, the melody filled his mind, slowly expanding into a virtual symphony until he had to sit down in his study and begin to write the music that would not let him rest. Day and night, he spent writing Ruin's Symphony. So persistent it was, her spirit would not let him rest, and the melodies consumed him, feeding his selfishness and his anguish until he turned to the gods themselves and demanded freedom. Inruk's ears ever open to despair and pain, and pleased with Kimrick's pitiful cries, he took the bard into his very own realm, twisting him into the very image of ugliness that his former murderous act warranted. A maestro he had become, and now he dwells in Inruk's hateful realm, replaying the haunting song for all eternity. There are other stories that conflict with this account of what happened, but I'll just accept it for as it is for now. Kimrick created the singing short sword and the pages of music signed by the maestro. I would also assume the wandering merchant who Baldric Slazaf bought the sword from could have been Inruk, disguised in human form. But now ending the story. The sword and the symphony were lost over time until another bard, Baldric Slazaf, found it in the possession of a traveling merchant. The same merchant offered him the pages of the symphony as well, but much to Baldric's chagrin, however, the symphony was incomplete. He spent the next few years hunting down the pages and gathering up lost information regarding the tragedy of Kimrick, but was never able to find the missing pages. Rumor has it that Baldric's obsession with finding the melody has clouded his mind over the years, and any who come into contact with this bard risk suffering a fate similar to that of Lady Ruin. Act 4, the Kunark finale. So now that I got the epic, I needed to get tower gear. What in the heck is tower gear? It's not classic EQ. It's a cheat code. Now, there's the legit way to get it, and a not so legit way to get it. This was trying the legit way. For the 25th anniversary of EverQuest, the developer added this tower in North Row with missions that unlock incredible gear. At this point, we only had 7 missions available, but it finished with 12. How it works is you do a semi-hard quest to get a key, and then use that key to enter into the mission. Beat the mission, earn coins, and use it to buy a piece of gear that you unlock. First mission is sand. 2 mobs on the right, 2 mobs on the left, then the boss. I pulled the first trash mob, and it started chunking the tank, even with Shaman slow on. Shaman's got the best slow in the game. It didn't seem to do much. Got through it regardless. I got really annoyed though. If we pulled more than one, I couldn't mez the extra. The mobs were 2 to 4 levels higher than my mez cap. What didn't make sense is the devs specifically said in the most recent patch that they lowered the level of the trash mobs so bards could mez it. Lowered what? I couldn't mez anything. I turned into a buff bot, just like the pre-level 59 grouping. I felt impotent again. Now, the boss. It was easier than the trash. Second floor of the tower, lava. It's just a boss fight. You run close and it triggers the fight. The boss will spawn copies of itself that you can avoid by moving away because they're rooted into the ground. Then this weird thing started happening. The boss hit us all with an AoE, and our health kept yo-yoing. I dropped dead, popped up, dropped dead, popped back up, each time with lower and lower health. And it was really annoying because it would interrupt everyone trying to cast spells. My songs kept getting interrupted if I dropped at a bad time. And the most annoying thing about it is how it messed with my camera view every single time. It pushed me into first person, then back to third, and then back to first. And I had to constantly adjust my viewing angle to see what the heck was going on. Anyways, we beat the boss. Zone out. And we're still fake dying in the lobby outside until that debuff finally wore off. I think the level scaling was broken there. The debuff acts like it hits you for 10 times your health, so you die, but then it last minute recalculates smaller, so then you pop back up alive. I just don't know. Third floor, Forest. Oh god. So, kill trash mob on the left and right sides of the room, then boss goes active. Still couldn't mez anything. That same patch that was supposed to make stuff mezable for me, it also rescaled mob difficulty for this level range. So yeah, this one needs a tiny bit of work. We pulled the boss, nothing concerning yet. 2 ads spawn that I'm supposed to be able to mez, but I can't. They're not that big of a deal though when Shaman's load. We all get hit with that same annoying debuff that keeps killing you but then popping you back up again with a broken camera angle. We're doing okay in the fight, but the boss keeps healing to full health. Our healer runs out of mana, and we gotta zone out to survive. Second attempt at the boss. We zone back in and try again. Same deal. We get him down to 60, 50% health, and then the boss instantly heals back to full. What the hell is going on? We give up and go to the 4th floor, Frost. It's the same general idea. You kill all the trash mobs, then the boss goes active. The only quirk is that you have to unfreeze the trash mobs to be able to attack them. You pick up a torch on the ground, run over the trash, and then they'll attack you. That's it. Our group composition changed because several people left after the failed attempts at the forest mission. We got an enchanter who could mez the ads, unlike me. That's great. And we got a cleric healer and a warrior backup tank. Very bad DPS though. SK warrior and ranger for melees. Oof. We get to the boss. He hits pretty hard and does this AoE nuke with a knockback. Cleric grips aggro and dies. We have no real healer right now. The ranger backs off and uses their poopy heals to keep the tanks alive. Then the ranger pulls aggro and dies. We have absolutely no one who can heal now. I end up getting hit with this nasty dot that destroys my health bar, boss AoE nukes, and I'm dead. Somehow though, the group finishes the fight and I get credit. Mission 5, Sky. Everyone is rezzed and we're back. We head on in. This mission is very simple. You hail the boss, and all the mobs go active. This was the first mission I could actually mez stuff, but I didn't need to. The enchanter AoE mezzed all the trash, and then we just burned the boss down. He didn't seem to have any special mechanics. And then after the boss is dead, you just run to these captive gnolls on the other side of the room, and they get released. Mission over. Mission 5, though, Sky, was definitely the easiest one so far. Mission 6, Steam. This one, you kill these 3 trash packs for a drop, and then hand in all the drops to the boss. Boss goes active, take him down, and done.
The trash mobs were mostly mezable for me, but didn't need to with the enchanter. The boss seemed to do a minor AoE nuke, and it threw you up in the air. I gave the group levitate so no one would take fall damage. Easy boss fight. In that balancing patch I was talking about, they added this as the newest mission for July. Mission 7, Jungle. Kind of Donkey Kong inspired, if you will. You have to destroy these 3 barrels before they blow up. They're explosive barrels. If they do blow up, it's not really that big of a deal. It's just a mild AoE nuke. And after the last barrel is broken, the 8th boss goes active. It just does an AoE with small damage and stuns you for a second or so. It's very easy. And that's all the missions available right now. Each month, they'll unlock a new one. With the new, better group composition, we went back and we tried to do Mission 3, Forest again. Yeah. It didn't matter. We did not know why the boss kept healing back to full. We thought maybe it's a caster, maybe it's healing itself, so the enchanter and I started mana draining it. Didn't do anything. The boss kept regenning to full, even when its mana should have been completely empty. The enchanter was also doing a great job of keeping the 2 ads mezzed. Beyond that, I took it upon myself to dispel that annoying AoE it does where you keep dropping dead. If the enchanter and cleric keep dropping, they won't be able to cast their spells. We'll wipe. So I focused on dispelling them first, but it took too long because I could only do one person at a time. Then I remembered something. There's this one bard song that I have never used in my entire time of playing EverQuest. This game came out in 1999. I still haven't used it until this July 2024. Alenia's Disenchanting Melody. I cast it twice and it worked. The boss debuff was gone, not just from me, but everyone. We all stopped dropping dead. So what the heck is Alenia's Disenchanting Melody? Why do you never use it? Alenia's is a group-wide dispel. It rips buffs off of you. But it also would rip off the debuff. We got lucky. There is almost no scenario you would ever use this song as a bard. You do not want to rip your group's buffs off, ever. The only time I've ever even heard of the song being used is during the Gorner raid fight, because of the huge AoE slow she does that makes melee DPS worthless. You dispel it, and then now the melee DPS can do something. But even then, you don't want to risk dispelling your group's hit point buffs. You just wipe out your group quicker from the nuke Scornair does. But this is not that scenario. We have 0 chance of beating this boss if our cleric can't cast a heal. We have 0 chance of beating this boss if the enchanter can't keep the ads messed. So screw our hit points buffs. I keep AoE dispelling. And it seems to be working. However, it didn't matter. We damaged the boss. He'd healed to full. We damaged the boss some more. He'd healed to full again. After 7 minutes of fighting this guy, our healer ran out of mana and our group gave up for good. Is this boss even killable? Afterwards, I looked through the logs. This boss's mechanic is worse than every raid target in the game right now. This is harder than a raid boss. The AoE this boss does is a teeny tiny life tap. This life tap heals the boss for 5,000 hit points. For reference, I have 2,000 hit points, but that's not all. See, this is not just 5,000 hit points it heals for. It's 5,000 for every person it hits. Anyone facing the boss's front heals it for 5,000 hit points a pop. If the tank cannot get the boss to face away from the other 5 members in the group, you can never win this fight. The boss effectively complete healed itself every 15 seconds. This fight is broken. So
This was all trying to do these missions the legitimate way, but I also mentioned a not so legit way to beat these missions. I did the scumbag move. I got my mini PC box crew fired up. I created 3 mages, and I killed some skeletons in the newbie yard until we all got level 2. An important level is at level 2, mages get their first pet. A water pet that's crazy overpowered. The mages are all level 2, but the water pet starts at level 5. I dodge mobs in North Row and get into the tower. Let's do the missions. First one, sand. I send my pet army out. They wreak havoc on the trash. Boss gets annihilated. With level 2 mages, I beat this mission in 40 seconds. It took 5 minutes on a level 60. Mission 2, lava. "15 seconds. Mission 3, the broken one, the broken boss. 3 tries, 3 failures. It took 60 seconds. The unbeatable boss was a joke to level 2 mages. So what the heck is going on here? The missions scale. They scale in level, and the scaling is terribly broken. This mission is like playing on extreme difficulty at level 60, and then if you try it at level 2, it's like on very easy mode. It's like a cheat code. And the best of all, you can take all the coins you earn on these level 2s and then trade them to your max level character, so then they can use that currency to buy the gear with, the tower gear with. What is so great about it? All 7 pieces of tower gear are better than anything that drops right now. And not just right now. That final boss of the end raid 3 expansions from now, this gear is better than that. Daybreak, the company that runs EverQuest, they made this gear way overpowered for Teek. Right now, there's 7 slots worth of raid drops that are completely worthless, completely obsolete. And that's not all. The company hasn't released all the tower missions yet. There's 5 more missions yet to be made. 1 mission every month. 5 more pieces of gear that will make more stuff obsolete. I like the power, but I think the company screwed up bad. It shouldn't have been made this strong. 7 slots of raid gear shouldn't be obsolete. So beyond tower gear, there was some other stuff I still wanted to do. So seeing as Teek started with the first expansion, Kunark, I wasn't able to do the vanilla EQ raids, the classic EQ raids at launch. So let's show some of them real quick for posterity's sake. I joined an off-night raid force that was farming old content for drops. We entered the Plane of Fear. This is one of the most dangerous raid zones to zone into. Right as you come in, you aggro dozens of mobs that are all intent on ripping your head off. They rip all your buffs, fear you into a million directions, randomly teleport you across the zone into packs of even more hostile mobs. In the early days of EverQuest, there were legendary stories of where a top guild would wipe on entering the Plane of Fear. They would equip their backup gear from the bank, enter in Plane of Fear to try to do a corpse recovery, wipe a second time. Then, they had no more gear to run with, they'd ask for help from the next best guild on the server, and even they would wipe. Then GMs would feel so sorry for all these players
they would slash kill all the mobs in the entrance area so these raiders don't lose all their gear on the corpses. That's how bad it got. But you learn a thing or two in 20 years. This zone is not as difficult anymore. Anyways, this footage is anticlimactic. This is arguably the hardest raid boss of classic EQ, Dracolich. It has a nasty AoE dot that quickly kills raid forces. And it also likes to fear everyone, so you don't have a second to just sit still and cast a cure or cast a heal on everyone that's dying in the group. It's a real tough mob in Era. This should have gone terrible too. We pulled one of the hardest raid bosses of Classic on accident. No preparation at all. This should be a wipe, right? But that's not what happened. This was raid content designed for max level being 50, and we had several groups of level 60s with mostly best in slot gear that had broken tower gear. And the 10 levels really do matter a lot. I charmed some mobs to help DPS, and my Bard resist songs made it so that I almost never got feared or dotted. The fight was not that bad. After Dracolich, there are 4 more raid bosses to go. One end of the zone are 3 golems named Fright, Dread, and Terror. We quickly melted all of them. 2 of the golems do a death touch every 30 seconds or so. Whoever it's targeting will instantly die. So what you do for that is you have an off tank rip aggro off the main tank at the last second so that they take the death. Then the main tank regrabs aggro, and then you res back the off tank for the next death touch. And the last golem, the third golem, is just a tank and spank that just has a lot more hit points than its brothers. After the golems are down, only one boss remains. The God of Fear, Khazak Thul, the Faceless. This is the next hardest fight in this zone after Dracolich. We set up in the pyramid within the firewall. The first person to tag Khazak took a death touch, so I ran in to tag Khazak and pull him to the raid force. We'll need to tank swap though when the death touch refreshes in a few seconds. Khazak has many other mechanics as well. He'll throw you up in the air so you take falling damage. Levitate buff is a must. He dispels buff, so you need an instant clicky buff like J-Boots. And let's talk about his most dangerous mechanic. Fear is one of the longest raids in classic EQ because of this mechanic. You have to kill every single trash mob in the zone before you do this fight, because once the fight starts, Khazak Thul will call for help from every trash mob in the zone. They'll all run to him to help out. Doing this fight and having 100 trash mobs attack your raid force, disastrous. Now to invade another plane of the Divines. We entered the home of Inaruk, the god of hate, the creator of the Dark Elves, the illusion I'm using right here. As I said long ago, various gods created a pact to populate Norrath with minions of their own. This was to keep Veeshan's brood of dragons in check. But this pact did not extend to all gods. Inaruk was enraged that he wasn't invited in to create minions of his own, and he found a way to exact revenge. The god of nature, Tunair, seated Norrath with the fairest of creatures, the elves. Inaruk abducted the first elven king and queen and tortured them for thousands of years, and this reshaped them and twisted them. A new race formed in the likeness of Inaruk, the Dark Elves. Intelligent and ruthless, using disciplined hate to enact their plans. There's many mini-bosses in this zone, but I'm just going to focus on the 2 biggest targets. I don't want to show this forever.
the first target being the Maestro of Rancor. You know this guy. He fills the halls with a haunting melody from his organ. This fight is basically Tower 3 Forest, but how it should have actually been tuned difficulty-wise. Instead of a 5,000 hit point tap, it's a few hundred. So anyone facing the front of Maestro will get hit with this life tap. So it's very important for DPS to position themselves correctly. You do not want to be getting hit with this life tap. But otherwise, it's not too bad. After Maestro dies, his hand pops off and attacks us. The hand drops an item for the warrior epic. That was one of the reasons we were here, was to help a warrior in the guild finish their epic weapon quest. And now for the final boss, Inaruk. This fight is almost exactly like Khazak Thul. He throws you up in the air, dispels buffs, and has a death touch timer. But Inaruk is easier because he doesn't call every mob in the zone to help him. Casters stayed behind this wall as to avoid most of the AoEs, and this fight went smooth. Now, to round out classic raid targets, there are 2 dragons. We entered a dungeon deep within the Lava Storm Mountains. Now, these fights are how you traditionally get the white and red dragon skills for the Bard Epic. Nagafen, the red dragon. Nagafen does an AoE Fear, a Dispel, and a hardy AoE Fire Nuke. But we fought him in this corner so you could hide behind the pillar to avoid AoEs if they wanted to. But at level 60 with crazy resists, me playing Bard resist songs for the group, it wasn't necessary. For the other dragon, we ran to the icy northwest into a home of ice giants and goblins. Lady Vox, the frost dragon. She also does an AoE Fear, Dispel, and then instead of fire, an AoE Cold Nuke. She's a little harder than Nagafen though because she's a cleric that can complete heal herself, so it's really important to stun her or drain her mana fully. And that's it. That's all the major bosses of Classic EQ defeated. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do Plane of Sky or the whole, but it is what it is. Beyond these raids, I was lucky enough to be online twice for some special events. I've played on servers like these for 5 years, and these are the first times I've ever witnessed GM events on EQ1. Some GMs, game masters, put on these fetch quests. Find 3 to 4 items, turn it into the GM, and get a reward. This first event was in the newbie yard of Freeport. People formed a line to the GM, but as with anything, there are some scumbags. All of us in the line had been patiently waiting for maybe 15 minutes. Then this guy weakly decides to try to cut in front of me. And everyone nearby calls him out. Probably does this in real life too, one guy said. But we did things about it. Everyone in the line got as close as possible. We inched up towards each other, so there was no space for cutters to get in. And we leapfrogged the guy further and further down the line. But there was an even bigger problem than line cutters with this GM event. So we're in Freeport. We're in a good Alliance city. We had a bunch of evil races, not more than a stone's throw away from high-level hostile guards. Some people were being trolls and pulled the guards right over the line. And this Ixar Necro right behind me got caught in the crossfire, got wrecked by 4 guards, all smacking him. But fortunately, there was plenty of clerics nearby, and someone rezzed him back. He got his spot in the line back. This was me doing the turn-in. So I gave the GM Folson some cooking items, and he rewarded me with some great stuff. A 14-slot bag with 100% weight reduction. Nothing in the bag weighs anything. 5 doses of Dwarf Illusion, and a really cool appearance item you can put on your weapons. The other GM event I went to was in the Field of Bone, the Ixar starting area. It was pretty far away from guards, so that I didn't have to worry about it this time around. The GM Rusticate was so impressed by the player good behavior here and respecting the line that they actually extended how long they stayed to do this GM event. When I gave Rusticate the 3 items, he gave me another 14-slot bag with weight reduction, 5 Earth Elemental Illusion pots, and a different weapon appearance item. I like this one more than the first. This sword isn't as jarringly massive next to my epic. I'm going to use this one. Now for some real drama. Day 57 was a patch day. And when the server's taken down and brought back up, this does something. This usually causes all the raid mobs on the server to instantly repop. Faceless staged outside of Veeshan's Peak the day before. Once the server was back up, Faceless mobilized immediately. I wasn't able to log on to show this, but they killed 2 of the 6 dragons without contest. Then it all changed. Unfortunately, I still wasn't in position to see this, but this is what happened. Faceless started to engage their 3rd dragon in Veeshan's Peak. Our rival guild, Relentless Insomnia, amassed a raid force and took advantage of our situation. Relentless, I'm just going to call them RI for short now. RI pulled a dragon of their own and dragged it on top of our Faceless raid force, causing us to get aggro. 2 raid dragons were too much, and RI caused Faceless to have a full wipe. This is where I start getting some footage. RI takes advantage of our absence and engages one of the dragons alone. They got instant karma though. It was great. They rushed the fight before they were ready, and too many of their raiders died. Biggest insult to injury, the dragon casted a gate spell at 2% health, warped away, and they lost the fight. Most of RI had wiped, so they had to regroup and res everyone back. But by this time, Faceless had recovered. We rushed ahead and killed dragon number 3 out of 6 in the zone, Faradar. No competition. Then we moved on to dragon number 4. No competition again. But by this point, RI had recovered. Everyone was rezzed and back. Instead of competing with us like earlier, RI decided to do round 2 with the dragon they failed on. This time they were successful. And now there's 2 full guilds in zone and only 1 dragon left. Who is going to win? So building up to this moment is a lot of fighting, a lot of drama. Relentless Insomnia kept pushing these rumors that my guild Faceless are washed up. We are the inferior raid guild because now Relentless Insomnia is dominating all the open raid targets in Kunark. The Faceless are saying otherwise. RI is only dominating open world raid targets because Faceless doesn't care anymore, dude. We already have as much loot as we need. So let's see who's right. Whoever does the most damage wins this fight. Put up or shut up. Let's swap to the live footage. Zaid leading the raid.
Yeah, kill this trash. Let's try to get these bodies up.
They're gonna pull shortly. Hey, Bard,
I got eyes on them. Knowledge.
For corpse spawn. So Drushk is where we're gonna burn all of our discs. We're gonna burn all of our hoops.
Ivander's hoops, IV hoops, are an earring you can click for some instant extra damage.
Open the door again. Thank you. I got the loot off the corpse, Sid.
Okay.
He's here.
Let's go sit on them. Let's go sit on them. Come on. We're engaging Drushk. Get on her. Burn her, burn her, burn her. Burn every disc. She's ripping through them right now. Burn. Ivy hoops now.
Jobs.
Yeah!
Get on!
Let's go. Talking about, let's go. 5 out of 6.
Hell yeah, guys.
That's with them training us.
Yeah. Damn.
What a way to win, man. Shut them up. But we've had it easy until now. The next expansion won't be anything like Kunark. In Kunark, Faceless had the first 6 groups to max level. There was no real competition for getting server first raid targets. No real competition for the first month, for that matter. But the next expansion, it won't be like that. Faceless and Relentless Insomnia are all going to be max level, and there's a lot of raid mobs to compete on. Towards the end of Kunark on Teek, the server had 2 big controversies beyond raiding. Controversy 1, Chrono. For the first few weeks of the server, the price of exchanging Chrono to Platinum, the game money, slowly went up, as is normal, as I've seen on every other server before. It was a few hundred plat to buy a Chrono, then it turned into a few thousand. Completely normal. Then sometime around week 6, the gas pedal broke. To put what I'm going to say in perspective, the same time frame, same server rule set years ago, the Mischief server, Chrono was selling for around 20,000 plat at the end of Kunark. 20,000 plat. On Teek, 200,000 plat. On Teek, Chrono are selling for 10 times higher. Massive inflation. Something was making prices go hysterical. Rumors were flying. Did someone discover a duplication glitch? It's like every new server, someone finds a dupe glitch. Supposedly, prior duplication glitches were never fixed. For Teek, odds are no dupe glitch. The last dupe glitch that happened, it caused prices to immediately skyrocket in 1 or 2 days. The price went up quick on Teek, but not that quick. It took a few weeks to get here. So that's probably not it. Some people said it was the tower gear. When you beat a mission for the first time, it gives you like 400, 500 plat. Times that by 7 missions, that creates a lot of extra platinum that normally wouldn't be in the game at this time. That doesn't help. But the missions aren't that simple to farm, in my opinion. It doesn't answer why Krono is 200,000 plat on Teek. I think economics have a bit to do with it. There's just not as much to buy. Like I said earlier, 7 slots worth of raid gear are completely worthless because of tower gear. Maybe people are desperately chasing Chrono because there's nothing to buy except Chrono. People buy Chrono as a hedge against inflation, just like people buy gold in real life because the dollar loses value. That's what Chrono is in EQ. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. And this leads to controversy number 2. A very wild rumor. Chrono in people's accounts was just disappearing. Players were speculating, arguing on and on that the game company was silently removing Chrono bought from the black market. You don't have to buy Chrono for $18 from Daybreak. Some third-party websites sell them for $9 to $10 a pop. Way cheaper. This is how people turn Chrono in the game into real-life money. They'll sell in the black market. So what people were saying is it was thought that if you bought Chrono from the black market, you might just log in one day and then find it all gone. All the Chrono in your account just disappears. Now, when you'd file a petition with the company to get your money back, the game masters couldn't just mint a Chrono and hand it to you. New Chrono can only be minted when you buy it from the company store. So instead,
The game masters were allegedly printing the current value of plat of Chrono and then handing that to you. Then you just buy your lost Chrono back in the Common Lands tunnel from other players selling it. So what's fact? What's fiction? The company officially confirmed that Chrono were disappearing. It was happening. And people were getting their lost Chrono reimbursed with platinum from game masters. But as to why the Chrono were disappearing, what was causing it, I can't confirm that. The game company is awfully tight-lipped about certain things. Scrubbing the black market Chrono, stolen credit cards, a glitch, we really just don't know. Regardless, there was nothing of major value being sold anymore at the end of Kunark. All the best raid gear had been farmed to death and was selling for dirt cheap. The tower gear completely disrupted the meta, making raid gear even cheaper. People were buying Chrono en masse to protect against inflation. They were hoarding Chrono for the next expansion in hopes that stuff would be worth buying again. I let my subscription lapse on the Paladin because I was only getting like 20,000 plat each raid. It wasn't worth attending for so little money relative to Chrono. As for what items I've gotten raiding, I have this mantra that standard gear is replaceable, but clickies are forever. So I mostly focused on buying clickies over stat upgrades. I got this item called the Blood Orchid Katana. It's a 9-second cast clicky Spirit of the Wolf buff, run speed buff. It's a faster run speed buff than J-Boots, and it has the second benefit of I can cast it on other people, unlike J-Boots, which is self-only. So I was running by newbie yards and giving out So as a bard. Kind of crazy. Something you normally can't do. At the end of Kunark, I had every item I ever wanted, except for maybe one. It's incredible. I've never been this well geared before. Come next expansion, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it all because I have a lot. I have a lot to buy. Act 5. The Scars of Velius. The gnomes of Akanon have built an ocean vessel with the capability of navigating the roughest seas and breaking through ice flows. On its maiden voyage, the gnomish ship successfully broke through a massive barrier of ice. There, they discovered islands they later called the Icy Fingers. Upon further exploration, the crew discovered an ancient bridge leading into a massive glacial continent. For a price, these gnomes will offer adventurers passage to these frozen, uncharted lands. At the start of the video, I mentioned the first entities to find and colonize this world of Norrath. We're going to where they first made home. This is Velius, where the Worm Queen Veeshan dug deep scars into the ice, depositing her brood of dragons to watch over all. Day 86. The next expansion is about to unlock. What guild is going to win Velius launch?
I ran to the docks that take you to Velius, but I didn't find that many people. Instead, there was a huge mass of people sitting in Freeport. Mostly Faceless there, but our main competitor, Relentless Insomnia, was starting to join the party. All these floating weapons are people. I just had to turn character models off because the lag was so bad. And I don't know if this was intentional or not, but some people were bringing guards in tow, and the guards were smoking evil races. The reason why my guild is waiting here is because this is where the vendors who sell the port spells to Velius, this is where they'll spawn. It's faster than taking the boat. I joined my assigned raid, and something terrible happened. I lost connection to the game. This little green bar shows my connection strength. It was losing. Right as the expansion was unlocked, I disconnected. Wizards and druids bought their new port spells, and the raid force quickly moved on without me. Crap. As an aside, I forgot to mention this important context earlier, but here it is. I said there's 2 types of raids on this server. So type 1, instance raids. Every week, we had 2 scheduled raid nights. It all happens in private versions of these raid zones that are capped at 72 players. So the guild was forced to split its massive population into several raids. Faceless had like 5 raid instances going all at the same time, doing all the same targets. And that created a lot of loot. But that's not the only form of raiding on this server. Type 2, open world raids. These same raid targets we do in private zones also spawn in public/open versions of the zone where anyone can show up. Open world raids are a different animal. Not 72 players. It could be hundreds of players, all from different guilds fighting each other. And whoever does 51% of the damage wins the loot. Winner take all. It gets very ruthless. And especially the first day of the expansion, where all the contested raid mobs are up, there's huge bragging rights to being the first guild to take down the end boss of an expansion. It's huge for recruitment. Open world raiding is a lot of drama. The first day of an expansion launch is the most. I quickly log back in after being disconnected, and my guild have all moved to the Temple of Veeshan, TOV. Fortunately, I got this clicky that teleports me right outside. I got this from completing a task on a challenge server called Vaniki. Anyways, this is a gorge where Veeshan used her claws to scar deep into the ice. Her dragon brood later constructed a temple to worship their mother here. We're going into their most holy place. I catch up with the guild. There's something like 400 people in this zone, and it's become a problem. Again, I had to turn character models off to reduce lag, and even then, it's still bad. This footage is the lag at its absolute worst. Our guild went for the first raid mob in the way, Ishan of Sky. Nobody could cast spells. Healers couldn't heal. I couldn't even play 2 songs. Melee turned their auto attack on and just sat there doing nothing. Then they'd finally swing their weapons 2 minutes later. I kept getting hit from something and dead. I get res back and I start seeing necropets just going rogue. They glitched out and started attacking their masters. I've never seen that. So we had to kill the pets. That's a weird glitch.
My particular raid force was instructed to wait at the entrance. And we found out that the way the lag was working is it's localized. So when we split up the 400 people in zone to separate areas, the lag got better. You could at least cast your spells again. Then we heard the plan from the officers. We're going for the end boss of this zone called Vulak. If your guild is going to claim they won Velius, this is arguably the strongest claim, but it's not as simple as going straight to him and zerging him down. There is a way we could lose. Zaid split up the guild into 3 raid forces. I'm in the 3rd raid force. After the other raid forces cleared some targets, Raid Force 3 was instructed to move up to our objective. We kill trash in the way. And right as this is going down, some drama is happening elsewhere on the server. I checked on who was in the zone we're at now in Temple Veeshan, and it's just Faceless with another guild we formed an alliance with. No Relentless Insomnia at all, no RI in sight. Where the heck are they? Where they were was the next best claim for saying your guild won the expansion. After Veeshan's colonization of Norrath, various gods created minions of their own to keep Veeshan's dragons in check. One of the gods sought much more than suppression. The god Rallo-Zek created the orcs, goblins, ogres, and giants. He made them all with ambitions, much like himself. A thirst for combat, a thirst for conquest. For Rallo-Zek is the god of war. His minions fought to conquer Norrath. His minions fought to conquer divine planes, killing other gods in their very own homes. But this action threatened the balance of divine power. Rallo-Zek and his creations would pay for their disruption. A curse was loosed. The giants, ogres, goblins, and orcs all had their minds and bodies lessened. Much strength and intelligence was lost. Some creatures, such as the goblins, lost all knowledge of who they once were. Other of Rallos' creations fled to escape the curse's epicenter, a segment of giants left by boat. Great storms blew them to far-off lands. And on Velius, we find giants who seemed to have completely avoided the curse. They're not weak like their Antonic and brethren. They've established a strong city in the center of the icy continent. They worship their creator Rallos by trying to destroy all the other inhabitants that defy their conquest of Velius, notably the dragons and the ice dwarves. This is Kael Drackle, the home of the frost giants. So this guild is Kanos Yacht Club, QYC. A guild that's fairly casual, almost always doing their raids in instant zones and rarely contesting anybody when it comes to open world raid targets. But this time they're shaking it up. Kanos Yacht Club went to Kael Drackle upon expansion unlock, and Relentless Insomnia had the same idea. Now there's an end raid boss that spawns here, but you gotta kill 2 mini bosses first. Kanos Yacht Club QYC went head to head against Relentless on the first mini boss, the statue of Rallo-Zek. Credit goes to Raph about it on Twitch. Kanos Yacht Club beats Relentless in the DPS race on the first mini boss, but there's still a lot more to go. The second mini boss, the Idol of Rallo-Zek, spawns, but QIC doesn't immediately engage. Relentless sees this as a sign of weakness.
Oh, hey, they're pulling the idol to you guys right now.
No, they're dropping it on us right now. It's coming to our spot.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's them.
They train the second mini boss right onto QIC. If RI could wipe QIC, it would be easy for them to seal a victory here. But it became a huge problem.
So, if we get aggro on it, we're gonna slow it and just let it sit there. We're not killing it for them. We're gonna let it sit at 100%, slow it, just tank it. And at some point, they're gonna have to come tank it or port to NTOV to contest with Bulak. And at that point, we would kill it. If they kill it, we're going to go sit at the AOW spawn point.
QIC did not want to kill it. You see, after this second mini-boss goes down, the final boss immediately spawns. That's the one that only matters. And this precursor fight takes a lot of resources. You really wear yourself out doing it. Killing Idol now would put QIC at a disadvantage against the final boss. So QIC decided to stall. If you want the end boss to spawn, someone has to kill this mini-boss. Could QIC force Relentless to act? Either that, or maybe make Relentless wait so long that they would get impatient and leave for some other target. QIC would then clean up uncontested, and RI maybe competes with us instead, Faceless in Temple Veeshan, perhaps. Meanwhile, we ran up to the northernmost corridor, Temple Veeshan, to engage Joralag. This is basically Lady Vox, but more hit points. She's a cleric that can complete heal herself, and she does an AoE cold nuke that dispels buffs. I sat around the corner to avoid taking damage, and I played resist songs to help out my party. Now for our real objective. Raid Force 1 and 2 needed us to kill Lady Nev. Lady Nev is probably the worst raid fight of Velius, the most annoying one. Not because she's hard, but because it's tediously long. She has this AoE nuke that spin stuns you around for several seconds. It's very hard to resist, even with Bard songs, and it hurts real bad. So the strategy is to joust in and out with low health. If your health is good, you can duck before the AoE to avoid the spin stun. However, if your raid composition is different, if you're loaded to the gills with caster DPS like we were in Raid Force number 3, it's pretty quick. Back in Kale, there's 642 people in the zone, and still nobody wants to kill the second mini-boss because it would put that guild at a disadvantage from the final boss. Relentless was sitting on the spot where the end boss would spawn once the mini-boss died. QIC moved most of their raid right on top of them, kept a skeleton crew on the mini-boss. 30 minutes of stalling later, the second mini-boss died, and this was beautiful. The Avatar of War spawns right in a PvP area, player versus player area. You can attack other players here. Some Relentless DPSers went down there, and some 15 QIC bards started nuking them to death.
Yeah, the lag let up, all the dirges went off. I killed 3 people.
Yeah, mine did too.
Relentless DPS also caught so much aggro trying to burn the boss down that the raid boss was swapping to them and wiping them out one by one. Relentless saw so many people that they abandoned the fight, summoned a creature to evacuate out, and in one last bit of spite,
Someone's training mobs into the arena.
Relentless trained some extra trash mobs onto QIC, but it also failed. The amazing bards who just finished nuking RI DPSers to death
Just ready need buffs and raid and guild.
I high sunned all the ads away.
started to use a song called High Sun. It warps mobs right back to their spawn point. So all the mobs RI was training on QIC were warping back to their spawn and dropping aggro.
There we go. That helps.
Yeah.
Let's
go.
Let's go.
They actually left. They gave up.
Kanos Yakulov, QIC, a casual guild, destroyed the wannabe best guild on the server, Relentless Insomnia.
incredible. And the salt, the salt Relentless put on afterwards was priceless. I'll show it later, but Raid Force 3, us, we have a raid mob to kill.
Nice job, fellas.
There we go.
Relax up.
Raid Force 1 and 2 attack Vulak, the end boss of Temple Veeshan.
So our first Vulak imminent, boys. Good work. Good work.
Are they being contested at all?
Nah,
I don't. Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Why did we, Raid Force 3, have to kill Lady Nev? Positioning. It's just like Idol and Avatar of War. The end boss Vulak spawns immediately after the last named dragon, Lord or Lady, is killed. Lady Nev was the last one left at this point. So this is the problem. If Relentless was in the zone and they saw us killing Lady Nev, they just park everybody right in Vulak's room and wait for us to spawn him. It's just like Kale. Whoever has to kill the mini-boss would be too far out of position to contest the final boss. By the time we would have finished Lady Nev and then ran over to Vulak, it would have already been lost. Relentless would have had a good 2-3 minutes of DPS ahead of us. So the last dragon in Temple Veeshan always turns into a stalemate. No one wants to fight it first because you'll lose the end boss. But we had the numbers to pull off a strategy. So Raid Force 1 was filled with pure damage dealers to win any DPS race on Vulak. Raid Force 2 was the support, so Force 1 and 2 sat on Vulak spawn in preparation. And then we, Raid Force 3, our job was to break any stalemate. We killed the last trigger mob, Vulak spawned, 7 minutes later, Faceless defeats the end boss of this zone. Velius is not over yet though. There's still more to do. So we got Vulak, one of the best claims to being the end boss of this expansion, but Velius is strange in that there is no definitive end boss to say that you won. So leadership wanted a more convincing claim. They came up with a new plan. Almost all the raid mobs in open world have been taken down by this point. So instead, we were sent out to do instance raids of everything. If Vulak isn't enough for us to prove being the #1 guild, what about being the first guild to clear every raid mob? Leadership reformed the raids and sent us out to seemingly random directions. I didn't realize it at the time, but there was a secret reason behind what my specific raid force was sent on. Right outside Temple Veeshan is Klandakar. He's actually got a little story. He's one of the first dragons that Veeshan deposited here on Norrath. One of the few left called the First Brood. He serves as a guard. He keeps his banished cousin imprisoned in the next zone we'll visit. Klandakar isn't too hard though. He dispels and has a small AoE nuke and fears. Nearby, we took down Harladar, the mother of Faradar, the leader of Veeshan's Peak. We also did Santalak, who guards the entrance to Temple Veeshan. Leadership sent us to the next zone, Dragon Necropolis, a burial tomb for Veeshan's children who've long since passed. Some new tenants have moved in though, being spider and rat men.
Towards the deepest parts of the crypts, we find that banished cousin Zlandikar. What did Zlandikar do that was so heinous to get him here? Cannibalization. Cannibalization of fellow dragons to increase his own power, for he is a necromancer, somewhat like Trakenon. Fairly difficult fight, actually. He puts out some massive AoE dot damage, but we took him down, and again, all to plan. All these dragons were dropping an item that we desperately needed later. Next, we were sent to Kale Drackle. So seeing as Kanos Yacht Club already took down these raid mobs earlier, we had to pull a private instance of the zone. Other raids were sent to kill various other end bosses. We engaged King Tormax, the leader of the giants here in Kale. This zone is basically pure tank and spank fights, one after another. Mobs that do nothing fancy, they just hit really hard and got a lot of hit points. Next was Darakhor, the Vindicator, King Tormax's right-hand man in administering justice. Another tank and spank on par with his ruler. And now it's our turn for the Avatar of War. We pull the first mini-boss, the statue of Ralosek. More hit points and hits harder, but still not too bad because he's slowable. The second mini-boss, Idol of Ralosek, it just sucks. It's slowable too, but he's super duper resistant. And the worst part about this guy is he doesn't even drop any loot when you kill him. It takes forever to kill him and he gives you nothing. After Idol goes down, the final boss, Avatar of War, spawns. This is the ultimate tank and spank fight of original EverQuest, and we started off terribly by pulling him accidentally right on top of us. He warped out of that arena area. So Avatar hits like a freight truck and has a ridiculous amount of hit points. So how this fight works is it all comes down to three factors. First, you need warriors because of something called the defensive discipline. It's an ability they have that reduces the damage they take by 25%. No other tank could survive these hits. But this fight lasts so long that you need several warriors to swap out. The defensive discipline only lasts for 3 minutes or so. The number two thing you need clerics, and a lot of them. The strategy to keep the tank alive is a complete heal rotation, a CH rot. Clerics have the most mana efficient heal in the game called Complete Heal, but it takes like 10 seconds to cast it. It takes a really long time cast. So clerics need to coordinate a wave of casting so the tank survives, a chain of casts. One cleric starts casting CH, the next one goes a few seconds later, the next one goes in a few seconds later, and this leads to number 3, DPS. DPS gotta whittle down this beast health before you run out of tanks and the healers run out of mana. It's an endurance fight that goes for like 15 to 20 minutes at times. We beat Avatar, but the clerics were just about empty. It was good timing.
You got this.
It's down.
Good job, everybody.
Bro, I honestly thought with tower gear that would be a lot easier. That dude was pushing our mana quite a bit.
With this boss kill, we as a guild only had one thing left to clear to win Velius. I got a tell from Zaid to drop the raid I was in, and I run to Dragon Necropolis. I got handed a talisman that came from the Zlandikar we beat here. I ran to this pillar nearby and handed the talisman to this ghost dragon.
and was rewarded with a key. This is Jaladar's ghost, the father to Faradar and Veeshan's Peak, and his corpse is the one that lies in the field of bone as a remnant of that final fight of the Ixar Empire long, long ago. He gives us a key and tasks us with freeing an imprisoned dragon from an age long ago. What Zayd invited me to join is probably the most special event in the entirety of EverQuest. I use my key to click on this orb. I enter the Sleeper's Tomb. The rooms are massive compared to just the 36 of us in zone. We find these golems protecting the way. We engage the first boss, the Master of the Guard. Another tank and spank fight, but he periodically recruits help. GPS focused on killing the ads first, and then shifted back to the boss. Healer mana got tight, but we pulled through. We continued further into the tomb. Down and down and down deeper into the depths. An hour later, we arrive at the last descent. We come across one last golem. It's guarding this door with all its might. This fight was the last real tank and spank. After defeating the guard, we enter the door and see a massive sphere of flowing energy. Within it is a crystal dragon, fast asleep. Why all the guards for this sleeping dragon? We'd soon find out. But there were 4 last lines of defense, 4 warder dragons in this giant room, funneling their power towards this sleeping one. Maybe if we defeat them, the dragon will awake? One by one, we take down each warder. And now for the final one. Our DPS joust in and out to avoid the nasty AoEs. A few minutes later, the final guardian of the sleeper falls. With this, Faceless has cleared all of Velius. We broke a record actually. The fastest clear for Velius was something like 12 hours. We did it in 6 hours 24. Teek's rules make it easier though, to be fair. But one last thing to witness.
The sleeper awakes, shouting, "I am free!" Its name changes to Carafirm, and it immediately starts killing us, the ones who freed it. No discrimination of friend from foe. I aggro it, and in one hit, I die. I run back to catch this footage. So why did the warders want to keep Carafirm asleep? Carafirm is the most powerful known being upon Norrath, a living violation of 2 laws set forth by their mother, the Worm Queen Veeshan. Rule 1, dragons of opposing elements cannot mate. Ice and fire do not mix. When this law is broken, it creates an immensely powerful child, more powerful than any of its fellow dragons. But notably, this power comes with insanity, bloodlust. This is where Carafirm broke law number 2. Veeshan forbade any dragon to kill another dragon. Carafirm violated this rule as well, killed anyone who spoke out against his interest. A war broke out. The first brood of Veeshan won, but they were too weak to finish Carafirm off, so they sealed him away in a deep sleep to protect dragonkind, and we just woke him. He rampages through the zone, at point coming to a boss with a lot of hit points, and in 25 seconds, it defeated a boss that would take us 5 minutes to beat. Carafirm worked its way all to the exit, and I get to see it up close firsthand. Then it vanishes, flies away free to wreak havoc somewhere else. The Awakening of the Sleeper, this event, is one of the most significant events ever for this game, because it'll only happen one time on any server. No one can ever witness this event again on Teek. And in fact, this event is so exclusive that only few EverQuest players have ever witnessed it firsthand. I am now one of them. Now, I wouldn't normally mention this, but it's important for later. After this victory, our guild leader Zaid, he took a long vacation with his family, and good for him. He trusted his other officers to hold down the fort. So while this day was over, we kept going on a little bit longer. We went to pretty early morning. We engaged one of my favorite mobs in the game, a colloquial antagonist. Colloquial means slang, so aka these monsters hate anyone who uses slang. Don't say skibbity toilet no cap here, or groovy, because this thing wants to kill you. I'm not joking. Does anyone say groovy anymore? It kind of feels gross to say. Anyways, we stayed a little longer to farm some special weapons. There's this gnome in disguise, and you say some special words to him, and he'll turn into his true form. You can farm this event over and over on repeat, and every time he drops these special weapons that proc a buff called Avatar. It is a huge boon to melee damage dealers. It'll turn a 4-hour raid into a 2-hour raid, so long as everyone has an Avatar weapon. That's how big of a deal it is. And I need to say one more thing about the Sleeper. People often get upset when you wake him because there's some raid items that will never drop again because of it. Limited time items, like this gnome illusion mask I get soon. This is true for 99% of servers. Certain loot tables will never drop again. But the Teek server is different. All the loot will still drop regardless of the Sleeper being woken or not. No special drops are lost forever on Teek because of what we did. It's a great thing about this server. I took a good long sleep, and later that night was the first platinum raid I attended in forever. paladin time. Gonna show all these fights later, but look at this picture. Look at this picture. This is the best in slot weapon for warriors. Every one of these bids was 5 to 6 chrono. On day 2 of Velius, 54 million platinum was spent to buy these items. 270 chrono were spent at this raid. The inflation is ridiculous. So, how did our enemy, Relentless Insomnia, how did they take the loss? Not well. They shifted the goalpost. They value open world kills more than instances. I'm going to explain how ridiculous this is in a moment. AKA, what they're saying is, we're happy we get less loot. If you can 5-split an entire raid zone in an instance, you're getting a lot more loot than just killing one boss that spawns every few days. So, someone posted this meme to make fun of them. They're ecstatic that they got 3rd place. They got so salty about this that they power leveled a bunch of characters on that Tormac server, the dead one no one's playing on, to wake up the sleeper first there. Of course they did. They couldn't do it on Teek. A few days later, day 89, I did some errands. I went to the Dragon City of Sky Shrine to get a key. This named Drake called Ziglark Whisperwing, he drops the key. I saw its corpse, but with a bunch of hostiles right nearby. Looted the key, started getting beat up by 5 mobs. We gotta run. I put Bard Speed on. Sorry, dude, that's in the way. I take the key out and click on this burning pot. Zoned into Cobalt Scar. The only zone in Velius locked behind a key other than Sleeper's Tomb. Later in the day, I took one of the avatar weapons I earned and traded it for a robe. Robe of the Azure Skies. I now got everything you could ever want from Kunark. And this robe has great resists for surviving AoEs. And I think it's the only robe in the entire game that a bard can wear. Awesome for Fashion Quest. So the plat raid split was distributed out, and I got 302,000 platinum. I bought a Chrono and still had a bunch of money to spare. So I'm riding high now. The next few days, I don't even know how to describe what happened. It was so fast. Day 92, patch day. A new tower mission was added. Getting to the key was a little glitchy. Fast forward to this mission. We got the keys to enter. You run around to spawn these dervishes. Not too bad. And once they're all defeated, the boss goes active. The boss wasn't that bad either. Some ads spawned, but thank God they were mezzable. Finally a tower mission I can mezz in. And after we beat the mission, it unlocked a belt slot. It had pretty nice stats on it, but a lot of people were very disappointed. Belts are the default slot where you get your melee haste from. And next to weapons, haste gear is the next most important piece of gear to have as a melee DPS. This belt had 0 haste for our level range at 60. It does get haste level 65, the level 65 version, but none that we can use right now. So some people got pretty frustrated. It's like, if you're going to make this overpowered gear, why not just go all the way? Adding some haste to a level 60 belt, oh no, too far. So people got mad at the game company about that. And one other thing added in this patch, they changed the inventory window. They added commas. So it shows the plat inflation better now. Day 93. Now the real drama starts. Remember that standoff we were worried about on launch day while we had the 3 different raid forces? It finally happened. Temple Veeshan. The end boss Vulak can be spawned now. Relentless was ready. They sat all their DPS in Vulak's room, ready to go. We and Faceless felt a bit uncomfortable. Relentless has a history of training people to win fights. They'll pull a bunch of mobs on top of you just to try to grief you. Maybe if they kill enough of you, you'll lose. Anyways, what we did preemptively is we started pulling any and all trash mobs nearby to mitigate that risk of being trained. Meanwhile, the leadership of Relentless, Vicious, and one of his fellow officers, Vindavin, watching for what we'll do. The Red Dragon, Lord Kreezen, was the stalemate. Whoever took it down would spawn Vulak. The problem, though, is fighting this dragon would put you really far away from Vulak. You wouldn't win. But as long as Kreezen was up, Vulak wouldn't spawn. Relentless didn't have the numbers to take him down, so it was on us to break the stalemate. We sent a small contingent to go take it out, but kept the majority of our DPS sitting on Vulak's spawn point. Hopefully it'll be enough. I sat in Vulak's room watching Kreezen's health bar go down. Whatever raid deals the most damage, 51%, wins the fight. I give it everything I have. I finally figured out what to do after I fumbled the ball back in Veeshan's peak where I noobed it up. Bards have this huge nuke, incredible damage, and I have enough mana to cast it 6 times, but then I'm out. It's one of the only abilities the Bards do use mana for, beyond charms.
Use your instas, Arm touches, clickies, everything.
GG!
Oh yeah. Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
We win. We beat our enemy. We beat Relentless Insomnia. Their leader put out a message, changing the goalposts once again, claiming they got half the dragons in the zone, but we only lost on Vulak, so it's not that big of a deal. It was inconsequential what we did. That's not what happened, but whatever. Then they started putting out a chart. They took the meme made of them and made it their guild logo. Then they put out these charts every week about how much better they were than Faceless. Sure, it's true they were getting a lot more kills, but only because we were not there to challenge them. Regardless, we won the standoff today. When there was a fight to compete on, we win. Day 94, the next day was another GDKP raid, plat raid. Took out some more targets, but leadership didn't pick the best options, in my opinion. They were still learning, as to be expected. I got 240,000 plat from the split. But I had to throw some of my own money on top. Didn't have enough to buy a Chrono outright, so I bought myself a Chrono for 250k. Hopefully they picked better targets and the split will be better next time. Day 95 was the single most important day on this server, on Teek. We just didn't know it yet. The first mini-boss, the Statue of Ralosek, it spawned and killed Drackle. The final boss, the Avatar of War, could be triggered. Relentless and Faceless both mobilized. We both set up shop in this nook. We took the initiative and pulled the first boss. We won that battle, but there's still the war. Second mini-boss goes up. Doesn't drop any loot, and fighting it costs a lot of mana, puts you at a disadvantage for Avatar of War. Relentless pulled the idol, tried to bring it on top of us, forcing us to engage it, but we were sitting right on them. They were forced to tank it instead. When it was almost down, we moved to the Avatar's spawn point, the arena. They moved too. Avatar of War spawned. We pulled it out of the PvP area and fought it in the doorway. I gave it everything I had.
Everything. Nice. Go. Jump.
Good job.
Nice.
We beat Relentless back to back on the two biggest bosses of Velius. And of course, they'd put out another chart proving they're so much better than us. They win 100% of the time. But we're not there. Yeah. we were in high spirits. The next 2 days were our scheduled raid nights. I want to show the stuff I didn't get to see on launch day. Our first target for the night involves a long wait. You zone into Sky Shrine, and some mage has to do this huge cross-country trek to the very end of the zone. So this is some footage of that. And once in position, the mage uses their level 55 spell called Call the Hero to summon you to them. You have to summon the entire raid to them. And this makes it so we don't have to clear all the oodles of trash in the way to get to the end boss here. Saves a lot of time. And once everyone is coughed in, we fight Lord Ayonic, the leader of the dragons on Velius. This fight is doable with very few numbers. The only curveball is that Ayonic will do a mana drain every minute or so casters have to stand behind a barrier to avoid it before it goes off. Simple. A little lore. At one time, the dragons on Velius and the dragons on Kunark were united, but sometime during their history, a divorce happened. Ayonic and the dragons of Velius believe that they should mostly focus on worshipping their mother Veeshan, whereas Jaladar and his Kunark cohort believe dragons should focus on subjugating mortals like us. Unable to reconcile their differences, they split apart into two separate factions. After this fight, we went to the Plane of Growth, home to one of the gods of Norrath. A Upon zoning in, we immediately came under attack. The gist of this zone is it's the good version of Plane of Fear. There's loads of trash mobs running about, several mini bosses, and then the final god itself. After clearing a bunch of trash mobs, the only mini boss we engaged was Ale the Elder, this giant tree. This fight is dangerous because it can silence all casters. It's really hard to heal the tank when the clerics can't cast anything. We took it down no problems though. After this, we went straight for the god of this realm, Tunair, the god of nature, creator of the elves. Her most dangerous mechanic is that she calls every mob in the zone to help her out. It's just like Khazak Thul in Plane of Fear. So the problem is this. Normally, you'd have to clear everything in the zone before fighting her. But doing that would take 4 to 5 hours. We don't got 4 to 5 hours. So there's a way to shorten it. One person gets close enough to aggro Tunair, but doesn't attack her. Then she'll call every mob in the zone to help her, and they'll all start running to her. But once they get there, if there's nothing to fight, they'll just path back home. We wait for all the trash to clear out. Then a mage sends their elemental pet in to keep Tunair in combat. And I heard it explained that so long as Tunair stays in combat, she'll only call for help once. You don't have to worry about the trash mobs coming back to fight you. The raid got into position, and we started the fight. Beyond calling for help, the only other thing that makes her difficult is she hits like a truck. Warrior defensive discipline and strong heals are key to this fight. After we beat her, we go to the Plane of Fear, the evil version. It's a base game raid zone. It comes out with the vanilla version of EverQuest. But come Velius, Plane of Fear gets revamped. Bosses act different, and loot table is updated. So it's worth doing again. So like Plane of Growth, killing everything in Plane of Fear takes a lot of time that we don't have. Khazak is going to call his buddies to help when you start fighting him. But, just like Tunair, there is a strategy to avoid all the trash. You engage Khazak and pull him far away to a different spot to fight him. When he calls for help, the trash mobs will only run to the last place Khazak was. So if you're somewhere else with him, you don't have to spend the hours clearing all the trash. The next day, we cleaned up the remainder of Velius. The bosses I didn't face yet in Temple of Veeshan, because we skipped to the end. Now, there's a lot of bosses in this zone. I'm just going to show the most interesting fights. Ayonic is the first dragon blocking the way to everything else. This fight is nothing dangerous for melee, but it's terrible for casters. Ayonic frequently casts a mana drain effect, and it's really important that the healers stay behind a wall to avoid it. And it's really important that the tank stays close enough to be in healing range too. Outside of that, the caster DPS have to joust, they have to avoid the mana drains. Melee can be lazy and just stay in the whole time. After Ayonic, we take down some more Dragon Lords. The next most interesting fight is Lord Kreezen. We've seen him earlier. His AoE is a fast fire nuke with a stun component attached. This fight is tough for casters too, because you'll constantly be interrupted by the stuns. My bard songs kept getting interrupted over and over. Like I've said much earlier, the game has a feature called Melody that'll automatically play your song twist, play your 4 songs for you. But it was getting interrupted so much, I had to manually play each one of my songs. Very few bards learn to do that anymore. Very lazy. The next fun fight is Lord VM. His AoE throws everyone across the room. It's real dangerous because it can actually throw you into this lava pit right outside his cubby, and there's no way out of that. And even with playing max magic resist songs, I still got flung around. Bards get safe fall as an ability though, so I didn't have to worry about fall damage, but everyone else did. It's really hard to tank and heal when you're 50 feet in the air. Fast forward a bunch more dragons, and we get instanced Vulak to spawn and take him out. But this was not the only time we'd see Vulak this day. It's time to talk about why day 95 was probably the most important day on Teek. On day 95, we beat Relentless Insomnia in a DPS race on Avatar of War. It's now 2 days later. That instance raid I just showed was at night, but in the morning, a contested Vulak was able to be spawned. The precursor was up. Another chance to beat our enemy, Relentless Insomnia, waiting for us to break the stalemate. I was assigned to the stalemate raid. We went to kill the last Lord/Lady up, while the majority of our DPS sat on Vulak spawn, right next to Relentless. Right before the dragon died, I ran over to Vulak's spot to catch the action. We lose. Why?
Yeah, that was pretty much guaranteed with 49 wizards here.
So I guess you can try.
Leadership said they weren't surprised. Relentless had 49 wizards here. Wizards spit out damage quicker than our heavy melee composition. You can't win them all. At least that's what we told ourselves. 4 hours later, the first mini-boss statue spawns in Kale Drackle. Hey, we can redeem ourselves. Let's beat RI on Avatar of War. We tank the statue mini-boss and win the fight. We get the loot, but not over yet. We move outside of where Avatar will spawn, and we start the idol fight, the second mini-boss. Beat it, and wait for Avatar to pop. DPS race starts. Who's gonna win? Can't even see the mob with how many nukes are being thrown at it.
It's alright.
Dude, half of us couldn't even see him on our X-Tar or target him.
We lost again. Twice in one day. What's happening? So some glitch occurred. This is the screen of one of our DPS. Avatar was there, but it wasn't even on their screen. They couldn't even target it. Okay, whatever. We lost Vulak because they brought 49 box wizards. So what? We lost Avatar because half our DPS couldn't even attack the mob. Just a glitch. And the next day, it looks like we'll turn things around. At midnight, contested King Tormac spawns. We get there first and mop it up easy. I accidentally killed myself here with these AoE nukes. But even worse, one of my old guildmates from years ago, Pumbaa, my favorite shaman in EverQuest, guy hears his phone go off. Log on now! Log on! Pumbaa jumps out of bed and breaks his toe, racing to the computer. Poor guy. King Tormac spawns again 20 hours later, same day. Relentless was not happy about us getting the kill earlier. So they had 50-something losers sitting here for 4 hours just so they would beat us to it. This is time to bring up an old EQ term called poop socking. Poop socking is when you're so desperate to win a contested fight that you force yourself to stay at the computer all day long just to beat another guild. And you can't even leave the screen for 1 second, so you have to poop in a sock at your desk rather than get up and use the toilet. Just nasty. Poop socking. Relentless won this fight because we were killing raid mobs elsewhere. No big deal. Two hours later, Avatar of War can be triggered. Everyone rushes over. Relentless's leader, Vicious, is just watching our every move, plotting. They amass a huge force. First mini-boss, Statue. We win the fight as usual. Second boss, Idol. Relentless pulls it right on top of us, forces us to engage it. Then they do one of the dirtiest things I've seen so far. They've trained other guilds to win, and now this. They started dispelling everything we put on Idol, all the debuffs that make this fight possible. It's really dirty to rip debuffs off of a boss to try to get your competition to wipe. I've never seen this tactic before. Fortunately, we found out that you can't dispel slow. That's the most important debuff. It makes it a lot easier to heal the tank. You can dispel every debuff in dot except for that one. So we were fine. Idol is almost dead, and we get into position for Avatar to spawn. Another DPS race. We lost again? What? And to add insult to injury, Vicious says this for everyone to see. Thanks for the help, boys. We did all the work for him, and he took the credit. Dang it! So, what the hell happened? Why are we losing? After we beat Relentless on day 95, they changed strategy. They leveled up a crap load of wizards. We were mostly melee DPS. Monks are the best melee DPS class in the game right now. Monks are amazing DPS in instance raids, but they're marathon runners. RI had a bunch of wizards. Wizards, they're sprinters. These contested raid fights aren't marathons, they're sprints. It's about who can put out the most damage the fastest, not about who can do it the longest. We lost all these fights, not because we were outnumbered, we kept losing because we brought the wrong classes. Unknowingly, Relentless Insomnia had changed the class meta in a 25-year-old game. It's not every day you see something new here. For me, day 99 was the straw that broke the camel's back. One thing I really liked about Velius is there's always a mini raid you can do. So despite these 4 losses, Faceless was hitting these tier 2 dragons every night in Temple Veeshan. It was nice to hit some raid targets every night for 30 minutes and then log off. Relentless only seemed to care about the tier 1 bosses, so they left these guys alone most of the time. Later in that day, I joined an armor farm. We were always going to the north wing of Temple Veeshan, but there's also a west and east wing, and they have these various trash mobs that drop armor pieces. Armor pieces that you can use in a quest to upgrade your gear. Upgrades for all the planar gear I've been wearing since Classic. So I got a bunch of plate here off the dragons. One of the warriors leading this armor farm was named Thick Boy, and he was talking about how people would send him random angry tells. I hate you, Thick Boy. You know what you did. And Thick Boy responds, I have no idea what you're talking about. This is the first time I've gone by this name. And then they respond back, you know exactly what you did wrong. Remember that one mean thing you did to me 5 years ago? I am still upset about it. I'm gonna get you back. Oh man. What little babies. Jeez Louise. So it's day 99. Contested avatar can be triggered. God help us. So leadership came up with a plan. They knew we weren't going to beat RI's wizard army. We just have to do something different to win. We win the mini-boss fight as usual. Then the second boss, Idol, we're forced to tank it.
He's coming. He's going to come in the door that we fight Zek on.
Debuff before they get into dispel. Get it
slowed. Enchanter slow everything.
It's chunking our tank, and we need a slow now. But the slowers are chain casting to no luck. Idol's resistances are so high that it takes every magic resist debuff to land slow, and even then it fails a lot.
There goes the dispels.
Then RI starts spamming dispels on Idol, ripping all of the debuffs we're putting on to help lower magic resist. The whole fight, I just played the magic resist debuff song I had on Idol, and it immediately got ripped off every time. They were chain casting dispels. We were never able to land a slow. The healers were struggling to keep up.
You're not.
Turns down. Need another warrior.
Warrior, quickly. Taunt.
You want me to tag him and bring him to this door here?
Go in there,
we're in serious trouble if we don't get it. Okay, 40. Heal 40. Heal 40. Heal 40.
Fortitude. Use Fortitude, please.
40 down.
Press 1.
Press 1. Do we have another warrior?
One tank goes down, 2 tanks go down, 3 tanks go down. Idol starts ripping through us. A dozen of our raiders die, and Idol is so low on health that RI finishes him off. Avatar spawns. We're weakened, but we're still in this. Leadership orders us to run into the PvP area. If they want to win, they'll have to fight us. And at first, RI didn't chase. But then I saw them creeping into the arena. We're not going to win this in our diminished state. We need to kill RI if we have any chance at Avatar. I started blasting them with my nukes. But half of my nukes were resisted. That OP tower gear, it boosted people's resist so high I couldn't land anything on them. I only killed pets. Then RI started targeting our tanks.
I don't know who's ours and who's not.
All of ours are dying. They're killing all of us.
They're not even attacking the boss, they're just attacking us.
The tanks that were holding Avatar's attention are now also getting hit by Relentless. Tank after tank went down. They weren't even attacking Avatar. They were only attacking us.
We're gonna wipe.
We lost too many people, and RI mopped up the win. After this fight, we tried to contest another raid boss, but lost to that too. We lost 6 contested fights in a row. This is rock bottom, or as close as you can get. It's no longer that Faceless can do whatever it wants. It's whatever scraps
Relentless allows us to have. I snapped. At first, it was excuses. We've gotten so much loot, it doesn't matter anymore. We weren't ready for their wizards. The game glitched and we couldn't target the boss, etc., etc. But this fight, there is no excuse. We were humiliated. It was obvious to me. We were never going to win again. So I blew up on Zaid. This is your f***ing guild. Our enemy is embarrassing us. I have more footage of us losing than winning. What the hell are you f***ing doing? Zaid responded. He knew the DPS meta had changed. We need more wizards. So you know what his glorious plan was? We were going to get bonus experience soon, Labor Day weekend. And his plan, a discounted power level for wizards. Instead of paying $80, you can now pay $40 to get a max level wizard. Wow, that's the ticket. I was playing chess, and Zaid over here is playing frickin' checkers. We needed to think 3 to 4 moves in the future. Let's take this wizard meta to its logical conclusion. Zaid's plan works. We level up some wizards and start winning again. Great. Then you know what? RI is going to level up even more wizards. They start winning again. We level up wizards, they level up wizards. Then one day, this will happen. A single raid group can hold 72 people max. The first guild to bring a full DPS raid of 72 wizards will win, not just now, but win forever. It cannot be countered. Why are we playing into RI's game when we could just go for checkmate? Answer me that. But to get those 72 wizards, it ain't going to be free. Leadership would need to ask about 40 people to blow $40 a pop to power level a class they don't even want to frickin' play. I don't want to play it. It's not going to happen. So I told Zaid, if we want to win, not just now, but permanently, leveling those wizards needs to be more affordable than $40, if not at all just free. The biggest advantage Faceless has over Relentless is numbers, but those numbers count for nothing if the classes aren't optimized. So how did Zaid respond? The guy who was on vacation this whole time while his guild was getting embarrassed. He said my idea was cringe. If this is how I react to losing 2 days, then maybe my skin is too thin for his guild. Just 2 days, you say? I'm too thin-skinned? More like 6 losses in a row, Zaid. Gaslight much? If losing 6 times in a row doesn't bother you, you're delusional. What Zaid told me next was everything I needed to know about him. He said, on the last server like Teek on Mischief, Faceless only won a single contested fight in half a year. No one cares. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, you say? No, it does matter, Zaid. It matters to those 100 plus people who show up every night only to get their asses handed to them. It's soul crushing. It's demoralizing. People quit for like this. You either play to win the game or don't bother showing up. And Zaid would be right. None of this would matter to me if it wasn't for this one little detail. You see, Zaid advertises Faceless as what? The #1 raid guild on several servers. And he's not lying. It is true. Faceless is the #1 raid guild on several servers. But he's not being entirely truthful either. You know why they're the #1 raid guild? Because, all their competition left. They stopped caring. Most players here on Teek will quit sometime in the first 4 expansions. Then Faceless goes on to dominate the other 26 expansions that nobody gives a shit about. The only time winning matters is now. Now when there's bragging rights. But right now, the leader of the #1 guild is content with being humiliated. You know, if Relentless's charts are right about one thing, it's this. Just because Faceless wins the one day that an expansion releases, it does not mean that they won the expansion. Faceless shows up for a few hours, checks out, then Relentless dominates for months. Calling Faceless the #1 guild is a joke, false advertisement. I thought Zayd had the best strategy. The goal of Faceless is to outlast every other guild on this server. But if this is what outlasting Relentless looks like, constant defeat until they get bored a few expansions in and leave the server, yeah, that's nothing to be proud of. Relentless is playing to win, and Zayd is playing for a participation trophy. Disgusting. Regardless, I need to get ahead of some criticism I'll get. Why did I not level a wizard, despite me complaining we don't have enough wizards? You're a hypocrite, Ion Blaze. You got time to complain about it, but none to fix it? Yeah, I mean, that's one way to look at it, sure. But answer me this. If the guild leader doesn't care about winning, then why should I? Why should I care about spending $40 to level a wizard when Zayd doesn't even care about winning? He made it clear. What's really bothering me? I don't care if Relentless dominates 99% of the expansion. What I do care about is when leadership asks us to show up to compete with them and fails to give us a shot to win. Why are we even trying then? Rant over. I had to think long and hard what I was going to do next. I talked with Variety Void on one of his streams, and he told me this. If a game gets you this upset, you need to step away. Sometimes it's hard for me to remember that this is just a stupid video game. My weakness is I take pride in everything I do. I feel that how you do one thing is how you do everything.
If you've been waiting for me to rant about toxic casuals, it's here.
Use my promo code TOXICCASUALS to get 25% off my certificate for becoming a wandering dog barber. You ever want to wander across country shaving stray dogs so that people will adopt them? Too bad. You need a certificate for that. But my new class solves that. Type in my promo code TOXICCASUALS into the comments and get 25% off. Buy it now.
Toxic casuals.
Buy it now.
Toxic casuals.
Buy it now.
Toxic casuals.
Promo code. I really thought about leaving Faceless. I reached out. As dirty as Relentless Insomnia play, at least they play to win. I respect that about them. They don't play for participation trophies like Zayd. But I had some time to think. Joining Relentless wasn't the solution for me. Faceless is not the best at everything, but they are the #1 guild when it comes to instance raids. Those instance raid nights we do twice a week when there's no one trying to beat us.
Faceless is great at generating a ton of loot from instance raids and distributing it out fast. Few other guilds have built the years of experience and infrastructure that Faceless has. Zaid does run a very efficient guild. Labor Day weekend starts, bonus experience is on, and a bunch of people on Faceless are leveling while I'm here working on this movie script. Yay! But I started to hear rumors. When I first came to Teek, I thought Faceless versus Relentless was just top guild versus top guild. You know, the usual drama on every server. But I soon found out that it wasn't the usual drama. What the hell did I just get wrapped up in here? In the argument I have with Zaid told me that Relentless's leader, Vicious, he used to go by a different name in the past, Mabu. And I started digging there. I saw Vicious was online, so I sent him a message. Are you Mabu? He didn't confirm yes or no. He just told me that he didn't trust me and didn't want to be in my video. Too bad. But fair enough. I respected that. I ended it there. But I still wanted to know more, so I asked someone else in Relentless, what's the deal with Zaid and Vicious? This was the best answer I got. So sometime 5 to 10 years ago, primitive versions of these two guilds were on separate servers. But then Zaid heard that Vicious might have his guild transfer over to the same server he was on to compete with them. Faceless officers were chatting one night during a raid, and they were saying they're worried about Vicious coming over to compete with them. But Zaid said it was nothing to be concerned about. He would start a rumor that Vicious was stealing from the guild bank and running scams and such. It would hurt his reputation. It would hurt his guild recruitment. Then on a following raid night, Zaid actually did start spreading that rumor. Overnight, Vicious struggled to find new people for his guild, and he had no clue what happened. Then on the server that happened 1 year before Teek, Vicious finally found out why. A person who had heard that Faceless officer chat years ago told Vicious just how the rumor started. Vicious had a bone to pick with Zaid, and I asked, why did Zaid do that? And the answer made sense. I was told that Zaid's goal has always been to be number one in the eyes of the EverQuest community. He did what he had to do in order to destroy his competition, and sometimes it got dirty. But stepping away, this is all just a second-hand account of Relentless's side of the story. What about Zaid's side of the story? I planned on leaving Faceless. I was just going to cash out whatever points I had at this raid, but then Zaid pulled me aside to chat about the argument we had. And I asked him, what's the deal between you and Vicious? He explained to me that Vicious is a very polarizing figure going far back in EverQuest. He has a history of burning bridges in every guild he's been a part of. He changes his name a lot so people don't recognize him. It was Mabu, then Mitch, and now Vicious. Usually what happens is he gets kicked from his guild for causing too many problems, or he gets so frustrated that he just stops playing. But he's a very competitive person. He'll do whatever he has to win. And Zaid has taken most issue with the times that Vicious went too far in his competitiveness. For privacy, I blurred this image, but Zaid shared this screenshot here. Vicious got so upset about something in this game that he went after a person in real life. Changed a guild recruitment website to reveal this guy's name, job, address, and even credit card information at some point. Zaid told me that Vicious will dox you if you get on his wrong side. As well, there's people in Vicious's circle that'll often make personal attacks against Zaid. saying they'll do terrible things to his wife and his young daughter. You know, what kind of people do that over a video game? That's kind of stupid. I get being competitive, but that's just too far. Then Zaid warned me. He said if I were to talk about the stuff like I'm sharing right now, Vicious and crew might attack me personally too. They're probably hate watching this video right now. And Zaid asked me if I'm sure I want to bring this hell upon myself. Well, hate messages? The insults, man, they hit so close to home. I'm such a thin-skinned millennial wuss. I can barely handle being told no while I sip my Starbucks with my avocado toast. I might need to go to my safe space. Yeah. I can't wait to read the hate mail. Please do. Now, if they want to try to physically hurt me or my family, I mean, you can try. You won't get far, but enough. That's the extent I've been told about Zaid versus Vicious. It's not so much a Faceless versus Relentless rivalry, it's a personal one. How much of this stuff is true? I don't even know. This is all just allegations. But anyways, Zaid pulled me aside because he wanted to clear the air. He explained that Relentless caught us in a very rough period. Those 5 to 6 losses in a row, a lot of guildies were holding out. They were waiting for the next week when the Labor Day experience bonus would start. It'd be much faster to level Wizard at the time. That's why we didn't react as fast as I personally wanted. You know, fair enough. Maybe I was just impatient. And from what Zaid saw during the experience bonus, my radical idea for the discounted power level, the free power level, it didn't matter. A lot of guildies were leveling up wizards without it. My solution wasn't even needed. More so, Zaid was worried about burning people out, so he didn't want to push us too hard. Okay, I can definitely understand that. He reiterated to me that these contested fights aren't a priority. He believes that the only thing most MMO players in general, not just EverQuest, but WoW, RuneScape, Final Fantasy XIV, all these players care about are the server firsts. It's the biggest recruitment brag you can make. When Relentless had the opportunity to make those server first brags, it was their favorite. It was their go-to. Their current brag of getting the most open world raid target kills, it's just shifting the goalpost. If they can't be server first, that's the next best thing. At least that's what Zaid told me. Now, I still don't completely agree with Zaid. I think consistent domination is more important than showing up one day. But I do respect what Zaid did. He saw I was really angry about what happened, and he had the balls to talk to me, to take an earful even. I fully intended to quit Faceless that day, but I'll give them another chance. I owe Zaid that much. You know, I don't care if we win every fight, but I do care if we have the tools to compete, and we might just have the tools now. But before the conversation ended, Zaid did something terrible. He asked me if I was going to level up a wizard. Nope, don't want to, and too busy. Well, here's a login for one of the 3 wizards I got. He didn't explicitly say this, but I took it as, I'm calling you out, Ion. What's your excuse now? Damn it, Zaid. Day 106. The rematch. Avatar of War was ready to spawn. I logged on the loner wizard Zaid gave me, and we had a crazy raid composition. 21 Shadow Knights and 42 wizards. Almost a full raid of burst DPS. And as usual, Relentless played dirty. They trained the second mini-boss on us, forcing us to act, then they started dispelling all the debuffs to try to kill our tanks. But we got lucky and we landed slow. Can't rip that off. It was tankable now. Here we go. Who's gonna win?
Full burn, dump all your mana. Got him, Coach.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Good job, guys.
You go.
We won the rematch. Half our wizards, including me, didn't even have the best spells to use. Day 107, second rematch. Again, Avatar of War was ready to spawn. 28 Shadow Knights and 44 wizards. A completely full raid now of burst DPS. Zaid and Vicious, ready to settle their beef. Again, them playing dirty by trying to dispel the second mini-boss, but we landed a slow anyways. I got the best spells now. Avatar spawns. Nuke, 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 nuke.
Got him, Coach. Let's go.
Second win in a row. I've never played Wizard, but boy, do I love this. I beat Zaid on the parts. Day 108, the Vulak rematch. This one is precarious. It's very easy to set up an army of box wizards for this fight. Just one spot you sit at. Might not be as easy to win this as Avatar. We started killing the last dragon to get Vulak to pop, and then DPS ran back to the spawn point to sit.
Nice job.
Hell yeah.
I wasn't in the DPS raid, but we got win number 3. 3 in a row. We hit rock bottom, and now we're back. And this was the salt that came out afterwards. I don't blame Zaid for hating these scumbags. These are the people in that guild. When they lose in a video game, they'll say terrible things about your wife. It's gross. They'll say despicable things about your children. Absolutely no class. Now is the part that sucks. I told Zaid that if his plan worked, I would own being wrong. Here I am owning it. I'm adding this in late. I got really upset that I joined what was supposed to be the #1 raid guild, and we lost 6 contested fights in a row. And leadership seemed to be completely fine with it. So I blew up on Zaid. It is his guild after all. But things changed, and I later apologized to Zaid for overreacting. And we were cool after that. But something happened months later. Something completely unacceptable that involves Zaid and a person who he lets co-run his guild. I'm adding this in post-edit because I don't want this specific apology I made. I don't want it to be quoted out of context, misquoted by enemies I am going to make. But anyways, let's get back to the video. Day by day by day,
the wins kept piling up. RI were still getting targets here and there because they were willing to log on at 3 a.m., but anytime we contested them, we generally won. This Vulak win is actually one of the funnier ones. So as per usual, RI continued to play dirty, but this time they ripped off all the magic resist debuffs, so their nukes kept getting resisted left and right. Playing dirty, it backfired. So we won this fight even easier than usual. Day 117. I think this was one of the most demoralizing losses for them. We're about halfway through the expansion. RI and Faceless brought their full forces to bear outside the spawn for King Tormax. It could spawn anytime now. Poop socking. 200 people waiting for hours, wasting their lives just to attack a raid boss that'll die in 30 seconds. I've turned into a degenerate like the rest of them. Tormax spawns in front of 200 people, and boy does he regret showing up. Screw this, I'm out. Everyone starts flinging nukes at him. He's getting thrown all around the place.
Yeah, good job.
And we get another win. And I just imagined the look on Vicious's face as he watches his guild crumble before his eyes. They brought everyone they could, and they still lost. I'd feel sorry for them if they didn't have such scumbags in their roster. Beyond that, one night we found this guy, Agni War. If this looks sketchy to you, it's because it is. I didn't catch exactly how many characters this is, but it's a lot. It's more than I've seen anyone roll with on Teek. This guy is blatantly cheating. And worst of all, I actually know him. So, how is Agni War cheating? So the rules on this server are simple. You are allowed to play 72 characters all at once, like this guy's doing, as long as you follow the rule. One computer can only play one character. One character, one computer. Yeah, I don't think he's got 72 computers. Who the hell has that? No. He's using something called VM software, virtual machines. It's one computer using software to pretend that it's 72 computers. So that's strike one for cheating. And secondly, may I ask, how does one person play 72 characters all at once? Well, if you're following the rules, you got to play them manually. Oh, but you can't play 72 characters all by yourself. You need botting software to play them for you. So that's strike number 2 for cheating. Let's see it in action. He goes to this area with 3 raid dragons, and we're just watching him. He pulls one of them. This is going to be fun. His army of characters go engage the dragon first. It's going to be a DPS race. 72 real players versus one man running 72 bots. Who will win?
Holy, look at all those discs at once.
Is he disking?
He just hit 100 fist on every monk at the same time.
He pops a DPS burn ability on every one of his lizards simultaneously. That's sure human-like, no botting there. The dragon AoEs and all of us are flung in the air. His army of lizards do their best Spirit Airlines impression.
Well, if he's disking, he might have a chance here.
Oh my god, if he wins.
All those guys got juke luck.
Oh, we got it.
We win. One night, it's racing a guild full of dirty players. The next night, it's racing one player blatantly cheating. God, this server.
After that loss, Agniwar knew he had no chance. So he just followed us around angry, but he did nothing. So I said I knew him. I fought this guy before. 5 years ago, this guy went by the name of EQIU, one of the best power levelers on the server, and I was his #1 fan. And I was his #1 enemy. This is why. This all takes place in a zone called Velkator's Labyrinth. It's a really good place to level up from like 40 to 60. And this was EQIU's, this was Agniwar's favorite place to sell power levels. I heard stories from my guild members that there was this guy playing 13 characters all at once, 13 boxing. And I heard stories one night in guild chat of how they got bullied out of this zone, Velkator's, but I thought nothing of it at the time. That was until I saw it firsthand. Some guildies and I found an open spot, an open camp in Velkator's. We set up shop, no one claiming it. But there was a strange lack of mobs, like everything just got cleared out. Weird. Time goes on, mobs respawn, and we start XP grinding, like usual. But there's still like half the camp that's not spawning. What the heck is going on? And lo and behold, I see this ogre called EQIU running through our area with a huge pack of our spawns chasing him. And I send a tell to the guy like, hey, this spot is taken, please don't pull our mobs. And he replies, okay. And that should be it, right? He kills those mobs and leaves. 30 minutes go by, everything seems fine. I go to make another pull, and what do you know? The ogre is stealing another swarm of mobs from our camp. What the hell, dude? I thought we had an understanding. But even worse, instead of pulling around us, he pulls right into us. He brings the whole swarm of 15, 20 mobs right on top of us, trains us. Somehow, we survive by the skin of our teeth, but I'm mad. I send him another tell. What the hell, dude? You just trained us. Not cool. His reply, you're in my camp. And I reply, what the hell are you talking about? You have to be in the camp to claim it. Where have you been this whole time? EQIU ignores me. Another 30 minutes go by, and he's back to clear our spot. Trains us a second time. Some of my guildies die, and I've had enough. I found out what he was doing. Like I said earlier, there is a fix for overcrowded grouping zones, the pick zone feature. If it's too crowded in a grouping zone, oftentimes an empty version of the same zone will open up for people to move into. This guy was a great power leveler because he was taking advantage of this feature, the pick zone feature. He would clear out an entire pick of Velk's copy 1. It would take 30 minutes for it to repop. So instead of waiting, he would move to Velk's copy 2 and clear out that zone in the meantime. So he was monopolizing 2 picks of the same zone all at once. No room for anyone else to group there. And EQIU, he was so efficient at this, there was no town time for EXP. It was very fast leveling. But the problem is sometimes people get in his way, of course. You and your group would find what looked to be an open camp because no one was claiming it. You'd set up shop there and kill stuff for half an hour. It's definitely your camp now, right? But unbeknownst to you, this whole zone actually belongs to EQIU. He was just somewhere else. Once he came back and saw you in his zone that he didn't claim, he would bring massive trains to kill your group and force you out. This is a violation of the rules. You are not allowed to force people out of a zone with trains. But how could I fight this bully? I'm just playing one character. He's got 13. David and Goliath. This footage I'm about to show you is from 5 years ago. I've never released it for good reason. It could get me banned. But I feel safe in showing this now. If the game studio is more concerned with protecting cheaters over their honest players, they deserve to lose every dollar that keeps their lights on. Because I and many others reported this guy over and over and over. Nothing ever happened until all the damage was already done, months later. If Daybreak wasn't going to punish this abusive cheater, I was going to punish this abusive cheater. So this boxer pulls the whole zone and brings them to his spot. He uses cheat software to automate his enchanters to spam those AoE stuns. The stuns stop the huge swarm from attacking. And the stuns hitting 50 to 100 mobs is causing a huge amount of lag. It's hard to do anything. And here go the wizards he's got. They start AoE nuking the swarm of mobs down. And once done, huge EXP return. But you see, there's one terrible thing about Velkators. These kobold dogs, if you damage them a little, they will rip you to them if you're out of melee range, summoning. Get over here. I have an evil song that can exploit that. So I start spamming Song of the High Sun. The kobolds start disappearing. Song of the High Sun is warping these damaged kobolds back to their spawn points halfway across the zone. And all hell breaks loose. One by one, EQIU's characters start disappearing. Enchanters go, wizards go, mages go. The damaged kobold starts summoning all his characters to random spots in the zone and killing them right there. Really bad spots. I got half of his group killed and left him a nightmare of a corpse recovery. The 13 boxer, EQIU, is fuming at me, saying, "Recording on, video on." And I'm just like, okay, buddy, I've been recording you, training my group all day. If you're going to act like a bully, don't be surprised when you get socked in the mouth. I left. I thought I taught him a lesson. Don't mess with Ayonic's guild. A couple days passed, and then I hear something again from guildies. Hey, there's this 13 boxer that killed half our group in a train. And I'm thinking, are you kidding me? Do I have to go down there and teach this scumbag another lesson? I guess so. I go back to Velkators, and I troll him a different way. There's these 2 clickies you get from a raid that summon food and drink. And it hits everyone in range. It spams it all on your cursor. So I waited till this guy did a huge pull, started stunning and nuking. Then I spammed AoE food and drink with a friend like a madman. 10, 15 water summons. And I'm like, is this working? Then EQIU starts trading me back the water. It overflowed his cursor so bad that he's struggling to click anything. He fills up my trade window with all the summoned water. And then I click decline. It immediately fills up his whole damn inventory. But not just on him, but on all 13 of his characters. He's going to have to fix the nightmare of an inventory on all 13 characters. What a huge waste of time. And at this point, he's sending me tells, all caps. Damn you, Ayonic!
Hopefully that was enough. Don't mess with Ayonic's guild. After this, my buddy that was there with me reached a truce with him. EQIU agreed to leave my guild alone when we claim a camp. Only lasted a month. I'm back XP grinding here, and what do you know? He tries pulling some of my mobs. I try ripping them back. We fight. He dies. I die. He broke the truce. So what am I going to do now? The best idea of them all. I doubted it'd work. I go water elemental illusion, and I shrink 2 times so I look like I'm a really tiny mage pet. I want to look as innocuous as I can. Maybe he won't see me. I load all my slow AoE dots. EQIU does the pull and the mobs start pouring in. His enchanter starts stunning. He's not doing any damage yet though. This is my chance. I start going full burn. If I can do 51% of the damage, I'll get the credit. And to my luck, EQIU, he goes out to pull a second pack of mobs in. It delays him even longer to start nuking. Pull comes in, he starts nuking. And my EXP bar goes nuts. I sniped his entire pull. EQIU's standing there just scratching his head. What happened? I don't know. He moves over to a different pick, a different copy of Velkator's. I follow. All he has to do is cast 3 wizard nukes and I lose. He does a pull. I start running AoE dots. They're slow, but they're going. And I found out that there was even more to his story. So he's making money by power leveling people's characters, but I later found out that he also makes extra money by selling characters too. He makes a burner account, levels up a character to max, and then sells it on the EQ black market. He's pulling double duty. I snipe him a second time. XP bar goes wild. Can we do it 3 times in a row? EQIU proceeds to make another pull. His enchanter stun, and I start AoE dotting. But EQIU found out what was going on. He stops stunning, and the mobs start smacking all of us. These mobs are damaged and they'll summon me, so there's no running away. People start dying, then me. I die. This guy wiped all 13 of his characters just to kill me. I wasn't even mad about dying. I was laughing so hard. I bothered this guy so much that he sacrifices all his characters just to get me. And I know how inconvenient it is. It takes this guy at least half an hour to set up for another pull. I just completely wrecked him for about 2 hours. And I get a res so I don't lose any experience. No big deal. And as I'm about to leave, he wipes again. He thought I was still there. And he wiped himself out again to try to take me out. I'm just dying laughing at this guy. Such a noob. I ruined his day. And he logged off after sending me some really saucy tells. All caps. Damn you, Ayonic! You broke the truce! I'll never power level your guild again! Okay, buddy. Sure. So that was the end of the story, right? Almost. The last time I saw him before Teek,
was this. New expansion, EQIU moves to a new zone to power level. He trains and kills one of my friends there. Time to teach him another lesson. Except this expansion is the one you do not want to with bards. I grab a huge train of mobs that can't be stunned by enchanters, and I drop it right on him. They kill his enchanters first, the stuns stop happening, and every other mob he has in the pack finishes off his whole group. Then I use my new ability in this expansion that clears all my aggro instantly to get away scot-free. I wiped his whole operation without getting a scratch. Don't mess with my guild. How many times do I have to teach you, dude? Anyways, I reported this guy so many times, and many other people did too. But I gave up because no matter how many petitions were thrown at him for cheating, nothing happened. Months go by, and I found out through the grapevine that EQIU finally got in trouble. About damn time. I wasn't happy about it though. This guy had been a terror for months. 7-day suspension. All you give him is a 7-day vacation? Seriously, Daybreak? So that was the story of EQIU. And I just reunited with him again 4 to 5 years later. Nice memories. Let's segue into one of my favorite parts of this expansion. I mentioned a while ago that there are 3 factions in Velius, the dragons, and giants, of course, you've seen those. But I've neglected the Coldane dwarves, ice dwarves. I ran to their city, hidden behind a waterfall, and I handed in the crown that King Tormax wears. Normally when I equip this helm, there's no graphic to it. But after this turn-in, I get a custom version of the helm. Same stats, same exact stats, but look at this baby. This is my favorite helm in all of EverQuest. It's the only helm I can stand to look at 24/7. Man, I love the way the gear looks in this expansion. Velius added a new set of armor textures for the original character models. This is the last time they ever do this. This is peak EverQuest fashion to me. As we end Velius, let's touch on some developments. In the span of 2 months, Chrono went from 200,000 plat to 800,000 platinum. 800,000. Wow. So the previous server like Teek, Mischief. Same time, it was at 90,000. So Mischief, one Chrono was 90,000 platinum. On Teek, it's 800,000 platinum. This is the worst inflation I've
ever seen in EverQuest. I heard more rumors about the possible causes. The money you earn from completing tower missions might have been more than I estimated. I might have downplayed that earlier. I also heard of some duplication glitches where you hand a quest NPC a gem and she'll hand you back 2. That's not good. I heard of a bag duplication glitch. All the items in your bag get doubled. Then of course you have the missing Chrono getting reimbursed by devs with a bunch of plat. But I still can't definitively say what's going on. Why is it so expensive? Next, how is the sister server doing, Tormax? The no loot server. So it's got 50 people on it. Half of them are level 1s. That server's cooked, man. I don't even think they have enough people for one guild to raid. As far as Faceless versus Relentless, Faceless won nearly every contested fight to the very end of Velius. Even going after targets we weren't doing before. We started sweeping every raid boss some weeks. And it looked like Relentless had largely given up. Like the losses were actually affecting them. Less people showing up. And when they did, more and more of their raid streams were just box characters. They weren't even real people. And when they did show up in mass, it wasn't a serious attempt to DPS race us. It seemed like they were only intent on trolling us with dispels. Maybe they thought if they got us to wipe, they'd win on the cleanup, but that never really happened. Then one of their members, 8th, put out a video.
Hey folks, you know, one of the things that's always surprising is the amount of revisionist history that occurs on these TLPs. So I recently decided on Teek to conduct a little experiment and keep track of every open world kill. This is, after all, the true measure of which guild won the expansion. So on to the statistics. This is for any future EverQuest historians that are wondering what happened.
Drumroll please. The final totals through 7 weeks come out as Relentless Insomnia 142, Faceless Fury 70, Kanos Yacht Club 1. Even if Faceless were to get everything in this last week, they wouldn't get anywhere close to Relentless's totals.
The gist was this. Relentless won Velius. They beat Faceless because they killed more raid mobs than Faceless. Saying anything other than that is revisionist history. Here's the tally, guys. I don't know what the tally actually is. I'll give 8th the benefit of the doubt. Okay, sure, you guys got more. But he conveniently left out one teeny tiny thing. Sure, Relentless killed a bunch of raid bosses when no one was around. But just how many of those fights did Relentless win when someone else was there? The answer? 1 week. The rest of the expansion? Yeah, no. Relentless is claiming victory after losing almost every contested fight for 6 weeks straight. That's what I'd call revisionist history.
Week 4, where here you can see Faceless was a lot more competitive, getting 8 of the 30 tier 1 mobs that spawned that week. They also managed to complete the expansion this week by getting open world Yellonak and Kazakh Thule on the 26th day of the expansion and becoming the second guild to do so on Teek. Grats.
8th makes the claim that Faceless didn't complete Velius until 26 days in. This footage from day 1 would beg to differ, 8th. Where were you when the sleeper was woken, bro? Oh yeah, you guys had to go to Tormax to get that mob. That's right. The server where only 50 people are, and half of them are level 1. I don't blame 8th, though. Taking that many losses can't be good for guild morale, and he needed to do something to light a spark for his guild. As an aside, I really like 8th's videos, actually. Do check them out. Really good stuff. I lived by his tower guides, so nothing but respect for him. But
For the sake of this movie, Eighth is the enemy, and he is shilling for his guild, Relentless Insomnia. But the future, if Relentless was going to decisively win, their best shot is the next expansion. We did some recon and saw that they were leveling up a different class in preparation. So instead of wizards, Ranger might be the new meta. A lot of raid mobs next expansion do a silence, making casters mostly useless. So I've always joked of a 72-man Ranger raid, a 72 Ranger raid. It might actually happen. And another cause for concern is a lot of these encounters we'll see, they can be griefed much worse than what we've experienced so far. When Relentless can't win, they grief you. Act 6, The Shadows of Lucklin. The third expansion of EverQuest is unlocking today. Let's explain what's going on. If you remember Baldrix Zaf, the guy who I got my Bard Epic from, he's sitting in this abandoned city on Kunark, and we see these huge pillars extending into the sky all around. Strange. These pillars are on every continent. What are the pillars for? And why are these specific pillars on Kunark the largest ones on Norrath? One person figured it out. If you look at the box art for this game, you'll see this erudite man in blue robes and lost in thought. This is the most powerful and famous wizard on Norrath, Al-Kabor. He was on Kunark all this time. What happened is he and his friends had their memories wiped, and one of them even got abducted. So Al-Kabor searched the continent for how to reverse the memory blocks and how to get his friend back. In the process, Al-Kabor found some old magical tomes with a symbol on the front of them from a long-gone civilization. The same symbols we see all over the abandoned city here. Long before the current state of Norrath, there used to be a massive alliance that stretched in Tonica, formed by humans but not limited to them, the Combine Empire. But strangely, as fast as the Empire formed, it had disappeared. As Al-Kabor investigated these ancient Combine tomes, he found instructions on how to harness the large pillars across Norrath. Al-Kabor named these pillars quadroliths. The largest quadrolith being at the abandoned city in Kunark. The wizard began experimenting with several incantations he found in the tomes. It worked, but it teleported him somewhere unknown. He landed in a dark cavern and saw a ball of magical energy flowing, the Nexus. Upon exiting the dark cavern, Al-Kabor gasped. He looked into the sky and saw Norrath. Al-Kabor had teleported to the moon. But not the one we ordinarily see in the sky. That moon is called Drenal. No, this moon is completely hidden from sight, named Lucklin, after the goddess of shadows. This moon is unique. It's tidally locked to Norrath, with one side permanently daylight and the other side permanently night. Not much later, some other wizards found Alcabor's writings left abandoned on the ground, and they recreated his experiments. These copycat wizards started teleporting adventurers to the newly discovered Luclin. Before the expansion unlocked, I wanted to get one last look. The Commonlands tunnel that everyone has sold their wares at since Teek's launch. This Commonlands tunnel will soon become empty and obsolete. Luclin opens up a new trading zone that will be used for the rest of the game, the Bazaar. A little side tangent. So something crazy about the Commonlands tunnel is around 2002, some economics professor in California, he crunched some numbers about EverQuest, and he calculated that if this game was a country, it would rank as the 77th richest in the world, somewhere between Russia and Bulgaria at the time. That's how much money was flowing in peak EverQuest before the dark days, before World of Warcraft came out. I ran my way to Greater Fadark, as it's the closest quadrilith to me. People are already waiting. This is one of the many locations that will teleport people to the moon when it's unlocked. Last order of business was to park my two characters there, my bard and my paladin, and get them sacrificed. Necromancers have a spell called Sacrifice, and what it does is it takes a regular emerald gem and you cast it on a player. It'll sap some of your experience and turn that regular emerald into an essence emerald. And necromancers can use this essence emerald as a one-time reagent to resurrect players if they die. So necro-res is not free like a cleric or paladin, but I need one of these essence emeralds for something different. There is a key quest that I have to do soon. Not long later, the spires are packed. An hour before launch, and hundreds of people are here waiting. And this is one of 5 locations that you can teleport from. Wow. This is Proving Day. Is Relentless Insomnia gonna beat us after all the preparations they've made? The server message comes through. The barrier to the shadows of Luclin has been breached. It's live. Our guild porters grabbed their spells and then grabbed us at the quadriliths. The quadrilith rings, they only port you up every 15 minutes, so we would have lost a lot of time waiting in this race for being server first. Wizards and druids quickly ported masses of our raiders to our very first target. And unusually, I'm playing my paladin here, instead of my bard main. It was to save some raid instance lockouts for later. But carrying on, a mass of us run across several zones to get to this gray desert. This region is unusual because there's no air. You have to have an enduring breath buff on you here or you'll suffocate to death. And as we explore more, we see this pyramid in the center of the zone. We enter inside Sreysha Temple, or SSRA for short. And we see these intelligent lizard men, familiar but also dissimilar to the Ixar. Yes. On Luckland, a lot of mysteries finally get explained. We now find out what happened on Kunark. As I said before, the god of fear, Khazak-Thul, created two races of intelligent serpents, the Shishar and the Ixar. The Shishar were the more dominant, and they ruled Kunark for thousands of years. They enslaved their Ixar brethren and used their great knowledge of magic to invade divine planes. The Shishar were so successful in their conquest that their leader declared himself a god. In so, the Shishar ceased worship to their creator, Khazak-Thul, and worshipped their own emperor instead. After this, the story we know is that the Shishar simply vanished from Kunark, thus allowing the freed Ixar slaves to form their own empire in the power vacuum. So what are the Shishar doing on the moon? Khazak-Thul was so enraged at the Shishar's blasphemy that they stopped worshipping him and started worshipping their own emperor. Khazak-Thul sent a curse to wipe all the Shishar out. Thousands of years ago, the Shishar encountered a green mist encircling Kunark and spreading all over, and any Shishar that touched the green mist found a terrible death. In 1 year, tens of thousands of Shishar died. It was coming for all of them. They would soon go extinct if they did not act, so a solution had to be reached. Some Shishar wanted to dig deeper into the earth and wait the green mist out, but the Shishar God Emperor had a different idea. He had a vision one night of a hidden moon, and he saw this as a sign, a way to escape Khazak's extinction. The Emperor tasked his powerful mages to teleport their city to the hidden moon. And it worked. Even some of the mines below were transported too. And this is what formed the crevasse we see in the over there. That is where this pyramid is from. The Shishar survived extinction, and out of much precaution, they removed all the air surrounding their pyramid to prevent the green mist from ever returning again. Thus the airless gray desert outside. We first headed to the basement of the pyramid. These named mobs had the longest respawn, so we prioritized them first. We killed these named taskmasters for a needed drop. First one, no luck. Second one, no luck. Third time. That was the charm. Taskmaster's pouch. Every single raider in our guild is going to need one of these. Fourth try, second pouch. Good. We moved to a different pick of SSRA and got 2 more pouches. But we still need a boatload more. All the open world versions of SSRA have been cleared out, and respawn likely not going to happen for an hour or so. Now it was on to our next step. Our 2 to 3 group packs we popped private instances of SSRA. We first went after a small man raid boss. This boss was locked in place, so our tank was able to mitigate a lot of damage by continually backing up out of melee range until the boss summoned him back in, and then running back away. I went between hitting the boss with my sword to healing the tank. 10 minutes later, the boss goes down. And we did this because we were trying to get a rare spell called RGC, Remove Greater Curse. A lot of the bosses in this expansion have a new type of debuff that can only be cured with a Curse Cure spell. And you can't buy the spell yet, it's only a drop. So you have to farm these mini bosses to get one of those RGC spells, hopefully. We went to the basement in our instance and got super lucky. Got like 7 pouches off the taskmasters down there. Much needed. But the pouch is only one of 4 items you need. We prioritized it just because it was the longest respawn, but there's still more to do. We ran through various picks of SSRA looking for other named Shishar, the commanders. The commanders and named up top can drop an idol, a ring, and an insignia. You take those 3 drops and combine it in the Taskmaster pouch, and you have a completed key. This random loot rule set on Teek is making keying so much easier than a vanilla server. It takes a lot longer on a regular server. I logged over to Ayonic, who was still sitting in Greater Fadark. I picked up all the pieces from the bank, combined it in the bag, and got the completed key. And I ran back to the spires and waited for the mass teleport to Luckland. Arrived in the Nexus. The dark cavern Alcabor first found himself when he arrived. And boy is it packed here. I ran my way back to SSRA. Three hours later, we had hit critical mass. We finally had enough people keyed to attempt the first major boss of Luckland. Once we click this red orb, we're locked in. Zaid orders us to click up. We enter the top of the pyramid, the area where the Shishar God Emperor resides. We step out of this first antechamber and pile up inside the door frame fast. If Relentless randomly came in and started this fight, they could have wiped our entire raid force. Once this fight starts, everyone sitting in the first port-up room will instantly die to a spawn trap, so everyone had to get the heck out. Zaid handed out assignments, and we got started. This raid fight is 2 stages. The first stage is that we have to kill the Grey Golem in the middle, the blood of SSRA. The Golem is fairly easy, but the problem is there's a bunch of mini-bosses tied to him. So Ranger goes in first with Weapon Shield. All 9 mobs can't hit the Ranger for a few seconds while the Weapon Shield disciplines up. And the main tanks rush in to establish aggro. The main body of the raid focuses on the Golem, while the 8 Shishar ads are dealt with. The problem with the Shishar ads is that they'll respawn infinitely if you kill them. So there is no point to kill them. You don't want to kill them. You need to do something else. 4 of them are mezzable,
So enchanters handle those ones. And the other 4 aren't mezzable, but they're slowable. So once a shaman throws a slow on them, they hit for a lot less damage, and night tanks just hold their aggro for the rest of this encounter. Enchanters were struggling at first with mezzing their assigned targets, so I stepped in to assist. I got a new mez that'll work, but it has such a long cooldown that I can only handle 1 out of the 4 mezzables. The golem finally goes down, and we put all the Shishar mini-bosses in the position we want. This starts stage 2. A timer has started. The Emperor can randomly spawn at some point. All the DPS and healers move to the cubby that's nearest to where he'll spawn. 4 minutes later, the Emperor arrives. Tank goes in and rips aggro. Wizards start nuking. Emperor SSRA has something called a tank buster debuff. So every once in a while, he'll put a debuff on the tank that wipes out half of his health instantly, cuts his armor mitigation, reduces their aggro generation, and even more. And this debuff can only be cured by that dropped RGC, Remove Greater Curse spell, that we were trying to get earlier. Just a minute into the fight, and one of the enchanters mezzing the ads goes empty mana. I run to the back and use my mez to lock down one of the mini bosses. And now I'm forced to watch the fight from the very back. Nine minutes later, we killed the first end boss of Luckland.
Starbuck up.
Keep him up, keep him up. All right, everyone get in position for Wraiths. Wraith positioning. Go, go, go.
Starbuck needs cured. Wraiths, get ready for Wraiths. Everybody in Wraiths. Wraiths.
These Shishar Wraiths spawn, and we mop all of them up. They drop a key piece to enter the end raid zone of this expansion. Unfortunately, you only get 40 of them per Emperor kill, and we got 200-ish raiders. These Wraiths are the single biggest bottleneck of the expansion. This is a huge win, because if Relentless is going to compete with us, they really needed these 40 drops. It's real strange we haven't seen them yet. Where are they? Now it's time to work on the final key for the expansion. While we were doing the Emperor fight, Zaid had tasked other portions of the guild to farm the final key pieces, called Lucid Shards. All 40 of us need 10 Lucid Shards, and they drop across various zones in Luckland. The guild amassed in a zone, and people with the shards passed them out as they were assigned. But let's show how you actually get them. So I really like that this key quest makes you see all the different zones, all the different sites of the moon. So this footage is 3 days later when I was trying to get all these key pieces for my paladin. So I got a guild group farming named an SSRA temple. We were on the second floor called Commander 2, the Com 2 camp. We found the commander up and pulled him in. Sure took his sweet time coming over. I mezzed the extra, the ad, while I could, but then a Necroner group dotted it. I gave up mezzing and focused solely on the named, and he dropped 3 key pieces. Later on in the group, I got a Shishar weapon and picked up one of the Lucid Shards here. 9 more to go. The next shard is one of the easiest. I ran to a zone called the Deep. It's in the underground. There's an overworld part of the moon and there's an underground part of the moon. This zone, the Deep, is notable because it becomes the default power level zone for a long time. There's really high mob density here, and most of them are stunnable by enchanter crews.
I found one of the power level crews and combed through the corpse pile to find a shard. 8 more to go. Next Lucid Shard, a guild group had cleared the zone and it was rotting. I hurried there. Acrylia Caverns on the dark side of the moon. Unfortunately, when I got inside, most of the mobs had respawned and they could really mess me up. So, mission impossible right here. I threw Invis on and ran down the corridor. Then I encountered a bunch of undead that could see through my Invis. I lulled 5 or 6 of them, re-invised up, and ran by, carefully considering conning each mob to check out if it could see me. The Gremlings mostly couldn't see through Invis. I clicked on this ornament and was teleported across the zone. I combed through 2 corpses and found the 3rd Lucid Shard. Success. There's a bunch of them rotting. In the first 2 weeks of the expansion, key pieces have a higher chance to drop, and it helps out a lot. Next, Dawn Shroud Peaks, the light side of the moon. Pulled a bunch of mobs and threw out my new abilities. In Luckland, I get a new Bard speed buff that lasts for 2.5 minutes instead of 18 seconds. It's really nice. It lets me play something else in my song twist. I also get a new song called Amplification. It boosts the power of certain types of songs. So I throw Amplification on first and then cast my Dirge nuke that I was using on those DPS races in Velius. Amplification plus Dirge, huge bonus to the damage it does. I can now quickly mow through packs of mobs so long as I got the mana. I got about 6 to 7 nukes in the tank right now. First pull, no luck. Sit down, I regenerate my mana back. 5 to 10 minutes later, got it. 2 shards drop actually. Another nice change to this Lucid Shard quest, since the last time I've done this, 2019, any mob in these zones can drop shards now. It used to be the only specific mobs in the zone could drop the shards, and that made it a lot more tedious, a lot more competition for those spawns. But now you have a higher drop chance to get Lucid Shards, and any mob in the zone can have it. Much more convenient now. This used to be like a 1 to 2 day farm, and now you can knock it out in hours. I went to one zone over called Maiden's Eye. I find a guild group farming here, but I didn't get a response, so I ran to another area. This area was one of my favorite soloing spots back in the day. These mobs, they don't cast spells, they don't summon, and they have low hit points. So I try to pull just 10 of them, but I get more by accident. Whatever. I kite them around into a tight bunch. I get amplification on to boost my nuke damage, and then I start plowing through them. No luck though, unfortunately. The group in the same zone, they reached back to me. They needed a tank, so I logged over to my paladin. And about 10 minutes later, a shard drops. Got it. Halfway done. Next zone, the Scarlet Desert. I really like the look of this zone. A mostly barren plain with this big mesa watching over it all. I ran to the mobs that traditionally drop the shards, the ones you'd have to specifically kill to get them. I dirged them down and got it first round. This camp, man, last time I did this in 2019, it took me hours. Oh. First time here on Teek. Nice.
4 shards left. The Gray. The place outside SSRA Temple that has no air. You gotta have some enduring breath buff to survive here. I dirged a pack down for demonstration, but I got the shard fairly quick. This zone was also atrocious in the past. You could only get the shard from this one spot where there was like 7 to 8 skeletons, and they had super long respawns. It took forever here, but now any mob here can drop the shard, so it's a lot better. Next, I ran up this tower in the Twilight Sea, clicked on the orb to be sent underground. Fungus Grove. I farmed these insect bugs for an hour, but no luck. Some guy boxing, he was playing a bunch of characters. He had moved into the zone and was clearing the areas with a higher drop chance. I think he actually said hi to me. He was a big fan of the channel. And he left a bunch of shards rotting. I picked one up and need 2 left. 2 left to go. It was getting late, so I had to log for the night. And the next day I finished it. Maris Saru. Another big open zone, but it's intended for lower levels. Made it easier. I didn't have to worry about taking too much damage, so I was able to clear fields at a time. Threw out some AoE dots and cleared pack after pack. I think I got it on the 4th pack clear. Akivan Ruins. Last shard. Dirged down a pack of Sentais and got the final one. So that's how you get the 10 lucid shards. So let's rewind back to what happened on launch day. So I just got handed the 10 lucid shards that I needed. Guildies were going out and farming these pieces for us while we were killing Emperor SSRA. So I got the shards. What is the next step? Our raid ran to the Akivan Ruin Zone and cleared through. We arrived at this room where a ritual appears to be taking place, a sacrificial chamber. We keep clearing all the trash and wait. But what happened here? This was once the capital city of the Akivan race. Rewinding a bit, the Moon of Luckland was named after the goddess of shadows, and she crafted the Akivans in her own image, 4-armed, androgynous, and pale-skinned. The most unique aspect of the Akivan race is that they're immortal. Their physical bodies can be killed, but their spirit will reincarnate into another body if it's available, or if there is no body, then they'll turn into one of these black-robed creatures we'll see. As new races arrived to the moon much, much later, the native Akivans disagreed on how to interact with them. One faction saw it as blasphemy to their goddess Luckland to stoop down to the level of these inferiors. They wished to remain isolated. Whereas another faction of Akivans interacted and even tried to learn the languages of these so-called lesser races. A civil war broke out. A great storm was sent and destroyed this very city we're currently in. The spirit of Akelha-Ra spawns, the disembodied ghost of the high priestess and leader of this once great city. She tells us of this other place called Vexed Thal. They're the ones who killed her and her home. She tells me she has a way in, but is too weak to help me. She needs a soul. I hand her the essence emerald I made from the necro sacrifice, day 1. And it gives her just enough strength to hand me a scepter, and she fades away. I put all 10 lucid shards into the scepter, click combine, and it forms the first part of the key. I then take the one of 40 planar rifts I got from the Shishar raids, and another common item that drops off for every raid boss. I took those two, slapped it in, and combined to create the final key. I can now enter Vexed Thal, the end raid zone of Luclin. Time to get revenge for this destroyed city and for its people. Before I could enter, I needed to buy something really quick. I ran to the bazaar. It now replaces the Common Lands tunnel for that main trading hub. And I find the leader of Relentless sitting here, Vicious. Dude, it's launch day. What are you doing just sitting here? Unbeknownst to me, Vicious had put out a message earlier. Relentless Insomnia would not compete this day. But fear not. They remain dedicated to getting the most loot per capita on the server. Whatever the heck that means. Zaid speculated that Vicious knew he wouldn't win launch day. He couldn't handle the crazy logistics needed for mobilizing so many people and all the different farms you have to do. So Vicious just gave up. Instead, Relentless is going to focus on winning the rest of the expansion. We'll see about that. Anyways, I bought a horse from the bazaar and ran to Vexed Thal, the end zone. Here we go. There's dozens of bosses in this zone, but we beelined it straight to the end boss, Ayonic. She is the one who sent the storm that destroyed that capital city, the Ruins. Once you beat Ayonic, you've completed the expansion. She is the final boss. This is our fight against her. Vexed Thal, this zone is noteworthy for how you can exploit the crap out of it. And not using hacks at all, by the way. There's no hacks, there's no warping at all. The zone geometry of Vexed Thal, if you know how to, abuse it, you can get anywhere in this zone if you know how. Completely legit, by the way. A mage got here and then summoned the raid force over. Ayonic, AHR, it was a long, long fight with just 40 of us, with so few of us. But we did it.
Great work, guys.
Yes, sir. That was a lot of effort to get here.
We were the first guild to beat the expansion, Luclin. Hell yeah. And in record time, too. The old record was 14-ish hours. Relentless Insomnia, actually. It was their record. We did it in 9. But not done yet. We continued on to clear every last boss in the zone. Zaid wasn't able to come, unfortunately. Some stupid guildie got one of the 40 bottleneck drops, the Shishar raids, and then decided to log out for the rest of the night without giving his piece to anybody. So Zaid gave up his piece so someone else could go. In retrospect, it was actually the smart move. We had so few people here that it took forever to kill things. This last mob didn't go down until 5 a.m. We had been on for 12 hours straight. I was exhausted. During the course of the night, we saw Kanos Yacht Club, QYC. They killed the end boss too. So the second guild to clear Luckland, QYC. Congratulations to them. They got the underdog kill in Velius launch, and now solidly second place in Luckland. And Relentless, the top guild on the server, nowhere to be seen. I stayed up till the sun rose, so next day I slept in pretty long. Our Spear Point crew finished the expansion, but now it's time to get the other 200 raiders in our guild keyed. We only got 40 the first day, so this was our goal. Early in the day, I got bound in Shadowhaven. This is the underground city off of the Nexus, so if I die, I will respawn back here instead of on Norrath. I bought my paladin his new spells. They get some new low-level stuns that are very mana efficient, and they are much easier to hold aggro now on paladin. I go to the next zone over called Echo Caverns. I find these tentacle things hanging from the wall and press my Sense Trap skill. I level up my Sense Trap skill. SSRA Temple has some nasty traps that are ordinarily hidden, but this skill, once it's high enough, uncovers the traps so I can go in and disarm them. And now back to raiding. We were all assigned super small groups, farming the next choke point item, glowing orbs of Lucklandite that drop off of nearly every raid boss in the expansion. We first went to Akiva Ruins, cleared our way through to these worms in the back. Terrible mobs. I think they sap all your mana every time they hit you. Then we pulled the boss worm, the Insanity Crawler. It does a nasty AoE mana drain, but it can be avoided if you stand far enough away. And it also spawns ads if anyone dies, but nothing really bad happened here. We took it down no sweat. Dropped 3 of the orbs that we needed. Same zone, we moved on to the next mini target, the Va Din. This rock guy with a lot of hit points that hits semi-hard. He took a while. We ran to the city on the dark side of the moon, Cata Castellum. Pulled this woman called Lycia Cata out and took her down. Very, very beefy too. Lycia Cata is actually very important lore-wise for what I will talk about soon. Then the last boss for the night, the Evolved Burrower. It's in this underwater tunnel area. It's just another tank and spank with a lot of hit points. It hits pretty hard and it was difficult because we were light on healers, but there is a strategy to cheese it. The boss is rooted in place, so a tank can build up a boatload of aggro, then they run away repeatedly. The boss will summon them back every few seconds to hit them, but it doesn't matter. So instead of the tank getting hit the entire fight, the tank only gets hit for, say, half the fight, for just a few seconds at a time, meaning that much less healing is needed. Another day, another raid. Before the raid, I got my Bazaar Mule set up. I created a troll warrior named Quit EverQuest. They should not allow you to make that name in this game. Pretty silly. I got some druid to port me to the moon. So like I said earlier, the Bazaar replaces the Common Lands tunnel because it's set it and forget it. You don't have to spend all day shouting out your wares and hoping someone will send you a tell to buy them. You don't have to scroll through walls of text to find the item you want. You just list your prices and walk away. You want to buy something, you pull up the trading window and look for it. It is so much more convenient. It saves so much more time. Some people miss the human interaction of early EQ trading. I don't. Later MMOs left this crap behind for a very good reason. It just sucks. But I learned you can't always use the Bazaar. I've never seen this. Teek is so massively populated that the Bazaar was routinely hitting the cap of 1,000 traders. Some days I wasn't even able to start my trader bot up. I've played this game for 25 years. I didn't know there was a cap. I didn't know only 1,000 traders could be on at any moment. And the Bazaar zone was crashing nearly every other day. So you had to log on and start your trader then before the cap was immediately hit. That was your way to get in. Anyways. This night, we spawned an instance raid of SSRA. It's time to get more of those bottleneck planar rifts for people, the 40 ones that we got on the first day. This raid went pretty smoothly. I think we did 2 splits of Emperor. So we got something like 120 of our raiders access to Vexthal now. Not everybody, but we're getting close. We also cleared all the other bosses in the zone to get more glowing orbs of Luclanite. Day 145. I spent most of this day getting those shards for my paladin, the lucid shards, but we also had some open world bosses to hit. Acrylia Caverns, the Gremlins. There's more going on here that I haven't touched. Rewinding a bit, I haven't mentioned the new race that gets added in Luclan, the Vashir cat people. Yes, cats on the moon. It is a race for those who are furries. The Vashir have resided on Luclan for several hundred years, but where did they come from? The erudite people of Otis are obsessed with practicing magic, Al-Kabor being the most famous currently. But some types of magic were divisive. Some heretics practiced the dark arts of necromancy to great disapproval. An erudite civil war broke out. Great magics flung between those practicing approved magics and that of the heretics practicing necromancy. The magic congealed into a devastating explosion. It blasted a chunk of Norrath into space, creating the hole, and this chunk taking with it a majority of the Karen population. It crash landed on the moon, with the Karens somehow surviving. But something happened to them. The magics made them different from their families at home on Norrath. The magics made them conscious and more intelligent than before. And with no way back, they were forced to make themselves a new home, Charval. Over time, their people evolved into a distinct race apart from their Karen ancestors, now known as the Vashir. They founded a new discipline based on animism, Beast Lords, those who mix martial arts with the magics of animal spirits. The pioneer of Beast Lords being Kadi Shah, one of the first Vashir who left home to explore and map out these new foreign lands. But last we know, he went missing near the Grey. We clear out the gremlings blocking our way to these prison cells, and we find 2 Vashir priests trapped within. We hail one of them, and it starts a raid encounter. They tell us they were part of a scouting party until they got caught, and only 2 of them survived. These skeletons and spelljammers spawn in that we have to repeatedly dispatch. The Vashir priests are trying to cast a spell to break several seals in this place that stops their escape. And we take down several shrouded warders blocking their exit. After the success, a hidden door is unveiled. We head down below. A ritual appears to be happening here. We interrupt it. A bunch of gremlings, but we fight our way through. And we see this decrepit seal of the Vashir on a door here. Weird. The door opens and we make our way through. The last chamber, and we see this twisted creature named Kadi Shah, but he's not a Vashir like he's supposed to be. What happened to him? The Shishar found Kadi Shah, the great beast lord in the Grey, and abducted him. The Shishar mages thought they had a way to turn their emperor into an actual god, but they were unsure if it would work. So the Shishar tested it on the captured Vashir first. It failed terribly. Kadi Shah's mind was destroyed, and he morphed into this unrecognizable monster. He escaped and wandered Luckland until he encountered these primitive humanoids living in mines outside a mushroom forest. Kadi twisted them into the Gremling race and used them to kill all the Vashir in the region. But now, we defeat the monster that Kadi Shah turned into. Next target, Saru. Not trying to bore y'all to tears, but there's so many loose ends explained in Luckland, and this is the biggest mystery. We enter this massive city on the light side of the moon, Sanctus Saru.
It looks strangely familiar to the city on the dark side of the moon. But all the guards here are immediately hostile. We make our way to this pyramid in the center, but there's no door to enter. Some guild members did this special quest to get a key that will port their entire group inside. We go up a floor and find a maze. We run on through and find the top of the pyramid, the chamber of Lord Inquisitor Saru. We see symbols of the Combine Empire all around. So what happened to that abandoned city on Kunark? Hundreds of years ago, the leader of the Combine Empire, Tasaf Kata, was holding a banquet. While all the good races were a member of the Combine Empire, Tasaf wanted to expand. He wanted more. He wanted the Dark Elves, the Ogres, and even the Trolls to join. Complete peace amongst the land. Tasaf greeted every guest who entered for the banquet. Unbeknownst to Tasaf, there was dissent amongst his ranks. A man named Saru arrived at the banquet, smiled, and reached his glove out. Tasaf and Saru shook hands. During the feast, Tasaf collapsed on the ground on the verge of death. He whispered to his closest advisor, a bard named Lycia, then was taken out of the room. Saru had sprinkled poison on his glove, the one that Soph touched when they shook hands. But why? Saru didn't want the evil races to join the Empire. The Combine Empire was to remain pure in his eyes. After Tasaf's rumored death, the Combine Empire shattered. Wars broke out. The alliance between races lost. Lycia organized a remnant who were loyal to Soph's vision. She and other advisors tried to come up with a plan. How do we save the Combine Empire? One night, after much arguing, Lycia looked into the sky. Into the darkness, she saw reflections of light on the moon, as if there were water and clouds. At that moment, she knew that was where they needed to go. If the Combine Empire was going to survive, if it was going to rebuild, they needed a place free from the conflict raging on Norrath. The Loyalists all relocated to the city in the hidden valley of the Dreadlands, and with their vast magical knowledge and harnessing the power of the Quadroliths, they casted a great spell and were all transported to the moon. Upon arrival, everyone panicked. They landed in the wrong place. They found themselves not on the surface of the moon, but in a dark cavern underground. They lit up torches and saw there was a sphere of physical magic. It was what likely sent them off course. The group formed an encampment. The scouts were sent out to find a new home. And after some weeks, the scouts found a suitable location on the surface, on the dark side of the moon. But not everyone wanted to join. Some of the arrivals had cold feet. They wanted to go back home to Norrath, but they couldn't figure out how. So a split happened. Those who wanted to find a way home would stay in the caverns underground to research, and the others would leave to the surface to rebuild the Combine Empire, that of Tasaf Kata. And thus we find two cities, one on the surface, Kata Castellum, and one underground near the Nexus. When Lycia and the Loyalists left for the surface, about 1,000 craftsmen and mages stayed behind in the underground, trying to find that way home.
They formed a city of their own, Shadowhaven, and placed defenses around the portal in. A few years later, an army arrived in the Nexus. Lord Inquisitor Saru came to Luckland with a splinter group, the Combine Inquisition. They were here to finish off the soft loyalists once and for all. But there were military fortifications that stood in his way and would make combat costly. Saru decided to meet with the town leaders of Shadowhaven. The locals protested to him that they simply wanted to go back home. They had no desire to get involved with the Combine dispute. And so a truce was reached. Saru's men were allowed to pass free. But Saru's men were also shocked to learn that there was no way home. Say they do win and defeat Soft's loyalists, how do they even get back to Norrath? Saru, not comfortable staying in possible enemy territory, his army set off to build a stronghold of their own, Sanctus Saru, on the light side. They went opposite the way the loyalists had gone. And a contingent were ordered to stay behind in Shadowhaven with those who were researching a way home. Saru refused to give up hope on returning to Norrath, and so the underground town nearly doubled with the added researchers. But Shadowhaven chose to remain neutral while the other Combine factions duked it out. Saru had a chamber built that slowed down time dramatically, so he stays in stasis while his long plans went into motion. But we find him here and dispatch him. He's a unique boss because he requires special Bane weapons to hurt. My regular gear and weapons can't even touch him. Day 146. We open up an instance raid of Vexthal. This is going to be a lot quicker with 72 people as opposed to the 40 we brought in the first day. Many of the raid bosses here aren't anything special, they just hit hard and have a lot of hit points. The biggest thing that sucks about Vexthal is just how much trash there is. A true full clear of this raid zone could take 8 hours, but creative use of this zone's broken geometry and magician summons, you can cut down an 8-hour raid to 2 to 3 hours. The strategy is you only kill what you have to and then summon the raid from raid boss to raid boss to avoid the rest of the trash. This is demonstrating how some of the zone geometry is broken. If you're max shrunk, your smallest size, and you run at the specific area, you can get through a hole in an invisible geometry wall. Then you run around and up this mountain, and the whole zone opens up from here. You can go anywhere now. But it all requires a mount. I had to buy this horse, I had to buy a mount. Normally bards don't need mounts, we have the fastest run speed in the game, but I had to buy one for Vexthal. You'll take huge fall damage without a mount. The mount allows you to slowly shimmy your way down these hidden walls unscathed. None of this is cheating, by the way. The zone's poor design allows for all of these exploits. Why hasn't it been fixed in 20 plus years? Rumor is that the original zone files and design software from 1999, 2000, it's just gone. It's obsolete. Current devs use completely different zone creation tools. So recreating the zone from scratch just to fix a few holes in the zone geometry, it's not going to happen when corporate cares more about putting out the newest 30th something expansion. And I hope devs don't try to fix the exploits here. If they want to stop people from taking advantage of the zone geometry, they need to make the trash mobs less tedious. That's the real problem. Everyone uses these exploits because no one wants to spend all day trash clearing just to kill a few bosses that go down quick relative. Do you want to spend 8 hours or 2 hours? Let's be real. End argument.
Anyways, another reason for getting a mount is this fling mechanic. Several bosses will throw you up in the air every once in a while, and if you're mounted, you won't take any fall damage really. And you also won't get flung around randomly in the room. You just pop up and then land back in the same spot. And this is really important because you don't want to accidentally aggro trash mobs on the other side of these very thin walls, or say if you're close to a door. The trash just slows down this raid so much. But the old character models I'm using here, and using it with a mount, it just looks terrible. They never got mounts looking right. In Luckland, they added new character models if you wanted to. These are some examples of it. I kind of prefer the old ones. They just have a better charm to me. Beyond the fling mechanic, some other bosses like to silence, so anyone who can cast spells won't be able to until the debuff wears off. And that's actually pretty dangerous for healers. If a healer can't cast a spell, then the tanks are going to go down. But a lot of times they try to stick behind walls, and that seems to stop it. The silence does affect me as a bard, so on these fights, I just pick one song and play it the whole time. I forgot to mention this too. Luckland adds a new form of haste. Bards are the only class with an over haste that can help melee DPS swing their weapons faster than the ordinary haste cap. Several expansions ago, bards were just a discount enchanter, but now they're really starting to come into their own as a class. I like it. And this is killing that end boss AHR Atenha-Ra, legitimately. In her room, not warped up in some weird spot. AHR is not that bad of a boss fight. She'll fling you up in the air, silence you, and do a stun. It sucks to play Bard for this fight, constantly getting songs interrupted or just unable to play them because you're silenced. So the trick is you pull it to the other side of the room and then you keep your healers on the other side of the wall. The fling does hit everyone regardless of where you are, but the stun and silence debuffs won't go through the wall, so the healers can always cast their stuff. And AHR, she dropped a Blood Frenzy. Very rare item and the best in slot aggro weapon for warriors. It goes for a lot of money. Day 147. We're almost starting our normal raid rotation now, but it's still early. No guild has all their raiders keyed for Vexthal yet, and everyone has blown their instance raids. They are on 7-day lockouts before they can get more key pieces. Except today is different. The Emperor was ready to spawn an open world SSRA. Another 40 lucky people can get their bottleneck piece into Vexthal today. But it's open competition for anyone to show up. I run up the path and disarm a trap in the way. These traps are nasty. They'll put a 2-hour dot on you, and few people have the curse cure to handle it right now. You're probably going to die if you get hit by it. It's really important to disarm the trap so the raid force can move through safely. We clear our way through the assassin room, up the water tunnel, and click up to the top of the pyramid. And we immediately get out of the first room, the antechamber, because once this encounter starts, anyone in the click-up room will instantly get annihilated to spawn traps. Assignments get handed out, and we go. And guess who's here? Relentless Insomnia. First time they show up this expansion. If we can mop up all 40 key pieces, we could keep their full raid force out of Vexthal for at least another week. That would be huge. In context, they said they quit competing with us towards the end of Velius to regroup for this expansion, leveling up the next meta class. If we can crush them after all those weeks of preparation, it could end Relentless here and now. the feather that breaks the camel's back. This fight matters. As we expected, they made no attempt to DPS race us. It makes sense, because it's not what matters about this fight. The raid loot is not what matters right now. It's the 40 key pieces. I stayed back with the enchanters to help out if Relentless tried to grief us by breaking the mezzes that we had to keep down. They really didn't mess with us though, no griefing. Now, this is the only part of the fight that actually matters. As soon as Emperor dies, the Shishar raids will spawn. The problem is that anyone can kill them and get their loot. Very low hit points, and first person to hit them wins. Relentless, they just have to tag the raids before we do. Emperor goes down, raids instantly die as people camp the spawn points. We check the logs. We killed 2. And Relentless got 3. Relentless got 3 of the 5 wraiths. Dang it. That is a bunch of Vexthal keys for them. Oh well. Next week, I was still trying to finish my Paladin's SSRA key. I needed to attend those plat raids. Anyways, really late at night, I found this guildie in SSRA temple down in the basement, and he could help me kill the mobs that I needed. Jegus, he was playing 5 characters all at once, 5 boxing. He let me in the group, and I learned 2 a.m. EverQuest is very different from 2 p.m. EverQuest. Jegus and his 5 box characters were roaming around looking for named, while other box crews were doing the same exact thing. Nobody plays just one character this late at night. Anyways, Jegus starts killing stuff next to this other boxer, and the guy gets territorial. Jegus sees a name dump and goes right after it, a name that could drop the item I needed. The boxer's monk starts a DPS race, but then quickly leaves. He's not going to beat Jegus's crew alone. Shadow Knight. A Shadow Knight comes to the door. 2 mobs in tow. He feigned death right next to us to drop those 2 mobs right on our group, forcing them to attack us. Training. This is bannable, by the way. Intentionally pulling mobs into other groups to kill them. But whatever. I just mez the ads. It's barely any mobs. I can mez 4. SK goes to another room looking for more mobs to train on us. Doesn't find any. Then he throws some dots on the ads so I couldn't mez them anymore. Attacks them. SK runs out of the room. And his monk box runs in. I load my Dirge nuke to blast these down quick. We get credit for the name, but I don't think it dropped anything. We mop up the ads. All good. Then this happened. This guy was real salty. Spends 5 to 10 minutes to grab a huge pack of mobs. Not 2 mobs, but 2 rooms worth of mobs. And drags the train right on top of us. Feigns death to drop aggro and trying to leash all the mobs onto us. All the mobs are standing right on top of us. Nothing happens. He was big mad. Jegus had his bard put Invis song on, and none of the mobs could see us. This guy put in all this effort to grief us, and it didn't even work, man. I will say, though, that Jegus was kind of a meanie when the other guy asked him to leave his spot. This mean behavior, it was called for in a sense, but the training is also bad. People are just dicks at 2 a.m. in this game. Anyways, I never ended up getting the items that I needed for my paladin, but I stuck around a bit for a little EXP. Pulled a bit and did some crowd control like here, visiting 4 mobs at once. After that drama, not a whole lot happened. I wasn't there to record this, but Relentless did try to quote-unquote contest for one of the first times. It wasn't as much of a DPS race as them trying to troll us. Be that as it may, this was just a random open world mob that nobody bothered to contest. Really late at night, 1 a.m., the end boss spawned in Vexthal, open for all to contest. I used the zone geometry skips to quickly get to the raid, and we clear trash in the way, then click up to her room. Fight goes smooth. What was weird is Relentless traditionally held the advantage when mobs spawned this late at night, but not a peep from them. 30 minutes later, another open raid boss, Blob 2, and again, not a peep from Relentless. I go to sleep. Bat phone call in the afternoon, something spawned. First real contested fight of Luckland. Relentless is an SSRA temple going after the High Priest. Both Faceless and Relentless clear a path to the room, and I think I had my Paladin parked here, so I logged on him instead of the Bard, which was far away. The priest room has a bajillion ads, and they come into the room and start smoking people. Now, traditionally for this fight, you'd eliminate the ads before engaging the boss, but screw that. Relentless pushes straight to the boss. We follow. They're tanking it. The boss is AoE stunning everyone, and people are dropping like flies to all the ads. Chaos. I'm just rezzing because my DPS is the literal worst in the game as Paladin. If I res a DPS, they quickly outdo me. It's far more valuable. And a few minutes later, we win. It was kind of a half-hearted attempt by Relentless, actually. It wasn't as many of them here as they needed. Later in the day, I logged on the Bard and ran to Jagged Pine Forest back on Norrath. Jagged Pine Forest is a zone that honestly should have been in from Classic, but it isn't added until Luckland. Then I run to these tents full of poachers. I'm trying to get a specific named to spawn here. I was pulling every poacher because I think any of them can respawn as the named I need. Then I kited them around until they were all bunched up, amplification and dirge nuked them quickly. God, this Bard nuke is awesome. I sat down and got all my mana back and waited for repops. This is an example of some of the names. I was looking for this guy called Zed Sticklebush, but I never saw him. I did this camp a few years ago, I think in 2019, 2020, but it was terrible. I spent like 2 to 3 days straight of farming. I checked the bazaar and what do you know? The item was selling, and only for a Chrono. Burn Ooze of the Half-Breed, a half-elf illusion clicky. I'd rather just pay one of my Chrono about an hour's worth of my job to save 2 to 3 days of farming. My sanity is far more valuable at this point than pay to win. Week 3 of Luckland. By this point, every guild should have all their raiders keyed for Vexthal. Despite that, we killed the end boss uncontested at 3 p.m., midday. There was a rumor going around on Teek that Relentless was having a lot of infighting because of all the losses we kept handing them, and we'd be ready to hand them another. 11 p.m., Saru pops. Relentless is there to compete. Chaos as both guilds are rushing through the maze to get there, but Relentless doesn't start the fight this time. We do. I tried nuking the boss, but he's completely magic resistant. I wasn't in any raid group, so I couldn't provide buffs to anybody. Second DPS race I've been to in Luckland, and
got him.
Nice. Yeah.
Let's get this loot bagged up and head back to VT.
Another win. Respect to Relentless Scrubs, though. They keep showing up despite how demoralizing this has to be. I don't envy them. Next day, another DPS race. Third time's the charm. They gonna win this time? RI was staging at the entrance of Vexthal, and actually caught 8th sitting here. The boss was really far away, so Magician summoned the entire raid over, and we're right outside the wall here so the mobs on the other side can't see us. RI summons their entire raid over too. Stalemate here though. There's so many trash mobs that'll aggro once the boss gets engaged that it's gonna be a nightmare. Who's gonna make the first move? RI would. One of their players runs out and tags all the trash, gets it to aggro them. Then the raid jumps inside the room with the boss. Faceless follows. I play amplification and start dirge nuking the crap out of the boss. I got on my robe because it gives me just a little bit more mana to nuke with than my plate chest. And we go full burn. After I'm empty, I sit back with the Rangers to provide them haste. Rangers are the meta DPS in this expansion. The ads are starting to ping pong on aggro, on people, and then every one of them enters the room. Boss's health is dropping fast. We win again. 3 for 3 contested fights. Now onto the ads. Fortunately, they were manageable with 100 of us here, but you can see here all the extras coming in from the back of the room. Some people in Relentless trained some extra mobs onto us out of spite. It didn't matter though, it just poor sportsmanship. Many of our raiders just wanted to evacuate out and not handle this, but the raid leader insisted we stay. We were expecting this to be a normal occurrence in the zone if they lose. They're going to train us every time. The raid leader, by the way, is a guy called Sloan. I haven't given him credit yet. There's many officers and leaders in Faceless, but Sloan was the open world raid guy. Sloan had been the guy leading us in open world fights since Velius and up to now. He's been the main guy staying up day and night, tracking all these raid targets for the moment they spawn. And to emphasize how much effort this is, Sloan has been no-lifing this game for months, pulling 16 18-hour days tracking these spawns so that we can win. He has been the biggest factor behind all our open world victories against Relentless. Relentless would have dominated us if it wasn't for this one guy. He's been the real MVP of Faceless, along with the guy who handles the ridiculous amounts of loot, coordinating it. It's not as much as the Zaid Guild as it's made out to be, as I expected. The supporting cast of officers pull a lot more weight than I imagined. And after this, I went to the Plat raid with my Paladin. Next day, I got 2 Chrono worth of Plat from that raid. I think that's the biggest haul I've gotten so far. I finally had the money to make my Emperor Bane weapon. I can hurt him now, so I took one of the green metals that drops in the mines below,
and combined it with a Shishar weapon, and done. So like Saru, you can't hurt Emperor without a special Bane weapon. So all I've shown so far is raiding, but Luclin is such a great expansion because it adds a further way to enhance your max level characters. Before Luclin, there was no point to play your uber geared max level character except for raids. But Luclin adds alternate advancement points. You can get new abilities and boosts to passive stats, earning it through EXP grouping. I got invited on my Paladin to tank this camp called Gate and Grieg's End. It's a high-end Luclin grouping zone. They were doing mass pulls so that wizards could AoE nuke packs down quickly. Very fast experience, but I was struggling to hold aggro on so many mobs at the same time. The wizards were easily pulling more threat than me. I felt like a chicken with its head cut off. This zone has a cool backstory. It's named Grieg's End after Grieg Beneficius. He was the one responsible for teleporting all the Combine folks to Luclin. But chaos ensued when everyone found out there was no way back home to Norrath. So Grieg worked tirelessly with other mages in Shadowhaven to find a way back, but he was never successful. Tensions flared, and Grieg decided to leave Shadowhaven. Grieg and his followers exiled themselves to the rolling plains in a place called Mons Latalis. He began work on another huge quadrilith for everyone to return home. But then the goddess Luclin noticed him. She didn't want a magical highway for a bunch of unwanted visitors to get to her home. The moon of Luclin reached perigee with Norrath, and the ritual to teleport back home started. Then the goddess Luclin intervened. She sent swarms of shadows and demons to attack the mages. Only Grieg and a few others survived. They retreated in the compound that they had built nearby, but not long later, Luclin's monsters chased him in. Luclin started giving Grieg nightmares in his sleep, and he went mad and twisted into this abomination you can fight as a raid boss. We never went after it though on Teek because it wouldn't have dropped any valuable loot relative to other bosses. Taking a step back, it's rumored Mons Latalis and the Spires were where you'd enter the intended end zone of this expansion, not Vexthal, but here. But the developers ran out of time and had to repurpose Vexthal as the end zone instead. Rumor is that Luclin was supposed to have a 3-faction system, kind of like Velius, where you curry favor with one of the different racial groups to get gear and stuff. Never happened, though. Anyways, I got really burned out in this group. It was exhausting to try to hold aggro on all these nightmare pulls, and I was doing a bad job, and it wasn't even worth it. I got only 5 AA points in 3 hours. I only had enough to buy one thing. And what's worse is that this is the best camp of the zone, and we were pulling at max speed. The EXP is just that bad. On modern EQ, with faster experience rates, you can get an AA point for every 1 to 2 mobs you kill. It was like 1 AA point for every 80 mobs you kill. The experience rates do get boosted on Teek when later expansions will come, but it can't come soon enough. This is just terrible. I did some calculations. So my bard needs roughly 30 to 40-ish AA points for the minimum toolkit. It would take me about 24 hours straight of grinding in groups to get the 30, 40 AA points for this expansion. And I still need another 40 for the next expansion.
So about 48 hours total of playing of grouping straight for these AA points. I love this game, but I don't love it that much. I gotta figure something out. Next day, got some more raid bosses uncontested, and then fast forward to week 4, a month of Lucklin. Another kill of the end boss, AHR, uncontested. 2 a.m. Where is Relentless Insomnia? What happened, man? A few days later, we had our second plat raid, and I finally got a special item for the Paladin. I could be useful for once. So while we were killing in this instance raid, Open Atin Hara spawned again. Another uncontested kill on the end boss. Then I got a chance to semi-tank her for myself. I cast Divine Aura, my short invulnerability spell. I run in and grab aggro, and then I pull her to this pillar where the healers are just in range to cast spells on us. Our warrior tank rips aggro, and then I start meleeing with my new hammer I got. This new weapon dramatically changes how Paladin is played on raids. So I normally battle res people, tank trash mobs, and do mediocre DPS. I'm not really that needed, to be honest. I'm a superfluous class. There's 72 slots, so basically any junk class can come to raids, but now I can do something important. Many of the bosses in this expansion and earlier expansions have a mechanic called Rampage. Ramp for short. Simply put, the first person to aggro the boss, just like I did, will get hit the entire fight no matter what. Even though the warrior is holding the main aggro on the boss and taking all her primary hits, the boss will still hit me too secondarily, but at random intervals. Really, really hard hits. So I am the Rampage tank. I am the guy who takes the off hits. And this new hammer I'm using is special because it can proc a short invulnerability buff. So while that invulnerability is on, the boss can't hurt me. I cost 0 mana to heal. I'm much easier to heal than any other class taking this rampage damage. Paladins finally get a legit role in raids in Lucklin. It's really nice. So this is it in practice. The boss rampage hits me, off hits me, and I drop from full health to 70% instantly. I get a quick heal to full, then my invulnerability hammer procs. And then for the next 18-ish seconds, the boss can't touch me. The healers can save mana on me. And I got lucky with 2 back-to-back procs right here before she went down. And the next day, this raid earned me enough money to buy just 1 Chrono, not as good as the last raid where I got 2. And Chrono did something ridiculous. So the expansion started and it was 800,000 platinum per Chrono. It's dropped. It's 300,000 now. I guess there's a lot more to buy. People were selling Chrono like hotcakes. The inflation is finally chilling out. Fast forward, I attend our normal scheduled raid nights and use my points to buy the strongest item of the expansion. That end boss, Atenha Ra, she drops the quest reagent. Right outside of Vexthal, I found this Vashir skeleton, and he gives you a quest. He asks you to kill the Dark Prophet leading the Akevans in Vexthal and hand him proof. Once I did hand him proof, I got the Talisman of Va Karath. The stats are insane. It gives me Ultra Vision, the best night vision in the game, and most importantly, 8 mana regen. The cap of mana regen on gear is 15. This is more than halfway. This is really important as a bard to get mana regen gear, because mana regeneration buffs, like for myself or an enchanter, they don't work on the bard class, but mana regeneration gear does. With this necklace, I will never have to worry about running out of mana using my charms or AoE mezzing much later in the game. Those abilities use mana. Not that we'll get to see that though. The end of week 4, Emperor SSRA was ready to pop. We click up, and out of the trap room, raid leader Sloan hands out assignments for the ads. Fight starts. A bit of chaos with the ads, but we eventually get it under control. Blood of SSRA goes down, and the Emperor's spawn timer goes active. Everyone hides around the corner to avoid aggroing Emperor when he does spawn. He's up. Full burn. I put my Shishar Bane weapon on, and I can finally hurt him now. Normally I would Dirge nuke, but magic nukes don't land on this guy for some reason. Melee and fire dots are all I can do. A few minutes later, we get the kill, and was a pretty uneventful fight. Later this day, something called Extra Life started. The game company was offering a week of bonuses if people donated to this children's hospital in San Diego, California. The players got close to $125,000 donated, so we got a week of this. 200% bonus experience, rare spawns, and bonus loot. This is me testing out one of my favorite solo spots, Maiden's Eye Zone right outside the destroyed Akevan City. I pulled these Sentai guys, and I wanted about 10. Amplification and Dirge nukes. Only hits 5 at a time, but I got enough mana to kill 10. Hence, I pull 10 mobs at a time. Normally, this spot would give me like 10% of an AA point per pull. Almost got 50% in this one pull. It takes me about 3 minutes to met up the full mana so I can start again. I don't know how many AA I could earn at this rate, but it's definitely better than the, 5 and 3 hours I got from Grieg's End. Later, our first open world raid mob popped. Let's see what that bonus loot is about. Burned it down with those Dirge nukes, just like the Sentais earlier. 3 minutes, boss goes down, and it dropped 3 tables of the end boss, Atenha Ra. 3 of those Atenha Ra necks, the amazing necklace I just got from the quest, and 2 Blood Frenzies, that rare best in slot warrior weapon. What a friggin' haul. After this boss, we went for another at the entrance. Got some excitement. Guess who decided to show up finally? A little Relentless versus Faceless nostalgia. Boss comes in and I start blowing my mana with Dirge nukes. It works great this fight. Relentless DPS burns all their disciplines. Full burn. We do the same. Boss dies in a minute.
Got it. Okay. Let's bag up this loot. Oh, is it me? Good God.
Have fun with your 42 items.
Who's a DKP dude in here?
Zaid has the unfortunate job of handling all this loot. We run a ways back because once his boss dies, all his buddies rush to the spot he was at. It creates a huge train. And actually, another one of that boss was up. Ads start attacking us, and we see the relentless folk just evacuating out. They all leave, and alone again. I log off and immediately back in to get the fast mana regeneration. I love nuking this fight. We pull the second boss in and sweep up all that delicious loot. The last thing I did this day was I got into a Grieg's End group at the gate camp. I can show just how bad it is pulling here. There's a bajillion doors that you gotta constantly open, a lot of caster mobs. What was nice is I could safely pull from around corners so the mobs couldn't cast on me. I don't remember how many AA points I got exactly from this group, but it was better than 5 in 3 hours. There's these fun name mobs that spawn occasionally that when they hit you, they can proc some debuff that turns you naked. It's weird. You first go human illusion, then naked. So that was the end of Luckland's first month. One more month to go. A few days later, I did something I've never done before. This is my character on a current server of EverQuest, on the 30th expansion EverQuest Live. I got to the max level of 125. The first time I've ever gotten max level of the current expansion of the game. The game really needs a stat and level squish, y'all. Woof. After that achievement, I went back to Teek again. I got a group in the mines of SSRA, the lowest level of the zone. I took a different way to get there. So I started from the Luckland Underground, the underground city Shadowhaven, to Echo Caverns, where I leveled up my sense trap skill, then to the next zone over, the Deep, the power leveling haven of this expansion. Then there's this huge crevasse in the middle of the zone. You see this blue bridge, and yeah, this is the bridge you cross, right? Don't use it. It's fake. If you step on, you'll fall to your death. There's this invisible bridge farther off. The last little bit of the zone is I have to pass through a bunch of yellow con mobs that can see through my invis. They can really beat me up. I throw in my short bard and vulnerability song and then skedaddle to the zone line. I'm now in the basement of SSRA Temple, the mines. Another way to get to SSRA instead of passing through the gray, the surface of Luckland. This is actually the area that got ripped out of the ground in the over there when the Shishar teleported to the moon. You get the green metal ore down here that is used to make the Bane weapons to hurt Emperor SSRA. You see the dead Ixar slaves mining the green ore from the walls. I deleted some game files to get the original spell effects, and it was just too much. I could barely see what was going on. The extra life bonuses that were going on, it made it so that the rare mobs spawned every single time. Then the bonus loot just flooded us. None of us had enough bag space. I got a chance to pull out some dirge nukes. This camp can get crazy. There's a bajillion skeletons down here, and you never pull just one. There's a lot of mezzing needed, or you grab a shaman who can AoE slow. Either makes it manageable. Got some pretty good AA experience here. And I think we had 2 Necros in this group. They could undead charm for extra DPS. Paladins, clerics, and Necros can really destroy here. I think Paladin gets a new passive AA ability in Luckland where they can proc a mega undead nuke on melee swing. I want to get that ability, it'd be pretty cool. This is later in the group when I got more familiar with the pulls. I was able to bring just 1 to 2 at a time instead of 4 to 5. A good puller is almost always out of camp. Got myself one of the clicky shrink sticks that have been fairly rare and expensive so far. Now they're cheap because of all the bonus loot. They're dropping like hotcakes. Next day, Atenha Raw spawned, the end boss spawned, in open world at 4 p.m. We mobilized, took her out uncontested. And it's strange too, because one of our spies gave us the screenshot. This is the message Relentless officers put out to their guild. The gist: have your characters camped out here in Vexthal ready to DPS race us, and try to recruit members from other guilds during their primetime hours. I wonder where they were when the end boss of the dang expansion popped at 4 p.m. What are you doing? Anyways, we did the plat raid again this night. Next day I get the split. And enough to buy a Chrono and some change. I am going to be a bad boy today. I ran to the deep and bought a pay-to-win experience potion, a 25% bonus. I bought a power level in the deep. Boo! Ion Blaze! Boo! Oh yeah, I'm bad. Look, if you're gonna buy a power level, you do it the one time a year when there's like 200% bonus EXP. Add the pay to win potion, 225%. This saves me days of grinding AA points. I like my sleep. Okay? I like my sleep. I still don't have all the AA abilities I need, and I also need to bank 40-ish points for the next expansion. I might as well do it now when it's efficient. Great deal for this, by the way, too. Normally this power level is 4 Krono for 4 hours. I got it for 3. This is an example of what it looks like. A huge pull comes in, several enchanters layer AoE stuns so the mobs can't attack, then a wizard AoE nukes it all down. Massive experience. And you'll see this huge amount of lag in the footage. Normally that's just my crappy laptop. But this time it's not, I promise. We're one of the 2 groups in the zone doing these massive pulls. So when the AoE spells hit these masses of mobs, it's a lot of things to compute for the server side. It creates a lot of server lag. And this zone was friggin' packed during the Extra Life week. Maybe 20 plus different picks, instances of the same zone going on. 40 plus groups of power levelers spamming these AoEs for a week straight. I wouldn't be surprised if the server rooms at Daybreak caught fire. It was, whoo! I hope they had some thermal paste, I'll just say that. So how do you pull all these mobs though? Clerics. Basically, a cleric runs a loop, pulling everything in sight. The problem is that mobs here will leash if you're like a hair's distance away. So you need to sit there and survive getting bashed in the face while all the stragglers finally catch up. so you need some form of invulnerability spell. And I believe clerics are used because they're the only class with 2 invulnerability spells right now. I could be wrong though, I think there might be others. I struggled really hard though to follow the puller because the AoE lag was just nuts. Anyways, what did I get for my 3 Chrono? I got the last 30% to level 61. I can't ding it yet. The next expansion raises the level cap to 65. And I earned over 100 AA points. Enough to buy everything I need now and everything I'll need for the next expansion. I just didn't feel like doing it the legit way. 5 AA for 3 hours? No thank you. I don't have the patience for that. Next day, the end boss spawned again in open world. Again, nobody bothered to contest it. Later in the day, we did our normal scheduled raid nights and instances. The bonus loot from Extra Life, we got 892 items from this raid night. The next night, our second scheduled raid night, we cleared Vexthal, killed the end boss in the instance version. This is just a short example of our loot being bid out. 1,108 items. In 2 nights of scheduled raids during the Extra Life bonus, Faceless got 2,000 pieces of loot, of raid loot, to drop. Absolutely ridiculous. And a huge shout out to Endacer. Or Endacer. That's what I call him. This guy is MVP number 1 of Faceless, and I would put Sloan number 2. Endacer manages the nightmare amount of loot that this guild sees. He made sure that those 2,000 pieces of loot were bid outright and were delivered within 2 days. And he's been doing this since day 1 of Teek, I think. This guy sacrifices his enjoyment of the game so we can all get loot efficiently distributed. Poor guy. So Extra Life bonuses ended. So much loot. So much power level. To wrap up the week, on one of the raids, I saw something silly. Luckland devs created this guard called Praetorian Ligma in the year 2000. Unbeknownst to those devs, 18 years later, this random name Ligma would actually become a word. If you know, you know. Look it up. I couldn't beat Ligma, so I got some friends. So what happens when you fight Ligma? She has some flavor text when you aggro her, and she'll say, Ligma will demonstrate the error of your ways. I'm gonna grow up now. Okay. Fast forward, we're 6 weeks into Luckland, still dominating open world. The Extra Life bonus loot made it so that everyone got the gear they wanted. Holidays were coming up, and we got 2 weeks left before the next expansion, so officers felt there was little reason to continue scheduled raids in Luckland anymore. This was the second to last scheduled raid of Luckland, the last Saru and Kadishaw. The next day being the last scheduled raid, the last Vexthal instance we do. Some of the AAs I spent allowed me to hit even harder with the Dirge nukes. I unlocked the ability to get a critical nuke with my Dirge, 7% chance, and I unlocked more damage if I do critical. I got lucky with 3 critical nukes on this boss. So normally Dirge hits for around 2,000 damage base, but I can now critically hit for 8,000. I think only wizards can hit that hard right now, if even. It's just nuts. Fast forward, we got 2 weeks left until the next expansion. There was a patch today. Servers were taken down and reset. Some raid bosses spawned in open world and we got a few kills. This was the last Emperor SSRA we'd kill for the expansion. Uncontested again. Next day we took down the last AHR we'd do in open world. Uncontested again. And this was the absolute last day we'd ever do open world in Luckland. Got a mini Autumn kill uncontested. After this, we abandoned Luckland and started practice raids for the next expansion. So what the heck happened to Relentless Insomnia? Where were they? One of our members did a tally of all the raid bosses we got. We claimed around 94% of all open world raid bosses that spawned in the 2 months of Luckland. Of that 94%, almost none of them were contested fights. It was actually disappointing. I didn't realize how much of Relentless's competition made raiding fun. I really enjoyed it in Velius when we had it, but it felt kind of boring in Luckland when they never showed up. I guess all the losses in Velius took a toll. So many of their people quit. And we were expecting them to show up big in Luckland. They had made all these preparations, power leveling the new meta DPS class, the Rangers. They had the past record for clearing this expansion the fastest before us. And this expansion is also rife for trolling. There's so many things you can do to mess with another guild. It's far better than Velius. They could have really griefed us bad. The day comes, here's their chance, and it wasn't a bang. It was just a whimper. No show. If they didn't just leave after Velius, we heard many folks in Relentless Insomnia left EverQuest to play the newest World of Warcraft Classic servers that were launching around this time in late November 2024. But in the last few weeks, we were so full of loot and so tired that we let bosses sit up for hours. And even then, no one went after them. It was free game and no one even bothered. Sad. So what happened to Chrono prices? We started Luckland with Chrono at 800,000 plat. 8 weeks later, it's halved from 800,000 to 400,000. It's nice to see that craziness calm down a bit. And I haven't talked about this yet, but it needs to be addressed. This expansion, Luckland, is considered a divorce in the player base. Ask around a few EQ players and you'll find a vocal group of them who won't touch Luckland with a 10-foot pole. If it's not the vanilla base game, if it's not Kunark, if it's not the Velius expansion, it's not real EverQuest to them. So why all the hate for this expansion? Why all the hate for the Shadows of Luckland? Luckland added new character models, made travel more accessible, made bartering your goods faster, and gave an identity to classes that simply had none yet. Many players loved these changes. Other players hated it. Luckland was seen as a departure from the game's original design philosophy. EverQuest was supposed to be this large, punishing world where you had to work with others to survive. Instead, the game was made easier. The world felt much smaller with the new fast travel system. You didn't need other players like you used to. It became less social in a way. The new character models were poorly animated and looked really out of place in the old world zones. Then there's cat people on the moon. That was a jarring left turn from the strict high fantasy art style that had been the rule. It was disturbing to many. So how do I feel about this expansion? I don't know, man. I just work here. But for real, the classic Andes do have a good point. The grand inconvenience of early EverQuest made it feel much more immersive than the later product. It was like a real world that we were living in. And also, the inconsistent art style really hurt the game, in my opinion.
Yes, but I'd also argue that inconvenience for inconvenience's sake isn't good game design. Again, nobody knew how to make a game like this in 1999 and 2000. This was an experiment, and later AAA titles learned so much from EverQuest's mistakes. World of Warcraft took extensive notes on what EverQuest did. EQ itself needed to learn from its mistakes. It needed to be a game that isn't about traveling around the world or talking to real people to sell crap. It's about progressing your character, grinding out mobs at a camp with a group of friends, getting some gear and some good experience. That's peak EverQuest. That's what the game is about. Did Luckland destroy core EverQuest? No, not at all. It added much more than it took away. Alternate advancement points and improvements to class identity made the game so much better than it was at launch. But agree to disagree with those classic Andes. Act 7, The Plains of Power. Around the world, these pedestals start appearing. A stone column with a book on top. When we interact with it, it teleports us somewhere. New gateways appear all across Norrath, and they bring thousands of adventurers here, a city called New Tainen, residing within a celestial realm called the Plane of Knowledge. An oddity here is that the hostilities present on Norrath don't exist here. All races are welcome, and keeping the peace is a magical barrier that stops weapons from being used and hostile magics from being uttered. In the center is a grand library called Marist, where all disciplines are taught. And upon further exploration, we find the Plane of Knowledge connects to more than just Norrath. It has portals to astral planes where gods reside, if we so dare venture. We've now gained access to the Plains of Power. I ran the long journey to Kanos. In a few hours, the 4th expansion of EverQuest will unlock. A stone book will appear here, allowing us into the new content.
Our raid needed to convene in a sparsely populated zone so that the lag doesn't stall us on unlock. Faceless leadership created 4 raid groups. 3 raids were for casuals of varying degrees, and the 4th for the hardcore folks. I'm in the hardcore raid, led by Zaid. We are not stopping until the very last boss is dead. In retrospect, I would never do this again. I didn't know that the world record clear was like 45 hours. Oof. Anyways, Plains of Power is a notable point in EQ history. This is considered the last expansion of EverQuest's golden age. It was the highest subscription count they ever had back in 2002. The last hurrah before World of Warcraft dethroned EverQuest as the new king of the MMO genre. As I just arrived at the rendezvous, we have real bad news. It's 1 hour to expansion unlock, and guess what? Servers are coming down immediately. Emergency patch. Dev post says expect 6 hours. Alarm bells are going off. We didn't plan for this. The 31st expansion, called the Outer Brood, was just released for current expansion servers. Brand new. Someone must have found a really big exploit in that new expansion. So bad that devs had to do an emergency shutdown. And all servers get taken down, including Teek. The Outer Brood expansion doesn't affect us. All of us get forcibly kicked off the server. And Zaid tells us to stay ready. This fix probably won't be 6 hours. He was right. 45 minutes later, and the servers are back up. Almost time. But now, we had a different problem. I don't like to name and shame, but this jerk earned it. Everyone in the guild were given 2 weeks' notice to get our affairs in order. All of us filled out a survey saying how long we could stay online, and then again confirmed a second time that we'd be there for expansion launch. Twice confirmed. And it was important. This is how leadership assigned us into our 4 raid groups, the casuals and then the one hardcore raid, right? They needed us to fill out this survey. Anyways, this guy in our group called Ren was sitting here ready to go before the emergency patch. He agreed twice that he wanted to be in the server first race raid. We could count on him to be here. 45-minute patch happens. No call, no show. Drops our guild Discord. So Zaid contacts him, private message. Are you coming? Nah, the patch was just too much stress. I quit. What? So Ren flaked. And it wouldn't have mattered if he was in one of the 3 casual raids. Flakiness was completely planned for there. But no. Why am I even making a deal about this? All this race raid will ever have are the 72 people we start with. There will be no way to catch people up. Every no-show is a big deal when you're doing content severely underleveled. We need every single person to make our server first goal possible. So Ren's behavior is now harming the 71 other people who found a way to clear their schedules to be here. It was very inconsiderate of him. And to make it personal, Ren was the healer for my group. So now 5 of us are going to struggle to stay alive all night just because this jack decided to bounce last minute. Buy him some head and shoulders because he's flaky as f***. Enough of that rant. I think a GM took over this random NPC and then started using it to communicate with us. It's kind of silly. Then we get the server-wide text saying, expansion is live. But the book to teleport in never appeared. We couldn't risk waiting minutes for that. So we ended up buying one of the dollar port clicks off the pay-to-win store to get directly into the zone we need. The Plane of Tranquility. Going to go out of order for just this so it makes sense what we're doing. 3 hours later into launch, we broke out of the raid and jumped into our small 6-man groups, our assigned groups, and we entered the Plane of Justice. The Plane of Justice is ruled by 6 beings called the Tribunal, who the barbarian race worship. The Tribunal remain neutral in almost every conflict, meting out justice as fairly as they can, without prejudice. The plane itself is inhabited only by guards and the prisoners accused of crimes against the universe. We make our way down this south region where the first hostile monsters appear. I'm able to charm some to put in some extra damage. It's nice. And after clearing the last monster, we click into this jail cell. We find a high elf called Mavuin. He asks for our help. Mavuin says he was framed. You see, the gods feared the knowledge that I carry with me, so to prevent me from passing this information to others, it was set up to show that I had plotted to murder one of the other elders. Please go before the tribunal and plead my case. If you do this, I will share with you what I know. We exit out and head to the northern area of the zone and click this swirling portal. Really cool looking room with the moving walls. And here we find the 6 divine beings of the tribunal. We hail one.
What do you want, mortal?
The tribunal offers us one of 6 trials to complete, and if we succeed, we can earn an audience with them. This is the trial of execution. There's a prisoner next to a guillotine. Waves of monsters will spawn, and we have to clear them out before the walking executioner reaches the prisoner. The mobs aren't that hard. Every time you kill one, the executioner resets back in the room. And upon defeating the 4th wave, a boss spawns. He was fairly easy. I blew him up with my Bard nukes. And we all receive a mark that we had completed the trial. We leave and back to the staging area. I tell the tribunal that I wish to plead the case of Mavuin. It acknowledges the mark on me and says it will review the case when the time befits them. We head back to Mavuin and tell him the good news. Why was he framed though? The knowledge that I promised you is this. The followers in the Plane of Tranquility are trying to find information on what has happened to Zabuxaruk. What I know is that he has been captured for a 2nd time. If you want to find out more information, I believe you should seek an audience with the gods of Krono and Nathaniel Mar. I can only assume that they were present at the time of his capture and know why this has taken place. Also seek from Mar a way to translate the divine language. Only with it can you understand the writing of the gods. There's no more I can tell you,
but thank you once again for your attempt in returning my freedom. So that is the goal of our raid, the whole point of launch day. We need to find out what happened to Zabuxaruk. Who is Zabuxaruk? Zabuxaruk was at one time a mortal man who walked upon the face of Norrath, just like us. But somehow, he acquired knowledge of the divine workings of the universe. Forbidden knowledge. And this knowledge changed him from that of a mere mortal to near that of a god. And now we learn that he's disappeared. So rewinding back 3 hours. Expansion goes live, and we had just ported in to the Plane of Tranquility as a raid. We're going for our very first mission of the new expansion. To access higher and higher godly planes, we have to complete challenges in lower ones. We hail this man, Aldler Firstel, outside a pipe, spewing filth. Aldler asks us, "Can you smell it?" It is the musk of death and pestilence. It is a smell that I have welcomed for so long, but now it turns my stomach. My brother Milik and I have come here from Kanos. We were members of the Blood Sabers, but sought higher enlightenment. Upon arriving here, Milik began to channel all of his energy into opening the portal to the plane of disease. We sought only the wisdom of our god Bertoxalis. When Milik finished his chant and the portal opened, it began to spew out this vile pestilence you see before you. Milik caught the brunt of the plague, and currently his condition worsens. I have been infected as well, and am too weak, but I will go into the plane to save my brother if I must. There is a ward carried by the one that Bertoxalis has created to protect the entrance into his den. If you dare travel into this pungent plane and find that ward, bring it back. It might just halt the toxins in my brother's body. Maybe we can save him. And so, we enter the plane of disease. Rivers of mucus, patchy skin, ingrown hairs, and all. We run across the zone to this area behind a spine. There's a fortress here. We scale the walls outside and find Grime, the Crypt Guardian, a gross monstrosity. We take him down and take his key to enter the door. We're inside the walls now. Corridor through corridor, we push through. We fight our second boss, Aramin, the Spider Guardian. I think it spawns spiders if anyone dies, so my group was trying our best not to take damage with no healer. We get through fine. We get to the very end and nothing. Problem, alarm bells are going off. Zaid had us enter the open world version of this zone, expecting the end boss to be up. You know, the expansion just unlocked. Nobody had killed the bosses yet. But I guess the emergency patch despawned them, We just wasted 15 to 30 minutes clearing a zone that couldn't progress us further. Great. We zone out and spin up an instance version of the zone. And I also dinged level 61. I was 1 or 2 mobs away from it. We cleared the entire zone a second time, and we fight the guy we needed. Grummus. I nuke the crap out of him. But he throws out decent AoE dots. Hurts pretty bad. We got through it fine though with no healer. And this planar projection spawns. We hail it. And we hear Aldler's brother Milik talking to us telepathically. Milik tells you before fading, I beg of you, return to me with the ward that now envelops your body. The etheric energy is the only thing that can stop this plague that has been placed upon me. We drop down this hidden pit behind Grummus that sends us to the Crypt of Decay. It had a way out. I hail Aldler outside, but the dot Grummus had put on me, it finished me off. And a few of my group members also died, unfortunately. Ren's flake caused this unnecessary death. I get rezzed and talk to Adler again. You can feel the heat radiating from Adler's face. The ward that envelops your body reaches out and begins to surround him. You immediately see improvement in his condition. The pus-filled sores covering his face and his burning fever start to vanish. Thank you, friend. I no longer feel the touch of death upon my soul. However, I do feel the grasp on Bertoxilus. His plague is still upon me, but not spreading through my body. I fear the only way to remove this pox would be to weaken Bertoxilus enough that his curse would be lifted. I now renounce my faith in Bertoxilus. Please fell this god so that I may continue and learn from my mistakes. We enter the Crypt of Decay, home to the god of disease, the plague bringer, Bertoxilus. Coincidentally, Bertoxilus is the name of the first server I played on back around 2000-ish. Let's go meet him. We enter inside and clear our way through. We fight a mini-boss called Carprin on the stairs surrounded by plague water. This boss can't be killed until his bodyguards are taken down first. Otherwise, it's a simple tank and spank. Easy. We beat him up and keep moving. We fight this one last boss in the chapel room, and a little guy called Tarkil Aden spawns. He rewards an invisible key that allows you to click down to the catacombs of the zone. But unfortunately, he only hands out 36 keys, and there's 72 of us, or 71. So how are we all going to get down there? We can't do this twice. We just burn the instance. Zaid had only the healers and tanks hail the guy for the keys. Back at the zone inn is this chair, and keyed people click on it to go down a floor below into the catacombs. For the rest of us, we had to die upstairs. We pulled this massive train and all took dirt naps. I got a res and found myself below in the catacombs. So the workaround is this. The unkeyed people die in a certain spot on the upper floor. Then the healers run directly below the bodies, Z-axis wise. There they can drag the corpses through the floor down to the catacombs where they're at. Normally, you could use magicians to summon people, but it doesn't work in this zone. so this corpse drag method is the only option to get around the limited 36 keys. And once below, we pile into this corner and start the event. It's about 30 minutes long. Waves of ads and mini bosses. Definitely takes a while. While we were here, the new hub zone Plane of Knowledge had completely crashed. Servers just couldn't handle the huge influx of people arriving in one central zone. The god of disease appears, Bertoxilus. We hail the planar projection that spawns. Milik first steals thoughts enter into your own. Bertoxilus is slain, and for this, my brother and I are forever in your debt. Please, when you have the opportunity, come visit me in the Plane of Tranquility. I would like to thank you face to face. We zone out and head to the area they were at called the Sick Bay. And I hail Milik on the ground. Welcome back, friend. I must tell you that my brother and I shall never forget what you've done for us. We have since renounced our following of Bertoxilus, for in him we only found suffering. I shall not keep you, though. Thank you once again. And after this, I quickly got bound in Tranquility, so if I die, I just wind up one zone away. So you have Plane of Knowledge, which is the hub zone. It connects you to Norrath and the moon, Luckland. And then if you wanted to get to any of the divine planes, you have to enter the Plane of Tranquility where we're at. And that is the hub zone for all the planar content we're about to do, for all these divine planes we access. So in the Plane of Tranquility, I run along the coastline and I find this windmill. I click on one of the gears and enter into the Plane of Innovation. Once inside, I see it's full of machines and broken things, gears, axles, and whatever litter is everywhere. We enter inside the machine workshop. Then we find this gnome, Gaiwin Miracon. He tells us that he's this great warrior of Ralosek, the god of war. You better not provoke me. A gnome warrior, yeah. yeah, sure, buddy, you're real tough. He tells us his god Ralosek needed some death machines commissioned. It's to train his army. But Gaiwin is tired of how long it's taking for the machines to be made. He asks if us weak mortals could test the machine. You know, say if the machine failed, Gaiwin could go back home to Ralos and tell him it was a waste of time. Couldn't even beat us weaklings. Then Gaiwin could get back to the battlefield like he wants to and out of this junk heap. We take him up on his request. There's this maniac behemoth in the central room with clockwork spiders that are continually moving towards him to construct him. If we could interrupt the stream of spiders, maybe we could activate the machine. So that's what we do. A few minutes later, the machine goes active. I blow it up nuking, but it blows all of us up too. Nasty AoE nukes from it. Gaiwen runs to us and says, "You destroyed the machine? I like you, kid. Come to the plane of tactics sometime. The Zeks will honor your warring spirit." We now gain access to a new divine plane. After this was that point 3 hours in, where we disbanded the raid and got into 6-man groups to do that plane of justice trial. We cleared Mavowin and found out that the mortal turned god Zabuxaruk is missing. We have to find out what happened. After the plane of justice trial, we reformed into raids composed of 3 groups. We went back to the sick bay and plane of tranquility, and we find this man on the ground, Elder Thelon Poxborn, and a woman, Adroha. We hail Thelon, but he doesn't respond. Adroha tells us that ever since some injury, Thelon has been in a deep coma. No sign of recovery. Adroha tells us what happened. As a young man, Thelon studied texts about the god of fear, the Faceless, Kazakh Thule. These texts have been translated for mortals by Zabuxaruk, and as Thelon read more and more, he felt his mind being invaded by Kazakh Thule. This information was not for mortal hands. Kazakh stripped him of all his belongings and cursed him to live in poverty and ruin. Thelon begged for scraps in the streets of Freeport. Passerbys never gave him a second glance. Several years passed. A female dwarf would arrive in Freeport one day to trade some of her family's armor and weapons. She saw and took pity on Thelon, and she placed a jeweled dagger in his hand, smiled, and returned to her business. The dagger was beautifully crafted and would have fetched a handsome price on the market, but Thelon decided to keep the dagger as it was such a kind gesture. Later that evening, Thelon heard something familiar. It sounded like people who had studied Zabuxaruk's writings just like he did. He approached the men and they chanted an incantation. Suddenly there was a bright flash, and they had transported here to the plane of tranquility, where they could further study the works of Zabuxaruk without interference from the gods and mortals alike. Adroha tells us that Thelon was successful in opening a portal to a new realm, ruled by Kazakh Thule's daughter, Terrace Thule. As Thelon went to sleep that night, dagger in hand, his subconscious mind was assaulted by nightmares. So bad were the nightmares that his subconscious mind had him grip the dagger and stab himself in the chest. Despite the wounds, Thelon recovered, but he never woke up. Adroha thinks it's Terrace Thule torturing him for opening a portal to her plane. She asks us to go inside to see if we could free Thelon. We enter the plane of nightmares. We run from one side to the other, across a river in the center. We had to be careful because most of the monsters in this zone can see through invisibility, and we don't want a huge train to contend with. We arrive at this hedge maze with Thelon outside. Thelon asks for our help. He says that Terrace Thule had made a pact with him. If he could retrieve his jeweled dagger, then he's free to go. But Terrace knew that he would never be able to do it alone. But we're here to help. Thelon closes his eyes, falls asleep, and screams in agony. We both appear in a hedge maze. We have to protect Thelon as he picks up pieces of his dagger scattered about the maze. So one of the tricks to make this go a lot faster is you throw a run speed buff on him. So I casted Spirit of the Wolf on him. And the run speed buff, it cuts like 10 to 15 minutes off this event. It's really important when you're racing for server first. And this guy's got jukes like Barry Sanders. While here, we got an update on the race. So Kanos Yacht Club, QIC, they went to the Plane of Innovation first. One of our other raids beat them in a DPS race for the key you need to enter the robot workshop that we just finished. QIC left and did their Plane of Justice trials, and are now in the Plane of Storms with Relentless Insomnia. They can farm some pretty good EXP there, get a few levels. After Thelon had run every corner, we made it to the last area. A mini-boss spawned. It had the last piece of the dagger. Thelon puts his dagger back together, and then he calls out to Teres Thule, saying that he's completed his side of the pact. It was a trick. Thelon didn't follow the pact. Fine print said he couldn't get help. Infuriated, Thelon hands us the dagger. If he can't escape Teres' rules, he'll make his own rules, stab her in the heart. We now gain access to Teres Thule's lair. So we were in 3-man raid groups. We reformed the full raid, the full 12 groups, and enter inside. It's got this audio effect inside. Everything is echoing. This zone is just a single winding path with scattered skeleton guards that block our way. We make it to the end and see Teres Thule herself, the daughter of Kazakh Thule, the goddess of nightmares. She spawns waves of ads as her health drops. Very important to burn them down before you continue to fight the boss, or you could get overwhelmed. At 50%, she basically strips all your buffs off, all of us on the raid. We hail the planar projection afterwards, and upon the victory, we find Thelon is cured from nightmares. He thanks us for saving him. With this, we've now completed all the Tier 1 zones. In the same sickbay room, we find another person on the floor, unresponsive. The elf Tylus Newleaf. The lady that's next to him, Thalia, tells us she found Tylus passed out next to this floating black cube. It's the entrance to the Plane of Torment, a place of endless torture. We agree to go in to try to free Tylus. We enter the Plane of Torment, the demi-plane of pain. We reached this locked door to a central tower, and we had a problem. we didn't have the key to get in. It'd really slow us down to do that key quest, so we decided to cheese it. There's a workaround. Many of the mobs in this zone summon, so we took advantage. We aggroed a mob on the other side of the door, damaged it a little bit, and we had it summon a cleric through the door on the other side. Then we finished it off. Then we as a raid all died outside the door, so our corpses could be dragged through, and then we all got rezzed on the other side. It was quicker to do this than the legit way of getting the key at this point. And we worked our way up the tower. These mobs had nasty AoE fire nukes, and my group still didn't have a healer, so it was pretty hard to stay alive. Then there's these stairs. Then there's these stairs that are definitely not ADA compliant. Nothing is wheelchair accessible in this tower. I think there's a big lawsuit coming. Then we get to the last mini boss of the tower, Marik the Prophet. He has these minions that continually make him bigger and bigger throughout the fight. We just burned him down. We'll retouch on him later. He's actually somewhat of an important figure. After Marik is vanquished, we find Tylus Newleaf in here. He appears in a cage. We as a raid all have to stack directly on him or below him for this next part. Tylus struggles to speak, but he asks for our help to end his pain. We agree, and he uses his last bit of power to teleport us to a new area of the tower. Once there, it's really important for everyone to shrink up. I got this shrink clicky from Vexthal. It can shrink my whole group. And the reason why we need to get small is that if anyone touches the blood water here, mobs will instantly spawn. At full shrink, there's no collision with other character models, with other players. A small walkway and player collision are just not a good mix. We ascend several stair sets and engage a mini-boss, the Keeper of Sorrows. Not that bad of a fight. In the room behind, we find Tylus Newleaf on his feet. He thanks us for freeing him, and we are teleported back. And we head up to the final floor, the very top, and we find the goddess of BDSM herself. Sorry, we find the goddess of pain herself, Saren, in a Raven sorrow song. Who is she? Saren was once a woman of striking beauty. She had a vision from Erelisi-Mar, the god of love, and this vision showed her that she would soon find a rare and special love. And so it came to pass. She fell for this paladin of Mar. Their life was idyllic at first, but soon she became possessive and distrustful of her husband. He tried to reassure her that he'd never leave, but it wasn't enough for her. One day, he had forgotten to grab the lunch she had made for him, and when she looked for her husband on his normal patrol route in Freeport, she couldn't find him. Saren's paranoia reached a precipice. He was cheating on her. There was simply no other explanation. After roaming for hours, she heard his laughter coming from a tavern. She saw him sitting at a table eating a fine meal, and what she thought is, I guess he doesn't like my cooking anymore either. And a young, attractive waitress refilled his glass, touched him on the shoulder, and they had a little laugh. Saren saw all the proof she needed of his infidelity. She captured both of them and tortured them for weeks on end. Metal skewers, hot irons, and wood splinters, vinegar to sting the wounds. Her husband pleaded of his eternal love to her up to his very last breath. After this, she left Freeport, and a new pattern emerged. She would meet a young man, marry him, and then torture him with some unsuspecting female to their deaths. Each time allowed the insanity that lived within her to grow stronger and stronger. As the years passed and her list of victims grew, she began to notice she was not alone. Darker divine entities took an interest in her, principally Marik the Prophet. He taught her how to ascend to godhood and take her place as the goddess of pain. The suffering of mortals is what enhances her power. This fight is usually harder, but this is a cool strategy I wasn't aware of. Sorrow Song the Raven will roam the room and silence any casters nearby. You really don't want clerics to be silenced when they're trying to heal people. There will also be ads that spawn, bird ads that spawn. But if everyone hugs in this corner at full shrink, it's just out of aggro range for all the ads. And a lot of the silences won't hit us. We take her down. We go to hail the planar projection afterwards, and we feel a searing pain on our arm as half of a cipher of the gods appears. We're getting closer to figuring out what happened to Sebuxaruk. Next, we enter the Plane of Valor. Mavowin told us that 2 gods could hold clues to what happened to Sebuxaruk, but we do not have access to visit them yet. We're going to work on that. We enter inside this hidden room, and we see a dragon behind the glass. Arendar, one of the first brood of dragons planted by Veeshan. This staging room is memorable for me. You click on this orb, and it teleports you down next to the dragon. Simple, right? One single path to get here. How could you get lost? Anyways, we do the fight. We hail the planar projection for another progression flag, character flag. And we drop down this pit and run to the very end.
Greek, Roman looking pillars. And this gives us access to the next zone, the Halls of Honor. So, rewinding a bit. Someone screwed up so bad that Zayd kicked them out of the raid. There was only one way to get to this area, and this person just couldn't figure it out. A magician summons them right to the orb, and we're told to click the orb and start the fight. Simple. They don't click the orb. They watch us do the whole fight through the glass as we kill the boss. And then they ask for another summon because they don't know how to get to us. Zayd kicks them from the guild. And this isn't the first time they screwed up. This was after they blundered in the 2 zones we did prior, both of them. This person was just clueless. Click on the orb, bro. It's not that complicated. So we enter the Halls of Honor A. There are 3 trials we have to complete to get access to the Halls of Honor B, and that is where the god we need resides. We invis up and run to the Northeast trial. The first trial just involves defeating another of the Dar clan of dragons, Rita Dar. Afterwards, we hail the Paladin Trident to win Trial 1. Trial 2 in the Northwest. There are villagers that spawn in one room, and we have to protect them from several hostile enemies, and we clear each room sequentially. Once we hail Rallick, we've won Trial 2. Trial 3, the final. We have to protect a person in each room from hostile mobs. So we split up the raid across rooms, crazed Norrathians. We hail Alexon to win Trial 3. Each of these trials takes like 10 to 15 minutes. Takes a while. And we now have access to the final Halls of Honor, Halls of Honor B, where the god boss resides. But we couldn't go there just yet. Instead, we rerouted to the Plane of Storms. We didn't have a max level tank yet, level 65. Zayd expected the Halls of Honor God boss to be too much for our underleveled warriors. Unbeknownst to me, 3 or 4 people were getting power leveled this whole time while we were raiding. A fix was in the works. The Plane of Storms has this mini quest to access the next zone up. It's kind of like Halls of Honor. You got to do some work first before you can get into the actual zone with the god in it. There's 3 biomes in this zone, but we only check out 2 though. We killed some giants at the beach biome, got some drops we needed there, then we checked out the second biome, forest. This is a cool looking fort. All these guys weren't mezzable and they hit like trucks. It was pretty tough. There's stuff that drops off the trash mobs, and then there's these medallions off of the bosses. We needed a boss kill.
The boss goes active once you clear all the trash, once all its buddies are gone. We didn't have an enchanter to throw out Tash, one of the magic resist debuffs, so I used my Orb of Tishan I got from like Vox or Nagafin. We had 2 paladins tanking for us, and they are getting crunched each round. Healers are burning out quick. Some Treant ads came in for the fight too. Bad. Some get ran away, and I burn with nukes and then swap to mezzing the only Treant near. Healer runs out of mana, both tanks are dead, but the boss is so low health. And we finish him off. We barely got through this fight. The toughest boss fight of the raid. Jeez. I personally didn't need any of these drops because of something. When the expansion unlocked, one of our other raids, all they did was spend 4 hours in this zone farming for the race raid. Almost everybody in our raid got the pieces they needed, but we still had to go in for a few stragglers. Hence why we had to kill that hard boss right there. But I feel bad. New expansion comes out and one raid can't do anything but spend their whole time farming for someone else. So shout out to that raid and Nazak for the help. We later went back to Plane of Storms and farmed pieces to hand back to them. And with those pieces, I run to Askir the Lost in this friendly cave. He requires a giant head before he'll even talk to you. I hand one over. Askir tells me how the Plane of Storms used to be a peaceful realm under the god of Karana, the Rainkeeper. It was peaceful, that is, until the storm giants invaded. They tore down trees, burned the lands, and threw the divine realm into havoc. Askir wasn't strong enough to do anything about the giants. We turned in a token from a giant in each of the 3 biomes as proof that we're worthy of further. And he tells us of a place called the Bastion of Thunder, the place where the giants originate from. If we could get 2 medallions from the giant bosses, it would give us passage into the giant stronghold. I run to the center of the zone, and this cyclone raging below a structure in the sky. That structure is the Bastion of Thunder. I click on this pedestal and enter. The whole raid reconvenes outside the zone into Bastion of Thunder and the Plane of Tranquility. Those tanks who were getting power leveled are finally max level, finally level 65. Actually, Mandalorian, who helped me with my Bard Epic ages ago, he was one of the warriors that got max level. Another warrior and a shaman, I think. Getting one of those slows to land on bosses is going to be real important. Once inside, we clear past the giants in one wing of this platform, and it teleports us to a staging area. The random loot gave us all the drops we needed to make a key to click up to the next part. Normally, this would take a long time. We click up, Fire Room. We have a fire giant boss to take down, and portals where ads will keep spawning from until we destroy them. The raid focuses on destroying the portals first, while kiting the boss around to mitigate damage. Once done, Asker teleports us to the ice room. Again, we had to take down portals and then go after the boss. It's a cool room with a spinning wall. We then hail Askir one last time. We engage Agnar, the Storm Lord. He is the one responsible for all the giants that wreaked havoc below. Askir thanks us for helping, and we run to the room behind, and we find the god Krono, the Rainkeeper, the god of storms. It appears Agnar was a doppelganger. He stole Krono's staff and posed as him while Krono was meditating. We hail Krono.
Don't worry, mortal. Askir is safe. Now, do you wish to follow the path of the fallen? A more dangerous path has never existed. Defy the will of the Pantheon at your peril.
We agree, and a great storm cloud brews once more above Krono. A sudden arcing bolt hits me, but I'm unharmed. Instead, a tome written in the language of the gods appears in my hands.
Let what I know be yours to know as well. Your path leads you onward, Ayonic.
Krono teleports us out. We're now closer to figuring out what has happened to Zabuxrook. But apparently the gods don't want us to do this. Why? Now that we got the max level tanks, we can go back to Halls of Honor B. This zone has really fast respawns and these cool cat dog monsters. You gotta be pretty quick here. We take down this cool frog-lock mini-boss before we can start the final showdown. Unfortunately, the textures didn't fully load, so it kind of looks weird. Lord Nathaniel Marr, the Truthbringer, the epitome of paladins, the creator of the Froglocks and Barbarians, and the Barbarians, who later differentiated into humans and erudites. We really needed a max level tank for this guy. So Mandalorian is up first. We take down the cat dogs first, and then Nathaniel, he hits like a truck, and he has this mechanic called Wild Ramp. You have to stand at the very edge of melee range, or he can hit you with a massive swing of damage. You generally want to look at any of the pets that are attacking, and you want to stay the same distance away. Pets always attack from max melee range. And after Nathaniel is downed, we hail the planar projection that spawns for a progression flag. We get the text, Nathaniel Marr has been bested. A glowing rune appears on your arm. Now that's been completed. we're going to visit that gnome warrior Gaiwen in his home, Drunder, the Plane of Tactics, home to the god of war, Ralosek. At the end of the corridor is Valenczek, the god of tactics, wielding a giant sword, one of the two sons of Ralos. As Valen drops in health, he splits apart, and you fight more and more splits of him. You have to attack the correct version of him to continue the encounter. So I learned the trick to always attack the correct one was this command. One Valen splits into 5 to 10, 15, and finally into 20 of them running around the room. Our knight tanks were trying to rip aggro and all the fake copies and kite them around. Anyways, we take down the correct one. The planar projection spawns. We all hail it to get a character flag, but the Valenczek copies won't go away. They won't despawn. So we just run far enough away to leash aggro. We then go down the second corridor of this zone to Talanzek, the second son of Ralos and the god of strategy, wielding a giant bow. This guy has some nasty AoE hits. Every single resist you have gets checked. And it sucks because we still don't have a healer in my group. But we do the fight fairly clean. We hail the planar projection for the progression flag and move on. The last part is fighting them once more, but a weaker version. Although it was strange as this version of Talon wrecked us more than the hard one. We all got smacked with a nasty AoE despite him being out of the room. So we start dropping like flies. I'm a bit squeamish about engaging him. Half the raid is dead and I start to burn. But Zayd thinks we've wiped, which is why I'm not meleeing. Sometimes it's more important that I stay alive than I damage. The mana song, the resist, the haste brings so much more for the actual DPS that it's a huge loss when I go down. Rangers started to tank it with weapon shield. They have like 30 seconds where they can't be hurt. We were down to nothing. But somehow, we pull through by the skin of our teeth. After that, Daddy spawns. Ralosek, the god of war. Not that avatar Ralosek like we saw in Velius. This is the real deal. Ralos, by comparison to his two sons, is not as difficult right now. First time we engage, he's fake. It's a fake version. We beat him down to half health, and he disappears. Respawns in the arena below. And we have to carefully drop down to the arena without pulling aggro on him. We all hug in a corner. Here's the legit version of him. I think he hits fast and really, really hard. And also wild rampage, so you gotta check your melee range. Gotta stay with the pets. We clear everything up and hail the planar projection in the middle of the arena. We've now cleared the plane of tactics. And this was the end of launch day. The clock struck midnight, but we are not stopping. Except for a commercial. Heck yeah.
If you are still here this long into the movie, you have earned a clap from my baby. Thank you so much. Baby clap. Day 199. So we needed to fix up our progression flagging. We did several of the events out of order, and it's blocking us access to the next zones. I go into the Plane of Knowledge for the first time. The Plane of Knowledge, POK, becomes the new hub zone of EverQuest for the rest of the game. And it's packed. Man. I go to the very top of the library, Marist, and we all talk to Grand Librarian Malin. He looks at the runes, the symbols on our arm, and is astonished. Is that the cipher of Druzzle Row? Druzzle Row, the god of magic. With Malin's help, we're now able to translate them. It tells us this. Zabuxaruk has been imprisoned in something called the Plane of Time. To get there, we have to acquire the power of the 4 elements. So we have to finish the end boss of the 4 elemental planes. We head first to the Plane of Water. We arrive on a beach and have to get a water breathing buff for any further progression. I catch up to the raid, clearing trash. We take down some mini bosses for loot, but nothing that eventful, except for the second one has a nasty AoE drain, pretty rough for casters. And after that, the path to the end boss is clear. Kornav, the avatar of water. So we can see him, but he doesn't go active until you beat his 3 bodyguards first. And the bodyguards embody the 3 states of water: liquid, ice, and vapor. We kill this guardian monster to start the encounter. So a trivia fact about the game is how many of the gods are various words rearranged. So we fought the god Tunair way back when. Rearranged, Tunair is nature. And there are 3 gods of water, 3 different representations. You have Povar, Isi, and Teru, which are vapor, ice, and water, respectively. It's a cool naming scheme. After the Guardian goes down, the first bodyguard spawns with a bunch of ads. Pellon of Vapor. We screw up. We have to kill the trash mobs to progress, but not Pellon. Somebody slows Pellon and brings it to camp. Bad. It's not that you can't kill him, it won't screw up anything, but it's completely unnecessary. This version of him has a bajillion hit points, it drops nothing, and it isn't needed to continue the event. So 1 a.m. brain fog is really starting to hurt us. We burn down the trash and just keep Pellon at bay. The next wave spawns. Another screw up. We aggro Norinda of Ice, the second boss. We also bring it into camp. We burn down the trash and poke the 2 unnecessary bosses with a bajillion hit points. I'm going to show the same fight 3 days later, uncontested open world. This is how you do this fight. You only have to kill the trash mobs to progress the event. You don't need to kill the 3 bosses with a bajillion hit points. It's a waste of energy. So what you do is you have a monk tag the bosses as they spawn and run it away from the raid. They run out of the room. Then a magician summons the monk back. Summon drops aggro, and the 3 bosses will just sit there cozy wherever they leash aggro. Easy peasy. But not so easy after 9 hours of straight playing, I guess. Back to the fight. Someone roots the second boss away from the camp, and the 3rd wave spawns. We burn down the final wave of trash. This whole time I'm playing 3 AoE dots. One is a 45% AoE slow, and the other lowers magic resist, saving us from taking too much damage and helping the wizards land their AoEs, burning the pack down. The 3 mini bosses despawn, and then the legit ones reappear right next to Cornav. These versions have a lot less health, and we have to beat these ones now. They drop great loot. Cornav will finally go active once all 3 are down. So we root them apart and work on one each after another. Cornav has so little health, it's like a 10-20 second burn fight. This is one of the few fights that bards can top the parse, just because of how quick our nukes are. I hail the projection of water. I'm given a sphere of coalesced water, one of the 4 elemental planes down. Next, the plane of earth. So it's a 2-parter zone. We're doing plane of earth A first. What to say about the plane of earth? It's the zone that broke us. We start the first event, waves and waves of mobs. Eventually, the final boss will spawn after 10 to 15 minutes of clearing. We start the second event, waves and waves of mobs. Eventually, the final boss will spawn after 10 to 15 minutes of clearing. We start the third event, waves and waves of mobs. Eventually, the final boss will spawn after 10 to 15 minutes of clearing. We start the fourth event, waves and waves of mobs. Eventually, the final boss will spawn after 10 to 15 minutes of clearing. Having fun? Oh yeah, by the way, these 4 ring events aren't optional. You have to do them. Last boss outside, we kill this giant Florida swamp puppy that has the key to get underground. I think this guy has a nasty AoE dot. Best to cure it quick. We enter inside this underground compound and clear the final mobs blocking the way. Then the final boss fight of the zone, the mystical arbiter of Earth. Definitely a tough fight. He memblurs himself, which clears the aggro table, so it's pretty hard for a tank to hold aggro here. It's kind of shaky. And then he also has an AoE that spin stuns you for a minute while it drains both your health and mana. It's a really rough fight, but we got it done. Then we killed these 2 trash mobs blocking us from the planar projection. Hail it, and we're done, right? we can all click that door to the plane of Earth B. Unfortunately, no. Remember those 4 ring events that took over an hour to complete? Yeah, Michael, can you come into work this weekend? Because you gotta do it again, loser. Woo! This planar projection only hands out 54 flags. There's 72 of us. We got to clear this long zone a second time. Woo! It's like 2 to 3 a.m. Oh. And that's not even mentioning what happened at the final boss fight in Plane of Earth B. I'm not joking. This zone broke us. We'll get there eventually. To change it up a little bit, we went to the Tower of Solusek Row. We'll do round 2 of Plane of Earth A later. Let's take a breather. This zone is a series of 5 mini-bosses, then you can access the final fight. Each fight is a big trash clear, then just a simple tank and spank. We did the Protector of Drezalik first. Rizlona the Bard second. Once you beat her humanoid form, she reverts to her real form, a dragon that dispels you. Jiva. He just spawned some helpers during the fight, but again, simple. Our Elixir, the Giant Phoenix, tank and spank. Then we go for the 5th mini-boss. At this point, it's about 4 a.m. Relentless Insomnia and Kanos Yacht Club are not too far behind us, but they've decided to log off for the night while we continue on. Zuzel, giant demon that summons these flaming swords for help. And we click this rock on the central pillar where lava is flowing down, and it teleports us to the final boss, Solusek Row, the god of the sun and flames, the Burning Prince. Really cool character model. He wasn't that bad. Just a fire AoE nuke. We managed even without a healer. We hail the planar projection for a progression flag. Then we swim down the lava tube, and it takes us to the plane of fire. This is the best EXP zone in the expansion, the best grouping zone, and we are the first ones in. We have been raiding for 12 straight hours now. There's a trick to this zone with levitate. So there's this camp spot called C1, Castle 1. The only way to get there is clearing oogles of trash and then swimming through a lava tunnel. Inconvenient. So instead, you can cheese it, you can put levitate on, and run at an invisible wall to gain height, and then just run over C1, skipping all the trash clear. It's real important to know this if you're grouping here. All the best EXP camps start at C1 and then after. You need to know this way to get over the wall. This zone has the next most number of mini bosses, I think. You don't have to clear them per se, but it is the best loot tables in the expansion, so why not? These phoenixes are pretty fun. They'll charm you. They'll charm somebody for the entire fight, and you can actually kill that player if you want to, but the phoenixes are pretty dangerous. You can kind of soft lock your character. So say you need to run past them to get to a later camp, field 2, castle 2, tables. If you get charmed without a raid force to help you, you're done for. The charm will never drop unless the Phoenix is killed or you slash quit out the game. Then I think the Phoenix will kill your Link Dead character. I don't think anybody did get charmed though this time, and we took them down easy. We ran farther in the zone outside of Castle 2, C2, and did some more bosses. Giant Frog Pyronus with an AoE stun. Babnoxus, Giant Spider with a nasty AoE poison dot. And there's more, just didn't show it here. We move inside the second castle to the Tables Camp. And we pull this Guardian of Doomfire, kill it, and the final event starts. There's this giant pathway, this giant bridge, and mobs now block the path forward. We plow through. And after the last boss on the pathway, we head in to the final area. We take down these 3 simple mini bosses. Fenin Ro appears, father to Solusek Ro, the elemental god of fire. We pull him in. He has a nasty AoE that hits for a lot, drains your health and mana slowly. It hits like a truck too. The most dangerous thing about him is his wild rampage. You have to stand at max melee range or he will one-shot you practically. So I had to be really careful. Once we defeat him, I hail the essence of fire, and I get the globe of the dancing flame. We now have 2 of the 4 elemental essences. Let's go for the third. A plane of water, plane of fire, now the plane of air. So we got really lucky with this zone. To click up to the end boss, you have to acquire these key pieces from killing earlier mini-bosses. The trash clearing and mini-bosses are really long and tedious in the plane of air. About as bad as the plane of Earth, A. But with Teek's random loot, we got those key pieces to drop off of random other bosses throughout the day. So this was the only boss we needed to kill to complete the key. Really lucky. Otherwise, this zone would have taken maybe 2 hours on a regular server just to get the key, not even doing the boss fight. This mini-boss's wild rampage actually wrecked us harder than Fen and Rose version. It's nuts. Then we head for the final click up. We have to kill these invisible glass spiders that come from a rainbow. I think the spiders hit like trucks too. And the silly thing is, Sam's Club was actually selling a Halloween decoration that goes in your yard that looks just like this monster. My wife actually ended up buying one. I don't think Sam's Club licensed it from EQ though. So this rock where the rainbow is coming from is the click up to the final boss. So how it works is the person with the key can click the rock and it teleports their entire group up. The question you might ask is, what about the other 11 groups in the raid that don't have a key? How do they get up? So there's a way around it. EverQuest has this command that, say you get stuck somewhere, you can hold still for a while, and then you type in /rewind, and it'll warp you to your last location. That is so long as you haven't tried to move around. So the people with the key, they click their group up and don't move. They make a point not to move at all. Then they type in /rewind and it warps them back to the click up spot. And then the raid leader moves them into the next group. They use the key again to pull up that group, rewind back down, etc., etc. You only need one person with the key. The click up is very dangerous though. There's this mini boss that'll attack you as soon as you get up. And it's kind of annoying in how it throws a snare on everybody that's practically unresistible, and it takes a long time to wear off. After the boss is down, we reposition on the other side of the Sky Island. Zegany, the Queen of Air, the elemental god of air. We start the fight. She has a really nasty AoE that destroys melee DPS. So basically only the tank, rangers with their bows, and caster DPS attack her directly. But if I remember correctly, she doesn't hit that hard. It's actually a mana positive fight for clerics. For everybody else, us scrub melee DPSers, so at certain health intervals of Zegany, a wave of adds will go active to help her out. Our job is to take them out. These waves of adds are difficult enough that you don't want to fight 2 waves at any time. You'll likely wipe if that happens, so it's really important that the DPS on Zegany aren't burning her too fast. They need to stop DPS until the current add wave is cleared. So 6 waves of adds. I hail the essence of air. We all get an amorphous cloud of air. That's 3 of the 4 elemental essences. 1 left. It's now 7 a.m. and we're back at the plane of Earth A. Time to do it all over again. 54 flags for 72 people. Montage, montage, montage. An hour later, we take down the last boss again. I hail the planar projection to get access to Plane of Earth B along with the other people who didn't get it first time. We clicked the door and entered in. This is the second to last zone of the expansion. We are almost done. Yeah! We clear some trash and take out 3 mini bosses. That all spawns the final mini boss. This guy, Ginterlocken. He has a nasty wild rampage too, so you gotta watch melee range on this fight. And at this point, I'm starting to pass out at the computer screen. I can barely stand looking at it anymore. My eyes hurt. We all pulled an all-nighter. It's 8 a.m. 16 hours straight of raiding. God. Then we drop down into the final area at 8:48 a.m. 8:48 a.m. That time will be important. The Wraith Council. Wraith is Earth rearranged. So instead of one entity, the elemental god of Earth is represented by a council. So if you kill one, another quickly reappears in its place. This was a test. We killed this one to see what happens, if he'd in fact respawn in 7 minutes or not. So by the way, Zegany, Fenton Row, the Wraith Council, not Cornav, these were the 4 original gods that the Nameless created way back when to kick off the entire universe. Then they created sub-deity children that later crafted the mortal races. The game has come full circle. The gods that made everything, we're now taking them down, one by one. This is definitely the hardest encounter of the morning. It's not that the council members are difficult alone per se, but the logistical nightmare of it. Particularly the respawn time. The test one that we killed did in fact respawn 7 minutes later. What does that mean? You have to kill all 12 beefy raid bosses in 7 minutes or you fail the event. No raid has that much DPS. No raid has enough tanks to handle all 12 at once. So you have to do something different. Simply, you beat all 12 down to low health and then finish them off one by one. And you got to do it before 7 minutes are up. Step 1, you pull the 6 of the Wraith Council. There's half of the Wraith Council that can be mezzed. So you beat each one down to 5-10% health and then keep it mez locked until the end. Next mob, next mob, next mob. We're going to have 6 low health Wraith Council mez locked here. We started at 8:48. It's now 9:15, 30 minutes later, and we're only halfway through. The other half, the other 6 Wraith Council, they cannot be mezzed, and we don't have enough tanks to handle them all simultaneously. So what you do instead is you can root them in place. We beat the next 6 down health and keep them rooted in a spot. And by the way, all of them have this nasty AoE curse dot, so we're constantly getting dotted, and the cure is a pain to get. And these bosses also regen health very fast. You beat them down, and they're almost full health in 5 minutes. You gotta really be on it. So we finally get all 12 Wraith Council in spot, and it's time to beat them down in preparation. This is... yeah. I'm just going to show it play by play. We beat the first one down to 5% health and remez it. The next target's mez drops early, and the enchanter keeping it locked down gets quickly dropped. That guy was keeping 3 of the bosses mezzed. All those 3 mezzes wear off. Healers are getting killed after the enchanters go down. But it seems like we get it back under control, though. Fast forward later, we got all 6 Mezzables low health. We got this, right? No. I didn't catch what happened, but somehow all the mezzes broke. Enchanters got killed first, then all the healers got downed. No way to keep the 6 mezzed, no way to res the people mezzing, no way to recover. It was 9:42 a.m. 9:42 a.m. 9:42 a.m. We spent 2.5 hours to frickin' get here. And then we spent another hour just to set up the fight. Not do the fight, just set up the fight. Painstakingly put 12 mobs all in the correct position. We were so close to finishing the second to last raid. The mezzes break and full wipe. After 3 to 4 hours of tremendous work, it was all lost in seconds. After 17 straight hours of raiding, Zaid paused the raid. Take a nap, everybody. Come back in 5 hours. Except for a few of us. Zaid sent me and 2 other bards to get a free power level in the deep. We can't risk wiping again to mez breaks, and bards get a new mez at level 65 that can work on the Wraith Council. 3 bards, 3 enchanters, we should be able to safely lock down our 6 targets. While it was a free power level, I didn't really like it. Zaid asked us to buy the best experience potion. I had to buy it twice. 75% bonus experience for 2 hours, $15 a pop. If we didn't do that, we weren't going to be max level 65 in time. The money was whatever. We're getting a free power level. Eat the cost, whatever. But I really wanted to level the legitimate way. But the server first raid, we needed to do this. They needed us to do this. Level 63. This is the level I had banked all those AA points for in Luckland when I got the power level earlier. I get a new aggro drop ability called Fading Memories. I get 2 new clicks for tagging mobs, 2 instant clickies for when I'm a puller, a boost to the range of my songs for group members, and a boost to my max bard speed. I'm now faster than the fastest mounts in the game. I say all this casually, but this is half of the reason why Plains of Power is the best expansion ever for bards. We get a literal do-over button so we don't have to die. And we get our first 2 ways to pull without ever having to break melody again. Huge quality of life boost. And I haven't even gotten to how the gear is the other half of what makes this expansion so great. So while everyone got to nap 5 hours, I didn't. I had to stay at the keyboard the whole time because of the AFK auto kick on the server. If you go away for 20 minutes, you're booted off the server. Ding 64. Four and a half hours into our 5-hour break. Ding 65. Max level. Thank you, Warworkin, whoever you are. I hit up the loot officer and he hands me some runes to turn in. To get your spells this expansion, it's a lottery system. You get these parchments and runes that drop off of various bosses. You turn them into your spell vendor and plane of knowledge, and you get a random spell. First try, I get a fire dot, not what I needed. Second try, I get the new mez. I can now mez mobs up to level 68. Bards can finally mez almost as good as enchanters. It's great. And now back to Plane of Earth B. I have been awake for like 27 hours now. No sleep at all. And we are still not done. This time is going to be easier though. We're doing this encounter in open world, so we're not just limited to the 72 people like in an instance zone. So we got 2 almost full raids here, like 100 plus people. "15 minutes later, we get all 6 Mezables in camp, and all are low health. Perfect. I'm keeping one locked with Mez, along with 5 other people, with just 1 assignment as well. 10 minutes later, they get the other 6 Rootables out and beat them down. I start recording again, as the last Rootable mob has died, and we're now burning the Mezables down. We killed all 12 Wraith Council members within the 7-minute time limit. Now there's no rush. This is the easy part. The Avatar of Earth spawns, and we can engage him whenever. He dies in a minute. We win the rematch. Easy compared to the effort to spawn him. I hail the essence of Earth to receive the Mound of Living Stone, the last of the 4 elemental essences. Not entirely done yet. You need this container called the Odilic Vial. You trade skill these rare drops from various zones. So our officers finally got the last ingredient during that 5-hour break. One of our guild leaders, Seeger, had the vial. And everybody at the raid has to get the vial to do the combine and then hand back the vial. Took a while. I put the 4 essences in and got the quintessence of time. The required key to enter the plane of time, the end raid zone of the planes of power. I click the dial and enter inside a staging area. It's got these different biomes frozen in time. There's 4 phases to the plane of time. We're starting phase 1. This one, you split up the raid into 3 group teams to complete trials, 5 trials. Our team clicks this small time dial and enters the Trial of Fire. The raid has 1 hour to defeat 5 trials: Undead, Air, Fire, Water, and Earth. This trial was a lot harder than I remembered. Raiding in this game is pretty easy if everyone is max level, but if you're not, watch out. We get a bunch of mobs that can't be mezzed and not enough tanks to go around. And what makes it further difficult is how the initial mobs split into 2 when you beat the first. But regardless, we beat down 1 mob at a time and eventually got the end boss to go active. He's not too hard, except for he'll spawn even more of those trash mobs as he drops in health. You have to clear the trash mobs as they spawn or you'll get overwhelmed. Anyways, we complete the trial and gate it out. Then we staged outside for the air trial. And this guy in our guild, Sylvanus, he gave me vials of armor dye that I had been meaning to buy. My gear looks much more uniform now with the same color scheme. We started the air trial while the other 3 group teams were doing their other ones too. This one, you beat down a first wave of adds, then the final boss wave of 5 spawns. You mez 2, off-tank the 2 unmezzable trash while you take down the boss. That's it. Once we had all completed our trials, a clock door opens for us to enter phase 2. The raid is starting to recombine now. So now 3 group teams into 6 group teams. The gods have an argument as we head through. Solusek Ro and Ralusek feel that direct action is needed now after our initial success. They must stop us immediately before we reach Zabuxaruk. They say that if we learned what knowledge Zabuxaruk is trying to share with us, we would almost become gods ourselves, and it threatens their power. They have to stop us. However, Zagany and Fen and Ro disagree on wiping us out. Us mortals have a direct link to Zabuxaruk. Interfering with it now could halt our very existence. Would the gods have any power if there were no mortals to worship them? Instead, Zagany and Fen and Ro argue that us mortals need to be delayed, as some gods cast a stasis on Zabuxaruk, and once the stasis spell is complete, the forbidden knowledge that Zabuxaruk was trying to share with us will go away, and us mortals will continue to exist. Balance will remain. Regardless, phase 2 is just pulling 1 to 2 mobs at a time and beating them up. A bunch of trash mobs that can hit real hard. Then a final boss activates on each side, which isn't too difficult. The gods have more conversation, and the clock door opens. We head through, and we find an army awaiting for us, but we slip past them with invisibility. It's best to pull them to this portal area. All 12 raid groups are now back together. This is the last real trash clear before the fun starts. Tons and tons of trash though. It took us 30 minutes to clear it all. And then we get this mob called the Vanquisher of the Faceless. I think it's Relentless Insomnia's wet dream. Anyways, what did the gods say as we moved into this phase 3? The elemental gods continue to cast the stasis spell in Zabuxruk, while Saren, Ralosek, Terras Thul, and Kazakh Thul refuse to help because they're too weak right now. Instead, they send minions out to delay us while they regenerate their powers. Once we clear the mountains of trash, there's just 2 last bosses to this phase, 2 rock beasts. One can be slowed and the other can't. They hit hard, but we're equipped well. We click on the portal and enter phase 4. Four gods await us. Saren, the god of torment, the god of pain. Terras Thul, the god of nightmares. And finally Talon and Valendzek, the gods of wartime tactics and strategy. We go straight for the hardest first. Talondzek. Carillo, a bard I've seen I think since the first day on the server. Carillo, he hands me one of the most important songs I need. A new raid-wide mana song and a new overhaste that throws in a boost to nuke damage. I can now help caster DPS too, not just melee DPS like in Luckland. We start the fight. A ranger grabs aggro and pops their weapon shield discipline so they can't be hurt for a few seconds, and they pull Talon into a corner. Then Mandalorian, the warrior, takes over tanking. Mandalorian goes down from a bad melee round. Aggro is loose. Talon then wipes the rest of the raid before anything can be done. "15 minutes later, we all get back buffed and that jazz, and we choose to go for an easier boss. Terras Thul. She does an AoE mana drain, and at 90% health, some ads spawn. We won the fight. The clerics were running out of mana though. It was a tough 4 minutes. We run away to leash aggro. Saren next. She's basically the same. Mana drain, AoE, and ad waves. We kill the unmezzable ads and then go back to fighting her. And again, we run away to leash the ads that we don't need to kill. And that's it for the easy part. Back to Talondzek, round 2. A bard runs in to bleed the initial AoE that Talon will throw out, and we engage. Mandalorian tanking again. I notice nobody is giving Mana Song to the cleric, so I stick back instead of melee.
The clerics might need every bit of mana. Then the worst thing of the entire launch day.
Hey, Jadwin, if they pushed a Talon all the way into the corner, just knock him out once.
What the f*** is?
Broke.
Mandalorian is still alive and tanking, but then he loses aggro, randomly. Talon swaps targets, he kills a paladin, then a DPS wizard. People start dropping. Talon's brother Valen gets aggroed accidentally. Aggro is completely lost. It's over. We've wiped a second time.
We need to leash this again.
I'm yelling at the computer screen. It's 7 p.m. I've been awake for 31 hours. I've got work in 12 hours. How much damn longer is this going to take? I need sleep. Are we finishing this tonight or not? Zaid says in voice, "We're playing like amateurs." He gets everyone is tired, but wake the hell up. No more stupid mistakes. I'll explain what happened in a moment. 15 minutes later, we're ready to try again. It starts smooth. Mandalorian is holding aggro great. I'm staying at max melee range, no AoEs hitting. So, what went so wrong? What's so hard about Talon Zek? Talon hits hard like every boss, but what's super dangerous is that he has an AoE that quickly drops you. 1 to 2 rounds of this AoE and you're dead. So, there's a trick. Don't get hit. That's it. The AoE is centered to pop off on the person that Talon Zek is targeting. So 99% of the time, Talon should be targeting the tank. You have to stay away from the tank. Do that, and you're out of range of that nasty AoE that can 1 to 2 shot you. So what makes this fight so hard? If Talon Zek targets anybody other than the tank, it's over. If the tank dies and Talon targets someone else, it's over. If DPS rips aggro from the tank, it's over. Talon will target someone in the body of the raid, and the AoE will hit everybody. 1 to 2 shot, everybody dies. So that's all this fight is. It's simple at face value. Keep the tank alive, nobody steal aggro. So what happened on fail number 1? Main tank died, aggro got loose, AoE started killing everybody. What happened on fail number 2 was horrible. A rookie mistake. A cleric was trying to save a DPSer that was low health by casting an invulnerability on them. But instead, the cleric accidentally clicked invulnerability on the tank, on Mandalorian. And when you go invulnerable, a mob can't hurt you, so it just targets someone else instead. So Mandalorian, who had aggro on Talon Zek, tanking him, lost aggro because of the invulnerability. Talon targeted someone else, and then AoE'd the raid to death. If the cleric never casted invulnerability on the tank, we would have won that fight easily. Horrible mistake. Mando tanked it the whole time. Clerics kept him alive. Aggro was never lost. Nobody casted invulnerability on the tank.
That was beautiful, boys.
Yeah, that was some good gameplay right there.
That's easily the best Valen kill I've ever been a part of.
Wow.
Best Valen loot.
We have no idea. We have no idea what was different about this one. Who knows?
Now for his brother, Valen Zek.
This fight is also all about control, but without sans the nasty AoE. Valen has a debuff that makes it nearly impossible for the tank to keep holding aggro, so the trick is for several tanks to fight for aggro the entire fight. Beyond that, Valen will split himself at 50%, so you just kite the clones around and burn the main Valen down. We had a lot of people die in the fight, almost my entire group, several clerics. The kiters failed, but somehow we eked out the win. The 2 clones don't drop anything, so we just ran away and leashed aggro. No point taking them down. The gods resume their conversation after we have this victory. We click up to the next room. Ralosek and Kazakh Thul are terrified that we have defeated their children, so they summon a small army and prepare to face us themselves. We see Bertoxalis, the god of disease, Kazakh Thul, the god of fear, Inaruk, the god of hate, and finally Ralosek, the god of war. We do our very last trash clear for the entire night. We pull in the armies that those gods summoned. I played some AoEs and we burned them down quickly. Then we pull Bertox. Before any of us were really ready. All of us got hit by a nasty AoEs, and by the time Bertox gets to the room we're in, we've almost full wiped. Another 15 minutes wasted for nothing while we recover. We try Kazakh Thul next instead. This version of him has an AoE dot and a silence so you can't cast spells, but I somehow survived despite getting down to 2%. We were struggling at first because the tanks miscommunicated on who was going to hold threat, and aggro was ping-ponging and the clerics didn't know who to heal. More amateur crap. But despite all that, we recover and finish the fight fair enough. Now for round 2 with Bertoxalis. Went a lot better this time now that we were prepared for the pull. AoEs were still nasty, but they were getting cured. I think the AoE dots are all that makes Bertox dangerous. And he gets nearly full magic resistant, around 50% health. Two more gods left. Ralosek. I think he is the hardest boss in Plane of Time, outside his son Talon. He does an AoE mana drain and a hit point dot, and he summons help at certain health increments. We cleared the helpers as they spawned at 90, 75, and 50% health, and the last wave we just focused on burning him down. What makes this version of Ralos the most difficult is that he hits harder and harder the lower health he gets. Sub 20% health, it requires ridiculous amounts of healing to keep the tank up. You have to burn him down as fast as possible and ignore the helpers. People started dying to the loose trash. All debuffs went off Ralos. Half the raid is dead at this point, but again, we eke out the last 10% of his health bar. Victory. And now for the second to last boss of the entire night, Inaruk. You do him last because he has a fear AoE. You don't want the raid to accidentally run into one of the other 3 bosses if they're up. That's a wipe. Inaruk also spawns helpers at certain health increments. The same as usual, you kill the trash as it spawns until the boss is low health and you just burn him down. Ignore the trash. So we've just defeated 8 gods. In one last-ditch effort, the remaining gods convene again. Wraith over earth, Zegony over air, the triumvirate of water, and Fenanro over fire. It all comes down to this. Us mortals have broken through their defenses. The four elemental gods agree to combine their energies into one last guardian, Korm, the four-headed dragon, representing powers from all four elements, the final boss of the Planes of Power. This fight is usually the nightcap in my experience. After Inaruk, Korm is the victory lap. Each 25% he drops, he loses a head, and a lot of debuffs fall off, so you gotta reapply slow quick. Basically, you burn Korm down as quick as possible while mezzing the time vortex adds its spawn, and throw out a lot of AoE healing. Easy peasy. Except, EverQuest isn't that easy when you're doing max level raids under-leveled. Most of us die. I frantically mez the time vortex ads so they don't kill even more people. I eventually go down, but we bound outside and just rush back in the zone. Bind rushing, that's what it's called. I get back to mezzing. And we defeat Korm, the final guardian. Faceless again is the first guild to beat the expansion. The old record was 45 hours. We did it in around 29 and a half hours. We shattered the old record. Never again will I do this. But we notice something in the back of the room. This odd capsule that vibrates. We all start wondering what's inside. We destroy the capsule, and Zabuxruk is freed, the mortal that turned God. Zabuxruk staggers about, drowsy from his weakened state. My thanks to you. We must get back to Norrath. The time has come for me to share my knowledge. Something is coming, a threat to us all, and the sands in the hourglass are thinning. Zabuxruk continues. I'm surprised at the gods for taking such drastic measures. These gods are burdened with powers and responsibilities beyond our comprehension, yet at times, even they do not understand the eventual effect of their actions. I am compelled to share the knowledge of the gods with the populace of Norrath, so that I might save their creations. The gods do not realize that if mortality ceases to exist, if they are not worshipped by those that they have now grown to fear, the gods will fall from power and a new age of darkness will wash over existence as they know it. I did not seek to interfere with them or their realms, only to free them from a fate that awaits us all. A feminine entity appears before us. Druzzle Rowe, the god of magic. She speaks, but there's no movement of her mouth. Her thoughts flow through us, calming us as we begin to comprehend her words. Zabuxruk, my student, I cannot allow this to happen. If you are to escape from another prison, the will and the power of the gods will be compromised. Zabuxruk replies, Druzzle, I've missed you. But wasn't it you that taught me in your own realm to seek knowledge and share it? And Druzzle replies, that I did, but I also taught you discretion, not to share your knowledge if it would affect the fate of others. I cannot allow this to happen. I must set things back to how they once were before you and these mortals arrived here. I believe you won't understand why, and I am sorry. Druzzle Rowe looks upon Zabuxruk one last time as a wave of sadness comes across her gentle face. She chants an incantation. Things begin moving slowly in reverse. I become dizzy from the experience, and I fall to my knees. There's a brilliant flash, and I find myself displaced through time and space. And as I wake up, I find myself back in the plane of knowledge, moments before acquiring the key to enter the plane of time. Druzzle Rowe has preserved the timeline and restored existence back to its normalcy. I go to sleep at 10 p.m. I had been awake for 32 hours straight. Never again. So, this is a few days later. Some footage of stuff that spawned in open world, but let's try to understand what happened. Let's unpack it. So, Zabuxruk was a mortal just like us, but became close to a god because he learned the secrets of godly knowledge from Druzzle Rowe, the god of magic. And afterwards, Zabuxruk wanted to share these secrets with all of us mortals, but he was stopped short. The other gods imprisoned Zabuxruk because they feared that these secrets would disturb the balance of power in the universe. If all of us mortals suddenly became immortal, why should we continue to worship the gods? We are the gods now, right? So the existing gods feared they'd lose power, and they chose to imprison Zabuxruk to stop this from happening. Us players find out about this imprisonment and work to free Zabuxruk at the request of his followers in the plane of knowledge and plane of tranquility. But question, if Zabuxruk is such a problem, why not just kill him? Why imprison him? The four elemental gods feared that killing Zabuxruk could eventually lead to the death of all of us mortals. We're linked to him in some way. Now, what that link is, I'm not sure. It isn't necessarily described, but what is sure is that if all of us mortals die, then the gods stop being worshipped and they lose power. Same consequence as if they just let Zabuxruk share his secrets. We become gods, and again, same result. We stop worshipping them, gods lose power. So what should be done? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. So instead, the four elemental gods decided to put Zabuxruk in stasis. He'd be alive, so us mortals will still also continue to live on, and it would stop us mortals from learning his secrets. Win-win. The gods keep us worshipping them, and we don't get the knowledge Zabuxruk wants to share. But before the stasis could be completed, we stopped it. Zabuxruk gets free and tells us that he's concerned there's a new threat coming. He desperately has to share his knowledge or we're all gonna die. A threat of unknown proportion. Spoiler, this is where EverQuest goes even more sci-fi. Cats on the moon and now aliens from another dimension have noticed us, and now they're coming. But anyways, Druzzle Rowe shows up, and she's the one who taught Zabuxruk everything. But she either does not know about this coming invasion or just isn't concerned at all. So she arrives to rewind back time, rewind everything that we had just done in the plane of time as if our final raid never happened. But we keep the gear, of course. Can't have that. So this expansion released 3 years after the base game. These are the gods that the in-game lore have been telling us about since 3 expansions ago. So where does the story go from here? That is a tall task. So I personally feel that if there was ever a point to say you beat EverQuest, this is it. EverQuest is still making new expansions to this day in 2025 as of this video, but I feel that this is the best claim to say that you've beat the game, beating the gods themselves. The devs found a way to continue on, but still. Also to note, this expansion in 2002 was the highest subscription count the game ever had. This was the peak of EverQuest before it all came down 2 years later. Most players will agree that Plains of Power was the last hurrah of EverQuest Golden Age. Lore-wise, in EverQuest 1, the story continues on as if nothing ever happened, sort of. The Plane of Time, our invasion, didn't happen, we just keep going on. But in the 2004 sequel, in EverQuest 2, this was the end. The gods were so furious of our invasions into their homes, so furious of what we did in the Plane of Time, that they abandoned us completely. The gods abandoned Norrath and abandoned all of us mortals. The Moon of Lucklin is destroyed, teleportation magic stopped working, travel becomes cripplingly slow, and the continents are ripped apart in floods and earthquakes. Old ancestral cities are lost forever, and it's now 500 years later as everyone is just picking up the pieces. That's EverQuest 2. Enough lore. EverQuest 1. So what happened on Teek? Kanos Yacht Club was the second guild to kill Quorum. So we got Quorum around 9 p.m. QIC got him in the morning after. And then Relentless Insomnia came in third by killing Quorum in the afternoon. I think QIC is solidly the second best guild on the server after this, and also their decisive win that happened in Lucklin. A few days later, I worked on some quests. This one took quite long. This quest can only be completed once Plains of Power is unlocked, but many of the items are acquired earlier. I find this gnome called Sage Balak in the Plane of Knowledge. He talks about his interest in researching frog locks, and he says that while we take them for weaklings, at one point they had this super powerful enchanter who made a mask that turns you into a dark elf. A mask that we have, frankly, the Mask of Deception. I ask about this Froglock enchanter, and Sage Balak hands me a picture book. I go to the Froglock city, Guck, and find an old Froglock in the deep reaches. And when I hand him this picture book, he recognizes it as the mask he made. Then he hands me a recipe for something new. The first item I needed was a Velium Mastodon fur cloak. You get the furs by killing the mammoths that wander around in Velius's western wastes, along with the dragons. Corche here helped me craft it when I handed him the ingredients. The cloaks were selling for a Chrono pop. I'd rather just farm the ingredients. So thank you, Corche. It takes a high trade skill level to craft this. Next item was getting wood elf parts. I just killed these bandits outside of Kelethin. And I got dark elf parts from killing these pirates for a different quest. a crown that drops off of elite froglocks and Sebilis, and some crafted trade skill item. Then I bought the rest of the pieces in the bazaar. I put the recipe, the elf parts, and trade skilled item into a mixing bowl, and it gave me elf essence. Then I gave the old froglock a bunch of items in order to receive the Crown of Deceit, a wood elf illusion clicky that everybody can use. I now have an illusion for every race that a bard can be. Sweet. Now, quest number 2. From Plane of Knowledge, I click the stone for the Gulf of Gunthak. This is a pirate cove full of ogres, trolls, and various beasts on the bottom end of Antonica. These zones were added as a mini DLC pack called the Legacy of Yakesha that came out after the big expansion Planes of Power. But on servers like Teek, the developers wrapped this DLC content in with Planes of Power. Legacy of Yakesha added the playable Froglock race, armor dying, new XP spots for level 30 to 50 range, and some new spells. I'm doing this because there are 2 new spells that I really need to get. I zone into Dulax Harbor, where it's a den of criminal enterprise. I found this shack on the back end where the mobs I need can spawn. Shady treasure sorters. Below me in level, so they were easy to defeat solo. I think I killed 1 spawn wave, 4 or 5 here, but no drop. There was a lot of other bards running around looking for these NPCs. Second spawn wave, 20-30 minutes later, I got the first item, the waterlogged loot. Then I moved to this shady tavern along the docks. Killed this broken skull troubadour. He can drop the second piece I need here. Kill number 1, no luck. Respawn 17 minutes later. Kill number 2, no luck. Respawn 17 minutes later. Kill number 3, luck. I got a faded, watermarked book. Done with Dulax Harbor. I went to the next zone adjacent, Torgiran Mines, up this ladder. And I need to find a crazed miner. There's plenty of them, but specifically a human male crazed miner that doesn't con hostile. There's only 2 spots that he can spawn, and there was another guy camping it at the time. I helped the guy kill the placeholders faster. This guy was here first, so EQ manners dictate that I let him get the turn in first. 30 minutes later, the NPC spawned. He did his turn in, and the NPC instantly despawned. Looks like it's only 1 turn in per person. That sucks. My turn to wait. This just sucked. The respawn timer was 20 minutes. I killed the 2 spots for 2 hours straight. 12 placeholders, and the guy never spawned. It took so long that I had to leave for raid. It was raid night. I come back after raid, and what do you know? Just sitting here. Just sitting here up. I was so sad. Why did I even bother? I give him the waterlogged loot, and he plays it. It snaps him out of the insanity he was in, and he hands me a stained parchment. He disappears and tells me that he will stay here to try to free other miners. He tells me to take this note to his son in Kanos. He might know what to do with it. In Dulax Harbor, I find a bard sitting next to a pale body lying on the ground. He tells me a story about a plague caused by Inaruk, where none of the fish in the water nearby can be eaten. But for some reason, the pirates are unaffected. They can eat the fish no problem. But any of the people in this village, they get horribly sick, if not just die. The bard thinks it's the songs they sing in the tavern, but we don't know how it's played. I give him the faded watermark book I got from the troubadour in the tavern, and I get told to take this note to the same guy in Kanos. He might know how to decipher the chords to play. I run to the Kanos Bard Guild and find Jusian Evanesque. I hand him the note from his father. He feels sorrow for his dad and hands us a song we can learn to cure those who fall into a similar insanity. The aria of Innocence, a cursed cure song. Then I hand him the undeciphered song that I got from the tavern and get a note to take back to that bard in Dulax Harbor. I hand over the song, the bard sings it, and it cures his friend next to him. This is how the pirates were able to eat the tainted fish. He hands me the new song, Aria of Asceticism. It cures disease and poison debuffs. I can now cure myself of most major maladies if I get hit. I really wish I had this in Luckland for those stupid traps in SSRA Temple. But there's a bright side. I get to use these songs very soon to great effect. The Wraith Council was up in open world, and we still had a lot of the guild who needed the progression piece here. We killed the mini-bosses blocking the way. Then we dropped down into the final area. This is my favorite event ever to pull on raids. I normally don't ever pull on raids, but this is the one I'm a pro at, and now I have all the tools to do it. So first we need to split out the 6 Mezable raid members. A monk will use a blind clicky on one of the wraith and then feign death to drop aggro. And if this works, one of the raid members will just path alone out into the water. I run over to that area in anticipation. The guy pops out in the water, and I try to tag him. I put my resist debuff on him, I snare him, then I mez him across the pond from the raid. Now the debuffers can go on and make the fight easier with slow. Then the tank pulls it over to the raid. Another bard pulls the second one kind of early. I try to mez it, but it's stuck in the tree. Tank rips it and brings it to camp. 2 of the 6 mezables in place. Third one is pulled by another bard, then they immediately bring it in without debuffing it outside of the camp. The other bards were starting to annoy me, to be frank. I did this event every week for 3 months straight on an older server. I wanted to kick them out because the way I want to do it is the safest and the fastest, but whatever. I tag the 4th. It hits me with a curse dot. I snare it and use my new curse cure song on myself. I really needed it for this encounter to survive. Debuff the mob outside of camp and the tank pulls him in. The other bard was rushing again, pulled the 5th when I wasn't ready to be called for yet, kills that bard, and then returns to its spawn. I tag the 5th, I debuff it, and mez it outside of camp, and cure myself of the curse dot that lands on me. Tank pulls him in. The last one, the 6th, another bard pulls it in again, it gets debuffed, and my mez lands on it while it's in the water. And that is all 6 mezables. Handled pretty good. Then I help split the 6 unmezables, the ones that we root. I pull them and then run them to the spots where they'll be kept rooted for the rest of the encounter, and I cure myself when needed. We get 11 of the 12 all into position. We beat down the 6 mezables to 5% and then remez. A reminder, we gotta kill all 12 mini-bosses within 7 minutes or we fail the event. So we gotta beat them up a bit first. We don't have the DPS to just burn them all down like that. Next, we beat down the unmezables, the rooted ones, to 5%. And then on the 11th, we start killing them all quickly. Only takes about 2-ish minutes when they were beaten this far down. Success. Avatar of Earth spawns, and that's the part where there's no rush. He goes down in like 30 seconds flat. The 72 raiders who needed the Earth Essence got it. And this was the last time we'd ever do Wraith Council. The random loot that Teek has kind of breaks this expansion a bit. I'll get into that soon. Next week, we continued to work on flagging for the rest of the guild, the people that didn't have access to Plane of Time. So we did Plane of Air. We cleared the way to Zegany. This is another zone that we're never going to do again. We kill Zegany in open world super duper smooth, handling the ad waves as they spawned, and 72 raiders get their air essence piece. So on normal servers, you would do Zegany and Wraith Council every week. They have specific loot that only they can drop. But on Teek, with the random loot, you can kill other bosses that take a lot less effort and still get the same loot. After we got everybody caught up on raid flagging, we changed up what we raided. We only did the zones with the highest density of bosses and the least amount of effort to get them. Zegany and Wraith Council are just too much time and too much effort for just one boss with a tier 1 loot table. In comparison, there are other zones like Plane of Fire that have 10 raid mobs on a tier 1 loot table and require 0 trash clearing and 0 special mechanics to defeat, just tank and spanks. In the time it takes us to kill Wraith Council and Plane of Earth for just 1 loot table, we can kill 10 bosses that could drop the same loot table in Plane of Fire. It's silly. And this is not even mentioning some random bosses that also drop tier 1 loot, and they're 1 groupable. You don't even need a raid to take them out. I think after this expansion, the developers that were tuning the random loot system, they listened more from top guild leaders as to how the loot table should be handled, because this expansion is broken. Zegany and Wraith Council should drop 10 times the loot for the effort required. And you shouldn't be able to get the best raid loot from 1 groupable bosses. The next day, I helped out on a backflagging raid. The last targets needed to catch everybody up in the guild. All the early bosses. Everything was so much easier now that everyone is max level 65 and with all their abilities. It was way more challenge those first 2 days, being underleveled and undergeared. Next few days, Fennin and Cornav spawned in open world, and as a guild, we're just mopping up every single open world spawn. In retrospect, Velius was truly the end of Relentless Insomnia. Relentless Insomnia is still around on the server, but it seems like they're just doing instance raids. They're not even bothering to contest anything at this point, and I never see Vicious online. I'm not sure if this was the other guild leader, but there was a guy called Jokert who might have been leading them too. But it's just random bot crews if we can test anybody at all. Our open world raid leader, Sloan, had quit playing at this point, and we got a new guy watching for all the spawns. Tomias, a British accent, always says that he loves us at the end. It's a really nice touch. The third week, we did have a little DPS race. This guild I've never heard of, called Warforged, was set in position for a boss, but we quickly swooped in and took it from them. They should have won it, honestly. They were ready for it before us, but I think we caught them off guard. Most casual guilds aren't prepared for a serious DPS race, and we got the better of them. Good on them for trying, though. They left after that loss, and we killed the other boss that was up uncontested, the Spider. The next day was big for me. We had our normal scheduled raid, and 3 of a special weapon dropped. Songblade of the Eternal, the best in slot weapon for bards. It has a buff that hastes the group for 60%, and it lasts 15 minutes. That's huge. It's a clicky you use forever, basically. But the biggest thing about this weapon is that this was the day I put my epic in the bank. The weapon I've been using since Kunark. But this new weapon, the Songblade of the Eternal, has the best singing modifier in the game at this point. So good, in fact, that I no longer have to play amplification anymore. No more amplification to boost the damage of the dirge nukes. I can just straight up dirge now. And then the offhand is the second best percussion, second best drum modifier in the game. I'll never need to use instruments again. This was the last week of 2024. Plains of Power is rough in open world. We'll get a Discord ping that something is up, and you gotta be there in 5 minutes or it's already dead. In Luckland, you had a good 10 to 15 minutes to log on and get prepared. Not anymore. You gotta be quick. A few days later was one of the most ridiculous open world raids I've ever seen. So early in the day, we took down Solosec Row. First time I've attended this fight so far. Next was Cornav, right before our scheduled raid night, instance raiding. Then after our raid night was over, Fenin Row could be triggered in open world. So something like 2 to 4 raid splits had just finished their raid night, and then the call came to come to the Plane of Fire. And at first it was 2 full raids, 144 people. We cleared all the way to Fenin. Then a 3rd raid came in too. They trained a bunch of these demons that are supposed to block others from entering the encounter. And Fenin gets pulled right as we get trained by raid number 3. I don't know exactly how many people were in zone, but I would bet something like 150 to 200 Faceless were here just to take down one boss that takes maybe 40 people. Absolute chaos. This boss took straight belt to and all of us in the zone destroyed any casual XP grinders in this place. At one point, we had cleared the bridge, but Fenin wasn't going active. So someone spotted that one of the bridge demons had warped onto some random group, and they got utterly annihilated by a semi-raid boss. And they were yelling in chat, "Stop trading us, Faceless! Ah!" Sorry, bro, the game glitched. A raid boss isn't supposed to warp half a mile away from its spawn onto you. Sorry about that. Anyways, this footage was from New Year's Eve. We killed another tier 1 boss exactly as the clock struck midnight. 2025. So how did I start the new year? I finally got all my visible slots replaced. I spent DKP on armor molds from our raids, and I picked up a special smithing hammer in the Plane of Knowledge, some ethereal sheets of metal in the bazaar. Then I ran to the Plane of Tranquility. I hailed this dwarf, Boar Warhammer. He is who everyone talks to get your Planes of Power armor. You hand him 500 plat, and he hands you a class emblem and a trade skill container. You put the class emblem, the armor mold, raid drop, the smithing hammer, and somewhere from 1 to 3 crafted sheets of metal into the container, combine it, and guaranteed armor piece. No fail combine. All these armor pieces were humongous upgrades. And this is the first expansion where gear starts to have instrument mods on it. Like I said, you don't even need to use instruments anymore as a bard. It's done. This was somewhat of a sad day though, because this is the last time I'll ever get to use this cool helmet. My favorite helmet in the game, and the graphic is never used again after Velius. The new helmet has no graphic at all, and it's such a huge upgrade that I have to use it. This is what the armor looks like with the old helmet though. Devs did reuse the old Velius textures for one last time in this expansion, but after this, there's never a new base armor texture added to the game for Luckland and classic models outside of pay-to-win stuff that I think just looks terrible. It looks gross. It's been 24 years, and we've never gotten a new set of armor textures. Really sad. Heck, it's been 24 years, and we're still using character models from 2001. But regardless, sad day for me to lose my favorite fashion helm. Got into my first group in a long time. C1, Castle 1, and Plane of Fire. Very good spot. There's no door that lets you in beyond swimming through a lava tunnel full of hostile mobs, so the safest way to get here is to use the levitate trick where you run up the invisible wall to gain height and then you levitate over the walls. Group was fairly solid, but horrible DPS because we had like 2 Beast Lords. So weird combo, and nobody could charm, which is such a loss of DPS. Charming is still the best DPS of the game right now. So we only killed fast enough just for the bottom floor. There's a lot more mobs that could be pulled. I was doing my pulling strat of always keeping one mob in camp so the DPS never stopped. Pulling is fairly easy here because these fire monsters have very low aggro ranges. You don't even need to lull to split in most cases. Most mobs are pulling from this gazebo up top, and then the 4 barracks in the center. You gotta be a little careful though, because they will aggro you through the walls, the barrack walls. There's also this back area where that lava tunnel is, the legit way to get here without levitating. The experience rate was fairly unremarkable, something like 4 to 5 AA after an hour. It could have been faster with a more optimized group, but still, it was pretty bad. It's a lot nicer to group now as a bard compared to server launch because we have nearly our entire toolkit. There's nothing I can't handle anymore. I can mez and lull absolutely everything. In worst case scenario, I can pop my Fading Memories ability and outright drop all aggro like a monk could. I kind of miss the tension of grouping at those earlier levels, but I also like how EQ can be really chill once all the toolkits are in place. You find an open zone full of mobs and just pull it mindlessly while you listen to something else. I miss grouping, but I don't miss this experience rate. It's real bad. On current EQ, on live EQ, you get like an AA point every single kill. That would be too fast for this era, but it also should be faster than 4 to 5 in an hour when you need to bank potentially 100 points for each expansion. That's a lot of hours of grinding. The experience rates do go up though. I think it's 12 expansions in where the experience rate finally catches up with how it is on the live servers that are like expansion number 32 now in 2025. The next day, I checked out the next most popular camp in Plains of Power, Bastion of Thunder, or also a bot. A lot of botting here. I got invited to a group at the very best camp in the zone. It's called Earth Tables. This zone has 4 different biomes, 4 different types of giants: fire, air, water, and earth. This is the best spot. Pulling here was also really easy, like Plain of Fire, except the aggro radiuses are bigger, so you do need to lull if the mobs are too close together, unlike Fire. But my mez can handle anything now, and I almost never bothered to lull. The new Sonic Disturbance AA I got, that new ability is so nice because I never need to break Melody anymore pulling. And for some reason, these Earth Giants got nipple rings, but only on the right nipple. You can't do both. That'd be too much. Someone was on something when they made these character models. I was trying to figure out how to pull good, but also be lazy. You always want to keep a mob in camp, but if I pull early, I have to mez it, which means I have to break Melody and then restart Melody constantly. A lot more effort than I really wanted to do. So later in the group, I would wait to bring in the next mob until the old one was nearly dead. A lot less butt clicks. This is a perfect demonstration of the Fading Memories ability, Fade. There was a named dog up next to a giant, and I tried to lull the giant to split the named alone, but the lull critically resisted, and I got aggro. I ran in circles to cast Mez on the 2 giants. First Mez resisted, but the next ones worked. Then only the dog was running after me, but I still got aggro on all 3. So what I did is I pulled the dog into camp, I clicked the fade button to drop aggro on the 2 giants I'd mezzed, and all clear. The trade-off about Fading Memories is it costs 12% of my mana bar at this point, but I dropped aggro and went invisible. A do-over button, just like monks have always had with Feign Death. Finally got one. We got several more named, but nothing amazing dropped. It was a really good group, despite the suboptimal composition. The 2 tanks we had did a really good job of keeping the pace. The healers were being very efficient, and DPS were burning as fast as you could, without Charm Pet DPS. Later in the day was our scheduled raid night. So how much easier did it get after 4 weeks? Talon Zek, we wiped, 2 times on him? We'd take him down, first try, 2 minutes. Not even a sweat was broken. Same with Kazakh, Bertox, Innie, and Ralos. First try, easily beating them 1 by 1. Night and day difference from launch. Then the last fight, Quorum, we kept dying and had to bind rush back in that first day. This time, almost nobody dies, and we kill it in 2 minutes. And we didn't even have a healer in my group. It's crazy with how bad the AoEs are for Quorum. No worries at all about dying. This one raid night was just ridiculous. What took us 5+ hours on launch day took less than 2 hours this night. We cleared Plane of Time in 1 hour and 50 minutes. I think that's the fastest I've personally ever done, and there's still room for improvement. We got 3 more months of this. Yay! So that's sarcasm right there. Or maybe not for me. I got all the gear I wanted already. This is our second normal raid night. The entire guild was split up into 6 separate raids. Pretty thin. Bigor was leading our raid split again, just like in Plane of Time yesterday. Bigor is a unique personality. He was one of the most competitive raid leads in this guild, on par with Zaid, and he tries to be the first split that finishes every single night. It is nice to get out early. And he also streamed these raids a lot on Twitch too. So shout out to him. And anybody who sucks in Big War's raid, he calls them a sewer duck. No sewer ducking allowed. We start in the Tower of Sol Row, this mega pull of trash to clear the way. This zone only has 4 bosses worth killing now. So a bunch of trash clearing in between each. Zuzel, Elixir, Jiva, and finally the God of the Sun, Solusek Row. These raid nights are very different than what we experienced that first day. They're all about getting as much loot possible. So the raid splits, the 6 raid splits we had, were made thinner than what we did Plane of Time with. It's a balance between killing quickly, but also having the most number of raid splits to get the most amount of loot. After Sol Row, we enter the Plane of Fire. I use the levitate trick to get to our first staging spot outside of Castle 1, C1. Ranger accidentally tagged the Phoenix boss and got charmed. I beat up on the Ranger a little bit for fun. I think this zone has the most tier 1 bosses. So we kill 8 all in that C1 spot, and then 2 more outside the second castle, C2, in 20 minutes or so. We don't bother with doing the end boss Fen and Row because it just takes too long for 1 extra loot table. So we got 10 or so bosses. Then the last zone of the night is Plane of Water, light trash clearing, and we get another 4 bosses on a tier 1 loot table. And that's where we were supposed to end. You wouldn't do Cornav because it also takes too long, but Big Or decided to have us do it anyways. And at the end of the night, Big Or Split had killed 22 bosses, and I think almost all of them are tier 1 loot tables. So we cleared this in 90 minutes, 1 hour, 30 minutes, real fast. So with all 6 raid splits doing this as a guild, we killed roughly 110 bosses this one night. A lot of loot to bid out. On normal servers, you do Zagony and Wraith Council too, but like I said on Teek, it's just not worth the effort with the random loot tables. You could get the loot somewhere else. I let my subscription lapse after a month of this expansion. I got everything I wanted and had to wait a few months for any new content. So as I stepped away from the Teek server for a while, Variety Void, Mr. Pay to Win, he was hitting me up a lot, straight up in my DMs. You gotta try out this new server, bro. You gotta try it out, try it out, try it out, try it out. Peer pressure, peer pressure. Variety Void's Twitch streams were blowing up playing this new EverQuest server, and he eventually hit a huge milestone. He became Twitch partner from streaming this server, which is a crazy achievement for how small and niche EverQuest is, especially on Twitch. And I heard something that shocked me. So, background. EverQuest has a lot of fan-run servers, unofficial servers. Servers that are not run by the company Daybreak Games, who actually owns the IP rights, the intellectual property. You got servers like Project 1999 that I've made a lot of videos on, and Project Quorum. These are servers that try to recreate what classic EverQuest was like, that classic EverQuest experience, that crazy difficulty, as opposed to the friendlier time I've shown in this movie. But what shocked me is I've never heard of a fan-made server being so popular that it grew larger than Teek. The most popular official server ever, Teek, the one I was playing on, this unofficial server, this fan server, there were more people playing it by a lot. First time I've ever heard of something like this happening. So what the heck did this server do? This server was called the Hero's Journey, or THJ, run by these 2 devs called Catapultum and Aporia. When I gave it a shot, I didn't immediately like it, but then it all clicked. I figured it out. Why did the Hero's Journey server blow up? Why did THJ blow up? It's a crazy idea. What if EverQuest was a single-player game? What if it was like Skyrim? In the 25 years of EverQuest, as of this video, The Hero's Journey server was the only version of EverQuest to exist that's completely soloable. Every dungeon, every quest, every raid you'd ever want to do, you can do by yourself on your own time without any help and do it all on just one character. No boxing. The ultimate dad server. The only version of EverQuest you could just pick up and play at any level. Do whatever you want, and it was free. No subscription like Teek. On THJ, you could play with others, but you didn't need to, nor did you need to box, playing those extra characters yourself like what EQIU was doing. Completely unnecessary. You just play one character and you can do everything. And the way it did this is you would pick 3 classes to play all at once. It's really weird. 3 classes all on one character. 560 combinations. And this completely shook up the EQ meta. Nobody knew what the best combo was. Nobody knew what the worst combo was. Classes that had traditionally sucked had been rebalanced on THJ to be made worth playing again. And everything felt good. It was just a freaking blast. Now, I still played a bit longer on Teek to show some raids here and there for the sake of this movie, but I played a lot more THJ than I did Teek server. I'll just say that. I especially loved that they had this appearance system or transmog system on THJ, so I was able to take my favorite looking armor and weapons and always look like I wanted to, no matter what junk I had equipped underneath. I got my dragon helm back. And I was able to check out dungeons I'd never been able to because nobody wanted to group there, or there was nobody to group with. Places like Black Burrow, Nijina, the Gorge of King's Orb, that's a real old school D&D type zone. Act 8. The Lost Dungeons of Norrath. A bunch of THJ server, and then 2 months later, I came back to Teek for some new content. The Lost Dungeons of Norrath, or Eldon. What is Eldon? Basically, a glorified DLC pack, but it was important for the time. Outside of the Plane of Time raid, Eldon was EverQuest's first real foray into instanced private dungeons back in 2003. Having a grouping zone all to yourself without having to compete with hundreds of other players. No competition. Something we take for granted now in modern MMOs, but it was a novel thing for that era of gaming. And WoW took inspiration from this expansion with its own instance dungeons, like Dead Mines. That was a pretty cool place to go to. And why does this even matter, these instance dungeons? All these raid bosses I've beaten in the movie. Now, if you go back an era, early EQ, like 2000, 1999, let's take the boss Trachanon, for instance. There used to be only one Trachanon that would spawn for the entire server every week or so. And it led to brutal competition amongst guilds. Very toxic and very sweaty. One Trachanon for an entire server every week. And this scarcity was not friendly for the average player. A lot of content was gate-kept and inaccessible. Years and years later, EQ devs put in private instances of those raid zones so that everybody could do it. Scarcity doesn't limit you access from raid bosses anymore. It's skill and manpower that does. And it was one of the biggest quality of life boosts for all players. And it also allowed people to have scheduled raid times, scheduled raid nights, as opposed to having to always be on call for a raid boss to spawn at like 2 a.m. Tuesday morning. Fun. So that's the significance of Eldon, creating instance content. But back to Eldon, it's a fairly boring expansion. The dungeons are mostly these ugly underground tubes. There's no real upgrades to your Planes of Power gear beyond just these little boosts that you slot into the gear. So on servers like Teek, on these progression servers, Eldon is often called the extra month of Planes of Power. It's beating an already dead horse of an expansion. At this point, people have their 4th alts best in slot geared. There's so much loot going around. So what's happening in the story with this expansion? A group called the Wayfarers Brotherhood discover these hidden alcoves across Norrath and task us adventurers with exploring within to retrieve lost treasures. And we go to places like the catacombs below Mistmoore Castle, deeper regions of Lower Guck, and a hidden city of elves within the deserts of Ro. And some bosses have an interesting mechanic. There's this debuff that makes you drunk if it's not cured in time, so you have to level up your alcohol tolerance skill before raiding. It's cool that that skill is finally used because it has almost zero value outside of this one niche encounter. It's a cool mechanic. I also like this cool augment that you could slot into your weapon that has a random chance to proc a skeleton fighter to fight for you temporarily. On a serious note, during this time, I had to leave the guild. I left Faceless on very bad terms. What I saw was unacceptable. If it was just how they played the game, Faceless was all I ever wanted in EQ. I appreciated their efficiency, the speed, the loot piles. They were an amazing EverQuest guild, an emphasis being on EverQuest. But what I discovered about Faceless outside of EverQuest, I discovered Faceless leadership repeatedly saying that people like me should not breathe anymore. And not just me, but millions and tens of millions of people, Faceless leadership openly saying that we should go away. And that's me choosing my words very carefully because of YouTube guidelines. No one was ever punished, and it was never stopped. In fact, the people responsible for this were still running the guild as of me releasing this movie a year later after I left. They're still there. Now, most of the general members of Faceless, they were great people. I loved playing with them, and I hold nothing against them. They aren't at fault. It was leadership responsible for this, particularly Seeger and Zaid. I hold them responsible. There is this expression, a fish rots from the head down, meaning that the fish's head, aka leadership, is often the root cause of problems, and it destroys everything down the line. The leaders will not change because Zaid founded the guild. It's his guild, and he put exactly who he wanted in charge. And so the culture that Zaid has created will never go away. Faceless leadership set a culture of extreme intolerance. Members with different beliefs were afraid to speak out, or they'd be harassed and just outright kicked from the guild. A guild that had all their friends in it. They really didn't want to leave. So they kept their mouths quiet. They kept their mouths shut. But I'm not like that. When I see something wrong, I speak out. I made a point on this channel not to discuss politics. I run an entertainment channel, and I try to stay in my lane. But unfortunately, politics forced their way into my time on the server when I never wanted it to. And it never should have. I don't even see the point why, but it did. And now I have to discuss it because of an important reason. I went from loving Faceless to being disgusted. Disgusted at the thought that some random person who watches this movie I made, that person might think about joining that guild because of how great they appeared to be in this movie. And they were great. It's not a lie. They were a very good guild. But how they acted behind closed doors, that's a different matter. I will not have something that I poured so much heart and soul into. I worked so hard on. I spent thousands of dollars. I worked for, God knows, it was like 2 years to make this, and the amount of editing I put into it. Long story short, I will not have this movie glorify monsters. I will not have it as a recruitment tool for a hate group. And that is what Faceless is, a hate group. I would say more here, but this movie is not the place to hash it out. And that is why I have made another video that will release alongside this movie that details exactly what happened, cutting out all the flowery language that I used here. And if YouTube removes it, I'll upload it on Rumble or wherever else I need to, because you deserve to know the truth of how unacceptable Faceless leadership behaved. Be sure to check it out if you want to know the real story of me leaving that guild. But let's get back to the content. So I left Faceless and joined a new one. A guild that made the correct decision to keep politics out of video games, as it always should be, and I joined the Underdogs, Kanos Yacht Club, QYC. There was even a few people in there that I had recognized from years before. So let's get back to the game, shall we? Before we move on, gotta mention that Chrono prices had gone up to around 600,000. So still not that Velius high of 800,000. Act 9. The Gates of Discord. There was a seer named Kaliav who took great interest in Zabuxruk. Interest in Zabuxruk's forbidden knowledge. After decades of meditating and intense focus on Zabuxruk, Kaliav finally received a call back. A vision. Doom. It could be the end of us all. Kaliav's vision was the same warning that Zabuxruk tried to give us before Druzzle intervened in the plane of time. And what Kaliav saw was this. A dark land across the sea. Abominations unlike anything we've seen. An invading force, not from this world, but from the plane of Discord. Dark priests, expert hunters, untamed warhounds, and more. This diverse legion, calling themselves the Muramites, they go from planet to planet, laying siege and enslaving the strongest inhabitants to be soldiers for further conquest. Portals have opened. An army has arrived on Norrath to enslave us all. We pick back up with the Wayfarers Brotherhood, who had us exploring hidden dungeons across Norrath to great success. Kaliav hears about the exploits of the Wayfarers and requests their help, to which they oblige. In Kaliav's visions, he sees a magical stone, the Grozmok stone, a divine relic from long ago. Some story where any troll hero who could capture the stone could unite all the troll clans for victory in a great war. But this was from a long, long time ago. The stone has since appeared and disappeared throughout history, but recently is the time it has resurfaced. The Wayfarers were able to steal the Grozmok stone off a pirate ship. It was being held by some troll pirate clan in the tip of southern Antonica, the Gulf of Gunthak.
also from Kaliav's visions. He sees the need for transport, so the Wayfarers began construction on a vast ship, a city, the biggest vessel ever built. They name it the Queen of Thorns. After months, it's constructed, and immediately the ship and her Wayfarer crew sail off into hostile waters, the Abysmal Sea. The further they sailed, the worse the waters got. Unlike most oceans on Norrath, no one has ever dared exploring the Abysmal Sea because of one reason. Anyone who's tried has never come back. But Kaliav had a trick up his sleeve. The visions showed him that the Grosmok stone is not just some divine troll relic, but a compass. The Grosmok stone gave the helmsmen what appeared to be random directions for days. They followed it regardless. But as time went on, the crew got more and more uncertain. Then one day, the uncertainty was broken as Kaliav yelled to the crew, "Set anchor! Send scouts to the east!" Magical buoys were constructed to protect the ship from the rough tide, and a scouting party was sent out into the dark abyss. Days later, 3 men left, and only one returned, fatally injured. The dying man told Kaliav that land was there, but hostile. Teleportation magics were set up, and adventurers across the world answer the call. Make ready, everyone. Gather all who are able and willing to fight. Norrath is at war. It's expansion release day. Leadership of Kanos Yacht Club QIC has us meeting up in Freeport. We're just outside a spell vendor that should give us a leg up in the server first race. It will sell the ports to quickly get into the middle of the continent where we need to be. It'll save us a lot of running. Once the expansion goes live, the vendor inventory will reset and the port spells will be open to purchase. So we're waiting, and waiting. The hour change is over. The minute launch starts is now. Someone in our voice chat says that the server-wide emote has just gone out. The expansion is open, but all of us in Freeport don't see it. The vendors are still not selling the ports. Then I click buttons to cast a song, but it's like a 3 to 4 minute delay from my button press and it actually responding. Leadership decided to stay in place. Maybe the lag will go away. Even with the delay of getting out, the direct ports could still save us a lot of time of running. Maybe it's just a lag spike that'll clear up soon. I was originally going to end this movie in Plains of Power. Plains of Power being the peak of EverQuest's subscription count around 2002-ish, the height of its golden age. But it wouldn't be fitting to show EverQuest peak without showing the very next expansion. The expansion where EverQuest died. The Gates of Discord. 7 minutes later, we finally get the server-wide emote that Gates of Discord is open
About time, but problems. The zone we're in is completely unresponsive. Nobody can open up the cellar window with the vendors. Nobody can even load a spell onto their spell bar to cast a port. Then wandering guards come into our area and start killing all the evil players in our raid. They can't do a single thing to defend themselves because of the 3 to 4 minute delay. Guildies start dying in droves, and there's nothing they could do to stop it. Then after 15 minutes of waiting, the raid leader decides, enough. We're massively behind other guilds now. Just get to the new zones however you can. But everyone who tried to zone out of Freeport ends up crashing. So all of us had to completely exit out of the game and relog after we crashed. And that lost us even more time with how slow the zoning screens are. I arrive at the first zone, Natimbi, a staging camp where those first 3 scouts landed and only 1 returned. I hug the zone wall because everything is extremely hostile and hits extremely hard. I zone into Kanimi, run through and get to Barindu, our staging area. The zones in this expansion have some weird names. It's like someone did a keyboard smash, basically. The lag in the other zones doesn't seem to be nearly as bad as what we started out with. My group requests an instance zone called Tipped. Basically, everybody has to do a group mission called Tipped before we can access the raid zones. So my 6-man group forms up, instance spins up, and I zone in. All 5 in the group immediately crash trying to zone in, and all of them get sent right back to Freeport. What the hell? Then, it happens to me. I crash and get sent all the way back to Freeport. Takes forever to log back in, but fortunately there was a Magus for me to port quickly back to Natimbi. And again, I have to run through all those zones. So 50 minutes after the expansion is opened, we're finally able to start playing it. Great. The crashing and lag seems to be over, but we as a guild are really far behind. Faceless had been practicing this raid for weeks. This tipped zone is crazy dangerous. The monsters hit like trucks and very big aggro radii, so you get a lot of adds quickly. And to make it more difficult, I can't lull a single thing here. I can't split the packs apart because the mobs are higher level than my lull song works on. And this brings up one of the historical issues of this expansion. It was designed to be a level 70 expansion, but the devs didn't increase the level cap. We're still 65. So it's far more difficult than it was supposed to be. So we decide to fight the mobs where they're at to reduce any adds. And if there are any extras, Mez still works, but it's more hit or miss with the high resistances. Fails to land half the time. It's kind of stressful on my part. And the mobs hit so hard that I can't be slow on mezzing or people will die. I have to be incredibly quick. And as you've seen so far, expansion releases their races. Ideally, this tipped instance, you want to beat this zone in about 15 to 20 minutes, and then you reconvene with the raid. If we kill everything in the way, it'll take forever. So we all invis up to skip past as many mobs as we can, and then fight the sea invis mobs where they are. We get past the bridge, and fight the sea invis puka thing where it's at.
The next area slows down a bit, so everything in this portion is ghosty. Everything's season viz, so you have to clear it all. The monk goes to pull. Everything is a 2-mob pull. I mez the ad, and again it was difficult to mez because of the very high resistances. And these ghosts, when you kill them, a second will pop, so you gotta down them twice. But our DPS was pretty good with 2 monks and a rogue, and then throw in my bard songs to make them even more powerful. 5 minutes later, we get through. We keep killing C and Viz mobs along the path. We get to the next area behind this gate, and we need to keep killing mobs here until a key drops. And fortunately, the first mob dropped it. Then we continue up the path to this wall and kill the 2 mobs next to it. We need some space for this next part. The key will open up this wall, but we have to answer a riddle first. And if we get the riddle wrong, we all instantly die. Something like 50 mobs spawn and attack us all at once. So we interact with the Riddler, and some bags spawn on the ground. We have to find the right item according to the riddle he gives us. I drive men mad for the love of me, easily beaten and never free. Our monk picks up the bag of gold and hands it to the Riddler. He accepts it. Success. The monk opens the door with a key and no insta-death. We succeeded. We run to the final area, open the gate, and set up to the right. The boss is next to the bridge back here, but we gotta clear the stuff in the way. And we're making decent time so far. Then bad. Pull happens in 3 aggro. I start mezzing the lowest level mob because it's more likely to land, but then the tank quickly swaps targets to it, so my mez is instantly broken, and the other 2 ads are still free, just beating on the monk puller. Monk almost dies several times, but the cleric saves them with some quick heals. But then all the heals rip aggro onto the cleric, and right as I'm casting mez on the ad, cleric is smoked in 5 seconds. And my late mez resists too on top of that. The only healer we had is dead. Crap. So I try mezzing the ad, but it's not working because the DPS aren't following the tank's target. They're targeting the wrong mob. Tank goes down. The dog runs away at low health. Monk puller dies. And we're done. I use Fading Memories to drop aggro and wait in the corner. Almost a full wipe. We were making great time up until this moment. Now we're going to be behind the raid. Fortunately, the monk had 1 res token left. It's a pay to win thing from the very beginning of the server. He resed the cleric, and if the cleric had to hoof it back, we'd be really far behind the other raid groups doing this dungeon. Monk tags the final boss. The boss hits harder the further it is from its spawn point, but it wasn't too difficult regardless. Somehow, the cleric gets on rampage, melts, dies in like 3 seconds. Dang it! Boss goes down quick, but we have no way to bring the cleric back now. There's nobody who can res. 5 of us get the hail at the end to get our progression flags, but now we as a group have a problem. How do we get the dead cleric their hail, their progression flag? I was fuming. It was so frustrating because we made a special point to approach this zone as carefully as we could, and even if we slowly kill every mob in the way, it's still faster than recovering from a wipe, from a death. And of all the people who could die, It's the absolute worst person. The only person who can res. And right at the frickin' goal line, too. I'm so mad. We can't res them back. They have to run the entire way back to this zone. We're going to be really far behind. And we have a problem. Us 5 exit out and zone back into the instance. We wait at the entrance. All those mobs that we spent a lot of time clearing, yeah, they respawned. We're going to have to clear the path twice, all because our cleric died at the worst possible time. And as we're running across the bridge for the final step, all the cleric needs to do is hail the final NPC. The cleric gets aggro. I swear to God, if they die again, the 3 mobs beeline straight for the cleric and only the cleric. I'm freaking out. We don't know if they got the hail. We ask in comms. They did. Woo! Cleric casted their short invulnerability so they couldn't get hit. They did their hail and clicked the stone to zone out. Thank God. I zone out and I'm still mad. We should have finished the zone in 25 minutes. It took us a hour. Get me out of this fucking group. Time to regroup with the raid. So I start again in the Timby. I get access to click on this stone to teleport to the middle of the continent. The continent being called Telosia, by the way. And I run to a temple called Ukwa. I finally catch up with the raid. Unfortunately, not too far behind despite our group troubles. We clear up this tunnel and arrive at a gas chamber. There's a table with 4 keys on it, and the door out is locked. So you have to use one of the 4 keys, but which one? Every 30 seconds or so, you'll get a zone-wide emote that goes out. Generally, it's always saying, there's a deep rumbling behind the walls. But every once in a while, somebody will get the correct emote, which will say something like, the polished key must unlock the door. Everybody in the raid, all 72 people, have to pay attention to the emotes, and once someone gets the emote for the key, they need to call it out immediately. The raid leader uses the correct key and unlocks the door. It's a cool event because it requires everyone to pay attention and coordinate. We go through the door after 6 minutes of waiting. If we were to use the wrong key, an AoE nuke would insta-wipe the raid. After this, we clear up to a 3-way split. So what are we doing here in Ukwa? What's going on? So we've sure met the Muramite invaders, but there's also the native inhabitants of this continent of Telosia called the Yunjo race. Yunjo themselves have several factions. Ukwa being a holy temple for a faction of Yunjos called the Trusik. The Trusik are religious extremists. The Trusik Yunjo worship a false ocean god and have zero tolerance towards dissent. Believe as they do, or die. Just like Faceless. Bad Ion. We're here in Ukwa at the behest of the Nihil faction of Yunjos. The Nihils are a non-religious group of Yunjo who don't believe they deserve to die because they disagree with the religious extremists. The Nihil are the main ones that are assisting us on Telosia. They want our help to get rid of the Mermite invaders, but they don't fully trust us yet. They won't show us how to get to the deeper parts of the continent yet. So we're here in Ukwa to eliminate one of the leaders of the Trusik religious extremists. And this is a way to earn trust with the non-religious Nihil. This Ukwa zone also has some other interesting mechanics beyond that gas chamber. There's an AoE that goes off every minute that slows your movement speed to a crawl, along with severely reducing all your major stats. It's really hard to take hits as a tank when your stamina is always low and halving your hit points. Hard to cast a heal as a healer when your mana pool is halved. So trash mobs will randomly drop a piece of gear that you equip to block that AoE. Really important. And the other curveball of Ukwa is that anyone who dies in the zone spawns a hostile ghost, so don't die. Half the raid gets sent down the right corridor and the other half down the left corridor. We have a combined boss fight. We have to kill both of these bosses within 30 seconds of each other, and they can randomly teleport you to the other side, like what happened to me. And again, don't die or you'll spawn ads. This expansion is nice so far. It's cool that the raid bosses are finally having mechanics in EverQuest. The early fights were just mind-numbing tank and spanks. These fights, you actually gotta pay attention. After we cleared those bosses, it was time for the second gas chamber. And again, we have to open the door after the zone-wide emote tells us what key we're supposed to use. Everyone has to pay attention for that emote. We got through pretty quick. We clear our way to the final room and final boss. We skirt the walls to the back of the room to stage. We start the fight by attacking this golem. It will randomly feign death the tank, so the backup tank has to be ready at any moment. At 70% health, the next phase goes active. Vrex Barkst Kurat arrives. He's why we're here. Vrex is one of the two leaders of the extremists, the religious extremist Trusik. We focus on downing the golem first, then swapping to Vrex. Vrex does a mana drain and he'll spin you for days, and ads will spawn if you're too slow. So we have to be quick, but we defeat him without too much difficulty. Then I hail the Spectre of the Trusik boss. I receive one of the 3 pieces needed to go deeper into the more sacred regions of the continent. He thanks us for freeing him from his body, which had gone insane. The raid exits out of Ukwa, and we click the stone in Natimbi to get to Kodtaz. This is the central part of the continent, which is full of abandoned Trusik temples. The temples have been overrun by the Mermite invaders. The Mermites have turned them into forward bases for further incursions. We clear some trash, blocking us entrance from the first raid we needed to do here. We have to clear 3 temples to eventually get the second of the 3 pieces to access the deeper portions of the continent. We enter the first temple, Ikins. We find a bunch of hostile Mermites and Trusiks within. We take down some mini-bosses to get keys, which will open up locked doors. and we get to the final boss of the first temple. This golem will continually split in halves until all are defeated. Not a hard fight at all. We exit and clear our way to the second temple. We zone in and start clearing a path. This boss fight brings some interesting mechanics. So we have 4 golems led by a Trusik Yunjo boss. This fight is challenging because you need 4 tanks. You need 1 for each golem boss. And after you kill it the first time, you'll get an emote. So the interesting mechanic is that each golem has to be killed by a specific class. The first golem dies and we get an emote. A ranger has to finish this one off. No problem. We kill the second golem and the emote is for a wizard. We beat it down low health and back off. But the wizard doesn't finish it. It respawns. And what happens is if the correct class doesn't finish off the golem, it will continually repop on death. Second time. Again, wizard doesn't finish it off. Repops. Third time was the charm. Wizard finally finished it. Third golem was for warriors. Easy peasy because they're already tanking it. And then final golem is rogue. They kill it and the next phase starts. Another golem spawns. This one has a nasty AoE. The healers struggle to keep us all up. And this golem has to be killed by a class archetype. So we kill it the first time and get the emote for healers. No DPS healers have to finish this thing off. Ugh. Shaman and druids load up their dots. And we back off at the last few percentage. Then we run to the back to kill the Trusik handler who was controlling the golems. And that is a clear for temple number 2. We exit out and head for the final temple in the middle. And someone made a silly joke saying that we're using Discord for communication while raiding the gates of Discord. We enter the final temple. These first golems are archetype ones. The first one we got right on the first try without knowing. And the second golem gave the healer emote on death. Took a while for them to finish it off, but we got it too. Next room had this golem boss. It has buddies that join periodically. We just focus fire the boss and while people off tank the ads until they deactivate. Then skipping to the final boss. There were golem ads that spawned. You just run around till they despawn and the rest of the raid focuses on the boss. Clerics started dying left and right through the healing aggro, but that was it. Code Taz temples done. I picked up the second of 3 pieces for later raid access. And after some finagling, those 2 key pieces earned us something. Next to the port stone in Natimbi is a Nihil Yunjo called Madronawa. Those two key parts earn us port access to the most restricted area of Tealosia, Kivik, the prayer grounds of the Trusik, and home to the most holy Yunjo sites. It was also the first point of invasion for the Muramites. We clear through some tunnels of hostile Trusik to enter within Inktuta, the unmasked chapel. It is the home where the second religious Trusik leader resides. If we defeat him, the secular, the non-religious Nihil Yunjo will fully trust us and allow us in their holiest temple where the Muramite leadership are based out of. Once inside, we pull too much, and many of us die. Too many AoEs damaging us all before everyone was ready. We get rebuffed and continue going. The first boss fight of Inktuta. Kelectrix, Herald of the False Ocean God, Trushar. We start the fight, and the boss goes inactive quickly. Some ushers spawn and start AoEing the crap out of the raid. We focus on taking down the ushers quickly before everyone dies. The usher warps across the room and we regroup to heal in a safe spot. I pull corpses over for res. We joust in and out of killing ushers and healing up. These are some of the nastiest AoEs so far in the expansion. We're finally able to get back on the boss. We beat him down until a final usher spawns. We take it out and then finish off the boss. A lot of healing needed, but we got over it. Then we head for a back corner of the room with a false floor. We fall down below. We take down another boss with some AoEs, but he drops much quicker. Then we set up for the next event, the Exiled. We clear all the tunnels between, and basically there are 4 exiles throughout this area. The group needs to sit at each exile and say the correct text at the exact same time. Everyone needs to type in, "Awake me from this nightmare," and then click enter to send the message when the raid leader says so.
We're going to hit enter in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, good job.
And this opens up a locked door further in the dungeon. This is the second to last boss fight. We find Nikophiel, the second leader of the Trusik religious extremists. Our raid leader talks to Nikophiel, and he turns from living into a ghost. The event goes active. The raid must kill all 6 of these curse colors one by one while another mechanic is happening. There will be these other ghosts that continually spawn in the back of the room and then beeline it for someone in the raid, someone random in the raid. If the ghost touches you, you instantly die. The game is tag. When you find out you're targeted, you have to keep running away from the ghost so you don't get touched. The challenge is that the ghost will continue to run faster and faster the longer the event goes on, almost at bard speed at points. But we managed to kill all 6 cursed colors in about 6 minutes and finish the event. Now for the final boss of the Trusik, Nikophiel. This fight also has some ghosts that will blow you up and kill you if they touch you, and they also run faster as time goes on. Nikophiel will always have 2 versions up, one real and one fake, If you kill the fake one, it blows up and hurts everyone around it. It's important to only attack the real one, but it's hard because he'll continually appear and disappear, so we lose track of what's the correct one to attack. Nicofiel is the highest priest of the religious Trusik, and there's a twist. We found out that everyone in this temple was already dead. They were dead all this time, but they appeared to be alive. When the temple came under attack by the Mermite invaders, Nicofiel murdered all his subjects so they wouldn't suffer at the hands of the invaders. But Nicofiel eventually went mad and started using the souls of his subjects to fuel his own power. After we defeat Nicofiel, we hail the Ancient Sentinel for the third and final piece of the access key. We leave and head for the city ship, the Queen of Thorns, staged in the Abysmal Sea. We find this high elf geomancer called Brevik Kaliner. He uses some magic to combine all three key pieces we have to create a cipher of Xivu. There is a statue blocking us access from entering the most holy temple in Telosia, where the Mermite leaders are staged. When the statue recognizes our cipher, it'll think we're one of the religious Trusik anointed and let us in. We enter into Xivu, once the most holy temple of Telosia, but now home of the Mermite leadership. Around this time, we got a server-wide announcement. Faceless had completed the expansion. First ones. Took them about 5 hours and 40 minutes. Some really nasty trash mobs here. The Ruiners, they have a nasty AoE dot that drains health and mana simultaneously. It's really important for casters not to get hit by it, so they used corners to stay away from the AoEs, to line of sight the AoEs. We fight our first bosses in the zone, the Mastruck champion, and whatever this other thing is. Just a simple tank and spank that we need to defeat to open up further doors. Then we make our ways to tunnels below to a bunch of hostile Trusik. We have 5 mini bosses we need to kill before the second boss can spawn. These named invokers. These mobs down here hit especially hard. It took 24 minutes to kill all 5 mini bosses because they were all spread out with a bunch of beefy trash mobs in between. Now for the next boss. I think this was by far the worst fight of the entire expansion. It sucked so bad. High Priest Bakari. So each of these 5 mini bosses we just defeated come back as a ghost shade. We need 6 tanks, 1 tank on the High Priest and 5 tanks for each of the 5 shades. That alone is logistically difficult to organize. The High Priest will occasionally AoE slow the entire raid, so DPS will then slow down. And you have to kill the High Priest 5 times. It's like a cat that has 9 lives. Each of the 5 shades that the tanks are off-tanking is a life. Each time you kill the boss, one of the shades go away. And this boss has a ton of hit points, and you gotta kill him over and over and over while getting slowed. miserable. This fight took 10 minutes. This whole underground section just dragged on forever. And with that boss finally defeated, we can now go after the final boss of Tzivu, Dakarish Zyke. Weird looking monstrosity. The Muramite recruit soldiers from all over, from many different planets, so they got some weird freaks in their military. This fight is also long, but for a different reason. Only pets can hurt it. The whole fight is the raid kills the adds that spawn, while the pet classes slowly beat down the boss. Now, some of the adds can be charmed, even by bards, which dramatically speeds up the boss kill. This Mastruck Chaos Slayer we charmed ended up doing like 60 to 70% of the damage during this boss fight. Charm pets still seem to be great. This fight took exactly 10 minutes, and Dakarish Zyke dropped the Signet of Command. With it, we can enter the top floor of this temple, the final zone of Gates of Discord, Tak V, Seat of the Slayer. Tak V was refreshing from a raider perspective. It's basically one trash mob between every single boss. Almost all the time here is spent fighting bosses. Much better than those Vextal and Temple Veeshan days with hours of trash clearing. The trash mobs were no joke though, a bunch of hit points and they hit pretty hard. Here were the first two bosses we faced. This first one summoned adds that needed to be mezzed or they drain all our mana. And the second boss would deactivate at certain health intervals, and you have to kill its hatchlings while a mob circling around cast AoEs to try to kill everyone. But neither were as bad as the bosses on the lower floor, the Tzivu bosses. This was the second to last boss of the expansion, just a straight up tank and spank. And we run into the final room. Tunat Muram Kuvo. Tunat Muram is a title meaning something like right hand of Muram. He's the lead commander here on Norrath who answers directly to his boss in the plane of Discord. The first rendition of him is fake though. We engage him outright and kill any adds that spawn. Nothing difficult at this point. And after he goes down, the real Kuvo appears behind this area. Now for the end boss of Gates of Discord. It's midnight, and we start the fight. Every swing I and the other raiders land, we all get hurt. All our health is slowly dropping. Basically, every 10% that Kuvo's health drops, a new mechanic starts. The first period of 100 to 90% health is fairly easy. He doesn't hit too hard. The next state change, the 80s, he hits a lot harder and summons adds. So we kill the adds, heal up our damage, and let Kuvo regen back to his first state so he hits weaker. We take a breather for the healers to regenerate mana for the final push. Fast forward 10 minutes later, this is it.
GG, guys.
GG.
Nice job, guys.
Way to go. Way to go.
Nice work, everyone.
Did we win?
Yep.
And we did it. We beat the Gates of Discord. With Kuvo's defeat, we have ended the Mermite invasion of Norrath. 8 hours and 39 minutes. Second place. We lost an hour to all that lag crap in the beginning, but it honestly didn't matter. We still wouldn't have beaten Faceless, with them being at 5 hours to clear and us at 8 hours. It was a great effort, though, on QIC's part, especially for how much more casual they were. The next expansion that comes after Gates of Discord is called the Omens of War. The level cap does get boosted to 70. Epic 2.0 weapons are added. And we take the fight back to the invaders. We invade their home, the Plane of Discord, and take down the head boss, Mata Miram. But why did I say this expansion killed EverQuest? The game is still running today, is it not? Act 10. The Death of EverQuest. So Gates of Discord, GOD, comes out in 2004. One word, unplayable. It's playable now, obviously. But at the time in 2004, the content was ridiculously difficult. Tuned for level 70, but no level increase. You're doing this at level 65. And that matters a lot more than it seems like. Even the best geared tanks were getting instantly smoked. No forgiveness. And this sharp spike in difficulty really demoralized the raiding community that paid the lion's share of subscriptions. And it demoralized the casual player base who couldn't dare touch the new content. There was nothing for them. So many people quit EverQuest in Gates of Discord because of the insurmountable difficulty. Then dominoes started to fall. Early 2004 was Gates of Discord. Late 2004 was the sequel, EverQuest 2. A bunch of people quit playing EQ1 because of the unbeatable expansion. Then even more people quit EQ1 to play the sequel, EQ2. I happen to be one of them. The player base fractures. And to make matters even worse, EQ2 was also nigh unplayable. EverQuest 2 doubled down on having amazing graphics for the time, but it came at a steep cost, literally and figuratively. Few people could afford a computer that was powerful enough to play EQ2, so that prevented a lot of EQ players from even giving that game a chance. More EverQuest players quit. And then, the death blow. A few weeks after EverQuest 2 launched in November 2004, World of Warcraft went live. Blizzard Entertainment Studio. Now, despite their bad reputation in the 2020s, Blizzard was a juggernaut game studio in the early 2000s, releasing big hit after big hit after big hit. Huge budgets to create very polished games. Blizzard put out this huge marketing campaign, commercials all over TV, celebrity endorsements shilling the game like Mr. T, Night Elf Mohawk. It was a follow-up to their massively successful real-time strategy RTS franchise. And WoW had been taking notes. They hired developers who had worked on EverQuest directly and or many game devs who had played EverQuest. They tracked the many mistakes EverQuest had made over 5 years and learned from them to create a more refined version of the same game, but in the Warcraft universe. That was also an advantage. WoW had a much richer lore with its back catalog, and it had the advantage of a pre-existing fan base from the fan favorite RTS games, as opposed to the world EverQuest had to create from scratch. It was just nerds remembering their D&D campaigns. And I think what really sealed the end of EQ, World of Warcraft was just infinitely more accessible. It was easier to pick up and play. Notably, it was sold as the MMO you could conveniently solo to max level as any class. Something not easily possible in EverQuest. EQ forces you to team up with others. It's the only way to play the game. Sometimes it works. Most of the time, it doesn't. EQ was much harder to start playing and harder to keep you playing. Whereas WoW, you could just pick it up, follow the quest chains, and do something, whatever level you were. There was always a way to play the game with or without help. There was always something to do. And along with that, WoW was a game that most cheap computers could run, unlike EverQuest 2. So the unbeatable expansion in EQ1, the unplayable sequel in EQ2, and the release of a more accessible game with a pre-existing fan base and a huge marketing campaign, World of Warcraft quickly overtook EverQuest and became the new king of the MMO genre. And it never looked back. EverQuest Game Studio didn't know it at the time, but 2004 was the year EverQuest died. Years later, EverQuest fell into complete obscurity in the annals of MMO history, something I personally resent. EverQuest has had so much of an impact on your favorite games, but most people won't ever know. So what did EverQuest do after WoW killed it, metaphorically speaking? EQ1 and EQ2 continued on even to this day, releasing yearly expansions. December 2025 saw the 32nd expansion of EQ1, and I think the 22nd expansion for EQ2, but fact check me on that. But as subscriptions waned in the years after WoW's victory, layoffs ensued, corporate restructuring. EverQuest Studio had less and less manpower and less money to make these grand expansions full of content to actually compete with WoW. It became less inspired, more copy and paste year by year. Along with this, any returning players who wanted to come back, I mean, how do you? Returning players were put off by the massive amount of feature creep and bloat that kept ballooning with each expansion. And that was if there was even people to play with. There was nobody to group with at low levels. And you can't do much in EQ without help, like I've said. The amount of work, the mountain you have to climb to catch up to level 125 or whatever, just insurmountable for most people. And that was even if you were familiar with how archaic the controls are. But in the 2010s, EverQuest struck gold again. EQ saw a revival with the creation of progression servers like Teek. OG players really wanted to relive those early expansions one by one with a player base big enough to do all the content. And these progression servers were a smash hit. They brought a lot of players back and a lot of subscription money back to the game. And WoW went on to copy this idea too in 2019. WoW Classic and its own iterations. Hell, WoW took Holly Longdale. She was the executive producer of EQ for years until she got hired for the same exact job at Blizzard in 2020 to run WoW. You WoW guys are actually really lucky to have her, by the way. EQ folks, we loved her. EQ folks are mostly negative on who replaced her. Jennifer Chan, J Chan. I mean, look at this picture, man. Oh, you can see the green screen. But the success of these progression servers waned. There were only 2 innovations in 10 years. Instance raids in 2015's Finny server that made raiding more accessible, and then randomized loot in 2021's Mischief server, to which Teek copied. Teek is the second iteration of it. Beyond that, these yearly progression servers that get released, they become very stale after you've played it for the nth time. Resentment grew against EQ's ownership, Daybreak Games, ignoring feedback and suggestions by the player base, giving off this hostility when you talk to them, saying nothing the players wanted could ever be done, letting cheaters run rampant, waiting far too long to fix game-breaking duplication glitches, and then gaslighting us about how those glitches didn't make that much of a difference. And putting out new expansions. New expansions, by the way, they're just low-effort, copy-paste cash grabs. I mean, they look pretty, but there's not a lot of substance to them. Yearly progression servers that are just the same stale rule sets recycled over and over. Something had to break. So concurrent with the officially operated servers, the Daybreak servers, we started to see the rise of unofficial emulator servers, some recreating the original EQ experience, an experience that was before all the radical changes from patches, bloat, and the later expansions that veered far away from the original design. Servers like Project 1999 and Project Corn that grew immensely popular. And in 2024, moving into 2025, official EverQuest hit a crisis point. A new emulator server that I talked about, called the Hero's Journey server, THJ, it was the most accessible version of EverQuest, to my knowledge, that's ever existed. It's a mostly single-player version of EQ. And in my mind, it solved EverQuest's biggest problem, EverQuest's number one problem. There will come a day where EQ's population drops so low that there will be nobody to play with. There will be no help to do any of the serious content. Most servers are already like this for 110 levels of content. Contrast this with THJ, which remains fully playable even if you're the only person on the server. THJ was a version of EQ that would be just as playable in 2024 as it would be in 2054, unlike Daybreak's offerings. Why it took 25 years to make a solo-friendly version of EQ, I don't know. But the population spoke for itself. People wanted it. People loved THJ. And that would end up being a problem. I only came back to Teek for a few final raids. The months before that, I only played THJ. Many of my streamer colleagues made great leaps and strides on THJ. Variety Void, Broken Stoic, and several others went from 30 to 50 viewer streams to easily pulling 150 to 200 viewer streams. They got partnered on Twitch, something extremely rare for EQ, and their YouTube channels skyrocketed in subs and views. It made me a bit jealous, actually. They blew past me, but good for them. I'm happy for their success. They're good people. Anyways, so what happened to Teek? What happened to the Teek server following this raid? I quit playing after that final raid with QIC, but the guild continued on. Zaid stepped away for a while, leading Faceless on Teek, and handed the reins over to another officer called Doomsday. And we got a new progression server called Fangbreaker that opened about 2 months after this Gates of Discord raid in May 2025. This caused Relentless Insomnia to mostly quit Teek. Vicious and one of his other officers, Vendovan, reformed RI on Fangbreaker as a new guild called Unconcerned Citizens. A new server usually explodes in population because it's very easy to make Chrono to sell. But despite there being a new official server in Fangbreaker, its launch population was a dud, estimated to only be a third of Teek's. The rule set honestly wasn't that great. There's a lot of criticism of it. And so it was much less successful for Daybreak Games compared to Teek's launch. And to add insult to injury, Daybreak's official server, Fangbreaker, appeared to have far less players than the unofficial THJ server. Yikes. So this is what happened. June 2025. The company that owns EverQuest, Daybreak Games, directly sued the two creators of the Hero's Journey server. Daybreak wanted THJ shut down. Several reasons. They argued THJ was using their intellectual property without permission. THJ was hurting their income by pulling players away from official servers, and overall threatening the game's long-term livelihood. Court docs revealed that THJ was allegedly pulling in $100,000 per month. If that's true, that was obviously not going to fly. Daybreak was completely in their rights to try to shut down someone illegally copying and profiting off of their property. You know, why would anything ever be invented or made if someone could just rip off your idea and resell it? The entire economy would break if the law didn't protect patents and intellectual property. Intellectually, this lawsuit was warranted. But emotionally, as a fan of EQ, this lawsuit made me furious. Daybreak brought this upon themselves. They got far too complacent. Daybreak was arrogant to expect EQ players to keep shilling out their hard-earned money for a stale product year in and year out. We're going to keep selling the same recycled and broken and expect you to buy it. So some random devs get so fed up with Daybreak's incompetence, Daybreak's mismanagement of the EverQuest franchise, that they decide to make an unauthorized version themselves. A version that becomes extremely popular because they do something radical. They listen to what the players want. Wow! How crazy is that? Daybreak refuses to listen to their customers, their population creators. Two rando devs listen to the player base. Most popular server ever. So what did Daybreak do? Daybreak was very grateful to those THJ devs. Hey, thank you for taking all the risk and labor to test out this crazy server. It looks like people really want to play a solo-friendly EQ. So let's work with you to make a legit version that we can sell a subscription for. Win-win. People's favorite server stays online, and the company gets its rightful profits. And heck, we get to resell our whole entire catalog of 32 expansions, but we retune it for the style of server. Huge influx of money, potentially. Yeah. The profitable thing to do, the logical thing to do, the adult thing to do. That did not happen. Instead, Daybreak went scorched earth. We're going to destroy every trace of you. And we're coming after those two devs personally. Screw all of our customers who like this version of our game. I was furious about how Daybreak handled this situation. I tried to warn them. You'll win this lawsuit, but you'll also lose. You will anger so many of your players, you will destroy your PR. And it is not smart to anger your customers. Oftentimes, you don't know how someone truly feels until they lose their temper. Then their real motivations come out. Then you know how they actually feel. And this lawsuit was undeniable proof to me. Daybreak doesn't give a damn what thousands of their players want. They simply do not care. The employees that did care, they're gone. I love EverQuest. but I hate the company that owns it. September 23rd, 2025, the Hero's Journey server was ordered by court to shut down. This footage is its very last moments. A huge blow for the EverQuest community. And again, Daybreak did have every right to shut down THJ, but I feel it was equally irresponsible of them not to reach some sort of compromise, a way for THJ to operate legitimately, but Daybreak gets to reap the profits it's owed. I hope Daybreak proves me wrong in the future, but I doubt their corporate goons will. It's either that, or there's just too much red tape to do the right thing. So how is EverQuest doing as a whole? A game from 1999. EverQuest is still alive to this day, but I feel like official Daybreak EQ is largely coasting on fumes and nostalgia of an aging player base, and they've been burning bridges with their players. The real innovation was being seen in the unofficial emulator servers, if they weren't shut down, that is. But will EQ as a whole ever sunset? Will it shut down? I don't know. There will be a day where there's just simply not enough people to do the content. But currently, it's still making more than enough money to keep the lights on. And EverQuest's influence is still there in the design of later MMOs and even single-player RPGs that followed. But EverQuest will likely never return to the significance it once held back in the early 2000s. There was an attempt to create an EverQuest 3, but it never came to fruition. Development was shut down for EQ3 because it was quote-unquote not fun. Some players are holding out. They're hoping for a graphical remake of EQ1, but that seems very unlikely with Daybreak's track record. So instead, many EverQuest players now place their hopes in another game studio to create a spiritual successor. We have games like Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen, and Monsters and Memories, which are newer MMOs in the same vein, made by ex-employees that deeply cared. But enough of that. I started this channel years ago for one reason. It wasn't money. EverQuest is the most meaningful game that I've ever played in my life. A game that I feel is criminally underappreciated, criminally underrepresented in MMO history. As much as I hate Daybreak, I still love this game. This game means a lot more to me than the silly stories I've shared here. I was something like 6 or 7 years old when it first came out in 1999. I used to watch my dad play. He was this top-end raider, and it was such a crazy thing at the time. A 3D Dungeons and Dragons game that's worldwide. And personally, this game was one of the only ways I ever bonded with my dad. My relationship with him has been difficult, but I wanted to relive the cool experiences that he got to have in those early days. That's what brought me back. And EverQuest taught me how to read, to write, and to type as a kid. This game taught me perseverance, unlike anything else. This game allowed me to earn the first money I've ever gotten doing something creative. It's been my coping mechanism for very hard times. It was my reprieve, but it's also my crutch. I like this game, but I don't always like what it does to me. I don't want my life's greatest achievement to center around a stupid video game. The more time I play this, the more I neglect my life, my health,
my wife, my son, my real dreams. Regardless, I started this whole YouTube channel years ago, knowing that one day I'd have to quit EverQuest once and for all. So I started recording and putting out these dumb videos. I wanted something to look back on to reminisce in the future. But no matter what I put out, the videos just weren't good enough. It became more urgent. Life really needed me to quit, but I just couldn't let go. Something told me I wasn't done. I needed something. Something that showed what made this game so special to me and many, many others. A video I've always wanted to make, but never could. And now, this video is that one. This video is the one I always wanted to make, but never could. I feel great sadness. So something long, long overdue. I can finally say these two last words. Goodbye, EverQuest.